Good morning, everyone, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are your source for top stories, breaking news, and of course, raw and unfiltered live events taking place across the country. The time is just after 7 a.m. Thank you all so much for waking up with us on this Sunday, April 10th. 2022, also Palm Sunday. My name is Rain Augustine. I'll be your host for the next several hours here as we bring you all this news from the East Coast. We're broadcasting out of Orlando, Florida. However, let's begin our 7 o'clock hour with the latest international news. We're learning more about the United States and its allies as they continue to denounce the deadly Russian attacks on a train station where hundreds of innocent civilians were trying to flee safety. Alex Holgan has the latest from Kyiv, Ukraine, and of course we'll also be following these top stories that are on the left-hand side of your screen.
Ukrainian officials say that those wounded in Friday's missile strike at a train station have been successfully evacuated to other cities, but dozens are dead, including children. Brutal footage shows the aftermath of the two missiles striking the railway station where thousands were waiting to flee the eastern city of Kramatorsk in the highly contested Donbass region, where fighting is only expected to increase. The attack at an evacuation corridor comes days after the discovery of what took place in previously occupied towns in the north. The government of Kharkiv now saying that Russian forces have attacked the town 50 times over the past day. Among the sites struck, an apartment building where firefighters evacuated 15 people, one of them just happy to be alive.
I got hit on the head, and the shockwave threw me back. The stairs collapsed, the windows and doors were knocked out. Miraculously, I survived.
New footage also coming out of the suburbs of Kyiv. Blown up buildings turned to rubble, cars and tanks set on fire. 50% of the buildings in Irpin outside of Kyiv have been demolished in the last month and a half. In Bucha, where hundreds were found, their bodies laid to rest in mass graves. Killed civilians, men, women, and children. Over in Bordoyanka, the search continues for the bodies not yet found. Police this week say that hundreds of civilians have been trapped and buried under the rubble of blown-up buildings. World leaders are pledging their support, condemning the attacks and calling them clear and undeniable war crimes. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson traveling to Kyiv today, pledging both financial and military aid in the form of anti-aircraft and anti-tank missiles. Russian forces continue to amass in the east, where Ukrainian forces say they will expect continued attacks in the coming days. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Thanks, Alex, for that report. Staying on top of this story, please keep in mind that some of the images you will see are graphic in nature. Now, many residential buildings also were extensively damaged. More than 100 residents were inside one of the buildings at the time of that attack. 2 people were injured and 15 residents just so happened to be evacuated. Over the past day, we've also learned that Russian forces have attacked this region 50 times. We've seen images of firefighters working to secure buildings, some of which were previously damaged during Russian attacks, as well as the United States. Other NATO allies are continuing to speak out against Russia and their war crimes, these atrocities that we continue to see. And we're also learning that the United States has committed to accepting 100,000 Ukrainians, and we're learning that many Ukrainian refugees are actually coming into the United States via the southern border. Let's check in with Lucas Tomlinson for that story.
Border Patrol arrests of migrants reached an all-time high last year, which is the reason some lawmakers want to keep a Trump-era public health measure. Here's Tony Gonzalez, a Republican congressman from Texas.
You know, a year plus with the Biden administration, you know, they won't listen to anybody. They don't really care about what's happening on the border. It's terrible to see, you know, my communities are on the front lines.
President Biden's decision to end the health measure that has turned away 1.7 million migrants over the past 2 years has many in Congress concerned even more will attempt to come to the U.S. illegally once the policy ends next month. The measure, known as Title 42, dates back to World War II and gave the Surgeon General, later the CDC, the authority to stop migrants from entering the country over fears of spreading disease. It was resurrected during the Trump administration at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. A potential vote on Title 42 in the Senate would likely pass because at least 8 Democrats have signaled they support it. Fox News' Peter Doocy asked Jen Psaki here at the White House why migrants are given free smartphones after being detained.
We have a range of means of tracking individuals who irregularly migrate to the country in order to ensure that they are meeting their notice to appear obligations and that they are appearing in court when they should appear in court. Phones is one of them.
President Biden left for Delaware Saturday afternoon. Right now, there's no plans for him to visit the southern border. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Thanks, Lucas, for that report. The time is now 7:08 here on the East Coast, continuing to bring you all top stories from across the country right after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 7:10 a.m. Good morning, everyone. Now, if you are a regular viewer, you know that we bring you all live events, raw and unfiltered in real time as they happen. If you were tuning in on Friday, you witnessed a historic moment. Well, several historic moments we showed you on Friday, but specifically Ketanji Brown Jackson's official speech as she was celebrated at the White House following her confirmation to the Supreme Court. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more on that story from Washington.
The Honorable Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Applause and cheers on the South Lawn for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman to be confirmed to the nation's highest court.
People of every generation, of every race, of every background felt this moment, and they feel it now.
Judge Jackson said it was the honor of her lifetime.
It has taken 232 years and 115 prior appointments for a black woman to be selected to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States. But we've made it.
Judge Jackson won't become Justice Jackson yet. She will be sworn in after Justice Stephen Breyer retires in late June or early July. Her history-making confirmation will make this one of the most diverse Supreme Courts. It will still lean conservative 6-3, but there will soon be 4 women on the court. 47 Republicans voted against Judge Jackson's confirmation. They had concerns that she is too lenient on sentencing.
I believe she will prove to be the furthest left of any justice to have ever served on the Supreme Court.
Still, 3 Republicans giving her a bipartisan confirmation.
I think it was a missed opportunity by a lot of people on that Senate floor yesterday, not just to stay there and soak in the moment of history, but to be a part, to be on the right side of history.
We will first see Jackson on the bench in October when the next court term begins. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Taking a live now look from Washington, D.C., our nation's capital. Actually, a pretty wild story coming out of our nation's capital. 2 men have been charged with impersonating federal agents in order to get close to real Secret Service agents. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Huff is taking a closer look.
Among the Secret Service agents who were allegedly wooed by these suspects and their gifts, one worked in the vicinity of the vice president's residence. Another was assigned to protecting the first lady and perhaps even filling in protecting the president, according to a Fox News source. The big question is why that these 2 men wanted to get into the good graces of those agents. On Wednesday, Aryan Taherzadeh and Haider Ali were arrested at a luxury D.C. apartment where items like weapons and equipment used for fraud and surveillance were seized. Federal prosecutors allege that the 2 pretended to work for the Department of Homeland Security and gave 4 Secret Service agents things like phones, TVs, even a rent-free apartment.
The president remains confident in the leader of the Secret Service, and beyond that, I would point you to the Secret Service and to the FBI.
While the White House has not expanded, Jamil Jaffer, founder of the National Security Institute, says that there is still concern over where this money for those gifts came from.
Was this an effort by a foreign power to engage in some sort of either compromise these law enforcement officers, or even worse, access what they knew and get access to their information and travel details and all that other sort of stuff?
Yesterday, the judge said that he needed more information on Taherzadeh's travel history to Pakistan and Iran, and therefore the detention hearing will continue on Monday. And interestingly, this case was brought to the FBI by a postal inspector who had gone to the suspect's apartment for an unrelated assault allegation. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Now, this story definitely has many twists and turns, so let's get into a little bit more information. Live now from Fox's Andrew Kraft is bringing us more on the 2 men who allegedly pretended to work for the Department of Homeland Security.
The story has so many twists and turns and details. Joining me now to discuss it even further, police practices expert Darren Wyatt, friend of the program. Darren, thanks so much for being with us here. Just wanted your first thoughts on this story when you read about it, and we'll get into some of the particulars.
Well, you know, I actually was kind of flabbergasted, but it's mainly the fact that you have 4 Secret Service agents that were duped by these 2 men, and for all intents and purposes didn't realize that they were being duped all the way up until the time they were placed on administrative leave.
Yeah, and of course, let's talk about the angle of the Secret Service. Now, the Secret Service has to take things so cautiously and carefully, and yet to have members, especially on the First Lady's detail, or formerly of her detail, to have gotten caught up in this. That brings the White House into it, having to respond there. We saw in the White House briefing today. That is serious, and so they're conducting a review. What will that review, you think, look like?
Well, it's going to be, it'll expand beyond these 4 agents that have been placed on administrative leave. They'll be interviewing anybody that they had contact with, that they were probably even hanging out with off-duty in an off-duty capacity, to find out if it really stretches beyond the 4 that are currently on administrative leave, and to find out exactly what the suspects were trying to get, what kind of information they were trying to obtain from the Secret Service, because it's a very targeted group of law enforcement officers for them to go to the Secret Service and the information that they might have.
And, you know, you have been a law enforcement official for most of your career, and impersonating one and impersonating a federal agent carries a very hefty penalty. That is not something that is taken lightly.
It's not. It happens occasionally. You know, U.S. 18 Section 912, I believe is what it is, 18 U.S. Code Section 912. It carries a penalty of up to 3 years in federal prison for this. I think what's really the biggest thing here is that they weren't just impersonating federal agents, they were doing it to civilians, but also to high-level law enforcement officials. Like you mentioned, somebody that's on the presidential security detail. Those are high-level officials that they're going after, and they had to have been good at what they were doing for these high-level agents to have been tricked.
But not only good at what they were doing, but some of the gifts and kind of items that they were offering these other federal agents, these other Secret Service members, as well. And I want to talk about some of those. A penthouse worth over $40,000 a year, rent-free, iPhones, surveillance systems, drones, flat-screen TVs, gun cases and other policing tools. Many, weapons and parts of weapons were also found in this apartment. And if you're familiar with the D.C. area, this is in Navy Yard. This is a very high-end luxury area of Washington. It looks like a really beautiful apartment complex itself. So they had some financial backing to this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that what really is interesting about this is that they were so brazen about it that they were telling people, other residents in the apartment complex, who they were. They were an undercover unit. People in undercover units don't tell the general population what they do. So that would be a red flag. But I think what's really ironic about this is that the U.S. Postal Inspector is usually determined a fairly low-level law enforcement position. Yet they're the ones that broke this and were able to see the criminal activity that was going on and take it to the FBI, which launched this investigation about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, of course. I think the postal angle is kind of the wildest part of this story because the plot, that is how it unraveled. According to the Associated Press, U.S. Postal Inspection Service began investigating after an assault on one of their own mail carriers. And then these two individuals essentially told that inspection team from the Postal Service what they were up to. And so, they weren't really careful in kind of covering up their tracks if they needed to be. They also had a list of everyone who had an apartment in the complex where they had the apartment, also a list of some congressional staffers. And then, of course, we're getting reports, Darren, that they had Pakistani and Iranian visas on their person, or in the apartment, I should say. 3 Pakistani visas, 2 Iranian visas after the raid by the FBI. What does that tell you? That is one of the other curious aspects to this story.
To me, that means that this is probably sponsored by a foreign government, which leads you even more to wonder what was their intent, what information were they trying to elicit. It was a long-term operation. It was 2 years, at least 2 years in the making that we know of so far. And could it have been going on even longer than that? I think the investigation will vet that out, as well as who else they might have been in contact with, and hopefully what their end game was and why they were here and why they were doing what they were doing.
Yeah, of course, the two men both are being held. Well, the government is asking them to be held, and there's likely a conspiracy charge coming, as well as these other charges, and their attorneys are kind of working with prosecutors to determine how this will be prosecuted in court. Darren Wyatt, final thoughts here on this story. I bet it's going to be developing even further in the next couple of days.
Without a doubt. We're going to get more information as this continues to go forth. I'm actually kind of surprised that we didn't know about it sooner than when the raid happened yesterday. Usually something like this, you'll hear little inklings. Of course, the indictment was under seal, is still under seal. I saw that there are some photos of the front page, but when I tried to obtain it, it is still under seal and wasn't available as part of public record yet. But I think eventually we're going to have more information about what this was, who was sponsoring them, what they were looking for, and I think there's probably going to be some policy changes with the Secret Service coming out of this as well.
Yeah, and just thought of this question, too, just lastly. I mean, what does it say, though, about, real federal agents kind of commiserating, talking with fake federal or alleged fake federal agents? Should, more of these agencies put things in place to prevent things like this from happening? Or is it just too hard to tell? How would you know?
Well, I think that from what we've seen right now, there were some red flags that probably somebody should have picked up on, especially, in the law enforcement realm. We're kind of a tight-knit community, and I think that an agency in D.C. would know if another agency in D.C. had this new special unit that was working undercover, investigating the January 6th insurrection. They would know that, and even being able to talk jargon with these people, and I certainly think that there would have been some red flag that somebody should have picked up on. And the other thing is that many times the federal, what we call the ABC or the abbreviated agencies, they're very proprietary about their information, and they don't often have that crossover unless they're working on a task force together, which does not. I know that they said they were on a task force, but the Secret Service agents were not part of that task force, obviously, because it wasn't a real task force. So I think that there should have been some red flags seen.
Definitely. Some people, it looks like, did not do their due diligence here. Darren Wyatt, as always, thanks so much for joining us. Have a good night.
Thanks, Andrew.
And coming up right on the other side of this break, with a war overseas and inflation at record levels, the Biden administration is continuing to monitor the economic recovery from the pandemic. But some experts fear that with so much uncertainty, a recession could be in play within the next 2 years. We'll have that story as well as other consumer news right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Experts are saying that it is an uncertain period for the United States economy, with war raging overseas, as well as inflation hitting consumers across the country. Many economists are watching the markets very closely, anticipating the next interest rate hike from the Federal Reserve. Now, the Biden administration believes that the economy is in a strong position and is on the road to recovery from COVID-19. Fox's Caroline Shively has a closer look at some of the challenges ahead from Washington.
That most likely is going to slow the economy, perhaps to the 1%, perhaps, I think, reasonably, to a recession in next year.
It's comments like that that make investors' ears perk up. The former president of the Kansas City Federal Reserve expressing his concerns about future interest rate hikes aimed at lowering inflation. Many economists believe the Federal Reserve is walking a tightrope, and the decision to make borrowing more expensive could halt growth over time.
The Fed has to continue to raise interest rates because I've lived through 5 recessions in the last 25 years, and they are miserable things. We want a soft landing, not a crash landing.
Republicans have made rising prices a central issue of their quest to take back control of Congress, placing the blame on policies by the Biden administration and Democrats.
Under Biden's policies, Americans are able to afford less and less and less.
President Biden believes the economy is in a strong position. Last week, jobless claims dropped to the lowest level in more than half a century. But there are still areas of concern, including the war in Ukraine and COVID-19.
Well, this is a worldwide phenomenon. We've got strained supply chains. I do hope and think that that's going to phase down, but when we're in a wartime footing, there is also going to be a cost associated with that.
Gas prices nationwide have seen a drop over the last week, but they are still up 45% compared to last year. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Experts are also saying that inflation and a push to cancel student loan debt could cause the cost of college tuition to spike. Fox Business Network's Linda Hugh has the story.
The cost of college is surging across the country. Over the past 20 years, the average tuition at a public four-year school has surged 158% to reach nearly $11,000 a year, while average tuition for a private four-year school has surged nearly 97% to reach $38,000 a year. And more than half of people currently graduating with a bachelor's degree had at least some type of student loan debt. The average amount, more than $28,000. Experts say the current pause on student loan repayments and the loud calls from progressive Democrats to cancel all student loan debt will further increase tuition hikes.
People are going to say, maybe I can borrow a little bit more. Maybe I can pay a little bit more. And the institutions are listening. And that means we're very likely to see increases in prices over the time.
Now institutions are facing growing pressure to increase tuition as more than 1 million fewer students are enrolled in college than before the pandemic. Tuition here at Fordham University has increased more than 6.5% over the past 4 years. It costs $56,000 to attend school here for just 1 year. And if a student needed to take out a loan for a single year, it would take them 10 years, paying more than $560 a month to clear that entire debt. Reporting from the Bronx, New York, Lydia Hu for Fox Business.
Thanks, Lydia. Let's continue to bring you all up to speed when it comes to the latest consumer news. Our friends over at Fox 11 Los Angeles, they're telling us exactly what we need to know when it comes to that upcoming tax deadline and how you should beware of tax scammers.
Welcome back at 7:50. All right, so the deadline to file your taxes is fast approaching. I know that you're probably very frenzied about it. The scammers are out there. They're trying to get you. Steve McFarland, President and CEO of the Better Business Bureau of Los Angeles, is here now to help keep that from happening. And first, Steve, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. 3 types of scams primarily: phone impersonation, identity theft, and email phishing. Let's start with phone impersonation. What is that all about, and what should people be aware of?
Well, you know, Tony, if I can guarantee you a big refund this year, would you switch from Wally, your CPA, over to me to fill out your tax return?
Yeah.
Maybe,
you have to
maybe
be
not.
careful.
Hopefully not.
Yeah,
but,
you have to be careful.
Those phone impersonators and the emails as well, solicitations, promising, hey, we can get you a big refund. And a lot of people are interested in that, you know, to try to get some more money back. So you got to be careful. Getting you a big refund is always a lure. Be careful on those. Another way that these impersonators for IRS, Franchise Tax Board, even for county tax, are asking for demands for more tax. You didn't pay enough, so you got to pay a little bit more. Or we find out information that your return's been filed under another name. We need to verify your information and your bank account and everything else to make sure that everything's okay. And these are phishing explorations, so you got to be really careful.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is the IRS is not going to call you up and demand that you make payments. They're just not going to do that. The State Franchise Tax Board is not going to do that. In fact, I had someone who had that happen to him. Someone called and said they were from the IRS and we're going to come and take you to jail if you don't pay. He said, I'll be home all day, come get me. And so they used a few choice words and then hung up. That's what you should do. Hang up on these people.
Right. Hang up on these folks. And then if you have been compromised, there's ways to check for a licensed return preparer. You can go to rtrpdirectory.com because all preparers have to have a PTIN number. So that is a great thing to do. You can also contact the IRS at their 800 number. And you can also look for scams on scamtracker.org, which is the BBB site.
Now, you know what, we kind of touched on it a little bit, but another area that you have to be really careful about, and that's with emails and clicking on links that you probably shouldn't click on. Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of requests for additional forms that you see in emails. There's fake IRS messages claiming that you're owed a larger return. Well, that catches a lot of people's eyes, and they see this in emails and social and also in text as well. There's offer and compromise scams. And you know what? One other thing, Tony, to watch out for, if anybody asks you to pay for their services or more additional tax and demand tax payments in crypto, cash cards, or gift cards, run.
Yeah. Identity theft, Steve, that's a big one, and that's a tough one.
Well, not only are some of these ghost tax preparers not going to file your return for you, but now you've given up your information, and it's your social, your bank account number, birth date, and maybe even Medicare information. So you've given them prize information that they want, and not only are you not going to get your return filed, but you're going to get fleeced later on if you're not careful.
How useful is it to actually create an account with the IRS?
Well, it's critical because the PTIN system identifies you with the IRS, and unless you give that number to somebody else, they can't get it. So it's a great way for you to be able to identify yourself, to verify your information. Again, like you mentioned, the IRS is not going to call you. They're not going to email you. They're not going to text you demanding more information. They send you a letter, and you can respond to that. Have somebody qualified maybe help you if you're disabled or whatever. There are programs for you, and be able to verify the person asking for more information or that you owe more tax. You can always contact the IRS as well.
You say you should also go to a qualified tax preparer. How do you know who it is you're going to have your taxes prepared? What are some tips you can give us to make sure that we go to the right person and not to someone who's going to scam you?
Yeah, there are a lot of ghost tax preparers out there that want to take your money and information both. The IRS requires tax preparers, as well does the state of California. They require tax preparers to have a PTIN number. You've got to have a tax preparer identification number. And that you can request from the preparer, and then you can verify that by going to the state or to the IRS websites to be able to verify that number. You can also look for references as well to verify that number. That is at rtrpdirectory.com for the IRS. And you can also go to bbb.org to check out the credibility of that particular preparer. And the state has, the accountancy board has also a lookup system of California has the accounting board. You can look up online there as well, but you need to be suspicious.
All right, Steve McFarland, thank you so much. Great information to have. Tax deadline is right around the corner, April 18th, so this is certainly important information we can use. Appreciate you joining us this morning.
All right.
April 18th, remember that tax deadline. Staying on the topic of consumer news, I'm sure we all have heard of these buy now, pay later apps. You can use them for just about anything, even gas. And they sound appealing, but we're learning that it actually could come back to bite you with hidden fees and installation payments. Here's the latest from Fox 13 Tampa.
Consumer groups are urging the feds to regulate buy now, pay later apps. Consumer reporter Sobhani Banerjee joins us to explain why. Sobhani, it sounds like a good thing, right?
Yeah, it's really enticing, right? These apps usually promise instant approval, no impact on your credit. But these groups are coming together to warn that many users are simply taking on too much debt. When buy now, pay later, or BNPL services first appeared in the marketplace, many people praised them as a solution to mounting high-interest credit card debt. But now, at least 77 consumer and community groups are raising serious concerns. They've signed a comment letter to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and they're asking it to provide oversight and regulation of these products. The theory behind BNPL is simple. Instead of putting a purchase on let's say, a credit card, adding to a high-interest balance, a consumer would use the Buy Now, Pay Later app to finance the purchase. The consumer would pay, let's say, 25% as a down payment, make a couple more payments, 3 payments every 2 weeks until the whole thing's paid off. But the letter warns that BNPL is contributing to an explosion in consumer debt.
So what regulations would they like to see?
The groups claim that within the industry, there's kind of a lack of meaningful underwriting to determine if the consumer can actually afford the purchase. So they stumble into things like hidden fees, there aren't clear disclosures. And this is important because we're seeing more products sold this way, even gas. Yeah, for example, the Buy Now, Pay Later app Klarna, they're now letting you pay for gas in installments. It only works with Texaco and Chevron, but you basically fill up, then you've got 6 weeks to pay it off.
Wow.
Yeah, Klarna charges no interest as well for their services, but They do charge a big late fee, so if you miss a payment, you could still wind up in trouble.
So what's the problem? Are a lot of people falling behind?
They actually are. A survey by Credit Karma found that 44% of Americans had used a buy now, pay later plan. And of these consumers, 34% said they fell behind on their payments, and that had significant consequences. Of those who admitted to having missed at least one payment, 72%, so the vast majority, say they believe their credit score declined as a result. Nearly a third said they experienced significant declines in their credit score. Not all bad, though, here, because let's say you have little or no credit. This can actually potentially be a way to establish yourself, because credit reporting bureaus are considering adding these buy now, pay later loans to your credit report. They haven't gotten there yet, but of course that only helps if you pay it off on time, right?
Yeah.
If it helps you, not hurts you. But before you use any of these apps, you want to read reviews on transparency and look for those that do not charge interest.
Yeah, that's key. All right. Good information. Thanks, Serbani.
New at 4 today, Governor DeSantis says Disney should lose its special privileges in Florida. Republican lawmakers are calling for changes that could increase taxes and regulations on the state's largest employer. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is joining us now to explain why the Republican leaders want to punish Disney and the potential impact. What's going on, Craig?
Sure. Well, the why is pretty straightforward. Governor DeSantis and Republican lawmakers want to punish Disney for speaking out against what they, the state leaders, call the Parental Rights and Education Law, but it is more commonly known as Don't Say Gay.
The word gay is not in the legislation.
It's not, but sexual orientation and gender identity are. The governor's law bans teachers from discussing sexual orientation or gender identity in grades K through 3. And all other grades if it's not considered developmentally or age appropriate, which is a vague clause that could subject schools to lawsuits for discussing sexual orientation in any grade. Well, Disney said it should not have passed and will work to repeal it, and that offended the governor.
I think that crossed the line.
Which triggered this Republican push for retribution. After giving Disney tax breaks and exemptions from regulations for years, DeSantis and other Republican lawmakers want to cut Disney's special privileges. And Republican Representative Spencer Roach tweeted they've already had 2 meetings to discuss repealing the 1967 Reedy Creek Improvement Act, which effectively allows Disney to act as its own local government. That act induced Disney to come to Florida, and other tax breaks and exemptions through the years helped make it the largest employer in Florida, and Central Florida the family entertainment capital of the world. This move against Disney is a striking shift in Republican philosophy because they've used tax breaks and reductions in regulations for a lot of companies as a tool to create jobs and grow our economy for decades. For example, Disney's currently planning to move 2,000 more jobs from California to Central Florida as it got a $570 million tax break that set it in motion. And last year, Disney also got exempted from the governor and legislature's regulations on the tech industry. See, they wanted to send a message to social media platforms that banned or restricted former President Trump. But they had some trouble defining what a social media platform is.
We're having a hard time trying to define it, so we weren't getting to the point where it was where it wasn't capturing Disney Plus.
So they added fine print to give Disney a pass.
Any information service system, internet search engine, or access software provider operated by a company that owns and operates a theme park or entertainment complex does not qualify as a social media platform under the bill. We're not carving out theme parks, we're carving out companies that own theme parks.
The governor now says giving Disney that exemption was embarrassing and ridiculous. The records show his own staff worked with Disney and the legislature to write that exemption. And separate from all of that, and separate from this flashpoint law over what schools can and can't say within a classroom, K through 3 and then beyond, there also was separate legislation that was passed and signed into law that restricts what private companies can say to their employees as it relates to diversity training and sensitivity training. And based on that law, among other companies, Disney would also be affected based on its sensitivity or diversity training in its current form, or what was its current form.
So, Craig, let's talk about the real likelihood that something like this would actually happen and they would follow through and revoke Disney's tax breaks and local control. Is that really, when you look down at it, a possibility?
Well, it's a possibility because they're already looking into it. But look at it this way. What are the implications of this? The state leadership, run by Republicans, would be taking control away from Disney, historically one of its biggest contributors, taking it away from Disney and putting it into the hands of the Democratic strongholds of Osceola, and Orange counties. When push comes to shove, will they really do that? Remains to be seen. I think they may be very, very hard pressed due to those political dynamics, among other things. And also, I think voters will have a lot to say about this because the governor and Republican lawmakers are convinced this is a winning campaign strategy. I think to the extent to which they proceed will depend on what voters have to say in November.
All right, Craig Patrick. Thank you so much, Craig. New at 4 today, Governor.
All right, let's take a quick commercial break. We'll bring you all up to speed when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Yet another multinational tech company stopping business with Russia over its invasion of Ukraine. Computer chip maker Intel is suspending business operations inside of Russia after stopping shipments of their products to the country back in March. Now, the tech giant says it's also implementing business continuity measures to keep distribution to its global operations to a bare minimum. Intel now joins a growing list of Western tech companies such as IBM, Dell Technologies, and HP that have curtailed or completely cut off business with Russia because of its war in Ukraine. And another popular name, YouTube, has completely blocked Duma TV, which is a television channel that broadcasts from Russia's lower house of parliament. Now, the action has been met with anger and, of course, frustration from Russian officials. They say that the world's most popular streaming service, YouTube, could face restrictions in retaliation. Now, the Speaker of the Russian State Duma says that YouTube's actions is further an example of what he described as rights and freedom violations by Washington. Of course, we know that the United States is continuing to speak out against the Russian invasion of Ukraine along with its allies. And most recently, President Zelensky says that Russian aggressions aren't limited to Ukraine alone. However, we are seeing increased violence in the eastern portion of Ukraine. Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft brings us more on that.
Our own expert, and we're so thankful for him, who does the same, guiding us through this conflict in Ukraine, and that, of course, national security expert Hal Kempfer, who joins me right now. Hal, good to see you. I think the kind of theme of the day, there were a lot of votes that took place about what to do next when it comes to so many certain factors going into the resistance, to the effort to help Ukraine. One of which, let's start off with the UN, the General Assembly, voting today to suspend and expel Russia from the UN Human Rights Council. The vote, 93 yeses, 24 noes, 58 abstentions. What do you make of this? Because you and I both know there are, a lot of human rights aggressors on the council.
Andrew, there are a lot of human rights aggressors, although this is pretty rare. The only one I can think of offhand is Libya, and I think that was back in 2011. So it's as bad and as egregious as the conduct and behavior of some of the members on that council are. They have not been expelled. Russia was expelled, and the thing about Russia being expelled is it's a major player in the United Nations. I mean, they are one of the 5 permanent members of the excuse me, the Security Council. They're a major player. They're not a smaller country. So to have them get expelled, that takes a lot of work. And as you saw, it wasn't a unified vote. I mean, there were many who voted against, and there was a lot of abstentions, but that's to be expected.
Yeah, of course, it is fascinating seeing which countries vote no, which countries abstain. Also, I saw an interesting country in Europe that is somewhat friendly to Russia because there's so many interests there, and that, of course, is Serbia. My vote, or their vote, rather, surprised me today. I believe they voted yes.
Yeah, well, that is, everyone's feeling the pressure. There is actually a softening. A number of countries who are very dependent on Russian natural gas and oil are somewhat softening their stance. And whereas before they're saying, look, we'll embargo or we'll sanction everything, but don't turn off the gas, so to speak, they're now starting to change their tune. So you might start seeing a lot of surprising changes throughout Europe, particularly Eastern Europe, Serbia. I even would not be surprised if Hungary starts to modify its stance, even though the leader there is pretty close to Putin. I just think with the body politic there in Europe, to include Eastern Europe, it's going to be difficult. One of the things that Russia's done politically, which impacts sanctions and impacts these votes, is these war crimes. It's interesting to see as the pictures start coming out, as the intelligence start coming out, certainly today, as the radio intercepts, tactical radio intercepts start coming out of Russian forces that reinforce these atrocities, it has had an impact far beyond probably what just happened. I mean, in a war of this magnitude, I mean, I hate to say it, but it's true. 300 people being killed in a war of this magnitude is not an overwhelming number. But the nature, the visualizations, what happened, the way they did it, has had a huge impact. And Bucha is now, it's basically burned into the minds of European voters and to a lesser extent probably North American and U.S. voters. But those images and what they did can't be dismissed. That's going to sit there for a while. And frankly, I think Bucha, and I think Zelensky said it today, there's worse to come. There's more areas being uncovered, and they're finding more atrocities all over the country. So I think it's going to be one of many that we're going to discover. And as they do that, it makes it that much tougher to get back to any semblance of normal in relations with Russia, particularly in dealing with gas, oil, and other commodities.
Let's talk about that right now. Earlier today in the Senate, 100-0, that was the vote to end normalized trade relations with both Russia and Belarus. This kind of tracks with the executive action President Biden announced earlier on when the war began with the same effect. What does this mean, especially for businesses who have done business with Russia and Belarus? What now changes?
Well, for those businesses that have a large investment in either of those countries, this is not a good vote for them. I mean, obviously, they're looking at a catastrophic loss of business, trade, potentially their investment in country. And of course, they're also concerned that Russia and Belarus may do something to nationalize or take over whatever investment they have there, regardless of the U.S. position, that they would do in retaliation to the U.S. position. The thing, though, with the vote today, particularly a unified vote like that sends a message far beyond just what the U.S. is doing. It sends a message far beyond Belarus and Russia. China has to be looking at that very closely. China has trade relations with both of those countries. China is supposed to be taking a lot of the gas and oil that was supposed to go to Europe. They're supposed to be the release valve, if you will. They're going to buy that. They're backing up Russia in a lot of ways. They have they keep saying still that they have a strong relationship with them. They still keep voting in a way that, in international bodies like the UN, in such a way that they're somewhat supportive of Russia still. But they have to be looking at this because they're fearful that this contagion, if you will, of popular antipathy could extend to other countries within Russia's orbit. And of course, China is that other country. And they're worried it wouldn't be as broad as what you're seeing against Russia by any means, but they're worried that there might be some selective sanctions imposed on China directly tied to whatever they're doing with Russia. And they've got to be concerned about that.
Yeah, let's talk about, though, Russia's, oil and gas market now. Where does it stand? And Europe's dependence on it. It seems like since even we last spoke last night, there is even, more coalescing around the idea that EU members need to wean themselves off eventually of Russian oil and natural gas. Where are we on that front today?
Well, that front has been strengthened, Andrew. I mean, it's basically, I think it was a couple of nations, I believe Austria strengthened its position. Of course, they're neutral. They're not NATO. Other nations are starting to strengthen their position on this as well. The EU today, of course, voted that they're not going to take coal. Non-binding vote in the European Parliament to everyone's, to basically for everybody to wean themselves off of any Russian energy sources, whether it's natural gas, oil, or coal. It is non-binding, but there does seem to be a lot of political impetus behind that. For Russia, this has got to be nerve-wracking, to say the least, if they're looking at the long run. In the short run, ironically, their revenues from oil and gas are actually higher than they were last year, and that's because the price has gone up. So even though they've got all these trade problems in terms of moving it, because the price has gone up so much, their short-term revenue picture is actually looking from oil and gas a little bit better. You have to put that in context, though, because yes, oil and gas is better, but then they've almost lost their entire wheat market and other things that they do. So, it is a macroeconomic function in terms of how you calculate that. In the longer run, I don't think that Russia is ever going to be able to get that market back. What's happening in Europe is they're pivoting away from Russia and pivoting away from sourcing Russian natural gas, but also pivoting a lot to renewable energies. They're increasing their LNG capability, liquefied natural gas capability, increasing their amount of port capacity in terms of being able to transfer that. And I don't think that's going to switch back to Russia anytime soon. And the way that Putin has positioned this entire war, if you will, particularly with the civilian atrocities, it makes it politically difficult for them ever to pivot back. I think we may have seen a page permanently turned, if you will, in terms of the energy picture in Russia, or I mean the energy picture for Russia, but also the energy picture in Europe as a whole.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to follow, no doubt. Hal, let's talk about battleground tactics, what we're seeing right now there inside of Ukraine. A stunning quote today from Dmitry Peskov. He is the chief spokesman of the Putin regime in Russia. He says, quote, Russia suffered significant losses during a special military operation in Ukraine. He says, we have suffered significant losses of troops. This is a huge tragedy for us. He's essentially Putin's press secretary. The fact that this was admitted openly on Russian state channels is something. What did you make of that?
Well, I make of it that they realize they're losing the information war, if you will. Even though they have blocked everything but official state media from communicating to most of the Russian public, there's enough stuff leaking in that the real news is starting to get in there. There's still a lot of people that can drill in through the dark net, if you will, to get into the internet so they can get enough information there. But the thing is, and this has always been the issue with Russia, and we've used this phrase, I know it sounds like a kind of a strange phrase, but it's called the mothers of Russia. And this is really what caused the downfall in many ways of the Soviet Union, was the mothers of Russia whose sons had gone off to fight in Afghanistan and then came back in body bags. eventually got so frustrated with the Soviet Union that they became not just the mothers themselves, but the influence of those families became so great that it was a key component of the political downfall of the Soviet Union. Now, they have already, by Ukrainian estimates certainly, but even by Western estimates, they've already surpassed the number of Russian soldiers killed in Ukraine within, 5 weeks, that they accrued over a decade in their involvement in Afghanistan. And now, according to Ukrainian estimates, they have about, I think today they listed 18,900 killed, which is about 19,000. And if they stay steady with the numbers of killed in action, by Monday we'll be talking over 20,000.
Wow.
That's a big number. And then you multiply that by 2 or 3, usually by 3, in terms of those wounded who are taken out of action, and then all the surrenders and the desertions and everything else. And of course, the other problem is you have units coming in that refuse to fight in Ukraine, which is really unusual. This is having an enormous political impact, which, albeit delayed, because of what Putin has done to basically crush information from getting to the Russian people. He can't stop that forever. At some point, these families and the friends of those killed and the friends of those wounded will find out what this is, and eventually the numbers themselves will be stunning. And you think about that. We're 6 weeks into this, 20,000 killed, if the Ukrainian numbers are correct, 6 weeks into it. And they're saying, General Milley is saying this thing could go on for years.
Right.
No army can sustain those sorts of losses. It's just too much.
No doubt. Let's talk about the Ukrainian army, the Ukrainian resistance, and the influx of weapons that have been flowing into their side from the West, from Europe, from the United States. We know these are coming in by the plenty, but how fast are they getting there? Are they being used properly, because some need training? And are they making a difference on the battlefield? What is your assessment of all this military equipment coming in from so many different places? It's kind of hard to wrap your head around, but it's help.
Well, Andrew, if I was to put it very simply, yeah, it's going pretty good.
Okay.
I mean, that sounds very simple. But actually, I will tell you this, all right? And you've heard me say it before. This is something we do very well, all right? We know how to move weapons around the world overtly and covertly. We're actually pretty good at it. The other thing is we don't have to really move it that covertly. We have to move it tactically to avoid them being intercepted by Russian military strikes. But that's within Ukraine, and that's working with the Ukrainians to make sure that, don't advertise what you're saying over there. But I'm hearing that when we actually get the weapons to the border, they can actually get to where they got to go anywhere in Ukraine within about 48 hours.
Okay.
That's pretty impressive. And of course, our ability to get them to the border, we have tremendous airlift capability, and you certainly see it put into full effect, that we can put this stuff in there. And if I may mention, obviously the missiles and everything else that we talked about, but we're starting to see the first transfers of heavy armor, if you will. It's not a lot, 5 tanks, 5 BMPs. I was a little underwhelmed with the total numbers on that. But the fact that they're finally moving that NATO, East European, Soviet heavy equipment. And the reason this is important is, hey, Javelin missiles are great. And we've talked on the air about, their capabilities. They're fantastic. The NLAW missiles from Great Britain are fantastic. Stingers. The Starstreak system from Great Britain for anti-air is an amazing system as well. And of course, the Switchblade drones, which now look like they're going into the hundreds as opposed to the numbers that they had put out yesterday. A fantastic system. They need to make that into the thousands. But when you want to take ground, when you want to recover ground, when you want to move large military forces across large open areas like they have in Ukraine, the size of Texas, you need armor. And so we're looking at not 5, but we're going to be looking at 500, I think, eventually. But we're going to look at a lot of heavy equipment, heavy armor coming from NATO countries getting moved in. They've crossed a mental threshold, if you will. They've crossed a philosophical threshold in moving these types of weapons in. Now that they're moving T-72s, BMPs, I'm sure we're going to start seeing some heavy artillery, some rocket systems. They just talked today about the fact they're going to be moving the S-300 system, anti-air system has been going in there, and of course they've also been using them in there. These are weapons they know how to use. They don't need a lot of training on these weapons. But once you're moving all this stuff in, I will say, and you know, we've talked about this, at some point they're going to go back and revisit aircraft. And I'm expecting that MiG-29 issue to come up again. And I would not be surprised if one morning we wake up and they say, oh, by the way, 28 MiG-29s just happened to land at a Ukrainian airfield last night. And they may not even advertise it. It may be something that's just, they wouldn't want to advertise it to make sure the Russians don't know. But, you know, they'd fly fast and low, land, they're there, it's done. I would see that we're getting closer to a situation where that would become a political possibility.
Hal, let's talk about that, because that was such a really tense conversation, I believe, in the second or third week of the war, where these Polish MiG-29s, they were kind of make or break to defend the air in Ukraine. But you and I, early on, we were speaking about, will Kyiv fall? Will some of these cities fall? The protracted battles and attacks in really almost every part of the country. We have been talking about gearing up for, to take Odessa. There were strikes in the west, near Lviv, near the Polish border. We're just not seeing that anymore. What is your assessment of just kind of the, I guess, hour by hour, day by day strikes, attacks, what have you, to take territory? Is it just simply now focused in the east, in the Donbas? Is that where it's targeted? Because now, and we've seen the maps and we've seen some of the gains and losses on the part of the Russians, it doesn't seem like they're going all out to take any more territory.
Well, there's a big push in the east. All right, the Donbas region right now, there's a huge push. I mean, we heard the the discussion by Fox 13. And that is, it's like 40,000 troops. Yeah, if they could pull all the troops out of that were up in that north area around Kyiv and move them around and get them into the fight. And I will tell you that all experts looking at it's like, don't expect them to get reconstituted anytime soon. Those forces are spent. I mean, yes, in numbers they're there, but don't expect them to be going into the fight. Or if they are in the fight, don't expect them to be playing a decisive role anytime soon, because they really are seriously degraded units. Not just the units themselves, but the troops themselves are worn out. And so there's a lot of stuff that has to happen there. And there's a lot of challenges moving forces from within Russia, other parts of the Russian Empire, if you will, whether it's from the Far East or places like, Georgia, where they have forces occupying there, or elsewhere. They're just having a tough time doing that. So even though they can push the offensive in Donbass, I will say the Ukrainians have actually built a very good, very well thought out defense. It's not something where the Russians are going to be able to move through that anytime soon. And those defensive systems, those Javelin missiles and other things, incredibly effective, and they stop them from moving forward. So being able to hold them in place in a lot of these locations is pretty good. Even Mariupol, where they've been fighting, and the Russians today, I think, announced that they held central Mariupol, but everyone's looking at the satellite photos and it's like, yeah, I'm not sure if they really actually hold it, or they're just claiming they hold it. That, whereas everybody keeps saying it's going to fall, and I think at some point they will have some degree of control over Mariupol within a few days. There's still a fierce resistance there that's very effective, and it's caused tremendous attrition on the forces attacking Mariupol, to the point where it's very doubtful that those units can simply be turned around to attack somewhere else in the south. The idea was that they take Mariupol, they seize that area that provides that land bridge from the Donbas region all the way down to Crimea, and that might be his claim of success. That might be the thing that he claims, say, on May 9th. On Victory Day, the Victory Day parade where they celebrate the end of World War II. Right. That might be his big claim. I don't think they're going to get there. And the only way to really secure that Donbas region is they have to do this thing where they shoot up north from the Mariupol area. I don't know that they have the forces to do that. And frankly, we're moving in so many of these defensive missiles. I think the attrition will just be too much for them.
Yeah. Well, Hal, we will follow it alongside you as we always do, and we'll talk again. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
All right, you're streaming live now from Fox. A huge thank you to Andrew Kraft bringing us that very insightful interview. We're taking a live now look from the Poland-Ukraine border. We're taking a look at what we call a raw and unfiltered image. You're looking at a humanitarian corridor. As we've been reporting for weeks now, millions of Ukrainian refugees are seeking refuge in neighboring European countries. But we also have to report that a growing number are now trying to seek safety from the Russian invasion by entering the United States. Actually, many are doing so by crossing over the United States-Mexico border. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break and we'll have more details on that on the other side. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 8:10 a.m. here on the East Coast, continuing to cover the Russian invasion of Ukraine, especially as we learn more about potential war crimes. Here's an update from Fox News correspondent Alex Holgan, and then we'll bring you all more details on the thousands of Ukrainian refugees who are actually trying to seek refuge and enter the United States by coming through Mexico, Tijuana, Mexico. That story in just a bit.
Following up on a story we haven't heard about in a little while.
Ukrainian officials say that those wounded in Friday's missile strike at a train station have been successfully evacuated to other cities, but dozens are dead, including children. Brutal footage shows the aftermath of the 2 missiles striking the railway station where thousands were waiting to flee the eastern city of Kramatorsk in the highly contested Donbass region, where fighting is only expected to increase. The attack at an evacuation corridor comes days after the discovery of what took place in previously occupied towns in the north. The government of Kharkiv now saying that Russian forces have attacked the town 50 times over the past day. Among the sites struck, an apartment building where firefighters evacuated 15 people, one of them just happy to be alive.
I got hit on the head, and the shockwave threw me back. The stairs collapsed, the windows and doors were knocked out. Miraculously, I survived.
New footage also coming out of the suburbs of Kyiv. Blown up buildings turned to rubble. Cars and tanks set on fire. 50% of the buildings in Irpin outside of Kyiv have been demolished in the last month and a half. In Bucha, where hundreds were found, their bodies laid to rest in mass graves. killed civilians, men, women, and children. Over in Bordoyanka, the search continues for the bodies not yet found. Police this week say that hundreds of civilians have been trapped and buried under the rubble of blown-up buildings. World leaders are pledging their support, condemning the attacks and calling them clear and undeniable war crimes. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson traveling to Kyiv today, pledging both financial and military aid in the form of anti-aircraft and anti-tank missiles. Russian forces continue to amass in the east, where Ukrainian forces say they will expect continued attacks in the coming days. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
At least 5 children are among the dozens killed while waiting at a train station trying to escape their city. Early Friday, 2 missiles struck the evacuation corridor in Kramatorsk on the eastern side of the country. Ukraine's prosecutor general calling it Russian strategy to scare civilians so badly they won't even attempt to flee.
That's why it's not only war crimes, it's crimes against humanity.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says 300 others are wounded. Russia accusing Ukraine for the attack and calling the losses of their own troops a huge tragedy. As the war drags on, the United Nations humanitarian chief says he doubts the possibility of a ceasefire.
Luhansk and Donetsk, this is now becoming the center of gravity of the war. And it's also the essential place for civilian evacuation and humanitarian assistance.
Among the latest nations to bolster Ukraine's military capabilities is Slovakia, donating its S-300 air defense system.
I believe that this defense system will help save many innocent lives from the aggression of the Putin regime.
The U.S. has now stationed 10,000 soldiers in Poland after deploying 5,000 additional troops in recent months. The two nations held joint military trainings, deepening their relationship and strengthening NATO's eastern flank. As the escalation disrupts Eastern European countries, it's also triggering a food crisis. The UN Food and Agriculture Organization says the monthly price index jumped up 12.6%. That's up from February's all-time high since the index was created.
Russian organizations have largely been quiet since Russia's invasion, but a board member of a Russian metals company speaking out after the atrocities in Bucha, calling them shocking, demanding an investigation after hundreds of bodies of killed civilians were found earlier this week. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
You're watching the Fox 11 News at 5.
The number of refugees from Ukraine arriving at the Tijuana side of the U.S. border is exploding, with desperate families hoping to be among the 100,000 that could be allowed in.
New details tonight as Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez updates us on some of the people she met during her coverage of the issue at the border last week.
She is live now in Hollywood with the update. Christina?
Yeah, in West Hollywood, where there is a huge Ukrainian population here, and they're hoping to get their loved ones here with them. But we have found that a lot of the people we checked in with are ending up far, far away. Watch.
Once we were able to pass, it was like the biggest sigh of relief for us.
You may remember Lonnie and his fiancée stuck on the Tijuana side of the border with other Ukrainian refugees during Fox 11's coverage from the border last week.
I was as scared as could be.
After long days on the TJ sidewalk, they were allowed into San Diego and flew to family in Maine, where they are figuring out their next step.
My goal is to hopefully bring attention to what's happening on the border with Ukrainians.
Where the crowd of immigrants hoping to be allowed into the U.S. is getting exponentially larger.
Unfortunately, it's going to get worse before it gets better.
She works with EachStepHome.org, which has been working to reunite parents with immigrant children detained by Homeland Security when they try to cross the border without legal papers, seeking asylum, an issue that came to a head recently with Central American refugees and is now repeating itself with the Ukrainians arriving via Mexico, where they can enter without a visa as opposed to the U.S. She's now helping in the case of 17-year-old Lisa, who you also saw waiting in TJ with her valid Ukrainian passport and an American sponsor. But she is a minor, and she was detained.
So she was held at the border for 3 days, which are these awful, awful places. I mean, these are the places where we saw the kids in cages and the Mylar blankets.
Lisa's U.S. sponsor, Molly, says she last heard from the 17-year-old during a phone call on a speakerphone saying she was being transferred to a facility in New York.
I didn't recognize it was Lisa because for some reason the agent on the other end with her was forcing her to communicate in English. She doesn't speak English. When I asked which facility will she be kept at, she told me, I cannot tell you that information, but she will be allowed to make a phone call.
They are being detained in these congregate living facilities, and I don't think they're set up to deal with Russian speakers, and it's going to be a long process to get her out.
It would not only be the wait, it's also legal fees that have been quoted by lawyers, $3,000. Plus the paperwork. One form costs $535 to fill out.
We do not have a system in place to let these Ukrainians in at the border, just like we don't have a system in place to let Central American kids in at the border.
Homeland Security is confirming that if a minor travels with their natural-born parent with proof, they'll keep them together even if detained. Anyone else, a grandparent, an aunt, a U.S. citizen with a passport, no. They're going to detain that child until they can prove that that person is not out to traffic them, and that takes time. Now, on our website at foxla.com, we've put on the contact for that organization that helps people in those circumstances, and for the GoFundMe that Molly's having to put together to try to, find out where Lisa is and try to help her get out. Her mother, her natural birth mother, is stuck in Poland with all the other refugees, so she's not coming here anytime soon. So we'll keep you updated. Live in West Hollywood, I'm Christina Gonzalez. Back to you in the studio.
You're watching.
Huge thank you to Fox 11 Los Angeles for that update. Let's get into more details. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson recently had a conversation with our very own Andrew Kraft.
Russian strike killing at least 50 people as civilians were trying to flee the area. Joining me now is Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson. He's at the Pentagon for us. Lucas, good to see you. What do we know about this really grisly attack?
Well, Andrew, the Pentagon is saying this was an SS-21 short-range ballistic missiles that only the Russians are capable of firing, which the Pentagon said they did. They're saying that all these Russian denials of being responsible for this strike are way off base. This is a very strategic target for the Russians. This is a railway hub. This is where not just a lot of civilians come through, but the Russians fear a lot of weaponry to come through. Now, of course, it is a war crime to target civilians, and there were thousands present. You mentioned at least 50 were killed, thousands were wounded, and it was just a horrific attack. What the Pentagon officials are saying that this is a strategic rail hub in eastern Ukraine. Of course, Russian forces, just about all of them, have left the capital region. They're going back into Russia. They're going back to Belarus to refit, to rearm, and to even resupply. In fact, Pentagon officials say that tens of thousands of reinforcements are coming in from Russia, and they could be going and joining the war in Ukraine very shortly. Remember when Vladimir Putin signed the orders to have over 134,000 Russian conscripts join the military? Normally, if people enlist in the military, at least in the United States, that means, you go to boot camp, you go to specialty school. It could be, months or years before you see a battlefield potentially. There's some concern here in the Pentagon that tens of thousands of those conscripts could be pushed to the front line. You saw the same thing in Afghanistan in the 80s with the Soviet war there, troops with very little training being thrust. And why is this happening, Andrew? Well, over 10,000 Russian soldiers are believed to have been killed on the battlefield in Ukraine. In fact, just today, a senior defense official said up to 20% of Russia's combat power, that's soldiers, tanks, armored personnel carriers, vehicles, have been destroyed or annihilated. So the Russians need to rearm, refit, and officials here say that war is going to go back into the eastern part of Ukraine, the Donbas region, Luhansk, Donetsk. That's, of course, where the Russians have operated a separatist area. They've backed a breakaway region, and that looks like where the fight's going to go next. One official said it's going to be a knife fight, just the next chapter in this grisly war.
Yeah, Lucas, we just have a tweet from Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba. I want to put it up with just a horrific photo of the scene at the train station. He says Russians knew that the train station in Kramatorsk was full of civilians waiting to be evacuated, yet they struck it with a ballistic missile, killing at least 30, injuring at least 100 people. This was a deliberate slaughter. We will bring each war criminal to justice. So reaction from the Ukrainian foreign minister. Lucas, The fighting is now centered almost solely in these eastern regions. We know that connects that land bridge now to Crimea. And of course, do you think that Putin will essentially use this to claim victory, saying that, you know, this is really what the special military operation was intended to capture, and this is where the fighting is going to play out?
Well, there's no question that Vladimir Putin wanted to decapitate Vladimir Zelensky's government in Ukraine and take over the capital city of Kyiv. Recall those Russian forces coming south from Belarus. It's only a 2-hour drive to the capital, a very easy drive. For the Russians, it made very difficult thanks to tens of thousands of Javelin anti-tank missiles, many thousands supplied by the U.S. government, the U.S. military, that destroyed Russian armor. Over 200 Russian tanks have been destroyed. Some officials think we're seeing the end of the tank as a weapon of war, certainly in the offensive nature that we're seeing in Ukraine. There was a time where, as an infantryman, mechanized infantryman, you wanted to be inside that armored personnel carrier, or if you were a tanker, you wanted to be inside that tank. You felt safe. Right now, they're just death traps. Those tanks are being annihilated, armored personnel carriers melting with these Javelin anti-tank missiles. And recall, it's just a few years ago when the Russian forces took Crimea 8 years ago, the Ukrainian forces were using RPGs, and those RPGs were just bouncing off the hull of those Russian tanks. Well, now those tanks are being obliterated. So to your question about, is this Vladimir Putin's new strategy, it appears there's a fallback strategy. You know, Russia has supported dirty war, these separatist regions in eastern Ukraine for 8 years now. It looks like he wants to expand that in the east. There's a lot of minerals in eastern Ukraine, the big coal area. There's a fallback. But in terms of Vladimir Putin's ultimate goal, I think his goal remains, from what officials tell us here at the Pentagon, it remains to take over the country and take over the capital. But certainly he's been handed a big defeat in these early stages. You know, we're 6 weeks into this war, and as we heard from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff this week, this war could stretch out for years, Andrew.
And Lucas, I thought it was quite stunning that acknowledgement from Dmitry Peskov yesterday, the Kremlin spokesman, about the staggering losses Russian troops have taken. We're also getting reports that at least the Russian military, are not taking their troops, their dead troops, back home. What does that say about the morale of the Russian army?
Means the morale is terrible. And in fact, there's intercepted communications that say as much, that officials tell us here at the Pentagon. The Russians, why are they leaving some of their soldiers on the battlefield? They're retreating. They're leaving in a hurry. There's not time to gather up their war dead or even some of their materiel. Remember, their logistics system is a mess. Remember that quote-unquote 40-mile-long convoy that sat for over a week outside the capital. Yet you didn't see any of the Russian soldiers. Normally, you know, infantrymen, if they're, you know, mechanized infantry, if you're in a vehicle for a long time, what happens when those vehicles stop? You want to get out, you want to stretch. Anybody who's been in a long car ride certainly understands that. The fact that they were gone, a lot of the Russians are simply abandoning their posts, abandoning their vehicles. Some of them have been destroyed by those javelins supplied by the West, but in some cases they're just being abandoned. And the logistics, a lot of these vehicles are running out of fuel. You know, some people questioned, was it a military target when those Ukrainian helicopter gunships went into Russian territory last week and destroyed that fuel farm, those oil tanks, the fuel tanks? That's a big military target. How does a military operate? It moves on gas, moves on fuel. So if you can cut off those supply lines, you've essentially annihilated, you've killed the enemy, and that's certainly what we've seen around the capital city. That's why the Russians have retreated. In terms of why they're leaving their war dead, recall, you know, this is not the logistics system and the care that the U.S. military has. Let's just talk about some of the wounded Russian soldiers. Not to go on a tangent here, but, you know, the wounded-to-kill ratio, there's about 40,000 Russian troops that have been killed, wounded, or abandoned their posts. And that's about almost a third of the total Russian force that's invaded Ukraine. That's a far contrast, of course, the U.S. military. When American soldiers are hurt on the battlefield, many of them, thank goodness, can be medevaced out of the battlefield. You're not hearing stories about Russian forces medevacing their wounded. They just do not have those kind of capabilities. And some of those Russian helicopters that are flying around Ukraine, you're seeing them be destroyed in the sky by U.S. supplied Stinger anti-aircraft missiles, Andrew.
Yeah, Lucas, we're just watching some of the scenes from this train station earlier today. Just another hallmark, really, in the Russian playbook, now targeting civilians still. I wanted to get your opinion. What will you be looking out for as we go into the weekend? And where are the status of talks or negotiations? Have those stalled?
First, on the train station, it's important to note why so many people were at that train station. You know, the front is going to the east. You know, there's a dirty war being fought over the last 8 years, but it looks like now officials here say that's where the next phase of the war is going to take place. That's why you had thousands at the train station to begin with to evacuate. And of course it's horrific what the Russians are doing. This is what they do. We saw it in Syria, saw it in Chechnya. It's repeating itself, of course, here in Ukraine for the world to see over these last 6 weeks. According to the Russians and some officials here, this was a strategic hub, though. I mean, you know, of course, materiel, you know, all the weapons, it's coming in through train. You saw the S-300 system that the Ukrainians have so desperately wanted, this Soviet-era air defense system they so desperately wanted. Well, the Slovakians today put that weapon on a train and moved it into Ukraine. The Pentagon, that was some of the big news out of the Pentagon today. The Pentagon says they're going to send a Patriot surface-to-air missile battery in Slovakia to replace that S-300 system. It's going to be manned with American soldiers. Slovakia shares a 60-mile border with Ukraine. It was a very significant win, if you will. Speaking of logistics, Andrew, President Zelensky, we told our own Brett Baird, he's been crying about it and calling out for it and pleading with the West for days and weeks now, send me more weapons, not just the Javelin anti-tank missiles, but he wants this S-300 system. It's just one system, but it can target multiple aircraft, multiple helicopters, jets, Russian helicopters, and also incoming missiles, and has a range over 150 miles, Andrew. So imagine with that range ring, if you will, if you just draw a circle, 150 miles in every direction around the S-300, that's the kind of umbrella kind of protection you could have. So that was a big victory for the Ukrainians, and something that Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin had been talking about when he went to Slovakia just days ago. Yeah.
Right.
In terms of negotiations,
sure, yes.
Listen, the Russians can talk and war at the same time. They've been doing it not just in this conflict, they've been doing it forever, and that's what we're seeing now. So don't expect anything to be resolved anytime soon, Andrew.
All right, Fox's Lucas Tomlinson there live for us at the Pentagon. We could talk about this all day. Lucas, though, we appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again.
You bet.
Russians.
You're watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
Welcome, everyone, to this Fox 11 Special Report. I'm Marla Tejas.
And I'm Alex Michelson. We have made it to Friday.
We have, and guess what? The decision is in nearly 2 weeks after that infamous Oscar slap. The Academy has taken disciplinary action against Will Smith, hitting the actor with a 10-year ban from any Academy events. That includes the Oscars.
In a letter today, Academy executives admitting they had not adequately handled the situation in the room on Oscar night, saying in part, quote, "We are sorry. This was an opportunity for us to set an example. We fell short, unprepared for the unprecedented." Phil Schuman live for us outside the Academy Museum with all the back and forth. Phil.
Alex, the King Richard, in the movie that Will Smith won the Oscar for, Richard Williams kept talking about how he has a plan. Now, Will Smith's real-life plan seems to be to lay low, apologize, and accept the Academy's punishment and try to rebuild his reputation and career. Unacceptable and harmful behavior. That's how the Motion Picture Academy described Will Smith's slap of Chris Rock at the Oscars. The Academy said this action we are taking today is a step toward a larger goal of protecting the safety of our performers and guests and restoring trust in the Academy.
That this is the first thing the Academy has done right in a little while.
Stephen Gaydos, executive editor of Variety, says Smith, who's already apologized profusely on social media, must now make amends with the Academy and his fans.
I think on a personal level, this really stings. I think on a brand management level, it hurts his brand, and it's appropriate, and now it's up to him to try to win us back because the world is full of Will Smith's fans, and I would put myself in that category.
Smith already resigned as an Academy member before he could be kicked out or suspended. A brief statement was released on his behalf today, simply saying, "I accept and respect the Academy's decision." This, of course, doesn't prohibit Smith from working, from getting nominated for an Oscar, or even winning another one. He just won't be at the ceremony or any other Academy event, which Gaydos says has to hurt him.
Will Smith is $1 billion brand, you know, and his brand is damaged. So there's a business side to this that is very real, and I'm sure there's a lot of high-paid crisis managers working overtime because of that. But it's also, he's a real person. He isn't just a business. He is an artist. He's a fine actor.
So if everyone could do it over, Alex and Marla, if Chris Rock didn't make the joke, if Will Smith didn't slap him, if the Academy had handled it differently, then perhaps we wouldn't be still talking about it 2 weeks later. This is bad as it is for Will Smith, a huge public relations disaster for the Academy. As you mentioned, they admitted they handled it badly, but of course it was unprecedented. Now the question is, what happens with Will Smith's next big movie, Emancipation, which was supposed to be released by Apple Plus? Will they hold on to it, or will they move forward, and will everybody kiss and make up? Alex, Marla?
And also some reaction from Will Smith himself. He has been silent on social media since his official apology, more than a week ago. All right, let's expand the conversation. Let's bring in Extras correspondent Jen Lammers. Jen, thank you so much for being with us. It's good to see you. It's been a while.
Yeah, it sure has. Thanks for having me on.
Okay, let's get your take on this. Take us in the room. How did they get to this decision of a ban of 10 years?
Well, you know, this is way more than just a slap on the wrist. I mean, the Academy is sending a huge, strong message that it doesn't matter what caliber actor you are. They won't tolerate that kind of disrespect on their stage. And, you know, that said, it's not the worst punishment they could have enforced. They could have expelled Will from the Academy altogether. They could have banned him from being nominated for another Oscar. They could have taken his Best Actor Oscar away, which the Academy was split down the middle about that, by the way. But I do imagine when they thought better of it, when you consider Harvey Weinstein and Roman Polanski still have their Oscars, even though they were expelled from the Academy. But, you know, this is a big signal that Hollywood is still angry at Will, because, to be honest, a lot of us thought that he would get a 5-year ban and they would call it a day.
Well, let's put up on the screen some of what Jen and Phil were just talking about so everybody can see it. We're talking about that 10-year ban. He can still be nominated. He can still win awards. He can't accept the award in person. I mean, it's kind of hard to imagine that he would win, that people would vote for him after all of this. But Phil Schuman, Jen just said she doesn't think it's a slap in the wrist, but there are some people online who think that this is a slap in the wrist because he could still win.
Right. I mean, in some ways, Will Smith and his people outmaneuvered the Academy, because while all this was pending, he resigned. So he preempted them from essentially kicking him out. And so 10 years is certainly a long time, and it is more than a slap on the wrist. But he's obviously not prevented from working, and he can still be nominated and win. Could you imagine the scenario? I mean, from what I've been reading, and Jen probably knows more about this than I do, but from what I've been reading in the trades, this picture Emancipation $120 million budget, supposed to be another major performance by Will Smith. So we very well could be having a very difficult discussion at this time next year.
Yeah, Jen, let's get your take on that. Emancipation, it is in post-production. It's a $100 million drama from Apple TV. Are you hearing any more about that?
You know, I think that's Apple's decision. I'm not really hearing much about that specific movie, but I do know that if he wants to get back in the good graces of the Academy, it depends on what he does next. I'll be honest, partying at the Vanity Fair party that same night like nothing happened, not a good look for him. If he sits down and does a longer form interview with Gayle King or Oprah, something like that, sits down with Chris Rock to kind of talk it through, that could be a different story. But I mean, after that, come on, what can he really do at that point?
Yeah, and something we've talked about here on the show, Phil, is that his speech did not include an apology to Chris Rock. He's released statements through publicists where he's very apologetic, but we have not seen him, Will Smith, on camera, on social media, actually expressing those thoughts. We haven't heard from anybody in the Academy on camera as well. Let's show some of the other work that Will Smith is working on. Fast and Loose is one of the projects. Uptown, Saturday Night, Karate Kid 2, which his son's involved with, Hancock 2. I mean, Will Smith is one of the bigger stars in the history of Hollywood. This impacts a lot more people than just Will Smith.
Well, there's no question, and you know, it is a business. So he didn't kill anyone. He slapped someone. He said it was a horrible mistake, and we're going to move forward. And he's going to be in the movies, and they're going to make it a ton of money, and people are going to forgive him. And at some point, I think he will do a major sit-down interview. He's a very emotional guy, as you saw during his acceptance speech. And we love to forgive people, and we love second acts or third acts, so that's what I anticipate. I'm sure you do too.
Yeah, and you know, when this happens, then people go in the archives of social media and start digging things up. Jen, I'm getting a smile out of you. I know you've seen this. This is trending right now. This is some newly unearthed video with Will and Jada. It gives you a little insight into the dynamic between the two. Let's show this.
You know, Esther Perel is coming to the table. She's going to be at the red table. Would you say she has been instrumental in you and I redefining our relationship?
I would say don't just start filming me without asking me.
Oh my goodness.
If you could film me.
Esther, come help us again, please. I'm still dealing with foolishness.
Because she don't just.
Would you say that she helped us heal the hurts that we caused between one another?
My social media presence is my bread and butter, okay? So you can't just use me for social media and not, you know, don't just start rolling. I'm standing in my house. Don't just start rolling.
All right, so we don't know the context behind this, Jen. We don't even know, was he joking? Is this a joke? What do you make of this?
It doesn't seem like it's a joke. It kind of seems like a frosty moment in time between the two of them. This video, I guess, happened back in 2019. But, okay, here's kind of what it comes down to. Will and Jada, and I think all of us could agree on this panel, they're both oversharers. They share every piece of their life, even down to what happens in the bedroom. I mean, they put themselves in the arena, so to speak. So, of course, they're going to be targets of criticism. Of course, people are going to dig stuff up on them. You know, whether they have a good relationship, a functional relationship or not, I mean, only they really know the answer to that question, because to be perfectly honest, I don't believe anything that I see on social media or what gets filtered, you know, through people's Instagram accounts, YouTube. I mean, even the Red Table Talk, it's an open and honest forum, but you also have to think, you know, it's executive produced by Jada. So, I mean, she only lets you see what she wants you to see in the end.
And Jen, let's talk now about Chris Rock's future. The Academy praised Chris Rock in their statement today. Let's put that up on the screen. We want to express our deep gratitude to Mr. Rock for maintaining his composure under extraordinary circumstances. We also want to thank our hosts, the nominees, presenters, and winners for their poise and grace during our telecast. Chris Rock has not spoken at length about this at all. We know that he's on tour. We know that he's eventually going to end up with that tour at the Dolby Theater where the Oscars happened. Any talk in the industry about where he goes from here?
I mean, I think he's just going to continue to crush it on tour. I think that, you know, if you really want to send an even more powerful message, you let Chris Rock host the next Oscars, right? And the ticket sales kind of speak for themselves. I mean, in some cities, the ticket price for his tour is quadrupled. So his success is kind of dependent on the court of public opinion at this point. It looks like it's swinging in his favor.
Phil, final thought with you.
Look, Chris Rock is a comedian. We don't necessarily have to wait for any words of wisdom from Chris Rock. Will Smith's an actor. He had a terrible moment. It shouldn't erase a lifetime of good work. And perhaps now with this move by the Academy, everybody will let this die down and we can move on.
I do await words of wisdom every night, though, from Phil Schumann. So we appreciate that here on the special report. Jen Lammers, great to see you. Congrats on your baby and everything. I don't know if we've seen you since that. Great to see you working again. Congratulations on all the success in your life as well.
Thanks for having me on, guys. It's always fun.
All right. Of course, you can watch her on Extra every night at 6:30 right here on Fox 11.
All right. Let us know what you think about the Academy banning Will Smith from events for the next decade. You can always connect with us. Tweet us at LiveNOW Fox. The time is now 8:43 a.m. here on the East Coast. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. And, of course, we'll have more news right after this. .45 a.m. Thank you so much for choosing Live Now from Fox this morning. Let's check in with Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett. She's bringing us more about a service initiative. A local gospel association is actually doing their part to help out Ukrainian refugees in Poland.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. All through the day, we have been taking you to meetings, taking you to hearings about the situation, the war between Russia and Ukraine, the destruction in Ukraine at this time. Community is completely uprooted because of this unfortunate situation we find ourselves in. Well, we want to show you what's also going on, stories of heroism with the Polish people and with Ukrainian people who are helping others, who are seeking refuge. As we've reported, millions of Ukrainians going across the border, heading into Poland and trying to just bring their families to safety. I want to bring in Eric Mock. He's the VP of Ministry Operations with Slavic Gospel Association. Eric, we really appreciate you coming here on the show. I know you're a little bit jet lagged because you were just in Poland and got to see everything for yourself. So thanks for being with us here on the show. And just start off with explaining your biggest takeaways after seeing this with your own eyes.
In one word, it's contrast. And the stories that I hear from the refugees. In fact, one young girl who was bunked up at the seminary there just outside of Warsaw was telling me stories, just horrendous stories of abuse, of destruction, of hardship. I don't think we here can imagine the true brutality that they're facing right now in Ukraine. Yet they arrive into Poland after just arduous journeys, and they're welcomed into waiting arms. This is the other side of the story. It is these faithful churches. In fact, some of the border guards were pointing families to the Polish Baptist churches. Go see them, they'll take care of you. And so what you see are these faces. You see these people that really have moved from absolute horror and hardship to joy. These kids, they don't care where they are, they just live in the moment. And their faces reflect the fact that they're at peace. They can breathe. There's a safe place. And so that's what I'm seeing in these churches. I'm seeing an heroic effort. When you see the pictures that are more dismal and downcast, those are from eastern Ukraine, the pictures you're seeing right now. And then the pictures of joy that you're seeing is from out in Poland. There's no one in tent cities. There's no one that has been left astray. All the people have been pulled into houses, sometimes 2-3 families in a house. The Polish people have sacrificed. It's just incredible. When you see the heartbreak, like this one boy celebrating having an apple, you see just horrendous affliction. And in the middle of this, they strip down Sunday school rooms, set up bunks, bring in families, love on them, care for them, feed them, and then take them to get them registered in the government to get the aid that they need. And so it's just massive effort. And they're doing it all with joy. And that's the part that is most impressive, is as many people as possible are volunteering. They're pouring out their hearts. That really is the other side of the story, is the way these churches, both in Poland and in Ukraine, all across Ukraine, are stepping up to take care of their own.
I mean, how is Poland keeping up with this? As you said, some homes taking in 2-3 families. How sustainable is that?
Well, there's three, if I don't mean to be too logical, but there's 3 groups of people that are coming across. The predominant number of people that initially came across in the first few weeks were those that had relatives somewhere in Europe, in the US, and they were transitioning across the border. In fact, one pastor in the city of Helm was telling me the first night when the conflict started, there was only 18 people. But by the time the week had gone out, he was getting 250 people a day, and the church was completely overwhelmed. But he found that most of them were moving on. And then for the percentage that was staying there, probably about 60% of them are hopeful that they'll return. A lot of them are moms with children whose husbands are fighting to defend Ukraine, and they hope to go back, that their husband's going to survive. But there's some that have lost everything, and they want to settle there in Poland. So it's a matter of helping the kids grow. They need to speak the Polish language. They need to get into the school system. And that's one of the exciting things about what we do at SGA, is we're not necessarily a humanitarian aid organization, although we're doing that right now. Yeah. But we're about training, we're about serving the churches. In fact, we're even talking about summer camps and an incredible summer camp ministry, because all those kids are going to want to do something. And this is a great opportunity. And so a lot of the kids, if things slow down, you're going to see families migrating back. And so the sanctuary that you saw when you first spoke with me, you saw the sanctuary, they were all worshiping the sanctuary. All the pews are back. And so here 4 weeks later, it's a trickle coming across the border now. There seems to be better flow back and forth across the border. The focus is more getting aid into Ukraine now, because the infrastructure in Ukraine has been obliterated, and the need in Ukraine is going to be long lasting. This is a marathon. This is not a sprint. Even when we work out, it's going to take a while. So for the families that are there, they're able to integrate them in. And it might help to remember that in 2014, after the battle for independence in Ukraine, there was that warfare, both without a shot fired, taking Crimea, and then the battles that were happening in eastern Ukraine, which is the Donbass region. During that time, over 2 million Ukrainians immigrated to Poland at that time. So you actually have Ukrainians welcoming Ukrainians in Poland. So you've got people that are in the midst of these Polish churches that already speak Ukrainian. And so there's these welcome arms, there's this camaraderie. The Polish people are more Slavic in nationality, so there's this kindred spirit with the Ukrainians. And so they're very happy to bring them in. They treat them like family. And for the ones that stay, they're helping them forge a new life. In fact, I was preaching on Sunday at one church that normally has 50 to 70 people. It was more than 200 filled with refugees. So we're looking for answers to hope. And these churches can do more than that. It's not just the food. Their hearts are broken over what they've seen. It's given them hope. It's helping them through this time of crisis to let them know that there's more to life than the suffering that they see around them, to help them with a message of restoration, to help them move forward from all the events they've experienced.
Well, and especially, Eric, looking at how young these kids are, some of them, war is all they know. That's all they've grown up seeing and remembering. So knowing that there is a world out there, there is happiness, and there is opportunity for redemption too. So it's great to see the emotions of these children just completely switch at any sign of hope. Isn't that right?
Oh, absolutely. And again, with the contrast, you saw the one boy eating an apple. That boy has grown up in eastern Ukraine. That boy has grown up with artillery fire. He has grown up always in poverty, always with destroyed infrastructure. He doesn't know anything different other than that deeply impoverished life. And so we're working with the churches to minister to him, and they're now in the middle of increasing hostilities in their region, so they're very concerned about reaching these families. But what happens when you see them brought forward, it's like they see something they've never seen before. And kids are pretty resilient, and so when they see that love and they feel the compassion that really comes from these churches, it really is transformational. There's the physical side of meeting the need, and then there's spiritual side, of course, which only comes by faith.
Yeah.
And so you have to help people see there's more than suffering in this world. There is a greater hope that extends beyond your circumstances, and that's through salvation in Christ. And that is where true hope comes from. And so for a lot of them, they may have grown up next to a church, and they've never heard that message, and they have been moved all the way across country, and they come to Poland for safety, and the first thing they turn to is a church that they've never thought of going to before. And all of a sudden these people are coming to faith. They're finding new answers in life, new starts in life. And so it's kind of amazing how God works, even in absolutely in the hardest of times.
Yeah, and you're saying the churches are really the first point of contact for a lot of these refugees. I mean, they're the ones who are offering them shelter and food and resources, which they were going to need to have regardless, but it seems like they're the driving force out in Poland.
Yeah, well, a part of it, again, in Poland was the previous relationship because of the immigrated Ukrainians. There were 2 million Ukrainians already there, and they were deeply involved in the churches there. So a lot of them knew who to call. So when they're crossing the border, a lot of the Ukrainians were already there. In fact, some refer to Ukraine as really the Bible Belt to the former Soviet Republic. There's 2,365 Baptist churches across Ukraine. And so there's only 90 of these churches in Poland. So there's this flow of evangelical Christians that are flowing into the border, and there were some already there. And so these churches were absolutely ready for this immigration. And then remember, in Western Ukraine is a massive number of Ukrainian churches that are also bringing aid into the churches. The little palliative aid you see there is actually one of the border churches is shipping aid, working to ship aid, and we're working with that church to ship aid. And I wanted to point out these little green cards were written by 3-year-olds in the village I live in, where they wanted to, our whole village is covered in sunflowers. It's Pekatonica, and they made greeting cards, and I carried those greeting cards over, and the kids were overwhelmed that another 3-year-old would make a little card and tell them they were thinking of them. So something as simple as a piece of paper written in crayon made all the difference out of someone who has just gone through a horrifying experience, to let them know they're not alone, that they're not fighting through life without a helping hand to reach out and pull them out of the darkness and into the light.
Yeah, that's right. Well, when you went over there, because I know that up until now it's mostly just been communication with members of the Slavic Gospel Association, pastors who were dispersed out in Poland. This time around, though, that you got to go and you got to have those experiences and talk with the people, did anything come as a surprise to you?
To be honest, I suppose it shouldn't have been a shock. I was just overwhelmed with the grace and the loveliness of the Polish people. I didn't hear any complaining. I didn't hear people wondering. And I suppose if you've got 3 families in your house for the next 3 months, there might be some griping that's going to go on. But it had been a month, and I didn't see griping. I saw camaraderie, family. And they were all taking care of each other. So that was a little bit shocking. I think the other part was that the pastors already were busy, and I'm hearing pastors where they're running 100 people a day to main offices to get the paperwork and the documentation, because when they're showing up, you've got to sort out that that's the legal parent and children and tax IDs and all kinds of things. And so there's a lot of complication that these churches are working through that they've never worked through before. And so in the middle of this, they're exhausted. So there's this camaraderie, there's a spirit of pouring themselves out. And the exciting part about what we're doing at SGA is we're getting behind the nationals that are doing the work of ministry. So we're able to help their churches. In fact, we're going to be helping ship aid into Ukraine. And this is an exciting thing. God has raised them up and positioned them. It's just like we read in the book of Esther in chapter 4 that, Mordecai questioned Esther, who knows that you haven't been raised up for such a time as this? And so I think it's interesting that the Polish people migrated over, the Ukrainian people really migrated under the conflict that was happening in 2014. And now here, they've been perfectly positioned to take care of the families that are in great need. And I'm amazed how God works all these things together. And there was joy on their faces, and it was unmistakable. I can't wait to go back and minister with them. We're really taking a long-term view of working with these churches. But I want to keep emphasizing, as you see these pictures of destruction in these villages in the East, I want to remind you that we continue to work with the churches in the East. They are in the midst of a grievous battle right now. They are suffering horrendously. The brutality that we're seeing, the just utter destruction of human life defies imagination right now. And so what we're seeing in the first few weeks, everyone was kind of on their heel. But now what we're seeing now are pastors running into the storms of people's lives. They're taking their vehicles, even though they're getting shot at. People in the church are running people out of conflict zones and running them to safety. People at risk being shot, killed, destroyed, and they're taking care of people. They're getting food into hot spots. It is amazing to see what's happening in the East, where once again, you see faithful believers who love others more than themselves, really stepping up. And I think, Daytona, that's where we really find the depth of where someone's values are when conflict comes. When all of a sudden you've got 4 families in your house, when all of a sudden there's bombs coming down, you find out what you most value in your heart. And if it's yourself, it's self-protection, and you go your own way and take care of yourself. But what we're seeing in these churches, these faithful believers who value other people more than themselves, and so they rise up. It's not about money. It's not about career. It's not about status. It is looking at your fellow men and women, fellow brothers and sisters, and caring for them out of the goodness of knowing what God has given you. You're quick to give to others.
Well, what a special opportunity for you to go out there and to hear those stories firsthand. As you said, I think you put it great in the beginning, we have to show these photos and videos of the destruction. War is real. It's happening out there, and families and communities are being turned upside down. But there's also fantastic stories of hope, of people who are helping one another out and gaining perspective and realizing what really is important at this time. And that story is still being written as there's people who are heading across the border every single day and seeking refuge, not only in Poland, but there's stories of people coming out here to the United States as well to try to restart and get a new life here. So what are the next steps for the Slavic Gospel Association, for you guys, and for those people?
Well, it's multiple steps. I kind of indicated that a little early on that we're realizing quickly it's going to become a marathon. The pastors on the ground realized that there was a spike of people that everyone was on their heels. They were overwhelmed. How could another civilized nation do this? How everyone was overwhelmed. No one could have seen this coming. Well, the experts maybe, but the people like me, we didn't see it coming.
Right.
And so the people are realizing that this is something that's going to take a while to work through. And so what's happening now is that at SGA, we're working with the churches to take a long-term view. We know we're going to need to bring aid in there for the next 6 months to a year. We know these churches are going to be rebuilding. We know that there's going to be broken lives. The other aspect of what we've done along with humanitarian aid is we've begun training in crisis counseling. So we've brought in experts who are teaching 1 day a week and broadcasting that out so that people pick up skills in crisis counseling, even if it's just one friend telling another. And so we're recognizing the damage that some of these people have experienced is going to be something they carry with themselves for a long time. This is trauma. This is trauma they've experienced, and so it's going to be difficult to work through. And so we're taking that longer term view. We're really taking the discipleship view. So for the ones the church can minister to, we're talking about walking this road with them, as we always have. SGA was founded in 1934, working with the Slavic churches and really the Slavic people to take the gospel to them. And now, since the breakup of the Soviet Union, we work with the national Bible teaching churches. God has raised them up for such a time as this. And so we're working with them and now expanding a little bit to support the Polish Baptist churches that are more the Slavic churches there. And we're finding that camaraderie, that kinship to continue to help them do what God has raised them up to do. Sometimes we think God shows up when we do, and so we're all rushing out there to save the day. But I caution everyone, because it's actually God has raised up those people there to save the day. And so we want to give them the resources they need to continue to do what God has raised them up to do.
Eric Mock with the Slavic Gospel Association, thank you so much, and go get some rest. We know that was a long trip, and we appreciate the work that you're doing and continue to do, and we'll be following up with you soon.
Thank you very much.
Is there more to say on this historic day? Okay. So I wanted to first start by outlining our security assistance to Ukraine. And there's been a lot of good questions about this, and we thought this would be a helpful rundown for all of you. The Department of Defense also put out a fact sheet that has this detailed as well. The security assistance the Biden administration is providing to Ukraine is enabling critical success on the battlefield against the Russian invading force. The number one reason that they're able to fight back is their bravery and courage. The number two reason is the security assistance that we are providing, and we are providing in coordination with our allies and partners. We're working around the clock to fulfill Ukraine's priority security assistance requests, delivering weapons from U.S. stocks when they are available, and facilitating the delivery of weapons by allies and partners when their systems better suit Ukraine's needs. All of the anti-armor and anti-air systems from the 2 packages of security assistance the President approved in March have been delivered. We are continuing work with allies and partners to identify additional weapon systems to help the Ukrainian military defend its country. Obviously, there was the announcement about the S-300s earlier today, and our efforts to work to backfill that.
At President Zelensky's request, this includes helping Ukraine acquire long-range anti-aircraft systems and munitions that they are trained to use. More than 30 nations have sent Ukraine security assistance, thanks in part to the leadership of President Biden and diplomacy that he has been implementing for months now. On April 5th, we announced an additional $100 million in security assistance to Ukraine through Presidential Drawdown Authority. We also announced $300 million in security assistance on April 1st under authorities provided by the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. These announcements bring the U.S. commitment to more than $1.7 billion in security assistance since Russia's February 24th invasion and $2.4 billion since the beginning of the administration. I will not read through all of this for you. You can all, of course, read it yourself, and we will provide all of the list to all of you if you did not receive the Department of Defense fact sheet. Also wanted to note that today, according to a new independent study, the Biden administration's historic vaccination program saved 2.3 million lives in the United States, prevented 17 million hospitalizations and 66 million cases, and avoided $900 billion in healthcare costs. Over the past 15 months, the President has mounted a successful nationwide vaccination effort while executing a comprehensive strategy on treatments, testing, and more. As a result, schools are open, our economy is booming, and importantly, today's report shows we've spared millions of families the immeasurable loss that too many others have suffered. And because of the President's comprehensive response, we've entered a new moment in our fight against the virus. While COVID isn't over, Americans now have more tools than ever before to protect themselves, and this country is moving forward safely, back to many of our more normal routines. Unfortunately, Republicans in Congress are holding up critical funding. We need to make even more progress to save even more lives and to stay prepared against any potential surges or variants. Inaction will leave our nation less prepared for future surges and variants. It will mean fewer vaccines, treatments, and tests for the American people. This is deeply disappointing, and it should be unacceptable to every American. Also wanted to give you a sense of the week ahead. Just one trip next week that we announced earlier today. At this point, there could be more. On Thursday, the President will travel to Greensboro, North Carolina to discuss his administration's efforts to make more in America, rebuild our supply chains here at home, and bring down costs for the American people as part of building a better America. Following that trip, he will travel to Camp David, where he will remain over the Easter weekend. And then finally, as I've been doing a little bit this week, I just want to shout out some amazing colleagues I have. Lewis, who we have stolen from FEMA, not really stolen, he's a detailee. Well, he's a fellow, actually. We've had him since November. Soon they will steal him back. And Lewis has been remarkable. Lewis has been reading Russian media, which comes in great use. He has been tracking down a range of coverage about the war in Ukraine. He has been relentless in giving us updates and providing us information, and we're incredibly grateful to Lewis, and we'll be sad to see you go back to FEMA to do very important work. Many of you know Amanda Finney. I call her the mayor because she knows every person, seemingly, who works in the building and on the complex, which is about 2,000 people. I would not survive this job without Amanda Finney. You probably would all not have received all the help you have received about a range of things without Amanda Finney. She is smart, sassy, level-headed, stable. She's remarkable, and we may all work for her one day in some capacity. I certainly may, but I am very grateful to her, so just wanted to shout that out. And her yellow suit is very joyful for a joyful day. Okay, with that, it's a Friday.
Friday. Thanks so much. I've got a couple things.
Sure.
First on this, the missile attack at this train station. Does the administration think that Russia might have intentionally targeted the train station, knowing that there would be a lot of civilians there?
Well, what we've seen over the course of the last 6 weeks or more than that has been what the President himself has characterized as war crimes, which is the intentional targeting of civilians. This is yet another horrific atrocity committed by Russia, striking civilians who are trying to evacuate and reach safety. Where we are now is we're going to support efforts to investigate this attack as we document Russia's actions, hold them accountable. We will continue to surge security assistance and weapons deliveries to help Ukraine defend their country. Obviously, the targeting of civilians would certainly be a war crime, and we've already called a range of the actions we've seen to date a war crime, but we're going to be supporting efforts to investigate exactly what happened here.
Okay, changing topics. Senior administration officials have said publicly, gone on TV, suggesting it's possible the president could get COVID. I'm wondering, is the administration attempting to prepare the public for the possibility of the president getting the testing positive?
Well, what we're trying to do is be as transparent and direct with the American people as possible about the fact that, well, the president takes a range of protocols. We have a range of protocols in place here that are aligned and even beyond the CDC requirements. Those include, as we've outlined here many times in the past, testing before you see the president, testing before you travel with him, social distancing when possible. We believe we have the tools and protocol to address this point we are in the virus, but like anyone else, the president may at some point test positive for COVID. And while we have seen an increase in recent, I would just note, while we have seen an increase in cases around people, I should just say that some of us may know. I would also note that cases remain down 95% since the height of Omicron. That is fact, that is data, even as we've seen cases of people we know. But what is important for the American people to know is that he has taken a range of precautions, as we all have, but he's also taken steps like getting the second booster, as he did last week in public, and his doctors are comfortable that he could continue to carry out his duties because of all these steps and precautions and protections he's taken, and we certainly, that's one of the reasons we encourage the rest of the American public to do the same. Go ahead.
If this is the first time that we've heard White House officials sort of describe it as a certain possibility that the president could get COVID, are you saying that you think it's more possible now, given sort of the little outbreak that we're seeing in D.C. right now?
No, we're just saying that it is a possibility. Again, cases are down 95% across the country since the height of Omicron. While cases are up in Washington, D.C., they're also far below the height of the cases and where they were in Omicron. But it is also the case that despite all of the precautions we take, and even with the president being double boosted, he could still test positive for COVID, just as many people in the White House have, many people in the press corps have. That is a possibility, and we want to be transparent with the American public about that.
By our rough count here, you have at least 18 politicians and people close to the president who've now tested positive this week. I mean, you reiterated all the extra precautions that you are taking to try and keep him safe, some of the extra masking and testing protocol. But just to be safe, have you considered maybe cutting down some of the big indoor events or scaling back any, changing sort of your tactic with some of these events? Well,
clearly we did the event, the historic event today outside. That was in part to ensure that we could have a huge number of people on the South Lawn celebrating the confirmation of Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. But also, we know that having events outside is better for safety protocols. There's no question about that. But what's important for the American people to know and understand is that because of all the steps we've taken, because the president is double boosted, because of, obviously he has access to the best health care in the world, but his doctors have assessed that these are risks that can be taken. We risk assess just like everybody out in the country, and it's important for him to be able to continue his presidential duties now, and even if he tests positive in the future. Just like Americans out there in the country are taking their kids to school, they go to the grocery store, maybe they're making a decision to go to dinner. This is a time where we are certainly living with the virus, but we have a range of tools at our disposal to do that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. A couple of quick questions on oil and then one on the French election. We have some reporting showing that the administration is considering easing sanctions to allow some oil imports from Venezuela as a way to replace banned energy shipments from Russia. Can you talk a little bit about any such considerations?
I'm not aware of that being under consideration.
Okay. Okay. At the moment, is it going to perhaps be considered for going forward?
It has not been, so I'm not aware of it being under consideration.
Okay. And one other one on when Dilip was in India. He delivered this warning to India to not raise purchases of Russian oil. And we were wondering if perhaps sanctions along similar lines are being considered for other nations, asking them to keep purchases of Russian oil only limited to previous levels and perhaps not?
First, I wouldn't characterize it as a warning, nor did we at the time. He went and had a constructive conversation and made clear that while it's the decision of each individual country, including India, to determine whether they're going to import Russian oil, it is only 1 to 2% of their imports. About 10% of their imports is from the United States. And so he conveyed, of course, they should abide by sanctions, which are not related to that decision, but also we would be here to help them diversify and move towards even reducing further beyond the 1 to 2%.
Is that decision perhaps being relayed also to other countries, asking them to perhaps follow the same guidelines?
Well, we conveyed to every country to abide by sanctions. And we've conveyed to a range of European countries, as you know, and as we've talked about, that as they work to diversify their energy sources, that we are here to assist in those efforts. And there are a range of steps we've taken, including efforts on LNG. I mean, that's natural gas, of course, but efforts on LNG and moving some resources from Asia and other places, and ensuring that there are options to, for any country that wants to diversify their energy sources.
Okay, and one on the French elections.
Sure.
Are you watching the French elections coming up this Sunday, perhaps with any concerns, especially with the rise of Le Pen, who is a far-right candidate running against Macron?
We are certainly watching the elections, but I don't have any prediction of what the outcome will be. And once there is an outcome, I'm sure we will speak to it. Go ahead.
Understanding it's a fluid situation, but the atrocities in Bucha serve as an accelerant towards the latest sanctions package, the coordination between...
That we announced 2 days ago? Yes.
Is there any sense that the strike that we saw this morning will also accelerate talks on additional sanctions between the coordinated allies?
Well, I would say just to go back to a couple of days ago, that obviously the sanctions package we announced on Wednesdays with the biggest bank in Russia, Sberbank, certainly that was augmented as a result of the atrocities that we were seeing in Bucha. And what we have done to date, and we will continue to do, is look at, unfortunately, the continued atrocities that we're seeing in the country and assess how that's going to impact sanctions, consequences, and obviously additional security assistance. So that's how we've been evaluating and working with our allies to date. And I'm certain, given the video footage we've seen on airwaves across the world and photos, that this will be a part of the discussion that our national security officials are having with their counterparts moving forward.
Okay. On the S-300, it's been fairly apparent for the last several weeks that that was a process that you guys were engaged in.
Yeah.
I know you are deliberately ambiguous as to some of the other processes that may be taking place, but is it fair to say that there are multiple other tracks that are similarly far down the line for other weapon systems, or how can you characterize how far along you are compared to where you are now with the S-300 on other systems?
So, well, one, I mean, part of our objective here, and the S-300s are an example of that, is to see that we can get defensive equipment that Ukrainians are trained on and that we know it can be effective moved to Ukraine. So we are, of course, grateful to Slovakia, and we work closely with Slovakia to also meet their defense needs. And part of our considerations here, as we're looking at the list of requests that the Ukrainians have, is what do we have access to here in the United States? What military equipment do we have access to? There are systems we may not have access to, or we may not even have those systems. So how can we work with countries around the world, like Slovakia, to meet those needs? So there are a range of those conversations happening with our partners and allies at the same time. I will tell you that often it is the preference of these partners and allies not to be public about these conversations, and at times it is the preference of the Ukrainians, and we certainly respect that.
There's one final one. It's been a pretty historic 24 hours for the history of the Supreme Court, for the country. We've seen the president speak publicly. Can you talk about, give any color in terms of what he's been like behind the scenes, delivering on a campaign pledge, putting the first African-American woman on the court, how he's been with staff, with the justice, all that?
Sure. I'm going to try not to ugly cry about this day, which we were all doing on the South Lawn. Look, I was with the president before he went out. I was there on time. I didn't run out, as you would have seen. I was with him before when he was reviewing doing his final review of his remarks, and what he was reflecting on is, and you saw some of this in his speech, were the number of people, whether it is people who work at the White House, people who are part of his everyday, stewards or others, who have commented to him how significant this moment is, and how, in a place where you are just trying to make it through every day, and every day is history in many ways. History can be heartbreaking, and many days it has been. History can be exhausting, and many days it has been, and history can be joyful. And today was a joyful day in history, and that is certainly how the president was. You saw his granddaughter, Naomi, who he talked about in the speech, come out. She was there also for a brief greet with Justice Jackson beforehand, and he made an effort to also introduce the new Associate Justice to some members of his close staff who just were inspired by the significance of today as well. So I would say there was a deep recognition of this moment of history, a joy in reaching it, and I think we've all been saying to each other in the hallways, no one can steal our sunshine today, because that's how everybody is feeling. Go ahead.
This is Jen. To follow up on that, did the president spend any time with the Jackson family before the formal event or afterwards?
Well, I think as we confirmed, she signed her commission, or he signed her commission, and her family was with her for that. So it was briefly before he came out to do the remarks.
Okay, got it. And to follow up on a question from Katie earlier this week about other precautions that the president may or may not be taking. Do you know if he is taking any monoclonal antibodies to help prevent catching COVID?
Well, Evusheld is for immunocompromised. That would be the preemptive step, and he's not immunocompromised, so he's not taking Evusheld.
Is he taking any other medication that might help?
Like what?
Well, I don't actually know, but that's a great question. Other than the booster, you know, we've heard other people taking other kinds of prophylactics to prevent it. Is he taking anything that you know of? There
are not other, this is why I asked, there are not other, I mean, Evusheld is obviously one that if you're immunocompromised, is something that has been approved and recommended. Since he is not categorized that way, he isn't taking it. But other than that, the precautions we're taking are, he obviously got the booster when he was eligible last week, and you know, we take additional steps, including testing, socially distanced meetings when possible, as well, in order to protect him as much as possible.
Thank you. And then just one more on something that Samantha Power shared.
Sure.
She said that Russian forces have killed at least 7 journalists in Ukraine in 6 weeks, and that Putin soldiers are killing journalists at an unprecedented rate. Is there any intelligence, any information that Putin is targeting journalists? And do you have any warning that you're sharing with American journalists covering the war?
Well, one, we value the role that American journalists and journalists from around the world, that felt like a direction somewhere, so, have played in bringing bringing to light for a lot of people in this country this war, what's happening, the devastation, the horrors. It has been had a direct impact on people's emotional response in the United States. There's no question about that. We recognize the war of journalists in war zones, of course, and value it. And as you all know, we also work very closely with leaders of news organizations to ensure that they have up-to-date information to keep members of their media organizations safe. It is still a war zone, an active war zone, and we're still conveying that Americans should not be there, right, including journalists. In terms of specific targeting, we knew from the beginning, and we have talked publicly about this, of course, that President Putin and the Russian military was going to target, was intending to target, or could target, civilians and others, including journalists could be part of that. But I don't have any new intelligence or anything beyond that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Is there a carve-out in CDC regulations for COVID for Vice President?
Tell me more, Peter. I'm sure this is going somewhere. Let's see.
You know,
what do you got for me on a Friday?
The CDC says for people exposed to COVID, up to date on their COVID-19 vaccinations, do not go to places where you are unable to wear a well-fitting mask. So why is she here at the White House today giving the new Supreme Court justice a big hug with no mask?
You mean when she gave her a hug outside?
Yes.
She was outside.
Does the CDC say that people who are close contact can give people hugs outside?
We know, Peter, that outside you can benefit significantly being outside. That's why we had the event outside today. I will tell you that the Vice President has been wearing a mask inside. When there was a private greet, they were all wearing masks before they went up.
She wasn't wearing a mask yesterday at the Senate?
She was playing an important role in in confirming or overseeing the confirmation of the first black woman to the Supreme Court. The vast majority, as was on camera, Peter, as was on camera, let me finish my answer here, because Fox and others, I don't know actually that Fox carried it, but others did, saw that she was socially distanced from people for the vast, vast majority of her time overseeing that confirmation yesterday.
So this is not a case of rules for thee, but not for VP.
In fact, the Vice President wore a mask inside today when she was both with the President, with her staff, other people. She was outside at the event. She was socially distanced for 99.9% of the event today, and she had an emotional moment, which is understandable. Okay,
and one other topic, following up on the smartphones that are being given to border crossers with technology so they can be tracked or so they can check in. Is there any plan to give free smartphones to U.S. citizens that want them?
Should we not be tracking migrants who irregularly cross the border?
I'm asking if...
Or do you have an alternative suggestion for how they should be tracked?
I, unfortunately, have not been asked to make U.S. immigration policy. That's not
Today's your moment.
Well, it'd be great if anybody that wanted a free phone and a free monthly plan could get one. So is that going to be an offer for everybody or just people that walk into the country illegally?
Well, Peter, when we talked about this the other day, what I noted to you is that we have a range of means of tracking individuals who irregularly migrate to the country in order to ensure that they are meeting their notice to appear obligations and that they are appearing in court when they should appear in court. Phones is one of them. There are also ankle devices and a range of tracking devices. 80% of individuals of non-citizens released at the border from DHS custody under prosecutorial discretion have either received a notice to appear or are still within the window to report. So yes, there's telephonic reporting. There is SmartLink, which enables participant monitoring via smartphone. There's the global positioning system. These are the range of means with modern technology that we monitor.
Last one on this. Does the President have any plans to figure out what these small towns who are bracing for a major influx in migrants next month need by making his first ever trip to the border?
I have nothing to predict for you in terms of additional trips. The President will be traveling the country, but I don't have any more specifics for you at this point.
Just
Thanks
for
the question.
Earlier you guys told us via pool that the President was tested negative. That was today, for clarity?
Yep.
Okay, so the cadence has clearly changed, right? We knew there was one on Wednesday, he was negative. Today's Friday, he tested negative. Just for keeping track of it, is it now 3 times a week, 2 times a week? Is there a way to
His doctor makes an assessment on how many times he should be tested, and we do our best to provide that information to you as he's tested.
And aside from the time he spent with Ketanji Brown Jackson, her family, there was no, because there's precedent to this, there was no indoor reception, indoor ceremony that existed, some kind the cameras didn't see before. Okay. Let me, if I can, during his remarks today, the President said something that was a bit striking. He was condemning some of the conservative Republicans and their criticisms of Judge Jackson when she was testifying recently. He said there was verbal abuse, the anger, the constant interruptions, those vile, baseless, vile assertions and accusations. Whew. Is that a preview of messaging that we're going to hear from the President heading into the midterms? Is that a message that the White House wants to deliver and will be repeating?
I don't believe that the conduct of senators at a hearing is going to be central to the President's remarks when he's out traveling the country, but I think what he was speaking to on a historic day is that while Judge Jackson was the picture, now Justice Jackson, was the picture of dignity in her hearings, some others in the room decided to be the opposite. And he is somebody who has more experience overseeing Supreme Court hearings than anyone living. He has overseen them during Republican and Democratic presidents and expects a certain level of conduct, professionalism, and decorum. And that is not what we saw.
For today, as opposed to like a central theme that we'll see in terms of contrast.
I would say that I think the American people can expect that he'll continue to talk when he's out in the country, for whatever reason, about how to bring down their costs, how to make sure that he is fighting for them and bringing them relief, and how he's going to get the COVID pandemic under control, less about the conduct of senators at a hearing.
Let me ask a very quick question then on costs, if I can. Right now, the cost of gas in this country on average is $4.14. Does the White House want a gas tax holiday?
It is certainly on the table, and certainly something we continue to consider. We have seen a number of states do that, and while It can have an impact, about 18 cents, I believe, if I remember correctly. One of the reasons why we're considering it, our primary focus to date, as you all know, has been taking steps to increase supply and get more supply into the global marketplace. But it remains an option under consideration. Go ahead.
The UN today put out a report saying that global food prices in March reached a record high.
Yeah.
What is the U.S. doing, if anything, to mitigate possible additional increases here?
Here in the United States?
Correct.
Well, it is something that we are certainly watching very closely while we continue to believe that the impact will largely be in the Middle East and in Africa, I believe, in a lot of other parts of the world, less in the United States. We are continuing to work, our Department of Agriculture is continuing to work with farmers and suppliers about any needs we have here, and the President is continuing to work to bring down costs in a range of areas for the American people as we prepare for the impacts of this war.
It was pretty widely reported yesterday, prior to her COVID diagnosis, that Speaker Pelosi was planning a trip to Taiwan. Beijing reacted very negatively to that. Is the U.S., is the Biden administration comfortable if she were to do that, such a high-ranking U.S. official?
I think we understood her trip. I don't have any further comment on it. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Two questions for you. The first, today my colleagues in the UK reported that Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi Sunak, had a U.S. green card which he surrendered this past October. He's been an MP since 2015, and USCIS manual says that serving in a foreign government or standing for election in a foreign government is not compatible with lawful permanent resident status. Why was this not flagged earlier?
I would point you to the State Department or the Department of Homeland Security. I don't have any more comment from here.
I mean, is it a problem? Does the President see it as a problem that it's possible for someone to serve at a high level in a foreign government and maintain lawful permanent resident status in the U.S.? I mean, what if this were someone who was serving in the Russian Duma?
It wasn't. But I would also, again, point you to the portions of the government that oversee green cards and oversee, the status of documents. I'm happy to bump it for them as well and see if there's more we can provide to you.
Second question. There's a death row inmate in Texas, Melissa Lucio. She's set to be executed soon. Many experts believe her confession was coerced and is false. She has bipartisan support for clemency and support from the EU and many other foreign allies. Would the President consider asking Governor Abbott to intervene?
Well, you know the President's position and view on the death penalty, and there's an ongoing review at the Department of Justice at a federal level. This is obviously at a state level. Right. I don't have anything to predict beyond that.
Then a follow-up. Given his commitment to police reform, would he consider asking the DOJ to prohibit police departments that receive federal funds from using the Reid technique for interrogations? It's considered to create a lot of false confessions.
Well, again, I know the Department of Justice has taken a number of steps, including on chokeholds and other actions that needed to be reformed in police departments across the country. I don't have anything to preview or predict in terms of additional steps. The President supports their efforts to do more. Many of them have talked about their desire to do more, and obviously we are continuing to consider an executive order on police reform here, given there has been an inability of Congress to move forward. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. There's some pretty desperate images coming out of Shanghai right now, which is under lockdown for COVID. People begging for food and medicine. Is the White House monitoring that? Is there anything the U.S. can do to help the humanitarian situation there? And also on the supply chain front, is the administration aware of any further supply chain snags coming as a result of this, and how are you prepared to address them?
Sure. Well, first, on the first part of your question, the State Department is closely monitoring the situation. They are providing consistent updates of the situation on the ground, and will certainly assess with USAID and others if there's additional assistance that could be provided. On the supply chain component, what we know is that the port is continuing to operate normally, and where we're seeing the impacts, which still could have an impact over the course of time, of course, is factories, warehouses, and trucking, where we are seeing shutdowns within the region, which we know could cause delays, especially for air cargo as well. Because this is just happening, we don't have a prediction at this point on how that could impact bigger global supply chain issues. It depends on a lot of factors, how long, et cetera. But it is something we are closely monitoring, and it is something we will continue to work to address if it extends farther.
And there's one more housekeeping item. Do you have a timing update on when the president might sign the trade preference bill on Russia that passed?
I don't, and I know you and others have been looking for this, and let me see if I can get an answer before we all wrap up today. Go ahead.
Jen, could you speak to the efficacy of sanctions? I know there was a new sanctions package rolled out this week, and initially we heard a lot from administration officials about this being a deterrent. I know that has changed, and so can you speak to sort of the end goal and what is the efficacy of sanctions?
Well, I would say that we have a couple of objectives at this point as it relates to the war in Ukraine. One is to impose severe consequences, send a marker for the world and for history about the horrific nature of these atrocities. These consequences, and the second part of our objective is to ensure that these consequences are having a significant impact on the economy in Russia. We're seeing an inflationary rate of about 15%, a projection of a contraction of 15% in the Russian economy. 600 private sector companies have left Russia. We know it is having the impact that the world intended. This is the most significant coordinated set of sanctions ever done in history on this large of an economy. The third objective here is to make it much more difficult for President Putin to fund his war. And if you look back, say, earlier this week at the example of the bond payments and how Russia has basically been put in a decision of in a place where they either have to use their limited resources they have that are also being used to fund the war to prevent a default or default. That is the position they're in at this point in time, but also because we have cut them off through export controls and a number of other means from having access to materials and technology, but also access to funds, it makes it more difficult for them to fund the war. That is part of it. And the last objective is to continue to make it clear that this is a strategic blunder, their decision to invade Ukraine, and one that will make President Putin a pariah in the world. So those are why and what we are hoping to achieve.
One follow-up. Is there anything being done in terms of either monitoring or actually just, I guess, monitoring to take a look at the effects of sanctions on ordinary Russians or anything that the administration is thinking to just deal with that population of people who are being affected?
The Russian people,
yes,
you mean? Certainly we are looking at how this is impacting the Russian economy writ large, and it is certainly as inflation is going up and as the economy is contracting, that means prices will go up, and we do know there will be a broad impact. That is the fault of President Putin and the fault of President Putin invading a sovereign country. So it is important also for the Russian people to know and understand that, and we have been working through a range of means to communicate about the realities of the war and the facts of the war through Telegram, through YouTube, through a range of channels as well. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. General Milley earlier this week talked about the possibility of building permanent U.S. bases on NATO's eastern flank. I wonder with what seriousness the White House has given that, or as you look long-term at the war in Ukraine, whether shoring up the eastern flank with permanent bases is something that's being considered.
There'll continue to be a range of discussions, but I have nothing beyond what General Milley said.
Can I ask one more question? I wanted to go a little deeper on the French elections.
Sure.
Does the White House worry that the election of Le Pen could, destabilize the NATO alliance or make it difficult, being that she's, come out with pro-Russian statements?
Well, I'm just not going to get ahead of an election in a foreign country, and obviously we will watch it closely, and I'm sure we'll have more to speak to once the results are concluded. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. What can you tell us about the multiple Secret Service agents who have been suspended or removed from the President, Vice President, and First Lady's detail pending this investigation of two men impersonating officers of law enforcement?
Not much from here. I can point you to the Secret Service, and obviously the FBI is overseeing the investigation.
Is there a broader concern in the administration that these principals, is there concern that they're not being protected effectively? Can you speak at all to that, or?
As I said yesterday, the President remains confident in the leader of the Secret Service, and beyond that, I would point you to the Secret Service and to the FBI.
And then I guess just on the invitations you issued to Republicans who voted to confirm Justice Jackson. I know one of them has COVID, but
Did you hear from the other two, Senator Murkowski and Romney? I know the president went a little further to talk about Senator Romney's father today at his speech. Did the White House hear from the Republicans who were invited today? Why didn't they come?
I would point you to their offices to speak to that. I mean, it doesn't change the president's gratitude to them for bucking the trend in their party of not supporting an eminently qualified nominee, and they did that, and it was something he wanted to call out today and express his gratitude. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. I'm wondering what the White House's reaction is to yesterday's UN vote to suspend Russia from the UN Human Rights Council. The fact that there were 58 nations that abstained from taking a vote, and that on top of the other 24 nations that voted against it. Although there was, more, obviously the majority of countries did vote to suspend Russia. Do you think that this, that many abstentions, that many people sitting on the sidelines of this shows that the entire world really isn't unified around condemning these actions by Russia?
Well, a win required 2/3 present and voting, and that is exactly what happened, and far beyond that. And we know that there were abstentions, and only 24 countries, including North Korea, voted with Russia. But the outcome, which is what is most important to us, is what we wanted, which is Russia has been suspended from the UN Human Rights Council. Suspension, just so everybody knows, somebody asked me this question the other day, but is the only method provided for in the UN resolution that established the Human Rights Council back in 2005. It's the most serious action available. It's only been applied once in history. This is only the second time in history that a country has been kicked out of the UN Human Rights Council. The last example was Libya. So that obviously speaks to the significance. And it also speaks to the fact that the 2/3, more than 2/3 of countries who are members believe that they should not have a leadership role on global human rights as they work to subvert and violate global human rights. This also means that once suspended, Russia will not be able to vote against future actions during subsequent Human Rights Council sessions. And so to us it is significant, only the second time in history, and it speaks to the global outrage in response to these atrocities.
But are there any concerns that nearly 60 nations decided not to weigh in on this matter?
Again, our focus is on the fact that it was a win. For only the second time in history was a country suspended from the UN Human Rights Council.
One other question. Does President Biden still intend to attend the White House Correspondents Association dinner here later this month in a couple weeks?
We haven't announced his plans to attend or anything about his schedule, so I don't have any update on that today.
All right.
Go ahead, Karen.
Jen, just some follow-ups to things that came up.
Sure.
To follow up on Peter's question about the testing cadence, you guys told us about negative tests on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Should we expect that the president would get tested on Sunday, 2 days later?
I would say but we will provide information to you when he tests negative.
Okay.
Or either way, of course. Yeah.
And to follow up on Katie's question, did the president talk to any of the senators, Romney, Murkowski, and Collins, after their vote yesterday on Ketanji Brown?
I don't have any update on that from here.
Okay. And when he said he hoped he didn't get them in trouble today, when he referenced them, what did he mean by that?
I think he meant he recognizes that the vast majority of the other members of their party voted a different way. Go ahead.
Thank you. On India, next week, Secretary of State Blinken and Defense Secretary are hosting their Indian counterparts. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and Defense Minister Rajnath Singh for the first India-US 2+2 dialogue under this administration. What is President's message to the meeting? What is expectations? Is he sending any concrete ideas to this meeting as well?
President Biden believes our partnership with India is one of the most important relationships we have in the world. As you know, he met with Prime Minister Modi and other Quad leaders in March. He expects that at this 2+2, Secretary Blinken and Secretary Austin will continue driving forward our work with India and our shared goals in the Indo-Pacific region and around the world. We also believe both sides will continue our close consultations on the consequences of President Putin's brutal war against Ukraine and mitigating the impact by addressing energy and food prices. Obviously, it could cover a range of topics, so we expect that to be a central one.
And secondly, given the U.S. frustrating experience it is having in the UN Security Council, where one country is coming out and vetoing all the issues with Ukraine, what is President's thoughts on the reforms in the UN Security Council itself?
Well, I know a question has been asked about whether Russia could be kicked out of being a permanent member. We don't anticipate that happening. But obviously the step taken yesterday to suspend Russia from the UN Human Rights Council is an indication of the global response and horror at the atrocities we've seen happen on the ground in Ukraine. But beyond that, I don't have any other predictions of reforms.
Should there be individual veto or group veto inside the Security Council?
Again, I understand your questions, but I don't have any predictions or calls for that at this point in time. Go ahead, Francesca. Okay, we'll just do a few more. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Since his State of the Union address, the president has only made a handful of domestic trips. We've talked in here before about how he'd like to get back into the community and have a chance to interact with the American people. Is the current COVID wave getting in the way of his travel plans?
No, I expect he's going to travel a bunch in the next few weeks.
Okay, and you had mentioned that you will be going to North Carolina, and you didn't have too much more to add on that. But might the president, while he's in Greensboro, be visiting one of the area's 2 historically black colleges and universities?
I don't have more details at this point in time. As they get finalized, I'm sure we'll share them with all of you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I have a 2-part question on student loans.
Yep.
Last year, President Biden directed the Department of Education to create a report on whether he has presidential authority to unilaterally do a broad cancellation of debt. I don't believe that's ever been made public, and as you're looking at loan extensions or loan pause extensions, can we anticipate seeing a release of that report? And secondly, as you've talked about how the president wants to lower costs for Americans. Borrowers have expressed stress, anxiety about these short-term extensions. What's your message to them?
I think our message to them is that not a single person has paid a dime on their student loans since the president took office. And he's continued to evaluate and assess with the Department of Education and other policymakers in the administration what the needs are to lower costs for people, including people who have student loans and do feel stressed, even as the economy is continuing to recover, but as we see costs too high in some areas. On the first question, I don't have any update on that. I would tell you that if Congress were to send him a bill to cancel his $10,000 in student loans, in student debt, he'd be happy to sign it. Go ahead. Last one. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, Rachel Wallace, who was the general counsel of the Science Office, who the White House found had been bullied by Dr. Lander, has been told that she will not be getting her job back as general counsel. Why?
I'm not aware of this personnel update. I'd have to check on it. I'm happy to do that, and we will get you back a comment.
Right. Then a follow-up. Yesterday, you
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue to cover top stories and major news headlines from across the country. Let's revisit this historic moment. Ketanji Brown Jackson's historic confirmation was celebrated at the White House with President Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, and of course Judge Jackson herself. They all delivered a few remarks on the Senate's historic confirmation, the very first black woman to be confirmed to the Supreme Court of the United States. Let's take a look back and listen in as President Biden makes a few remarks on her confirmation.
That is just worth celebrating. I can't get over, Mom and Dad, what you did and your faith and never giving up any hope. And both that wonderful son you had and your daughter. And that strength lifted up millions of Americans who watched you, Judge Jackson, especially women and women of color, who have had to run the gauntlet in their own lives. So many of my cabinet members are women, women of color, women that represent every sector of the community. And it matters. And you stood up for them as well. They know it. Everybody out there, every woman out there, everyone, am I correct? Just like they have. Just like they have. And same with the women members of Congress as well, across the board. Look, it's a powerful thing when people can see themselves in others. Think about that. What's the most powerful thing? I'll bet every one of you can go back and think of a time in your life where there was a teacher, a family member, a neighbor, somebody who made you believe that you could be whatever you wanted to be. It's a powerful, powerful, powerful notion. That's one of the reasons I believe so strongly that we needed a court that looks like America, not just the Supreme Court. That's why I'm proud to say, with the great help of Dick Durbin, I've nominated more black women judges of federal appeal courts than all previous presidents combined. That's why I'm proud that Kamala Harris is our Vice President of the United States. A brilliant lawyer, the Attorney General of the state of California, former member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Kamala was invaluable during this entire process. And Chuck, our majority leader, I want to thank you, pal. You did a masterful job in keeping the caucus together, getting this vote across the finish line in a timely and historic manner. Just watching on television yesterday, watching when the vote was taken and the Democratic side, the way people, there was such enthusiasm, genuine. You can tell when it's real. You can tell when it's real. Did an incredible job, Chuck. Thank you so much. Folks, because you're all able to sit down and don't have to stand, I'm going to go on a little longer here and tell you. I want to say something about Dick Durbin again. Dick, I'm telling you, overseeing the hearing, how you executed the strategy by the hour, every day to keep the committee together. And you have a very divided committee with some of the most conservative members of the Senate on that committee. It was especially difficult with an evenly divided Senate. Dick, I served as chairman of that committee for a number of years before I had this job and the job of vice president, as did all the Democrats. You did not stand. I think all the Democrats in the committee did, and every Democrat in the Senate, all of whom voted for Judge Jackson. And notwithstanding the harassment and attacks in the hearings, I always believed that the bipartisan vote was possible. And I hope I don't get him in trouble. I mean it sincerely, but I want to thank 3 Republicans who voted for Judge Jackson. Senator Collins, who's a woman of integrity. Senator Murkowski, the same way, an Alaskan, up for re-election. And Mitt Romney, whose dad stood up like he did. His dad stood up and made these decisions on civil rights. They deserve enormous credit for setting aside partisanship and making a carefully considered judgment based on the judge's character, qualifications, independence. And I truly admire the respect, diligence, and hard work they demonstrated in the course of the process. As someone who's overseen, they tell me, more Supreme Court nominations than anyone who's alive today, I believe that respect for the process is important. And that's why it was so important to me to meet the constitutional requirement to seek the advice and the consent of the Senate. The advice beforehand and the consent. Judge Jackson started the nominating process with an impressive range of support, from the FOP to the civil rights leaders. Even Republican-appointed judges came forward. In fact, Judge Jackson was introduced at the hearing by Judge Thomas Griffin, the distinguished retired judge appointed by George W. Bush. She finished the hearing with among the highest levels of support of the American people of any nomination in recent memory. So soon, Judge Jackson will join the United States Supreme Court, and like every justice, the decisions she makes will impact on the lives of America for a lot longer in many cases than any laws we all make. But the truth is, she's already impacting the lives of so many Americans. During the hearing, Dick spoke about a custodial worker who works the night shift at the Capitol. Her name is Verona Clemens. Verona, where are you? Stand up, Verona. I wanted to see. You don't mind. She told him what this nomination meant to her. So he invited Ms. Clemens to attend the hearing because she wanted to see, hear, and stand by Judge Jackson. Thank you, Verona. Thank you, thank you, thank you. At her meeting with Judge Jackson, Senator Duckworth introduced her to 11-year-old, is it Vivian? Vivian. I'm sorry, Vivian. That's her. Is that your sister? He's pointing. Who was so inspired by the hearing, she wants to be a Supreme Court justice when she grows up. God love you. Stand up, honey. Am I going to embarrass you by asking you to stand up? Come on, stand. There's tens of thousands of Vivians all through the entire United States. She met Judge Jackson and saw her future. Means you're here today, and thank you for coming, honey. I know I embarrassed you by introducing you, but thank you. People of every generation, of every race, of every background felt this moment, and they feel it now. They feel a sense of pride and hope and belonging and believing and knowing the promise of America includes everybody, all of us. That's the American experiment. Justice Breyer talked about it when he came to the White House in January to announce his retirement from the court. He used to technically work with me when I was on the Judiciary Committee, and that's before he became a justice. He's a man of great integrity. We're going to miss Justice Breyer. He's a patriot, an extraordinary public service, and a great justice of the Supreme Court. And folks, let me close with what I've long said. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was in the foothills of the Himalayas with Xi Jinping, traveling with him. I guess we traveled 17,000 miles when I was vice president. I don't know that for a fact. And we were sitting alone. I had an interpreter and he had an interpreter. And he looked at me in all seriousness. He said, "Can you define America for me?" And I said what many of you heard me say for a long time. I said, "Yes, I can. In one word, possibilities. Possibilities. That in America, everyone should be able to go as far as their hard work and God-given talent will take them, and possibilities. We're the only ones. That's why we're viewed as the ugly Americans. We think anything's possible." And the idea that a young girl who was dissuaded from even thinking you should apply to Harvard Law School, don't raise your hopes so high. Well, I don't know who told you that, but I'd like to go back and invite her to the Supreme Court. She can see the interior. Look, even the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Now, folks, it's my honor, and it truly is an honor. I've been looking forward to it for a while, to introduce you the next Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court, the Honorable Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you all. all very much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. It is the greatest honor of my life to be here with you at this moment, standing before my wonderful family, many of my close friends, your distinguished staff and guests, and the American people. Over these past few weeks, you've heard a lot from me and about me, so I hope to use this time primarily to do something that I have not had sufficient time to do, which is to extend my heartfelt thanks to the many, many people who have helped me as part of this incredible journey. I have quite a few people to thank, and as I'm sure you can imagine, in this moment, it is hard to find the words to express the depth of my gratitude. First, as always, I have to give thanks to God for delivering me as promised and for sustaining me throughout this nomination and confirmation process. As I said at the outset, I have come this far by faith, and I know that I am truly blessed. To the many people who have lifted me up in prayer since the nomination, thank you. I am very grateful. Thank you as well, Mr. President, for believing in me and for honoring me with this extraordinary chance to serve our country. Thank you also, Madam Vice President, for your wise counsel and steady guidance. And thank you to the First Lady and the Second Gentleman for the care and warmth that you have shown me and my family. I would also like to extend my thanks to each member of the Senate. You have fulfilled the important constitutional role of providing advice and consent under the leadership of Majority Leader Schumer. And I'm especially grateful for the work of the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee under Chairman Durbin's skillful leadership. As you may have heard, during the confirmation process, I had the distinct honor of having 95 personal meetings with 97 sitting senators. And we had substantive and engaging conversations about my approach to judging and about the role of judges in the constitutional system we all love. As a brief aside, I will note that these are subjects about which I care deeply. I have dedicated my career to public service because I love this country and our Constitution and the rights that make us free. I also understand from my many years of practice as a legal advocate, as a trial judge, and as a judge on a court of appeals, that part of the genius of the constitutional framework of the United States is its design, and that the framers entrusted the judicial branch with a crucial but limited role. I've also spent the better part of the past decade hearing thousands of cases and writing hundreds of opinions, and in every instance, I have done my level best to stay in my lane and to reach a result that is consistent with my understanding of the law and with the obligation to rule independently without fear or favor. I am humbled and honored to continue in this fashion as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, working with brilliant colleagues, supporting and defending the Constitution, and steadfastly upholding the rule of law. But today, at this podium, my mission is far more modest. I'm simply here to give my heartfelt thanks to the categories of folks who are largely responsible for me being here at this moment. First, of course, there is my family. Mom and Dad, thank you not only for traveling back here on what seems like a moment's notice, but for everything you've done and continue to do for me. My brother Kataj is here as well. You've always been an inspiration to me as a model of public service and bravery, and I thank you for that. I love you all very much. To my in-laws, Pamela and Gardner Jackson, who are here today, and my sisters-in-law and brothers-in-law, William and Dana, Gardy and Natalie, thank you for your love and support. To my daughters, Talia and Layla, I bet you never thought you'd get to skip school by spending a day at the White House. This is all pretty exciting for me as well, but nothing has brought me greater joy than being your mother. I love you very much. Patrick, thank you for everything you've done for me over these past 25 years of our marriage. You've done everything to support and encourage me, and it is you who've made this moment possible. Your steadfast love gave me the courage to move in this direction. I don't know that I believed you when you said that I could do this, but now I do. And for that, I'm forever grateful. In the family category, let me also briefly mention the huge extended family, both Patrick's and my own, who are watching this from all over the country and the world. Thank you for supporting me. I hope to be able to connect with you personally in the coming weeks and months. Moving on briefly to the second category of people that warrant special recognition, those who provided invaluable support to me professionally in the decades prior to my nomination, and the many, many friends I have been privileged to make throughout my life and career. Now, I know that everyone who finds professional success thinks they have the best mentors, but I truly do. I had 3 inspiring jurists for whom I had the privilege of clerking: Judge Patty Saris, Judge Bruce Selya, and of course, Justice Stephen Breyer. Each of them is an exceptional public servant, and I could not have had better role models for thoughtfulness, integrity, honor, and principle, both by word and deed. My clerkship with Justice Breyer in particular was an extraordinary gift, and one for which I've only become more grateful with each passing year. Justice Breyer's commitment to an independent, impartial judiciary is unflagging. And for him, the rule of law is not merely a duty, it is his passion. I am daunted by the prospect of having to follow in his footsteps, and I would count myself lucky, indeed, to be able to do so with even the smallest amount of his wisdom, grace, and joy. The exceptional mentorship of the judges for whom I clerked has proven especially significant for me during this past decade of my service as a federal judge. And of course, that service itself has been a unique opportunity. For that, I must also thank President Obama, who put his faith in me by nominating me to my first judicial role on the Federal District Court. This brings me to my colleagues and staff of the Federal District Court in Washington, D.C. and the D.C. Circuit. Thank you for everything. I am deeply grateful for your wisdom and your battle-tested friendship through the years. I also want to extend a special thanks to all of my law clerks, many of whom are here today, who have carved out time and space to accompany me on this professional journey. I'm especially grateful to Jennifer Gruda, who has been by my side since nearly the outset of my time on the bench and has promised not to leave me as we take this last big step. To the many other friends that I have had the great good fortune to have made throughout the years, from my neighborhood growing up, from Miami Palmetto Senior High School, and especially the debate team, from my days at Harvard College, where I met my indefatigable and beloved roommates, Lisa Fairfax, Nina Coleman Simmons, and Antoinette Sequeira Coakley. They are truly my sisters. To my time at Harvard Law School and the many professional experiences that I've been blessed to have since graduation. Thank you. I have too many friends to name, but please know how much you've meant to me and how much I have appreciated the smiles, the hugs, and the many atta-girls that have propelled me forward to this day. Finally, I'd like to give special thanks to the White House staff and the special assistants who provided invaluable assistance in helping me to navigate the confirmation process. My trusted Sherpa, Senator Doug Jones.
You're streaming live now from Fox. We're taking a look back as Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson celebrates her historic confirmation to the Supreme Court. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more nonstop news right after this. All right, guys, welcome back to Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you all top stories and breaking news. Now let's talk about a story that we've been closely following since the moment it happened. It's being called the slap heard around the world. Let's bring in Fox 5 New York's Ryan Christopher, joining us live from the Fox 5 New York newsroom. Good morning, Ryan. So this story has so many twists and turns. I feel like every day we're learning something new. What was announced on Friday?
Right, a lot is happening with this story, and it continues. And it's when it first happened, like you said, Rain, everyone was shocked. We're still talking about it. Is the story ever going to go away? I don't know, but now it seems like we have a little bit of closure here. So on Friday, let's backtrack here a little bit, Rain. So on April 1st, Will Smith officially resigned from the Academy. That was his first initial step. So then what happened on Friday is that the Academy essentially said, hey, Will Smith is officially banned from the Oscars for 10 years. So this is in person. This is virtual. He's no longer allowed to go to any Academy events. But here's the kicker, Rain. He can still be nominated, and he can still win an Oscar, which is still leaving many people upset, saying, okay, so Will Smith is banned from the Oscars. He can't go, but he can still win. He still has his Oscar. Is that really a punishment? Is that fair? And it seems like that is now the next debate as to what's going to happen next. And we really haven't heard from Chris Rock either, since he first spoke about it for a little second in his stand-up show right after that slap.
So you mentioned people are a little bit upset about that. When you look at the spectrum of consequences, how severe is this punishment, and maybe in comparison to other people who have been punished by the Academy?
Yeah, well, I mean, it sounds severe at first, but then when you think about it, Will Smith still has his Academy Award, and that's what's leaving a lot of people uneasy about this situation and feeling that there should be more repercussions, that he should give it back. But as it stands right now, Will Smith currently has his Oscar, and he was officially banned for 10 years. And it's interesting, Rain, because also some projects that he has been working on have been put on hold for now because of everything that's happened. But also keep in mind, he has his Westbrook production company, so he is in control of much of the content that he currently puts out there. So if he wants to continue creating content, that can happen. But I think a lot of this is going to depend on timing. It's going to depend on what's going to happen after this, the fallout, and how much time people need to possibly invite Will Smith back onto their TV screens, if that's going to happen.
Definitely. And one thing I've noticed about Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith, they are definitely comfortable sharing what's going on behind closed doors. Have we heard anything from Jada since this incident?
Yeah, well, so we had that initial Instagram post where she said, "This is a season for healing, and I'm here for it." And that's kind of all we've heard from Jada. Will's mom was interviewed, and she said that her advice to Will was to just go on a vacation, just decompress from all of this. So Will could be on vacation somewhere relaxing through this situation. But it is interesting. There was also a video that surfaced from an old social media post through the New York Post in page 6, which essentially showed Jada Pinkett Smith filming Will in their house, and Will kind of turns to Jada and says, "Look, social media is my bread and butter. Don't film me without my permission." So she was essentially filming him in their house, you know, trying to create some content for Red Table Talk or whatnot, and going back and forth on that. And he didn't seem too happy. So clearly there's a lot that's been happening behind closed doors. And as you said, they're both really an open book with the Red Table Talk, maybe sometimes sharing too much, because at first I think people were attracted to Jada's show because they were so vulnerable, especially from a celebrity, and that's kind of what people like to consume and eat up and hear all the gossip and inner workings of a celebrity. But I think in this case, maybe at times a little too much was shared.
Maybe so. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing what happened that night whenever they got home from the Oscars following that slap. Now, another famous couple that's making headlines. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy for J-Lo. J-Lo is engaged. What's going on? Because I think a lot of people were waiting for this moment.
I mean, she's tied with Michael Jordan with 6 rings right now. I'm just saying, she's like Thanos. She's trying to take over the universe with all her rings. But she is officially engaged. And Rain, this was really sweet because it seems like everybody's rooting for her and Ben. Of course, this is Bennifer 2.0, so it's nice to see the couple back together. And can we just say how wonderful J-Lo looks? I mean, she's timeless. She's like fine wine. I mean, we all hope we can age like J-Lo. I don't know if that's even possible. She might be an alien. I don't know. But Affleck proposed to J-Lo with this beautiful cushion-cut, green cushion-cut diamond ring. And the ironic thing is that green is the color of renewal. So the second time around, right, that was a little, symbol that he put out there. And it's interesting because with A-Rod, she had that giant, stunning rock, and now this one a little more subdued, but a beautiful message behind it as well. Now they ended their engagement in 2004. Now 18 years later, they're back, and it's just great to see. And it was funny because she actually announced it on Instagram as like a little teaser. You had to go to the On the J-Lo newsletter that she has on her website, onthejlo.com, where she actually made that announcement. So she controls some of her content there, but she was trying to keep it on the J low.
On the low,
for a little
keep
while.
it on the low. And Ryan, you said she has 6 rings? 6?
Well, she did. I don't know what she did with them all, but yeah, I mean, engagement rings overall. This is her 6th engagement. Official.
How can I get one? That's what I need to find out.
Right, right? I mean, one would be nice. I just bought one for my fiance last year, and I know the struggle is real. All the fellas out there, I can't imagine 6 rings. Like, what do you do with all that? Does she have like trophy cases in her house that are all lined up with them? I don't know.
Definitely something to be celebrated because, again, most of us are struggling to get one. But hey, congratulations to Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck. And of course, I'm sure we will hear more from Jada and Will following this new development. But as always, Fox 5 New York's Ryan Christopher, thank you so much for joining.
You're welcome, Rain. See you later.
See you later. All right, guys, we'll catch up with Ryan a little bit later on in the show. But for now, our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft, he's going to bring us a little bit more when it comes to this Will Smith situation following that announcement from the Academy on Friday.
Of course, that is in reaction to the Board of Governors' disciplinary review about the slap that everyone saw. Millions of people saw it at the Oscars ceremony. He slapped Chris Rock, and of course, the fallout continues. Joining me right now to discuss this even further is TMZ's Michael Babcock. Michael, good to see you. Thanks for being with us. You know, I was kind of surprised by the rapidity of the Academy's kind of review. They said there was going to be a vote taken on April the 18th, deciding this punitive measure today, and it's quite punitive.
Hey, Andrew, thanks for having me. Yeah, I thought so. Look, they could have gone further, certainly. Taking that Oscar award that Will Smith won that night for Best Actor only minutes after the slap, that was on the table, but I think, at least my opinion this whole time has been that wasn't going to happen, that would have been just too severe penalty, and I didn't think they had the nerve to take the award from him. But what they have done is banned Will Smith for the next 10 years. So anything that has to do with the Academy, most notably the Oscars, the Academy Awards, he is not able to attend. So starting April 8th, starting today, really, until 2032, Will Smith, not virtually nor in person, will be able to attend any Oscar awards show. Now, that doesn't mean, Andrew, that he can't win. If Will Smith, you know, gives some awesome performance and they deem that he's worthy of another Oscar award, he could certainly win, but he won't be able to be there to accept it. So I thought it was a rather tough penalty. Not only that, I thought the Academy in releasing this statement, they not only said that what Will did and his behavior was, they said unacceptable, and they said it was harmful behavior, but they also knocked themselves a little bit, and they said we could have and we should have handled this better. It was a hectic moment inside that theater, and we didn't handle it appropriately. So they were a little bit introspective as well.
Yeah, definitely. Michael, let's put up the statement for our viewers. Want to read it in part from the Academy. They say the Board of Governors has decided for a period of 10 years, from April 8th, 2022, Mr. Smith shall not be permitted to attend any Academy events or programs in person or virtually, including but not limited to the Academy Awards. During our telecast, and Michael, this is what you were referring to, we did not adequately address the situation in the room. For this, we are sorry. This was an opportunity for us to set an example for our guests, viewers, and our Academy family around the world, and we fell short, unprepared for the unprecedented. And then they go on to say, we want to express our deep gratitude to Mr. Rock for maintaining his composure under extraordinary circumstances. We're also getting reaction in from Will Smith himself. He says, I accept and respect the Academy's decision. Because, you know, Michael, normally whoever wins Best Actor, Best Actress, they customarily present the next year's award. Right. For that award, that is not going to happen. You know, and you've been following this so closely. What do you think Chris Rock is thinking at this hour? We're now, what, 2 weeks removed from this whole story. Do you think, you know, Chris Rock would think that this is going too far? He's been getting so many, you know, kind of standing ovations at his comedy sets. Yeah. The sales of the tickets for those are quite through the roof. What do you think he's thinking?
Yeah, that's the million-dollar question. How does Chris feel about this? I mean, I'm obviously just speculating here because we haven't heard from Chris yet, but I believe he's accepted Will Smith's apology, and not that these guys are friends, and I don't think they're ever going to be best friends, but I don't think that Chris Rock wants to see Will Smith's career ended or his award taken away. So I would, if I'm guessing here, I would imagine that he thinks this might be a little bit too harsh of a penalty. That it's Chris Rock's wish that this thing just move on. He didn't ask for this to happen to him, and I agree with the Academy. The way he handled it in that moment to be able to keep his composure was incredible. But I would venture a guess that Chris Rock thinks this is probably a little bit too harsh.
So I guess just lastly for you, Michael, do you think the Academy will do anything else, or is this kind of disciplinary review period over? Because there was just some wavering back and forth. I know you guys had reported he was not asked to leave the ceremony. Yeah. The Academy was saying, yes, he was asked. So there's still really some bad blood festering here.
Yeah, there is. And that's really, and I think that ties into their statement in talking about how they, handled it pretty poorly. There was no consensus that night amongst the Academy people, and some wanted him gone. Some thought he should be able to stay. And because of this, there was indecision and kind of like paralysis by analysis. No action was taken. So I don't think there's going to be any further penalty for Will. I think for the most part that this has now been wrapped up. Sure, we'll probably hear from Chris at some point. I don't expect any further penalty. I think this is it. Will Smith is not going to be at any of these award shows for the next 10 years, and we'll see what happens then. That's obviously a long time away. But I would imagine that as far as penalties go, at least, this is the last we hear from the Academy. Now, Andrew, there are projects that have been put on hold that Will was involved with, and whether or not some of those studios pull the plug, I think that's still possible. But as far as the Academy, I think this is it for punishment. Yeah, that's, I guess, the last remaining angle that I'll be monitoring is, I guess, Will Smith's career viability going forward in Hollywood as well. It's fascinating, though. Yeah. It's fascinating, Andrew, because he was perfect. Never a misstep out of Will Smith, and then it all fell apart in an instant. And you wonder what his reputation and what his career looks like going forward from this guy who was thought of that he was revered as this perfect role model in Hollywood, and not anymore. Yeah. It seems like, is he going to be a pariah forever, or will, I guess, a comeback come? I mean, Hollywood loves comebacks. So we'll be watching. Yeah, Hollywood and America loves those comebacks. That is so right. Michael Babcock from TMZ, we thank you so much. No problem. Thank you for having me. The act. And Hal, let's first talk about this tragedy that happened earlier this morning at this rail station in the eastern Donbas region. More than 50 people were killed. Many more were injured in this Russian strike as civilians in Ukraine were trying to flee, knowing that the fighting is going to be picking up there. And many Western leaders have called this a war crime. And the pictures out of it have been so tragic. What does this tell us? That this is still Russia's playbook going into week 6.
Andrew, this is Russia's playbook. And what it does is it reinstills an impression that everybody has gotten that, Russian forces are undisciplined. They are brutal, but it's an undisciplined brutality. It's sort of an immature brutality where they attack civilians. They lack good order in terms of how they do things. It also shows that they're not afraid to use these types of weapons. This isn't like a stray round from artillery barrage or something. This was an intentional ballistic missile launch, and maybe it wasn't intended for there, but it looks like that. And of course, there was that writing on the side, which can be interpreted two ways, which is for the children in Russian. which could mean it was aimed for taking out Ukrainian children, although one could interpret it was for the Russian children as some sort of Russian slogan or something like that. But it's it adds on. It just adds on to all the other things. And by the way, Bucha is not just the only place we're going to see these atrocities. As we're uncovering more cities up around Kyiv, we're uncovering more atrocities that are on the same level or even greater. And this just fits the narrative of the Russian forces.
Yeah, and to your point about the saying for the children on that weapon that we saw in the yard there outside the rail station, if it is the former to what you were saying, that is just so cruel and so craven on the part of the Russian army. And we're seeing just these scenes here and at the rail station itself there, this is what we were talking about here, the graffiti on that. But let's go into some of these other top headlines from the conflict. We learned how that the Defense Department says that Russia has lost up to 20% now of its combat power since launching the invasion. That's from a senior U.S. defense official who now says the goal of Russian forces is to occupy the Donbas completely in eastern Ukraine. And so that is what we are seeing. That is why, presumably, this strike on a civilian area happened today, as they are now dug in the east.
You know, Andrew, when this whole thing started, we looked at it before the invasion. And I remember we talked about, you know, the number of forces they had, the size, the personnel, the stuff. And we're speculating, would they try to seize the east with Donbass and maybe go for that land bridge of Crimea, or where they try to take the whole country. And at the time, it seemed like trying to take the whole country, trying to take Kyiv was a bridge too far, so to speak, which is somewhat a metaphor, but also realistic because they blew up a bunch of bridges to stop them. But,
completely.
But it really has turned out to be that way, that they have pulled back and gone back to that original, more achievable strategy, and that's very realistic. Now, for him to declare victory, he has to take both provinces in the Donbass region. He's already gone on record saying that, and they pulled back from so much else that he said, I just don't see any way that he can try and claim victory without seizing at least those two provinces, you know, Donetsk and Luhansk, and then also trying to secure that land bridge. Now, something that came up today on that with Mariupol, satellite photos and other intelligence is indicating that the Russians are not quite as far into Mariupol as they claim to be. They may not have taken the central area of Mariupol. They appear to be being held at bay in the outskirts. So there's still a fight ahead. You know, I remember reading at the beginning of the week, they said Mariupol was projected to fall within a few days. It's a few days, and if anything, the intelligence looks like they're less likely to fall in a few days than they were before. That may change, but that's what it looks like now. So the Russians are having a tough time. The other thing I want to mention, too, is, you know, they pulled back these forces from Kyiv and from the north of Kyiv, and they're talking about moving them over to move to the east where they could reinforce that effort into the Donbass. And many experts have gone out there and said, well, that would add 40,000 forces or 40,000 more troops, plus all the associated armor, artillery, et cetera, they would bring in. Those who look closely at this just don't think those units can be reconstituted and put back into the fight that fast. They are truly decimated. They took enormous losses. Also, they weren't very good in terms of their professional capabilities. Lack of professionalism, undisciplined, poorly led, certainly morale just absolutely rock bottom and getting lower. So the idea that they're going to somehow swing these over and put them right into the fight, yes, other armies in other countries could do that. I don't think they're going to be able to pull that off, and it's very likely they may try and put them into the fight and just suffer more enormous casualties and attrition of those forces. So this eastern offensive will be interesting, to say the least. Definitely, and we'll be watching how it all unfolds. And that was one of my kind of main questions that I had for you, because we had been hearing that essentially Russian troops were going to just basically reconvene, resupply, reposition. We hear all these terms
and then possibly, strike yet again, more so in the east, and that would take, somewhere between 7 and 10 days. But we'll have to watch it because you and I think, are on the same page here. We just do not think that they have the will, that they have the sheer numbers to commit to something like that this soon after these retreats that we saw. Hal, let's talk about Russian war dead, though. There are more and more reports that they are leaving them on the battlefield in Ukraine. Ukraine has offered to essentially give them back. They said they have, morgues full of thousands of Russian soldiers that Russia has simply not taken back. What does this say?
Well, it goes to that undisciplined force that we talk about. In the U.S. and most of the European tradition, we leave no man behind, or we leave no soldier or troop behind on the battlefield. We make extraordinary efforts to obviously save our wounded, to get them off the battlefield, but also those who have been killed. We always try to make sure we get all of our folks back. We're not always successful, but we always make a tremendous effort to do that. The Russians, by comparison, appear to have a complete disregard. And they've been leaving not just dead on the battlefield. There's been cases where they left wounded on the battlefield, made no effort to recover them. They were captured. And so you have to go back to the morale, the will to fight of those Russian troops. If you're going into a fight and you see somebody as your friend and they go down, and whether they're seriously wounded or they've been killed, and your chain of command doesn't care about recovering the remains for their family, for Mother Russia, just leaves them on the battlefield with complete disregard, that has a deep psychological impact on the other forces there. And the fact that Russia is making little effort to recover them across the board, when Ukraine says, here, we're willing to send them back, that to me says it's a ticking time bomb. Because with any large military organization, that will spread. The word of that will spread. It doesn't have to be officially told to them. The word will spread that Russia doesn't care. Russia doesn't care about getting them back, doesn't care if they're dead, and I'm sure some will say they don't care if they're alive. And that's going to debilitate their will to fight even more.
Hal, on that point, I want to read an excerpt from this just really wild Washington Post article about this topic we're talking about. It goes in part, Ukraine has about 7,000 unclaimed Russian corpses in morgues and refrigerated rail cars. Now, that is according to Alexei Arestovich. He's an advisor to the head of Ukraine's presidential administration. He said his government's figure of 18,600 Russian dead was based on Ukrainian reports from the battlefield and intercepted Russian military communications. Apparently, according to the Washington Post's reporting, Ukraine tried to return the bodies of 3,000 Russian service members on the third day of the war, to which they being the Russians, said, we don't believe in such quantities. We don't have this number. We're not ready to accept them. Stunning.
This is where it's stunning, but it's also where the level of propaganda, they're defeating themselves. There isn't a large military force in the world where word doesn't travel. I can tell you many times in many wars where for operational security reasons, troops didn't know what was going on. The troops in fighting in the Philippines at the beginning of World War II, the U.S. troops were told reinforcements are coming. The reality was, after Pearl Harbor, there was no way those reinforcements would ever get there, but it allowed them to fight harder and stronger for a little bit longer. In this case, this thing's dragging on for so long that all of this is going to seep back into the Russian ranks. And also the Russian troops, they've seen what's happened, especially those who are up forward. They've seen the sort of casualties they've been taking. And when they see that delta, that gap between what's being officially said and what they have personally witnessed and what they have heard from those that they believe, that's going to debilitate or diminish, I should say, their will to keep fighting this war. You're going to find more of that stuff where units will refuse to go into combat, as has been reported many, many times. You'll also see this vaunted shift to the east slow down. And I would not be surprised if we'll see some half-hearted things. One thing I want to point out with that too, in the East, for them to go into the offense, they need to push a huge force forward. I don't think they have that huge force in an operational capacity to do that. So they're going to do their normal doctrinal movements, which was they will launch out combat recon patrols to see how far they can get, and then they'll put out their advanced guard elements, which are, this is military doctrine, but they're it's a smaller part of a battalion. It's like a company-sized unit, maybe 15 or 16 armored vehicles or something like that. Those are small enough echelons, combat recon patrols, a few vehicles, you got maybe a dozen or so vehicles, whether they're tanks or armored personnel, carriers, or a mix of that go forward. There's enough switchblade drones and more than enough javelins and NLAWs and everything else that when they send those units forward, those units probably won't ever come back. And when that happens, when they send out units and they don't come back and everybody else is waiting to see which way to go, that slows them down even more. If you have a force that just doesn't have that will to fight, that is very tenuous to begin with, and everything they seem to send forward of the forward line of troops never seems to come back, or they come back all chopped up into pieces.
Yeah.
Not literally, I'm talking about little pieces of units and stuff, but that's going to slow them down even more. And by the way, that travels like wildfire throughout a military organization. And that gets down to every troop. They just don't have the leadership. That's the thing that really comes out of this is just, we knew it was bad, but it's much worse.
Yeah.
And the fact they don't have a non-commissioned officer corps is literally killing them.
Let's talk about the leadership, though. The BBC out with a report today saying Russia is changing its military command. According to an unnamed Western official, General Alexander Vornikov, who has experience in Syria, will lead the army amid the Kremlin's desire to reach some kind of success before May the 9th, and we can talk about the significance of that date, and possibly that date will be used as to claim some type of victory in the war in Ukraine. But let's talk about the military command structure. It's very different from the U.S. military. They look pretty much night and day. Who is in charge of the Russian the special military operation in Russia at this point in time?
At this point in time, 6 weeks into it, we still can't figure out who's in charge. When we do something like this, we have a singular commander. There's somebody who's in charge of at least I should be able to point and say this person is in charge of all ground combat operations or something like that. I still can't figure it out. It goes right up to the highest political level, the head of the Minister of Defense. It's just really not clear who on the ground. They don't have a unified command. One thing we always talk about, and it's a core principle, is unified command, and having a singular commander, a single chain of command that makes those decisions. Because if you don't have that, you're going to have different competing elements, units, if you will. Everybody's short of resources. Everybody's going to be trying to get resources. Everybody's going to be trying to seize glory, or every general will be trying to seize glory. And what you'll end up with is just a hodgepodge mess. If you look at Ukraine, what you see is a hodgepodge mess. They just don't have the southern. There was some unity command in the south. In the north, what they did was they brought a bunch of units that had traditionally not worked together. They didn't have a singular command and control system, and that's the mess you saw, which eventually resulted in the full withdrawal. The other thing that's been brought up over and over again, when we fight, and certainly modern militaries fight today, we do what's called combined arms. We have forces on the ground, maneuver forces. We have fire support, which could be artillery, rockets, missiles. And that gets into also going into close-in fire support from helicopters, like attack helicopters, and then close air support that comes from, like fast-moving aircraft that drop bombs. This is all a carefully choreographed, a carefully scripted, if you will, evolution. Everybody knows what they're doing, and I say scripted. I don't mean it's something we can't shift very quickly. We have procedure, tactics, techniques, procedures that we can shift from. We can move quickly on the battlefield. We can maneuver to seize opportunities, and we train to do that. And it's very apparent the Russians just have not incorporated that philosophy. They have the artillery, they have the rockets, they have the planes, they have the tanks, and it seems like nobody's really working together. You know, they do this, it looks like something literally from over 100 years ago,
Wow.
The beginnings of World War I. It's that bad.
But why May 9th? What is the significance there? Because usually, from what I've seen, there's huge military parades in Red Square on this day. Do you think Putin will use this date to claim some type of victory?
Absolutely. Well, I think he wants to.
Okay.
This is a huge day, and that's the the Great Patriotic War, which we call World War II, but they refer to there. If you've been to Russia, and certainly if you've been to the Soviet Union before that, there was a spiritual, a religious reverence for the bravery and courage of the Great Patriotic War. For him, he would love to be able to say on May 9th, we have won another great patriotic war to unify the Russian empire, if you will, or Greater Russia, and he wants to do that.
Yeah.
I'm very skeptical. I mean, it's possible he might get there, but there's just so many things undone. I think he's going to claim some sort of victory.
Yeah.
I don't care what it is.
My concern is that he will draw the comparison that they beat the Nazis in the Great Patriotic War and they beat them here in Ukraine. That is the propagandistic line we've been hearing, the denazification of Ukraine. And so that's something I'll be looking out for. Lastly, Hal, I just want to talk about the European response, the diplomatic response. We saw these really stunning, we don't have them, but we saw these stunning videos today of Ursula von der Leyen. She is the president of the European Commission in Kyiv, meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky, other high-ranking EU officials there, they saw for themselves the body bags in Bucha. So I thought that was really kind of moving to see this high-ranking European official go to where this is all happening. Of course, this comes on the heel after the European Parliament, in fact, did vote in favor of an immediate embargo on Russian gas and oil by an overwhelming majority. They also approved the ban on Russian coal. And of course, here back home, the U.S. Finally moved to strip Russia's trading privileges and prohibit its energy sales in the American market. This is all really, really huge. This is a big deal, especially the European counterpart.
Well, she shows up, she's the nominal head of the European Union. And I have to tell you, let's talk about how things have changed in the last 20 or 30 years. She holds tremendous political power. Her number, essentially her number 2 for external affairs of the European Union for membership issues was there with her. A full entourage was there, and they felt it was safe enough to go to Kyiv. There's talk that I believe tomorrow the head of Austria is supposed to show up there. A non-NATO country is supposed to show up in Kyiv. President Zelensky has publicly invited the diplomatic missions of all countries to return to Kyiv. I think we're going to probably see some of that, at least the beginnings of that next week, because they feel that Kyiv is safe enough that they can operate from. And with that, Ukraine is no longer an embattled country where the government might have to go in exile. Ukraine is a country with a war, but a capital that's safe enough that foreign dignitaries and foreign embassies can operate there. That is such a tremendous switch from where we were a month ago. It is truly stunning, and it just says a lot about the Ukrainian forces. And by the way, don't forget that in the background, they're moving tanks, Russian tanks from the NATO countries. The S-300 advanced more advanced anti-air system is being moved in there. Armored vehicles, all of this, not to mention all the defensive weaponry. In fact, Boris Johnson, I don't know if he's going to go to Kyiv, but he has already said he's looking at everything that the UK produces and wondering if they can ship that over to Ukraine. I got to tell you, it's an amazing shift from where we were at the beginning of this whole thing, in terms of the amount of aid and support and recognition that the Ukrainian government is getting, and particularly what President Zelensky is getting. I mean, President Zelensky has taken on an international status, which is which is truly amazing. I mean, I think of Mandela, in South Africa in terms of the elevation of status as to where he is, showing the bravery of the Western world against Russia. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, the biographies of Volodymyr Zelensky, 50 years from now will be, must-read books there. Hal Kempfer, thanks so much for offering everything this week. It's been a very, very tough week, especially for so many of us who have followed every minute detail in this war, seeing the grisly images in and around the suburbs of Kyiv as the Russians retreated. And of course, the war is ongoing, but like you said, there are some glimmers of hope out there for the Ukrainian people. Hal Kempfer, have a good weekend.
All right, you too, Andrew.
Kempfer with the latest. And Hal, let's first talk.
Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios just before the 11 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And if you are just joining us, welcome into our show. Our motto is live, raw, and unfiltered news throughout the day. And a look on your screen gives you a recap of everything that we are monitoring on this Sunday morning. The war in Ukraine has hit its 46th day, and we did just hear an update from Andrew Kraft and Hal Kempfer, who are recapping precisely where we stand in this war. We can confirm that Vladimir Putin has appointed a new commander of the war in Ukraine. We'll walk you through what exactly that means. This on a day where the White House is warning of more Russian brutality in Ukraine in the coming days. A look at the map on your screen shows that Russia is now shifting its tactics. It is targeting eastern and southern Ukraine. Now, we'll take you through the latest video that we have and also recap a historic day just 48 hours ago where Ketanji Brown Jackson was confirmed to the Supreme Court. We are also monitoring breaking news out of South Florida where NFL quarterback Dwayne Haskins was fatally struck by a dump truck. This occurred on Saturday. We'll take you through a series of tweets that we have and the latest news in that investigation. All of this coming up right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. 10:54 here on the East Coast. Happy Sunday. If you are just waking up, we know everyone tends to wake up a little bit on the later side on a Sunday morning, and we do want to thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Our motto, of course, is live, raw, and unfiltered news throughout the day. If there's a live event happening, you will be the first to make it there. And we are monitoring a series of breaking news stories this morning. I do want to bring you out to a triple box view of all of those stories that we are keeping a very close eye on this morning. We can confirm that, of course, the war in Ukraine has reached its 46th day. We hit the 6-week mark just this past Thursday, and we can confirm that Vladimir Putin has named a new commander in charge of his operation in Ukraine. Now, this is of particular interest here because this is a commander that the world is quite familiar with, and not exactly for the right reasons, of course. Russian Vladimir Putin has named this new commander. His name is General Alexander Dvornikov. He is the commander of Russia's Southern Military District, and he will now lead this invasion. This was first reported on Friday. A Western official has told media outlets that this man, now in command of this operation, will improve Russia's flagging invasion after it has failed to take the capital of Kyiv and really failed to hit many marks along the way that many anticipated the Russian army would have hit by now, as we have hit the 46th day. This comes at a time where Russia has been adjusting its tactics. I do want to bring this map for you in full so that for those of you just joining us, you can get perhaps a better view of where Russian forces were and where they currently are. Now, of course, a lot has been made over the past couple of weeks of Russia's attack in and around Kyiv, which is the Ukrainian capital. Well, over the past week or so, Russian forces have actually retreated from those areas, and that is why we have seen horrific images coming out of the likes of Kyiv suburbs, Bucha. You've heard so much about where mass graves were discovered and really horrific atrocities and war crimes, by the very definition of a war crime, have been committed in those suburbs. Russian forces are now moving away from the western portion and northern portion of this country, and they are now really concentrated on the southern portion and on the eastern portion. We can confirm that there is a military convoy on its way to Kharkiv, so you see that city there on the western portion. We can also confirm that a airport in Dnipro has been essentially annihilated. It has been almost entirely destroyed. We can confirm that the humanitarian situation in Mariupol, which is that southern port city, is deteriorating by the day. And we can also confirm that Odessa, another port city on the southern coast of Ukraine, is also being heavily targeted. So that is where we currently stand in this invasion of Ukraine. And for those of you that have been keeping a close eye on this situation, we hear daily from President Zelensky of Ukraine. He posts a daily update to the people of Ukraine and really to the people of the world. He posts this on his social media sites, and when we do get one that is subtitled in English, we do always play it for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We do have his latest update from overnight, so I do want to play that for you. Let's listen in to the latest, please, coming from the man himself, Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine. Let's take a listen.
Було великою честю від вашого імені, від імені усіх українців вітати у нашій столиці на Банковій щирого друга України, прем'єр-міністра Великої Британії Бориса Джонсона. Його візит в нашу державу демонструє максимально наочно: для свободи немає перешкод, для лідерства немає перешкод. Борис був серед тих, хто не вагався жодної хвилини чи підтримувати Україну. Лідерство Великої Британії у наданні нашій державі необхідної допомоги, передусім оборонної, а також і лідерство в санкційній політиці, назавжди в історії. В історії захисту демократії, в історії захисту Європи. Україна завжди буде вдячною за це і Борису, і Британії. Сьогодні Борис приїхав в Київ ще й з новим пакетом фінансової і оборонної підтримки для України. Обговорили з ним також і нові санкційні кроки, які потрібні, щоб примусити Росію до миру. Завдання нашої антивоєнної коаліції цілком зрозуміло: швидше завершити цю війну, яку розпочала Росія, звільнити нашу землю від загарбників і гарантувати безпеку Україні, а отже, безпеку демократії і свободі народів на сході Європи. Саме тому це не просто моральний обов'язок всіх демократичних держав, всіх сил Європи – підтримувати прагнення України до миру. Це, власне, стратегія захисту для кожної цивілізованої держави. Тиснути на Росію якнайбільше, щоб якнайшвидше відновити мир і безпеку. Щоб якнайшвидше повернути силу міжнародному праву і зупинити катастрофу від застосування права сили. Катастрофу, яка неминуче вдарить по всім. Бо російська агресія не мала на меті обмежуватись лише однією Україною, лише руйнацією нашої свободи і нашого життя. Увесь європейський проєкт – ось мішень для Російської Федерації. Був задоволений почути сьогодні і від канцлера Австрії Карла Негамера запевнення, що для австрійської держави примусити Росію до миру так само принципово, як і для інших відповідальних держав. Почув і обіцянку того, що Австрія разом з партнерами по Європейському Союзу продовжить санкційну політику проти Росії, поки не відбудеться повне відновлення реальної безпеки у нашому регіоні. Поки Росія не забере усі свої сили з української суверенної території. Канцлер Австрії підтримав у відповідь на моє запитання і чітку перспективу якнайшвидшого приєднання України до Європейського Союзу. І окремо хочу подякувати пану Негамеру за передачу Україні пожежних і рятувальних машин, іншого обладнання, а також за допомогу паливом. Також сьогодні є й важлива новина від пані Урсули фон дер Ляєн, президентки Єврокомісії, та від прем'єр-міністра Канади Джастіна Трюдо. В рамках ініційованої ними глобальної кампанії Stand Up for Ukraine вдалося зібрати більше 10 мільярдів доларів США для допомоги нашим людям, для українців, які були вимушені залишити свої домівки через війну Росії проти України. Дякую кожному, дякую кожній, хто долучився до збору цих коштів. Тобто сьогодні був справді плідний день для України, для нашої дипломатії. І це вже 45-й день нашої оборони від російської навали. Чи думали в Москві, що на 45-й день після їхнього вторгнення у Києві будуть відбуватися саме такі події? Ні, вони не могли це навіть уявити. А ми зробили це реальністю. Ми всі разом, кожен українець, кожна українка, які 24 лютого і назавжди обрали сміливість. Обрали Україну, обрали свободу і майбутнє. На всіх міжнародних переговорах, в усіх контактах з лідерами світу протягом цих 45 днів я обов'язково піднімаю 3 теми. Перше – конкретна допомога нашій обороні. Друге – конкретна допомога нашим людям. Третє – конкретні гарантії безпеки для нашої держави, яка точно переможе у цьому протистоянні. Звісно, не від усіх я чую конкретні відповіді на свої конкретні запитання, але щодня позитиву для України все більше. Проте ще не настільки більше, щоб можна було вже точно визначити терміни закінчення цієї війни. Росія все ще може дозволити собі жити в ілюзіях і стягувати на нашу землю нові військові сили та нову техніку. Це означає, що потрібно ще більше санкцій, ще більше зброї для нашої держави. До речі, Борис Джонсон був сьогодні дуже конкретний і у відповідях на мої запитання, втім, як і завжди. І вже визначились з ним, яку допомогу надасть Велика Британія післявоєнному відновленню України. Британці готові взяти шефство над відновленням Києва і Київської області. Серед пріоритетних завдань для нашої дипломатії, для всіх контактів з нашими партнерами, запровадження більш болісних обмежень грошових потоків Російської Федерації. Передусім, це стосується нафтового бізнесу. Демократичний світ точно може відмовитись від російської нафти і зробити її токсичною для усіх інших держав. Саме нафта – одне з 2 джерел російського самовпевненості, їхнього відчуття безкарності. Інше джерело – газ – також з часом буде перекрите. Це просто неминуче, не тільки з безпекових, але й з екологічних міркувань. Але Україна не має часу чекати. Свобода не має часу чекати. Коли тиранія розпочала агресію проти усього, на чому тримався мир в Європі, потрібно діяти негайно. Потрібно діяти принципово. І нафтове ембарго має бути першим кроком. Причому на рівні всіх демократичних держав, усього цивілізованого світу. Тоді Росія це відчує. Тоді це для них буде аргумент шукати мир, припинити безглузде насильство. І ще одна новина на сьогодні. Довгоочікувана для багатьох наших людей. В Україну повернеться одна з наших головних святинь. Одна з найшановніших святинь Софії Київської. Ікона Святого Миколи Мокрого. Це перша чудотворна ікона Русі. Ми довго працювали, щоб повернути її. Вона була вивезена з України під час Другої світової війни. І свого часу вона буде вдома, в Святій Софії. Вдячні за це рішення ієрархам, духовенству та вірним Української православної церкви США. Хочу, щоб повернення цієї святині стало для всіх нас важливим символом, фундаментальним символом. Символом того, що ми повернемо в Україну усе наше, усе українське. Повернемо усіх наших людей. І обов'язково повернемо справедливість, наш повний контроль над нашою землею. Дякую всім нашим друзям, вдячний усім нашим героям. Слава Україні!
And that was the latest update from the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, to his people, to the world. And the messaging really, it's the same that we have been hearing for days now, for the past 46 days, really. He asks once again the West for concrete assistance in defense, concrete help for the people of Ukraine in terms of humanitarian efforts and humanitarian help. He once again outlines that he has not heard specific answers to his specific questions, but he pleads once again, once more, to end this senseless violence, to put an end to this conflict that once again is entering really a new chapter as Russia has appointed a new commander of this war and does re-strategize, kind of shift its tactics with now a strong emphasis on the western and southern portions of Ukraine. This is really just the beginning of our update on the situation in Ukraine. A bit later on in the show, we're going to touch base with all of our reporters. We're going to speak about the humanitarian crisis and how Ukrainian refugees are now entering the United States and posing new kind of issues for the White House to address. We're also taking a live look at the White House here because it was a monumental week for the Biden administration as Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson was appointed to the Supreme Court and confirmed. We're going to have remarks from Vice President Kamala Harris, from President Biden, and of course from Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson herself. We're also going to update you on NFL quarterback Dwayne Haskins and that investigation as he was fatally struck by a truck in South Florida just yesterday on Saturday. So we're going to provide you with an update on that. But directly on the other side of this break, we're going to head to New York City where we get an update from our very own Ryan Christopher on the latest Jennifer Lopez engagement. Yes, that's correct. She is engaged again, and we'll also get you up to speed on Will Smith's punishment that was handed down by the Academy. A lot coming up right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Happy Sunday and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. 11:11 here on the East Coast. A lucky time to talk with our team in New York about the latest entertainment news. And we all love a little bit of entertainment. We're going to be discussing Jennifer Lopez's latest engagement. But first and foremost, we're going to get the latest on Will Smith and that Oscars slap, something that has made its way around the world. I feel like we've been talking about this for days now, but I do want to welcome in Ryan Christopher into the show. Ryan, welcome into Live Now from Fox. And like I said, this is a story that really has made headlines, perhaps for all the wrong reasons all around the world, but it does appear that we have a little bit of closure at least. What's the latest?
Well, good morning to you. Good afternoon. Morning, I guess it is. We're here on the East Coast right now. Gabrielle, thank you so much for having me on. Yes, Will Smith, everyone's still buzzing about it, but like you said, hopefully a little bit of closure here. So let's backtrack a little bit, okay? So on April 1st, Will Smith resigned from the Academy. That was his initial step after slapping Chris Rock on stage, but then this past Friday, the Academy finally handing out that penalty that everybody had been waiting on. How are they going to punish Will Smith? What's going to happen? So let's break it down for you. Essentially, Will Smith will not be able to attend an Oscars either in person or in a virtual ceremony or any other Academy events for the next 10 years. And it has some people wondering, well, why does he get to keep his Oscar? Should he return it? Is that penalty harsh enough? Should he face more repercussions for that? And the irony is that Will Smith can still be nominated and he can still win an Oscar, and he can go to an after party too if he wanted to in that sense. So time will tell in this case, but as you had mentioned, a little bit of closure here in a story that we've all been talking about. It certainly brought up many conversation points about how people interact on stage and mental health. And something else to keep in mind, that their relationship, Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith, has been very open in more ways than one, via social media as well. And so, like you had said, Gabrielle, sort of a little bit of closure here in this story that seems to keep on giving.
It really does. It is the story that keeps on giving, because every day we enter kind of a new chapter of it. You spoke about how this punishment is getting perhaps mixed reviews. I guess my question, and we'll get to Jada in just a minute because she did make her first public appearance. I want to know what we've heard from her directly. But first and foremost, I wanted to ask what kind of backlash in terms of Will Smith's work is he getting? I mean, is his work, is his production company kind of taking a hit because of this incident?
Yeah, well, so the thing is that some of his projects were already paused, and keep in mind that he does have his own production company, Westbrook Productions, excuse me. And we've seen Will over the past 5-10 years. He's putting out a lot of content on social media, and it was ironic. Something that just surfaced through the New York Post was a video of Jada and Will in their home, sort of a behind-the-scenes look where we see some of the tension, where Jada was filming Will for her Red Table Talk, for her show, asking him a question. He says, look, Jada, social media is my bread and butter. Don't film me without my permission. So it's sort of one of those awkward moments where you can tell that there's a lot going on behind the scenes before we got to that moment on stage. And that was just one example. So as of right now, some of his production is paused, but a lot of this will just depend on time and the fallout. And will movie fans of Will Smith, be willing to accept him back onto their TV screens after this? And there is no answer as of right now.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. That's just the reality. We were all waiting and seeing kind of their first public appearance either together or individually since this incident, and Jada Pinkett Smith did make an appearance yesterday. What have we heard from her directly, since this whole incident obviously was because of her in a way?
Yeah, so I know that she was spotted out in LA yesterday. And something to keep in mind, yeah, she did put out that social media post, which was sort of the initial, it's healing season, and I'm here for it. And a lot of people were thinking, well, what do you have to heal from, Jada? It seems like you were kind of the one that stirred up this situation from the jump. And we've seen other angles from behind Jada after the slap where she laughed. So a lot of people sort of pointing at Jada a bit here in this situation. Perhaps some of that behind the scenes drama in their relationship kind of came to a head at that award show. Clearly a lot of layers that went into everything that transpired there. But that's really all that she has said, is that it's healing season and I'm here for it, which again by many fans was sort of a generic, there was no apology there. So a lot of fans were upset by that too.
Right, and the real question is we still haven't really heard from Chris Rock himself. He did do a show, but it was only like a one-liner, right, Ryan?
Yeah, so basically what he did, he went on stage. This was his first show right after the slap. It was in Boston, and he went on stage and he said, look, this is crazy. I had a whole stand-up bit planned for tonight. I have to take time to process this. So we haven't heard anything from Chris Rock besides that. Will Smith did put out an apology, and he said that he accepts and he respects the decision of the Academy to ban him for 10 years. So perhaps the story we'll be hearing less of, but I have an idea we'll probably continue to hear about it a little bit.
I think you're probably right. I think there's definitely a twist or two left for us to unfold. Speaking of twists and turns, and another couple that certainly we can't get enough of. I know, Ryan. J-Lo engaged once again. Give us the details.
I know, this is wild. I mean, I was heartbroken for the 6th time because my middle school self is still in love with J-Lo. Apparently, she just never fell in love with me. But now she's tied with Michael Jordan's with 6 rings, engagement rings, that is, overall. J-Lo and Ben 2.0, Bennifer 2.0 are officially engaged yet again. And great news for all of you J-Lo fans out there. Of course, very happy couple now. They've shown a lot of their love on the red carpet, and then they've talked about how special their relationship is. And this was cool because J-Lo sort of teased it on social media, on Instagram, and said, I have a little special surprise, but you're going to have to go to the jlo.com, which is like her newsletter website for her super fans. So that's where fans went and got that message. And she said it was such a special moment. The ring is really beautiful. So her previous one from A-Rod was this giant, stunning diamond, and now this one is actually an emerald diamond. It's green. It's a green cushion cut diamond, and green is actually the color of renewal. So Ben taking his time to make sure there was a message behind that and some thoughtfulness as well. So congratulations. Wedding bells are coming soon, I guess, right? ...
again for J-Lo. We absolutely love it.
Another one, yes, as DJ Khaled would say. Speaking of the wedding bells, no word, though, on an official ceremony or anything yet, right?
No word on a ceremony. I don't know if we're going to get invited. Gabrielle, I'm sure we'll be looking out in the mail for our invite, like, hey, J-Lo, come on now.
Absolutely.
Right? That would be a crazy party to do. But it's wild to think. Her and Ben, it's been 18 years. They called off their first engagement in 2004. 18 years later, they've both grown as individuals, their families as well. So it's beautiful to see somebody come back around the second time around, make love work again. And for J-Lo, I know we talk about, kind of joke, you know, she's been engaged 6 times. But it's nice to know that she's found a little bit of happiness. And hopefully this is it. No more rings for J-Lo. Come on.
I think everyone loves love, and everyone's hoping that J-Lo can really find her one true love here. Bennifer is a fan favorite, and lucky for us, we have you to keep us up to date. As soon as you hear those wedding bells, and if you get an invite and I don't, we're going to have some issues, Ryan. I'm just letting you know right now.
Okay, hey, I know nothing. I know nothing.
Oh my, Ryan Christopher, thank you so much for the update. We'll be touching base a little bit later on in the show as well, but stay safe and keep an eye out for that invite.
All right, I appreciate it, Gabrielle. Thanks so much.
Alrighty. Ryan Christopher, always great to catch up with him. We do want to, of course, take you back to our triple box view here because we are monitoring 3 big stories. Of course, a live look at the White House as the White House and its officials warn of more Russian brutality in Ukraine in the coming days. On the lower right-hand portion of your screen there, you can see the map of Ukraine, and Russia is now targeting eastern and southern portions of that country. We also are keeping a close eye on a very historic week for the Supreme Court as Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson was confirmed. She becomes the first black woman to sit on the highest court in the United States. Truly a monumental week, not only for the Biden administration, but a chapter in U.S. history that we certainly will not forget. We're going to get you up to speed on all of the latest right after this short 2-minute commercial break.
Happy Sunday and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And here is a live look on all of your screens on all of the stories that we are monitoring on this Sunday morning. We will begin with the top bullet on your left-hand corner. War in Ukraine reaches its 46th day as Vladimir Putin has named a new commander in charge of his operation in Ukraine, an operation, of course, that he considers to be a special military operation, but we, of course, consider it a war in Ukraine, as we have seen the brutality, the atrocities that he and his forces have committed in that country. The White House is warning of more Russian brutality in Ukraine, as Russia's military has essentially changed its tactics. I do want to take you out to a live look at a map so that you can all get a better sense of what it is that we are referring to when we say that Russia has changed its tactics here. Here is a map of Ukraine for those of you that are not very familiar. And initially, the goal was, of course, to take the capital of Kyiv that you see starred there in red. That tactic and that kind of goal has since changed. Russian forces are now retreating from the suburbs of the Ukrainian capital, which is why when Ukrainian forces do re-enter some of those suburbs, they are finding mass graves, innocent children, civilians, women who have been killed, the atrocities of Bucha. All of these things are coming as a result of Russia's retreat from these areas. Russian forces are now, we can confirm via satellite imagery, that they are headed to Kharkiv, which is a city that you find on the western portion, almost near the border with Russia. We can also confirm today that an airport in Dnipro has been severely hit, essentially destroyed, according to Ukrainian officials. We can also confirm that Mariupol is still under heavy siege. We can confirm that humanitarian efforts are also attempting to help the civilians that are stuck in Mariupol, but unsuccessful. And all of this happening while Odessa, another port city to the southern portion of Ukraine, is also being heavily hit. So all of this kind of ties directly with the facts that we are getting to our newsroom and really all around the world, which is that Russia are changing their tactics. And they are now really putting an emphasis on the eastern and western portions of the country. We do want to head back out here to our triple box view, because we also are keeping a very close eye on a breaking news story that we brought to you yesterday. NFL quarterback Dwayne Haskins was fatally struck by a dump truck in South Florida. We are working to get you more details, but what we know as of right now is that Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback Dwayne Haskins was killed early Saturday morning after once again he was struck by a dump truck while he was walking on a South Florida interstate. Authorities have said, for those of you familiar with South Florida roadways, we're talking about Interstate 595. He was attempting to cross a lane on foot when he was hit by a dump truck around 6:30 in the morning. All of this according to Florida Highway Patrol. Haskins was pronounced dead at the scene, and authorities said it was unknown why he was walking on the interstate. We do want to try and get up some tweets for you here on Live Now from Fox, and I will work to get those for you right now. But obviously this story not only hitting the sports world in a big way, but really hitting the entertainment world. Quite shocking news when a player who had so much ahead of him, only 24 years old, and he unfortunately loses his life in a very unexpected and shocking way. Again, authorities are not sure why he was jogging on the highway, why he was trying to cross that highway, but we were able to get up those tweets for you, and I do want to bring you there live so we can all enjoy them here. Here is a message from, of course, the National Football League, from the NFL, saying the NFL family mourns the tragic loss of Dwayne Haskins, and we extend our deepest condolences to his family and his loved ones. And really, these tweets continue to pour in, not only from members football players and fans, but really all around the world. We have a message from the Pittsburgh Steelers as well, and this is a statement from head coach Mike Tomlin. I am devastated and at a loss for words with the unfortunate passing of Dwayne Haskins. He quickly became part of our Steelers family upon his arrival in Pittsburgh and was one of our hardest workers both on the field and in our community. Dwayne was a great teammate, but even more so a tremendous friend to so many. I am truly heartbroken. Our thoughts and prayers are with his wife and his entire family during this time. And these types of tweets continue to pour in. Here's another one from the Miami Dolphins. We are saddened by the tragic passing of Dwayne Haskins, and our thoughts and prayers are with his family, teammates, the Steelers organization, and all who mourn this loss. Of course, the Miami Dolphins, this is of particular interest because he was struck by this dump truck in South Florida. This happened in Fort Lauderdale, once again, on Interstate 595. For those of you that are familiar, that's a very busy interstate. This happened at 6:30 in the morning, and once again, officials are trying to figure out why he was jogging or walking on that interstate at that time. Here is a message from the Pittsburgh Steelers. We are deeply saddened by the tragic loss of Dwayne Haskins. May he rest in peace. Another one from a fellow player in the league, Kyler Murray, saying RIP Dwayne Haskins. Heartbreaking. Prayers to his family and loved ones. Love yours while they're here. And the message is really keep on pouring in. Joe Hayden, tell your loved ones that you love them. Life is so short. RIP Dwayne Haskins. And this from Jenny Taft, who of course is a Fox Sports reporter who has worked on the sidelines of many, many games. The most infectious smile. Rest in peace, Dwayne Haskins. My heart is so heavy for his family, friends, and Buckeye Nation. Dwayne Haskins, of course, played for Ohio State. He was a former Ohio State standout, and he was reportedly in Miami training with Mitch Trubisky, who was signed by the Steelers last month to a 2-year deal. Now, we can confirm that in the hours after this incident, westbound traffic on the interstate was shut down. Of course, all of that as investigators worked to figure out how it was that Dwayne Haskins lost his life just 24 years old. And as soon as we do get more updates on this investigation, we will be sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. But really heartbreaking messages coming into our newsroom, and friends, family, teammates, perhaps people who were simply in the league and never really, spoke to Dwayne Haskins one-on-one, but played against him. Tributes pouring in from all over for NFL quarterback Dwayne Haskins, who unfortunately lost his life on Saturday after he was fatally struck by a truck in South Florida. Once again, as soon as we do get updates on this story, we will be sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. In switching gears, what we do here on Live Now from Fox is bring you out to any live events that we get into our newsroom. And here you are seeing a podium here because we are expecting Majority Leader Chuck Schumer to give a press conference. So here's a live look at his podium. As soon as Majority Leader Schumer steps up to this podium, we will be sure to bring you there live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We also have live feeds coming into our newsroom of the White House on this Sunday morning. Here's a look at the nation's capital as we are monitoring a lot of things. President Biden going to have a very busy week this week, but he did just come off of a very busy week as well. His nominee for the Supreme Court, Ketanji Brown Jackson, was confirmed in a historic confirmation. He took to the lawn, in addition to Vice President Kamala Harris and Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, to address the media in a celebration that will go down in the history books. I do want to play his remarks and the remarks of Vice President Kamala Harris and also the remarks of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson for you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in.
Good morning. Good morning, America. Have a seat, please. President Joe Biden, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, Second Gentleman Douglas Emhoff, members of Congress, members of the Cabinet, members of our administration, and friends and fellow Americans. Today is indeed a wonderful day. As we gather to celebrate the confirmation of the next Justice of the United States Supreme Court, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. President George Washington once referred to America as a great experiment, a nation founded on the previously untested belief that the people, we the people, could form a more perfect union. And that belief has pushed our nation forward for generations. And it is that belief that we reaffirmed yesterday. Through the confirmation of the first black woman to the United States Supreme Court. And Judge Jackson, you will inspire generations of leaders. They will watch your confirmation hearings and read your decisions. In the years to come, the court will answer fundamental questions about who we are and what kind of country we live in. Will we expand opportunity or restrict it? Will we strengthen the foundations of our great democracy or let them crumble? Will we move forward or backward? The young leaders of our nation will learn from the experience, the judgment, the wisdom that you, Judge Jackson, will apply in every case that comes before you, and they will see, for the first time, 4 women sitting on that court at one time. So as a point of personal privilege, I will share with you, Judge Jackson, that when I presided over the Senate confirmation vote yesterday, while I was sitting there, I drafted a note to my goddaughter. And I told her that I felt such a deep sense of pride and joy, and about what this moment means for our nation and for her future. And I will tell you, her braids are just a little longer than yours. But as I wrote to her, I told her what I knew this would mean for her life and all that she has in terms of potential. So indeed, the road toward our more perfect union is not always straight, and it is not always smooth, but sometimes it leads to a day like today. A day that reminds us what is possible when progress is made, and that the journey, well, it will always be worth it. So let us not forget that as we celebrate this day, we are also here in great part because of one President Joe Biden, and and because of Joe Biden's vision and leadership and commitment, a lifelong commitment to building a better America. And of course, we are also here because of the voices and the support of so many others, many of whom are in this audience today. And with that, it is now my extreme and great honor to introduce our President, Joe Biden.
Thank you, Kamala. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The first really smart decision I made in this administration. My name's Joe Biden. Please sit down. I'm Jill's husband and Naomi Biden's grandfather. And folks, now yesterday, this is not only a sunny day. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. This is going to let so much sun shine on so many young women, so many young black women, so many minorities, that it's real. It's real. We're going to look back, nothing to do with me. We're going to look back and see this as a moment of real change in American history. I was on the phone this morning, Jesse, with President Ramaphosa of South Africa. And he was talking about how the time that I was so outspoken about what was going on in my meeting with Nelson Mandela here. And I said, you know, I said, I'm shortly going to go out, I'm looking out the window. I'm going to go out on this, what they call the South Lawn in the White House. And I'm going to introduce to the world, the first African-American woman out of over 200 judges on the Supreme Court. And he said to me, he said, keep it up. Keep it up. We're going to keep it up. And folks, yesterday we all witnessed a truly historic moment presided over by the Vice President. There are moments that people go back in history and they're literally historic, consequential, fundamental shifts in American policy. Today, we're joined by the First Lady, the Second Gentleman, and members of the Cabinet, Senate Majority Leader, there you are, Chuck, Senate Majority Leader, and so many who made this possible. And today is a good day, a day that history is going to remember, and in the years to come, they're going to be proud of what we did, and we're going to try what Dick Durbin did as the chairman of the committee. I'm serious, Dick. I'm deadly earnest when I say that. To turn our children and grandchildren to say, I was there. I was there. This is one of those moments, in my view. My fellow Americans, today I'm honored to officially introduce to you the next Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, Ketanji Brown Jackson. After more than 20 hours of questioning at her hearing and nearly 100 meetings, she made herself available to every single senator who wanted to speak to her and spoke for more than just a few minutes, answered their questions in private as well as before the committee. We all saw the kind of justice she'll be, fair and impartial, thoughtful, careful, precise, brilliant, a brilliant legal mind with deep knowledge of the law, and a judicial temperament which was equally important in my view, that's calm and in command, and a humility that allows so many Americans to see themselves in Ketanji Brown Jackson. That brings a rare combination of expertise and qualifications of the court. A federal judge who has served on the second most powerful court in America, behind the Supreme Court. A former federal public defender with the ability to explain complicated issues in the law in ways everybody, all people can understand. A new perspective. When I made the commitment to nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court, I could see this day. I literally could see this day because I thought about it for a long, long time. As Jill and Naomi will tell you, I wasn't going to run again. But when I decided to run, this was one of the first decisions I made. I could see it. I could see it as a day of hope, a day of promise, a day of progress. A day when, once again, the moral arc of the universe, as Barack used to quote all the time, bends a little more toward justice. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but I knew the person I nominated would be put through a painful and difficult confirmation process. But I have to tell you, what Judge Jackson was put through was well beyond that. There was verbal abuse, the anger, the constant interruptions, the most vile, baseless assertions and accusations. In the face of it all, Judge Jackson showed the incredible character and integrity she possesses. Poise. Poise and composure. Patience and restraint. And yes, perseverance and even joy. Even joy.
Loophole, we should work to stop it. This is the biggest loophole there is right now.
And just to confirm, you want to...
You just got to talk a little louder.
It's a powerful thing when people can see themselves in others. Think about that. What's the most powerful thing? I'll bet every one of you can go back and think of a time in your life where there was a teacher, a family member, a neighbor, somebody who made you believe that you could be whatever you wanted to be. It's a powerful, powerful, powerful notion. That's one of the reasons I believe so strongly that we needed a court that looks like America, not just the Supreme Court. That's why I'm proud to say, with the great help of Dick Durbin, I've nominated more black women judges of federal appeal courts than all previous presidents combined. That's why I'm proud that Kamala Harris is our Vice President of the United States. A brilliant lawyer, the Attorney General of the state of California, former member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Kamala was invaluable during this entire process. And Chuck, our majority leader, I want to thank you, pal. You did a masterful job in keeping the caucus together, getting this vote across the finish line in a timely and historic manner. Just watching on television yesterday, watching when the vote was taken on the Democratic side, the brave people, there was such enthusiasm. Genuine. You can tell when it's real. You can tell when it's real. You did an incredible job, Chuck. Thank you so much. Folks, because you're all able to sit down and don't have to stand, I'm going to go on a little longer here and tell you. I want to say something about Dick Durbin again. Dick, I'm telling you, overseeing the hearing, how you executed the strategy by the hour, every day to keep the committee together. And you have a very divided committee with some of the most conservative members of the Senate on that committee. It was especially difficult with an evenly divided Senate. Dick, I served as chairman of that committee for a number of years before I had this job and the job of vice president, as did all the Democrats. You did not stand. I think all the Democrats in the committee did. And every Democrat in the Senate, all of whom voted for Judge Jackson. And notwithstanding the harassment and attacks in the hearings, I always believed that the bipartisan vote was possible. And I hope I don't get him in trouble. I mean it sincerely, but I want to thank 3 Republicans who voted for Judge Jackson. Senator Collins was a woman of integrity. Senator Murkowski the same way, an Alaskan, up for re-election. And Mitt Romney, whose dad stood up like he did. His dad stood up and made these decisions on civil rights. They deserve enormous credit for setting aside partisanship and making a carefully considered judgment based on the judge's character, qualifications, independence. And I truly admire the respect, diligence, and hard work they demonstrated in the course of the process. As someone who's overseen, they tell me, more Supreme Court nominations than anyone who's alive today, I believe that respect for the process is important. And that's why it was so important to me to meet the constitutional requirement to seek the advice and the consent of the Senate. The advice beforehand and the consent. Judge Jackson started the nominating process with an impressive range of support, from the FOP to the civil rights leaders. Even Republican-appointed judges came forward. In fact, Judge Jackson was introduced at the hearing by Judge Thomas Griffin, the distinguished retired judge appointed by George W. Bush. She finished the hearing with among the highest levels of support of the American people of any nomination in recent memory. So soon, Judge Jackson will join the United States Supreme Court, and like every justice, the decisions she makes will impact on the lives of America for a lot longer in many cases than any laws we all make. But the truth is, she's already impacting the lives of so many Americans. During the hearing, Dick spoke about a custodial worker who works the night shift at the Capitol. Her name is Verona Clemens. Verona, where are you? Stand up, Verona. I wanted to see. You don't mind. She told him what this nomination meant to her. So he invited Ms. Clemens to attend the hearing because she wanted to see, hear, and stand by Judge Jackson. Thank you, Verona. Thank you, thank you, thank you. At her meeting with Judge Jackson, Senator Duckworth introduced her to 11-year-old, is it Vivian? Vivian. I'm sorry, Vivian. That's hers. That's your sister. He's pointing. Who was so inspired by the hearing, she wants to be a Supreme Court justice when she grows up. God love you. Stand up, honey. Am I going to embarrass you by asking you to stand up? Come on, stand. There's tens of thousands of Vivians all through the entire United States. She met Judge Jackson and saw her future. Means you're here today, and thank you for coming, honey. I know I embarrassed you by introducing you, but thank you. People of every generation, of every race, of every background felt this moment, and they feel it now. They feel a sense of pride and hope and belonging and believing and knowing the promise of America includes everybody, all of us. That's the American experiment. Justice Breyer talked about it when he came to the White House in January to announce his retirement from the court. He used to technically work with me when I was on the Judiciary Committee, and that's before he became a justice. He's a man of great integrity. We're going to miss Justice Breyer. He's a patriot, an extraordinary public service, and a great justice of the Supreme Court. And folks, let me close with what I've long said. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was in the foothills of the Himalayas with Xi Jinping, traveling with him. I guess we traveled 17,000 miles when I was vice president. I don't know that for a fact. And we were sitting alone. I had an interpreter and he had an interpreter. And he looked at me in all seriousness and said, "Can you define America for me?" And I said what many of you heard me say for a long time. I said, "Yes, I can. In one word, possibilities." Possibilities. That in America, everyone should be able to go as far as their hard work and God-given talent will take them. And possibilities. We're the only ones. That's why we're viewed as the ugly Americans. We think anything's possible. And the idea that a young girl who was dissuaded from even thinking you should apply to Harvard Law School. Don't raise your hopes so high. Well, I don't know who told you that, but I'd like to go back and invite her to the Supreme Court. She can see the interior. Look, even the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Now, folks, it's my honor, and it truly is an honor. I've been looking forward to it for a while, to introduce you the next Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court, the Honorable Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. It is the greatest honor of my life to be here with you at this moment, standing before my wonderful family, many of my close friends, your distinguished staff and guests, and the American people. Over these past few weeks, you've heard a lot from me and about me, so I hope to use this time primarily to do something that I have not had sufficient time to do, which is to extend my heartfelt thanks to the many, many people who have helped me as part of this incredible journey. I have quite a few people to thank, and as I'm sure you can imagine, in this moment, it is hard to find the words to express the depth of my gratitude. First, as always, I have to give thanks to God for delivering me as promised and for sustaining me throughout this nomination and confirmation process. As I said at the outset, I have come this far by faith, and I know that I am truly blessed. To the many people who have lifted me up in prayer since the nomination, thank you. I am very grateful. Thank you as well, Mr. President, for believing in me and for honoring me with this extraordinary chance to serve our country. Thank you also, Madam Vice President, for your wise counsel and steady guidance. And thank you to the First Lady and the Second Gentleman for the care and warmth that you have shown me and my family. I would also like to extend my thanks to each member of the Senate. You have fulfilled the important constitutional role of providing advice and consent under the leadership of Majority Leader Schumer. And I'm especially grateful for the work of the members
Recording
of the
in progress.
Committee under Chairman Durbin's skillful leadership. As you may have heard, during the confirmation process, I had the distinct honor of having 95 personal meetings with 97 sitting senators. And we had substantive and engaging conversations about my approach to judging and about the role of judges in the constitutional system we all love. As a brief aside, I will note that these are subjects about which I care deeply. I have dedicated my career to public service because I love this country and our Constitution and the rights that make us free. I also understand from my many years of practice as a legal advocate, as a trial judge, and as a judge on a court of appeals, that part of the genius of the constitutional framework of the United States is its design, and that the framers entrusted the judicial branch with a crucial but limited role. I've also spent the better part of the past decade hearing thousands of cases and writing hundreds of opinions, and in every instance, I have done my level best to stay in my lane and to reach a result that is consistent with my understanding of the law and with the obligation to rule independently without fear or favor. I am humbled and honored to continue in this fashion as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, working with brilliant colleagues, supporting and defending the Constitution, and steadfastly upholding the rule of law. But today, at this podium, my mission is far more modest. I'm simply here to give my heartfelt thanks to the categories of folks who are largely responsible for me being here at this moment. First, of course, there is my family. Mom and Dad, thank you, not only for traveling back here on what seems like a moment's notice, but for everything you've done and continue to do for me. My brother Kataj is here as well. You've always been an inspiration to me as a model of public service and bravery, and I thank you for that. I love you all very much. To my in-laws, Pamela and Gardner Jackson, who are here today, and my sisters-in-law and brothers-in-law, William and Dana, Gardy and Natalie, thank you for your love and support. To my daughters, Talia and Layla, I bet you never thought you'd get to skip school by spending a day at the White House. This is all pretty exciting for me as well, but nothing has brought me greater joy than being your mother. I love you very much. Patrick, thank you for everything you've done for me over these past 25 years of our marriage. You've done everything to support and encourage me, and it is you who've made this moment possible. Your steadfast love gave me the courage to move in this direction. I don't know that I believed you when you said that I could do this, but now I do. And for that, I'm forever grateful. In the family category, let me also briefly mention the huge extended family, both Patrick's and my own, who are watching this from all over the country and the world. Thank you for supporting me. I hope to be able to connect with you personally in the coming weeks and months. Moving on briefly to the second category of people that warrant special recognition, those who provided invaluable support to me professionally in the decades prior to my nomination, and the many, many friends I have been privileged to make throughout my life and career. Now, I know that everyone who finds professional success thinks they have the best mentors, but I truly do. I had 3 inspiring jurists for whom I had the privilege of clerking: Judge Patty Saris, Judge Bruce Selya, and of course, Justice Stephen Breyer. Each of them is an exceptional public servant, and I could not have had better role models for thoughtfulness, integrity, honor, and principle, both by word and deed. My clerkship with Justice Breyer in particular was an extraordinary gift, and one for which I've only become more grateful with each passing year. Justice Breyer's commitment to an independent, impartial judiciary is unflagging. And for him, the rule of law is not merely a duty, it is his passion. I am daunted by the prospect of having to follow in his footsteps, and I would count myself lucky, indeed, to be able to do so with even the smallest amount of his wisdom, grace, and joy. The exceptional mentorship of the judges for whom I clerked has proven especially significant for me during this past decade of my service as a federal judge. And of course, that service itself has been a unique opportunity. For that, I must also thank President Obama, who put his faith in me by nominating me to my first judicial role on the Federal District Court. This brings me to my colleagues and staff of the Federal District Court in Washington, D.C. and the D.C. Circuit. Thank you for everything. I am deeply grateful for your wisdom and your battle-tested friendship through the years. I also want to extend a special thanks to all of my law clerks, many of whom are here today, who have carved out time and space to accompany me on this professional journey. I'm especially grateful to Jennifer Gruda, who has been by my side since nearly the outset of my time on the bench and has promised has promised not to leave me as we take this last big step. To the many other friends that I have had the great good fortune to have made throughout the years, from my neighborhood growing up, from Miami Palmetto Senior High School, and especially the debate team, from my days at Harvard College, where I met my indefatigable and beloved roommates, Lisa Fairfax, Nina Coleman Simmons, and Antoinette Sequeira Coakley. They are truly my sisters. To my time at Harvard Law School and the many professional experiences that I've been blessed to have since graduation, thank you. I have too many friends to name, but please know how much you've meant to me and how much I have appreciated the smiles, the hugs, and the many atta-girls that have propelled me forward to this day. Finally, I'd like to give special thanks to the White House staff and the special assistants who provided invaluable assistance in helping me to navigate the confirmation process. My trusted Sherpa, Senator Doug Jones, was an absolute godsend. He was an absolute godsend. He's not only the best storyteller you'd ever want to meet, but also unbelievably popular on the Hill, which helped a lot. I'm also standing here today in no small part due to the hard work of the brilliant folks who interact with the legislature and other stakeholders on behalf of the White House, including Louisa Terrell, Rima Doden, Tona Boyd, Minion Moore, Ben LaBalt, and Andrew Bates. I am also particularly grateful for the awe-inspiring leadership of White House counsel Dana Remus. Of Paige Herwig, where's Paige? And Ron Klain. They led an extraordinarily talented team of White House staffers in the Herculean effort that was required to ensure that I was well prepared for the rigors of this process and in record time. Thank you all. Thank you as well to the many, many kind-hearted people from all over this country and around the world who have reached out to me directly in recent weeks with messages of support. I have spent years toiling away in the relative solitude of my chambers with just my law clerks in isolation, so it's been somewhat overwhelming in a good way to recently be flooded with thousands of notes and cards and photos expressing just how much this moment means to so many people. The notes that I've received from children are particularly cute and especially meaningful because more than anything, they speak directly to the hope and promise of America. It has taken 232 years and 115 prior appointments for a Black woman to be selected to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States. But we've made it. We've made it, all of us, all of us. And our children are telling me that they see now, more than ever, that here in America, anything is possible. They also tell me that I'm a role model, which I take both as an opportunity and as a huge responsibility. I am feeling up to the task primarily because I know that I am not alone. I am standing on the shoulders of my own role models, generations of Americans who never had anything close to this kind of opportunity, but who got up every day and went to work believing in the promise of America, showing others through their determination and, yes, their perseverance that good things can be done in this great country. From my grandparents on both sides, who had only a grade school education but instilled in my parents the importance of learning, to my parents, who went to racially segregated schools growing up and were the first in their families to have the chance to go to college. I am also ever buoyed by the leadership of generations past who helped to light the way: Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Justice Thurgood Marshall, and my personal heroine, Judge Constance Baker Motley. They and so many others did the heavy lifting that made this day possible. And for all of the talk of this historic nomination and now confirmation, I think of them as the true path breakers. I am just the very lucky first inheritor of the dream of liberty and justice for all. To be sure, I have worked hard to get to this point in my career, and I have now achieved something far beyond anything my grandparents could have possibly ever imagined. But no one does this on their own. The path was cleared for me so that I might rise to this occasion. And in the poetic words of Dr. Maya Angelou, I do so now while bringing the gifts my ancestors gave. I am the dream and the hope of the slave. So as I take on this new role, I strongly believe that this is a moment in which all Americans can take great pride. We have come a long way toward perfecting our union. In my family, it took just one generation to go from segregation to the Supreme Court of the United States. And it is an honor, the honor of a lifetime, for me to have this chance to join the court, to promote the rule of law at the highest level, and to do my part to carry our shared project of democracy and equal justice under law forward into the future. Thank you again, Mr. President and members of the Senate, for this incredible honor.
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato. 12 minutes past the noon hour here on the East Coast, and we were just listening in to an address made by Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, in addition to remarks from President Joe Biden and also Vice President Kamala Harris after Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's historic appointment to the Supreme Court. She becomes the first black woman to sit on the highest court in the United States in its history. A truly remarkable moment, one that we will always remember, and really a chapter in U.S. history that will live on forever. Well, as promised, in that little box on the lower right-hand corner of your screens, soon we are going to provide you with an update on Will Smith and Jennifer Lopez live from New York City, and that time has come here. I do want to welcome in our entertainment expert, Ryan Christopher, who joins us, like I just said, live from New York City. And we cover everything here on Live Now from Fox. We just heard from President Joe Biden, and now we're going to get the latest on the Oscars slap that really has made headlines for what feels like days now. Ryan, what is the latest on this story?
Days, months, what year is it? We don't even know at this point because, yeah, Gabrielle, this story just continues on and on and on. But we do have a couple updates here. So let's backtrack a bit here first. So April 1st, Will Smith stepped down from the Academy following that slap. And then this past Friday, the Academy officially banned Will Smith for 10 years from attending anything in person or virtual. That would be an Oscar ceremony, any events held by the Academy. But the irony, Gabrielle, is that he can still be nominated for and can still win an Oscar. He can still go to an after party. So that leaves a lot of movie fans wondering, was this harsh enough? And many people questioning that. Now, last night in L.A., Jada Pinkett Smith made her first public appearance on the red carpet. Okay, so she was at the Rhymes Performing Arts Center in L.A. It's a brand new performing arts facility that Shonda Rhimes opened. Of course, she's the creator on screen of Bridgerton and Grey's Anatomy. So Jada was on the red carpet last night. Samuel L. Jackson was there as well. She didn't publicly address anything. She was quiet on the red carpet, didn't take any interviews. And the last that we've heard from Jada herself was that Instagram post when she said it's healing season. And I'm here for it. So many fans still not too happy with the outcome of the Will Smith situation, but it does seem we have a bit of closure here. And again, he's banned for 10 years from going to any in-person or virtual Oscars ceremonies or celebrations. And also, the other party involved here in this situation, Gabrielle, is of course Chris Rock, who we heard from right after that happened when he was doing his first stand-up bit in Boston. He sort of addressed it and said, I need a little bit of time to process all this before I talk about it on stage. But that's it. So as of right now, this chapter of the story is closed. But don't worry, I'm sure later this week or the following we'll hear much more because it seems to continue on and on and on.
You're absolutely right. It feels like not only one book, it seems like a series that really is going to have multiple editions, I feel. What has been the general reaction to this news of bans 10 years from the Oscars? Is it positive? Are people saying it's too harsh? Is it not enough? What's kind of been the backlash?
Many fans are saying that it's not enough. Many fans and actors alike, many members of the Academy think that he should give that award back. But then it opens an entirely different conversation as to what happens when somebody wins an award and then they do something after that kind of impacts their life. And same situation as Harvey Weinstein, right? People like that have been banned from the Academy, but what happens to those Academy Awards that they win? And this is another example, Will Smith not returning his Oscar. Some fans not happy about it at all. He has his own production company, Westbrook Productions, and he's had that for a few years, and that kind of enters a whole other realm because with that, he's huge on social media, massive following, and he creates a lot of content there for his fans beyond everything else that he creates for streaming services and movies. And there was a recent video that just surfaced, Gabrielle, of behind the scenes of Will and Jada at home, and essentially Jada is filming Will for the Red Table Talk podcast for their show, and Will essentially says, whoa, don't film me because social media is my bread and butter. This is how I make my living, so don't take advantage of me by taking video without asking me for permission first. So it was a very sort of cringeworthy moment, very tense, behind the scenes video that sort of just resurfaced, showing one of those situations between Will and Jada, which has been documented. I mean, it's no question. Everybody kind of knows the status of their situation in that they do at times maybe overshare.
Yeah, I feel like I'm also part of their relationship because they really just let you in, you know, the good, the bad, and perhaps what people don't understand. I won't say the ugly, but perhaps the confusing. Nevertheless, from Jada and Will, to Bennifer we go, because drum roll please, J-Lo is engaged, ... again. Ryan, give us the details.
Yeah, well, again, I'm sad about this because she's been my crush since middle school, and I don't understand. J-Lo, what's the deal, girl? I mean, I'm in New York. You're from the Bronx. Jenny from the block. What's the deal here? But congratulations. This is J-Lo's 6th engagement ring. She now ties Michael Jordan in rings. Put that into perspective, all right? She's like Thanos taking over the universe here. But all jokes aside, it's a beautiful moment for J-Lo. Of course, many fans rooting for Bennifer 2.0. They were together and called off their engagement in 2004. Now, 18 years later, they're back. And this is the beautiful thing. So the ring, it's actually a green cushion-cut diamond ring set with a white diamond side stone. But that green diamond actually is green is the color of renewal. So Ben definitely taking his time to think about how he wanted to present this to J-Lo. So it's a beautiful sort of showing of his love for her and renewal of their relationship. And it was sweet how J-Lo announced it too. She didn't just put it out to the entire world. She went on to Instagram. Well, she did, but just in a unique way. She told all of her fans to go back to onthejlo.com. That's her newsletter. So she had fans find out that way. So you have to be a J-Lo super fan if you want to actually see that video. But that's on her website, onthejlo.com. And that's how she told fans, and she seems so happy. And that's what it's all about. I mean, she's obviously had her fair share of successes and failures in the love department, which don't we all? But happy to see her finally finding love yet again.
I absolutely love the pun on the J-Lo. I mean, I'm a sucker for a good pun. So props to J-Lo and her marketing team for that website and that kind of line there. But engaged once again. We did just hear a couple of weeks ago that they were actually house shopping. What is the latest on perhaps a wedding ceremony? Do we have a date, Ryan?
Right. Unfortunately, we didn't get our invites in the mail, Gabrielle. We're still waiting.
Not yet.
I did see that they are. Yeah, not yet. J-Lo, Ben, there's still time. Call us, okay? Live now, baby. But yeah, this is something that we've been seeing, that they're house hunting. They have families, so it would be a blended family. And that's what's cool, because back in 2004, when they called off their initial engagement, they were totally different people. And that's kind of what this relationship is showing us all, is that, hey, sometimes maybe the second time around is better than the first. Like, there's an old school song, if you want to look that up, Second Time Around. But it is a beautiful thing. And hopefully, you know, obviously in this situation, high profile celebrities, when the kids are involved in getting them to blend families, I mean, that's a whole other situation. And obviously that's their private situation that we don't get to see and shouldn't, because there is some amount of privacy and respect that we should give them as well.
You're absolutely right. Everyone loves a good love story. And once again, we are all here for the Bennifer reunion and engagement. Thanks so much for the update, Ryan. Keep us updated on that wedding invite.
Oh, yeah. I'll be looking out for mine in the mail. I still haven't gotten it yet, but maybe next week I'll let you know.
Thank you very much. We'll hold you to that. Have a great weekend.
All right. See you, Gabrielle.
Alrighty. Always great checking in with Ryan Christopher, and we of course are monitoring a slew of information here that is coming into our newsroom that we do want to keep all of you updated on. We are going to listen in to the latest press briefing from John Kirby and the Pentagon. We also are monitoring Dwayne Haskins, who was killed, unfortunately, on Saturday after he was fatally struck by a truck here in South Florida. We're going to get the latest details on all of that. And also, we're having a live look and taking a live look there at New York City on this Sunday, April 10th, 2022. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we're going to reset you on all of the breaking news coming into our newsroom in just 2 minutes' time. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. If you are just joining us, this is Live Now from Fox. We keep track of breaking news coming in all around the world, and our motto is live, raw, and unfiltered. If there is an event that is coming in across, once again, the world, we take you there live, raw, and unfiltered. And today, on this April 10th, 2022, we are monitoring a slew of stories, beginning first and foremost in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine has reached its 46th day as Vladimir Putin has named a new commander in charge of this operation. This is the latest news coming into our newsroom. Putin has named Alexander Dvornikov. He is the commander of Russia's southern military district, and he will now lead this invasion. This was first reported back on Friday. Dvornikov not only has experience in Russia's campaign in Syria, which was known for its brutality and atrocities in that country, but he's also led military exercises in southern Russia. And he also is very familiar with Ukraine's Donbas region. We have experienced and have seen firsthand Russia changing its tactics when it comes to this invasion in Ukraine, as it has entered its 6th week. I do want to pull up a map here to bring you all up to date on the latest news coming into our newsroom in regards to the war in Ukraine. And let's begin. As you can see there, the red star on your screen outlines Kyiv, which is the Ukrainian capital. Initially, Russia's main goal was, of course, to capture the capital of Kyiv. It launched attacks for weeks. We monitored a 40-mile-long convoy that was headed towards the Ukrainian capital. We reported that that convoy had stalled. Russian forces did take over various suburbs surrounding the capital, but they were unable to capture the capital. Today, we can report, as we enter into the 6th week, that Russian forces are now retreating away from the capital. They have made their way out of those suburbs and are now redirecting all military forces to the southern and eastern portion of the country. We can report that there is a convoy headed to Kharkiv, which was that satellite imagery that we just showed you there a minute ago, of all of those forces headed to Kharkiv, which is that eastern city almost along the border with Russia. We can also confirm today that an airport has been severely struck in Dnipro. We can confirm that the humanitarian crisis in Mariupol is worsening. This is a city that has been without basic human needs, water, food, electricity, since the very beginning of this war 46 days ago, and that situation continues to worsen. We have been showing you images of the atrocities that were committed by Russian forces in Bucha, which is one of those suburbs surrounding Kyiv. President Zelensky and Ukrainian officials have warned that the images that will one day come out of Mariupol, that southern port city of Ukraine, is going to be far worse than what we have seen in Bucha, which is a very, very daunting prospect. We can also confirm that Russian forces are heading to and attacking Odessa, which is another southern port city. I do want to take you through the latest reports coming into our newsroom on this situation in Ukraine. The U.S. and its allies continue to denounce the deadly Russian attack on a train station where hundreds of innocent civilians were trying to flee to safety. This was a story that we brought to you on Friday. Well, our very own Alex Hogan is live in Lviv, and she has been live for days now. She sent us this report. Let's listen in.
Friday's missile strike at a train station have been successfully evacuated to other cities, but dozens are dead, including children. Brutal footage shows the aftermath of the 2 missiles striking the railway station where thousands were waiting to flee the eastern city of Kramatorsk in the highly contested Donbas region, where fighting is only expected to increase. The attack at an evacuation corridor comes days after the discovery of what took place in previously occupied towns in the north. The government of Kharkiv now saying that Russian forces have attacked the town 50 times over the past day. Among the sites struck, an apartment building where firefighters evacuated 15 people, One of them just happy to be alive.
I got hit on the head, and the shockwave threw me back. The stairs collapsed, the windows and doors were knocked out. Miraculously, I survived.
New footage also coming out of the suburbs of Kyiv. Blown up buildings turned to rubble. Cars and tanks set on fire. 50% of the buildings in Irpin, outside of Kyiv, have been demolished in the last month and a half. In Bucha, where hundreds were found, their bodies laid to rest in mass graves. Killed civilians, men, women, and children. Over in Bordoyanka, the search continues for the bodies not yet found. Police this week say that hundreds of civilians have been trapped and buried under the rubble of blown-up buildings. World leaders are pledging their support, condemning the attacks and calling them clear and undeniable war crimes. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson traveling to Kyiv today, pledging both financial and military aid in the form of anti-aircraft and anti-tank missiles. Russian forces continue to amass in the east, where Ukrainian forces say they will expect continued attacks in the coming days. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And we do want to take you through the latest imagery coming into our newsroom. This is video coming out of Kharkiv, Ukraine, as this area continues to come under attack by Russian forces. Residential buildings were extensively damaged. More than 100 residents were inside one of the buildings at the time of one of these attacks. 2 people were injured and 15 residents were evacuated over the past day. Russian forces have attacked the Kharkiv region 50 times. We did just hear that in Alex's report as well. Firefighters worked to secure these buildings, some of which were previously damaged during attacks by Russia on previous days. But here we're taking a look at the inside of one of these apartment buildings, one of these residential buildings. And we must remind you all that Vladimir Putin insists that this is a special military operation, that he is simply freeing and attacking only defense infrastructure and military infrastructure. But here we are seeing once again civilian buildings, civilian areas, residential buildings coming under attack. I also want to show you imagery coming into our newsroom provided by Maxar Technologies, and I did just show you this video a couple of minutes ago, but I'll give you a bit more context so you do know what it is that you were looking at. This new satellite imagery released by Maxar Technologies shows a military convoy moving into that Kharkiv area. So we did just show you video from Kharkiv and those residential buildings that were attacked. Well, this is actually a convoy that is headed there as well. So that area is going to come under more gunfire, more attacks, as per this imagery coming into our newsroom. Maxar Technologies has said that this convoy is at least 8 miles long and consisted of hundreds of vehicles, including armored vehicles, trucks with artillery and support equipment. The video, and we do want to warn you all because this is wartime video, so viewer discretion is of course advised when going through any and all of these clips. I do want to lower the volume here because it is very loud, but this is imagery coming in the aftermath of that railway station attack. There were hundreds of civilians outside of this train station hoping to make their way to safety, and there you are seeing the very graphic aftermath. At least 50 people were killed when a missile struck a train station in eastern Ukraine, this happening just 48 hours ago on Friday. This video was taken by Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and it shows, as we just saw there, there's a missile on the grass. We also saw blood-stained, there you're seeing it there on your screens, blood-stained sidewalks. Here's a look inside of the train station that is now empty because people obviously are now fleeing this area since it has come under attack. Blood-stained floors. There you are seeing someone's dog who was probably traveling with its owner to get to safety, and just really graphic and horrific imagery coming into our newsroom. Ukraine's foreign minister Dmytro Kuleba said, quote, "Russians knew that the train station was full of civilians waiting to be evacuated. This was a deliberate slaughter. We will bring each war criminal to justice." our very own Andrew Kraft, he did sit down with Lucas Tomlinson for an update from the Pentagon on this attack on this train station that killed at least 50 civilians. I do want to play this report and get the latest details from him. Let's listen in.
Russian strike killing at least 50 people as civilians were trying to flee the area. Joining me now is Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson. He's at the Pentagon for us. Lucas, good to see you. What do we know about this really grisly attack?
Well, Andrew, the Pentagon is saying this was an SS-21 short-range ballistic missiles that only the Russians are capable of firing, which the Pentagon said they did. They're saying that all these Russian denials of being responsible for this strike are way off base. This is a very strategic target for the Russians. This is a railway hub. This is where not just a lot of civilians come through, but the Russians fear a lot of weaponry to come through. Now, of course, it is a war crime to target civilians, and there were thousands present. You mentioned at least 50 were killed, thousands were wounded, and it was just a horrific attack. What the Pentagon officials are saying that this is a strategic rail hub in eastern Ukraine. Of course, Russian forces, just about all of them, have left the capital region. They're going back into Russia. They're going back into Belarus to refit, to rearm, and to even resupply. In fact, Pentagon officials say that tens of thousands of reinforcements are coming in from Russia, and they could be going and joining the war in Ukraine very shortly. Remember when Vladimir Putin signed the orders to have over 134,000 Russian conscripts join the military? Normally, if people enlist in the military, at least in the United States, that means, you go to boot camp, you go to specialty school. It could be, months or years before you see a battlefield potentially. There's some concern here in the Pentagon that tens of thousands of those conscripts could be pushed to the front line. You saw the same thing in Afghanistan in the 80s with the Soviet war there. Troops with very little training being thrust. And why is this happening, Andrew? Well, over 10,000 Russian soldiers are believed to have been killed on the battlefield in Ukraine. In fact, just today, a senior defense official said up to 20% of Russia's combat power, that's soldiers, tanks, armored personnel carriers, vehicles, have been destroyed or annihilated. So the Russians need to rearm, refit, and officials here say that war is going to go back into the eastern part of Ukraine, the Donbass region, Luhansk, Donetsk. That's, of course, where the Russians have operated a separatist area. They've backed a breakaway region, and that looks like where the fight is going to go next. One official said it's going to be a knife fight, just the next chapter in this grisly war.
Yeah, Lucas, we just have a tweet from Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba. I want to put it up with just a horrific photo of the scene at the train station. He says Russians knew that the train station in Kramatorsk was full of civilians waiting to be evacuated, yet they struck it with a ballistic missile, killing at least 30, injuring at least 100 people. This was a deliberate slaughter. We will bring each war criminal to justice. So reaction from the Ukrainian Foreign Minister. Lucas, the fighting is now centered almost solely in these eastern regions. We know that connects that land bridge now to Crimea. And of course, do you think that Putin will essentially use this to claim victory, saying that, this is really what the special military operation was intended to capture, and this is where the fighting is going to play out?
Well, there's no question that Vladimir Putin wanted to decapitate Vladimir Zelensky's government in Ukraine and take over the capital city of Kyiv. Recall those Russian forces coming south from Belarus. It's only a 2-hour drive to the capital, a very easy drive. For the Russians, it made very difficult thanks to tens of thousands of Javelin anti-tank missiles, many thousands supplied by the U.S. government, the U.S. military, that destroyed Russian armor. Over 200 Russian tanks have been destroyed. Some officials think we're seeing the end of the tank as a weapon of war, certainly in the offensive nature that we're seeing in Ukraine. There was a time where, as an infantryman, mechanized infantryman, you wanted to be inside that armored personnel carrier, or if you were a tanker, you wanted to be inside that tank. You felt safe. Right now, they're just death traps. Those tanks are being annihilated, the armored personnel carriers melting with these Javelin anti-tank missiles. And recall, it was just a few years ago when the Russian forces took Crimea 8 years ago, the Ukrainian forces were using RPGs, and those RPGs were just bouncing off the hull of those Russian tanks. Well, now those tanks are being obliterated. So to your question about, is this Vladimir Putin's new strategy, it appears there's a fallback strategy. Russia has supported dirty war, these separatist regions in eastern Ukraine for 8 years now. It looks like he wants to expand that in the east. There's a lot of minerals in eastern Ukraine, the big coal area. There's a fallback. But in terms of Vladimir Putin's ultimate goal, I think his goal remains remains, from what officials tell us here at the Pentagon, it remains to take over the country and take over the capital, but certainly he's been handed a big defeat in these early stages. You know, we're 6 weeks into this war, and as we heard from the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff this week, this war could stretch out for years, Andrew.
And Lucas, I thought it was quite stunning that acknowledgement from Dmitry Peskov yesterday, the Kremlin spokesman, about the staggering losses Russian troops have taken. We're also getting reports that at least the Russian military, are not taking their troops, their dead troops, back home. What does that say about the morale of the Russian army?
Means the morale is terrible. And in fact, there's intercepted communications that say as much, that officials tell us here at the Pentagon. The Russians, why are they leaving some of their soldiers on the battlefield? They're retreating. They're leaving in a hurry. There's not time to gather up their war dead or even some of their materiel. Remember, their logistics system is a mess. Remember that quote-unquote 40-mile-long convoy that sat for over a week outside the capital. Yet you didn't see any of the Russian soldiers. Normally, you know, infantrymen, if they're, you know, mechanized infantry, if you're in a vehicle for a long time, what happens when those vehicles stop? You want to get out, you want to stretch. Anybody who's been in a long car ride certainly understands that. The fact that they were gone, a lot of the Russians are simply abandoning their posts, abandoning their vehicles. Some of them have been destroyed by those javelins supplied by the West, but in some cases they're just being abandoned. And the logistics, a lot of these vehicles are running out of fuel. You know, some people questioned, was it a military target when those Ukrainian helicopter gunships went into Russian territory last week and destroyed that fuel farm, those oil tanks, those fuel tanks? That's a big military target. How does a military operate, move? It moves on gas, moves on fuel. So if you can cut off those supply lines, you've essentially annihilated, you've killed the enemy, and that's certainly what we've seen around the capital city. That's why the Russians have retreated. In terms of why they're leaving their war dead, recall, you know, this is not the logistics system and the care that the U.S. military has. Let's just talk about some of the wounded Russian soldiers. Not to go on a tangent here, but, you know, the wounded-to-kill ratio, there's about 40,000 Russian troops that have been killed, wounded, or abandoned their posts. And that's about almost a third of the total Russian force that's invaded Ukraine. That's a far contrast, of course, the U.S. military. When American soldiers are hurt on the battlefield, many of them, thank goodness, can be medevaced out of the battlefield. You're not hearing stories about Russian forces medevacing their wounded. They just do not have those kind of capabilities. And some of those Russian helicopters that are flying around Ukraine, you're seeing them be destroyed in the sky by U.S. supplied Stinger anti-aircraft missiles, Andrew.
Yeah, Lucas, we're just watching some of the scenes from this train station earlier today. Just another hallmark, really, in the Russian playbook, now targeting civilians still. I wanted to get your opinion. What will you be looking out for as we go into the weekend? And where are the status of talks or negotiations? Have those stalled?
First, on the train station, it's important to note why so many people were at that train station. You know, the front is going to the east. You know, there's a dirty war being fought over the last 8 years, but it looks like now officials here say that's where the next phase of the war is going to take place. That's why you had thousands at the train station to begin with to evacuate. And of course it's horrific what the Russians are doing. This is what they do. We saw it in Syria, saw it in Chechnya. It's repeating itself, of course, here in Ukraine for the world to see over these last 6 weeks. According to the Russians and some officials here, this was a strategic hub, though. I mean, you know, of course, materiel, you know, all the weapons, it's coming in through train. You saw the S-300 system that the Ukrainians have so desperately wanted, this Soviet-era air defense system they so desperately wanted. Well, the Slovakians today put that weapon on a train and moved it into Ukraine. The Pentagon, that was some of the big news out of the Pentagon today. The Pentagon says they're going to send a Patriot surface-to-air missile battery in Slovakia to replace that S-300 system. It's going to be manned with American soldiers. Slovakia shares a 60-mile border with Ukraine. It was a very significant win, if you will. Speaking of logistics, Andrew, President Zelensky, we told our own Brett Baird, he's been crying about it and calling out for it and pleading with the West for days and weeks now, send me more weapons, not just the Javelin anti-tank missiles, but he wants this S-300 system. It's just one system, but it can target multiple aircraft, multiple helicopters, jets, Russian helicopters, and also incoming missiles, and has a range over 150 miles, Andrew. So imagine with that range ring, if you will, if you just draw a circle, 150 miles in every direction around the S-300, that's the kind of umbrella kind of protection you could have. So that was a big victory for the Ukrainians, and something that Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin had been talking about when he went to Slovakia just days ago. Yeah. Right. In terms of negotiations,
sure, yes.
Listen, the Russians can talk and war at the same time. They've been doing it not just in this conflict, they've been doing it forever, and that's what we're seeing now. So don't expect anything to be resolved anytime soon, Andrew.
All right, Fox's Lucas Tomlinson there live for us at the Pentagon. We could talk about this all day. Lucas, though, we appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again.
You bet.
Russian strike.
And thank you to both Andrew Kraft and Lucas Tomlinson for that report. Lucas Tomlinson was actually on the ground in Ukraine for a large portion of this conflict, so he offers not only his insight that he obviously gets from the Pentagon, but firsthand accounts that he has kind of gathered on the ground in Ukraine during his time there. We do want to shift gears here and get you an update on this situation that we are currently monitoring and this bit of breaking news. I do want to change this view here because a portion of this tweet does unfortunately get cut off. So let's take this view better so that you can fully read what it is that is written on your screens. NFL quarterback Dwayne Haskins was unfortunately fatally struck by a truck in South Florida just yesterday. This occurring in the very early hours of Saturday morning at around 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time. And these are tweets, tributes coming in from the National Football League. We'll see others from other NFL teams. And we'll read this one that is currently on your screen. The NFL family mourns the tragic loss of Dwayne Haskins, and we extend our deepest condolences to his family and loved ones. We do want to go through what it is that we know right now at the moment in regards to this story, because this investigation is still very much underway. Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback Dwayne Haskins was killed early Saturday morning after he was struck by a dump truck while walking on a South Florida interstate. This is what authorities have told us. Haskins was attempting to cross the westbound lanes of Interstate 595 on foot in Fort Lauderdale. So for those of you that are from the South Florida area or from Florida, this did occur on Interstate 595, where he was hit by a dump truck at around 6:37 a.m. Eastern Time. Once again, this information coming to us according to the Florida Highway Patrol. Haskins was pronounced dead at the scene, and authorities said it was, quote, unknown why he was walking on the interstate. Quote, this is an open traffic homicide investigation. That is what Florida Highway Patrol spokeswoman Lieutenant Indiana Miranda told Fox News. No further information will be released until the investigation has been closed. But once again, we can confirm that this is an open traffic homicide investigation. Westbound traffic on the interstate was shut down on Saturday morning, and drivers were advised to seek alternative routes. Once again, this information coming to us from the Florida Highway Patrol, but that highway has since been reopened. The former Ohio State standout unfortunately did lose his life and once again was pronounced dead at the scene after being fatally struck by a dump truck. Now, once again, authorities are investigating why it was exactly that Dwayne Haskins was running or walking on that interstate. Many questions that still obviously linger and need to be answered here, but that is all that we know. Dwayne Haskins was only 24 years old. He would have turned 25 on May 3rd. And once again, these are the tributes that are coming in all around the world, all on Twitter. This one from the NFL, the one that's currently on your screens. We'll move on to one that came into our newsroom from the Pittsburgh Steelers. This was actually a statement from head coach Mike Tomlin. Quote, I am devastated and at a loss for words with the unfortunate passing of Dwayne Haskins. He quickly became part of our Steelers family upon his arrival in Pittsburgh and was one of our hardest workers, both on the field and in our community. Dwayne was a great teammate, but even more so, a tremendous friend to so many. I am truly heartbroken. Our thoughts and prayers are with his wife and his entire family during this time. The tweets do continue to come in, this one coming in from the Miami Dolphins. We are saddened by the tragic passing of Dwayne Haskins, and our thoughts and prayers are with his family, teammates, the Steelers organization, and all who mourn his loss. This one is of particular interest because Dwayne Haskins was in South Florida where he was fatally struck by that dump truck. Here's another tweet coming in from the Pittsburgh Steelers, the organization itself. The previous one was from the head coach himself. We are deeply saddened by the tragic loss of Dwayne Haskins. May he rest in peace. And tributes continue to come in from members of the league as well, people who played against and perhaps once upon a time with as well. Rest in peace, Dwayne Haskins. Heartbreaking. Prayers to his family and loved ones. Love yours while they're here. And a similar message from Joe Hayden. Tell your loved ones that you love them. Life is so short. Rest in peace, Dwayne Haskins. And even from reporters and anchors like myself, Jenny Taft, who many of you tuning in will know. She has worked essentially every sideline in the country and has interviewed Dwayne Haskins, as you are seeing there in that photograph. The most infectious smile. Rest in peace, Dwayne Haskins. My heart is so heavy for his family, friends, and Buckeye Nation. And she does tag Ohio State there. He was, of course, a standout star for Ohio State before being picked up by Washington and then eventually making his way to the Pittsburgh Steelers. We are still working to get details on this investigation. Like we had just reported to you a couple of moments ago, this investigation is still very much in the works. A lot of questions still linger. Why was he on that highway at that time? Why was he attempting to cross Interstate 595 at 6:37 on Saturday morning? But we can confirm that the Florida Highway Patrol has, quote, said this is an open traffic homicide investigation, and as soon as we do have more details, we will be sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We'll continue to cover all of the top stories coming into our newsroom from around the country, and right now we'll take a Live Now look at the White House. Concern is growing that migrant numbers at the southern border could explode once President Biden's Title 42 ends next week. The Trump-era policy barred many migrants from entering the country during the pandemic, and some members of the president's own party are now pushing back on his decision to end Title 42. Our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, that we just heard a couple of moments ago, giving us the latest news on Ukraine. Well, he has this story from the White House. Let's listen in.
Border Patrol arrests of migrants reached an all-time high last year, which is the reason some lawmakers want to keep a Trump-era public health measure. Here's Tony Gonzalez, a Republican congressman from Texas.
You know, a year plus with the Biden administration, you know, they won't listen to anybody. They don't really care about what's happening on the border. It's terrible to see, you know, my communities are on the front lines.
President Biden's decision to end the health measure that has turned away 1.7 million migrants over the past 2 years has many in Congress concerned even more will attempt to come to the U.S. illegally once the policy ends next month. The measure, known as Title 42, dates back to World War II and gave the Surgeon General, later the CDC, the authority to stop migrants from entering the country over fears of spreading disease. It was resurrected during the Trump administration at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. A potential vote on Title 42 in the Senate would likely pass because at least 8 Democrats have signaled they support it. Fox News' Peter Doocy asked Jen Psaki here at the White House why migrants are given free smartphones after being detained.
We have a range of means of tracking individuals who irregularly migrate to the country in order to ensure that they are meeting their notice to appear obligations and that they are appearing in court when they should appear in court. Phones is one of them.
President Biden left for Delaware Saturday afternoon. Right now, there's no plans for him to visit the southern border. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
And thank you to Lucas for that report. We're going to stay in the nation's capital, where more and more congressional lawmakers are revealing they've tested positive for COVID-19 this week, including House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. On Friday, the White House acknowledged with an uptick in cases, it's possible President Biden could at some point become infected. Our Fox News reporter Caroline Shively has more from Washington.
Tuesday through Friday this week, 13 members of Congress tested positive for COVID.
We've had these outbreaks periodically over the months, and I think COVID is not completely over.
Among those infected, Senators Susan Collins and Raphael Warnock.
Mr. Warnock, aye.
After they'd voted on Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's nomination to the Supreme Court on the Senate floor Thursday.
And this nomination is confirmed.
Vice President Harris was on the Senate floor presiding over that vote, then on the White House lawn Friday afternoon, giving Judge Jackson a maskless hug at the outdoor event.
I will tell you that the Vice President has been wearing a mask inside. When there was a private greet, they were all wearing masks.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi also tested positive for COVID on Thursday, 2 days after kissing the president's cheek. White House officials report the president tested negative on Friday and didn't isolate because his interaction with Pelosi didn't fall under the category of close contact.
The contact was certainly close from the photo we saw.
Dr. Anthony Fauci points out that the president faces the risk that all Americans do.
It is conceivable that the president will get infected.
Lawmakers left town without passing a $10 billion COVID relief package. Now they're on recess for the next 2 weeks. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And thank you to Caroline for that report. We're going to stick in the nation's capital because a wild story has emerged this week. 2 men have been charged with impersonating federal agents in order to get close to real Secret Service agents. This one is out of a movie, except for it's not. It's real life. Our Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff takes a look and has these details. Let's take a listen.
Wooed by these suspects and their gifts. One worked in the vicinity of the vice president's residence. Another was assigned to protecting the first lady and perhaps even filling in protecting the president, according to a Fox News source. The big question is why that these 2 men wanted to get into the good graces of those agents. On Wednesday, Arian Taherzadeh and Haider Ali were arrested at a luxury D.C. apartment where items like weapons and equipment used for fraud and surveillance were seized. Federal prosecutors allege that the 2 pretended to work for the Department of Homeland Security and gave 4 Secret Service agents things like phones, TVs, even a rent-free apartment.
The president remains confident in the leader of the Secret Service, and beyond that, I would point you to the Secret Service and to the FBI.
While the White House has not expanded, Jamil Jaffer, founder of the National Security Institute, says that there is still concern over where this money for those gifts came from.
Was this an effort by a foreign power to engage in some sort of either compromise these law enforcement officers, or even worse, access what they knew and get access to their information and travel details and all that other sort of stuff?
Yesterday, the judge said that he needed more information on Taherzadeh's travel history to Pakistan and Iran, and therefore the detention hearing will continue on Monday. And interestingly, this case was brought to the FBI by a postal inspector who had gone to the suspect's apartment for an unrelated assault allegation. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News. Among the Secret Service agents who were allegedly...
Thank you to Alexandria Hoff for that story. It really is a story that we're going to be covering in the coming days because it's one with quite a few layers, and as the days do go on, more details are going to emerge. Our very own Andrew Kraft, he has more on this story. Let's take a listen.
Has so many twists and turns and details. Joining me now to discuss it even further, police practices expert Darren Wyatt, friend of the program. Darren, thanks so much for being with us here. Just wanted your first thoughts on this story when you read about it, and we'll get into some of the particulars.
Well, I actually was kind of flabbergasted, but it's mainly the fact that you have 4 Secret Service agents that were duped by these 2 men, and for all intents and purposes, didn't realize that they were being duped all the way up until the time they were placed on administrative leave.
Yeah, and of course, let's talk about the angle of the Secret Service. Now, the Secret Service has to take things so cautiously and carefully, and yet to have members, especially on the First Lady's detail or formerly of her detail, to have gotten caught up in this. That brings the White House into it, having to respond there. We saw in the White House briefing today. That is serious, and so they're conducting a review. What will that review, you think, look like?
Well, it's going to be, it'll expand beyond these 4 agents that have been placed on administrative leave. They'll be interviewing anybody that they had contact with, that they were probably even hanging out with off-duty in an off-duty capacity, to find out if it really stretches beyond the 4 that are currently on administrative leave, and to find out exactly what the suspects were trying to get, what kind of information they were trying to obtain from the Secret Service, because it's a very targeted group of law enforcement officers for them to go to the Secret Service and the information that they might have.
And, you know, you have been a law enforcement official for most of your career, and impersonating one and impersonating a federal agent carries a very hefty penalty. That is not something that is taken lightly.
It's not. It happens occasionally. You know, U.S. 18 Section 912, I believe is what it is, 18 U.S. Code Section 912. It carries a penalty of up to 3 years in federal prison for this. I think what's really the biggest thing here is that they weren't just impersonating federal agents, they were doing it to civilians, but also to high-level law enforcement officials. Like you mentioned, somebody that's on the presidential security detail. Those are high-level officials that they're going after it, and they had to have been good at what they were doing for these high-level agents to have been tricked.
But not only good at what they were doing, but some of the gifts and kind of items that they were offering these other federal agents, these other Secret Service members as well. And I want to talk about some of those. A penthouse worth over $40,000 a year, rent-free. iPhones, surveillance systems, drones, flat-screen TVs, gun cases and other policing tools. Many, weapons and parts of weapons were also found in this apartment. And if you're familiar with the D.C. area, this is a Navy Yard. This is a very high-end luxury area of Washington. It looks like a really beautiful apartment complex itself. So they had some financial backing to this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that what really is interesting about this is that they were so brazen about it that they were telling people, other residents in the apartment complex, who they were. They were an undercover unit. People in undercover units don't tell the general population what they do. So that would be a red flag. But I think what's really ironic about this is that the U.S. Postal Inspector is usually determined a fairly low-level law enforcement position. Yet they're the ones that broke this and were able to see the criminal activity that was going on and take it to the FBI, which launched this investigation about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, of course, I think the postal angle is kind of the wildest part of this story because the plot, that is how it unraveled. According to the Associated Press, U.S. Postal Inspection Service began investigating after an assault on one of their own mail carriers. And then these two individuals essentially told that inspection team from the Postal Service what they were up to. And so, they weren't really careful in kind of covering up their tracks if they needed to be. They also had a list of everyone who had an apartment in the complex where they had the apartment, also a list of some congressional staffers. And then, of course, we're getting reports, Darren, that they had Pakistani and Iranian visas on their person, or in the apartment, I should say. 3 Pakistani visas, 2 Iranian visas after the raid by the FBI. What does that tell you? That is one of the other curious aspects to this story.
To me, that means that this is probably sponsored by a foreign government, which leads you even more to wonder what was their intent, what information were they trying to elicit. It was a long-term operation. It was 2 years, at least 2 years in the making that we know of so far. And could it have been going on even longer than that? I think the investigation will vet that out, as well as who else they might have been in contact with, and hopefully what their end game was and why they were here and why they were doing what they were doing.
Yeah, of course, the two men, both are being held. Well, the government is asking them to be held. And there's likely a conspiracy charge coming, as well as these other charges, and their attorneys are kind of working with prosecutors to determine how this will be prosecuted in court. Darren Wyatt, final thoughts here on this story. I bet it's going to be developing even further in the next couple of days.
Without a doubt. We're going to get more information as this continues to go forth. I'm actually kind of surprised that we didn't know about it sooner than when the raid happened yesterday. Usually something like this, you'll hear little inklings. Of course, the indictment was under seal, is still under seal. I saw that there are some photos of the front page, but when I tried to obtain it, it is still under seal and wasn't available as part of public record yet. But I think eventually we're going to have more information about what this was, who was sponsoring them, what they were looking for, and I think there's probably going to be some policy changes with the Secret Service coming out of this as well.
Yeah, and just thought of this question, too, just lastly. I mean, what does it say, though, about, real federal agents kind of commiserating, talking with fake federal or alleged fake federal agents? Should, more of these agencies put things in place to prevent things like this from happening? Or is it just too hard to tell? How would you know?
Well, I think that there from what we've seen right now, there were some red flags that probably somebody should have picked up on, especially, in the law enforcement realm, we're kind of a tight-knit community, and I think that an agency in D.C. would know if another agency in D.C. had this new special unit that was working under cover investigating the January 6th insurrection. They would know that, and even being able to talk jargon with these people, and I certainly think that there would have been some red flag that somebody should have picked up on. And the other thing is that many times the federal, what we call the ABC or the abbreviated agencies, they're very proprietary about their information, and they don't often have that crossover unless they're working on a task force together, which does not. I know that they said they were on a task force, but the Secret Service agents were not part of that task force, obviously, because it wasn't a real task force. So I think that there should have been some red flags seen.
Definitely. Some people, it looks like, did not do their due diligence here. Darren Wyatt, as always, thanks so much for joining us. Have a good night.
Thanks, Andrew. You too. Take care.
The story has so many...
And thank you to Andrew for that report. It certainly is a story with quite a few twists and turns. As soon as we do get an update on any of the details that have emerged in this case, we'll be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of our top stories and also give you an update on the latest news when it comes to the economy. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 108 here on the East Coast. And you are seeing a full 360 view of all of the stories that we are monitoring on this Sunday, April 10th, 2022. We'll go through the bullets on the left-hand side of your screen, and then we'll get you up to date on all of the details that we have currently received to our news desk on these stories. The war in Ukraine has officially hit the 46th day, as we can confirm today that Vladimir Putin has named a new commander in charge of this operation in Ukraine. Now, Vladimir Putin has not only appointed this new commander, but he is also shifting tactics when it comes to his invasion of Ukraine. Russian forces are now heavily targeting eastern cities of Ukraine and also southern areas and southern portions of the country. Now, we have been monitoring very closely the situation on the ground. We've had reporters who have been there since the very beginning, but I do want to make this photo and this map that you see on your screens bigger there, and we'll take it to fully update you on the situation on the ground here. At the very beginning of this invasion, Russia's main priority was, of course, to take over all of Ukraine with a heavily and a 40-mile long convoy headed towards the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. If you look on your map on your screens, that is the red star there. Russian forces have since retreated from the areas surrounding the Ukrainian capital, and while they were unable to take control of the capital itself, they did take control of various suburbs that surrounded the Ukrainian capital. Well, as I just said, they are now retreating from these areas, and now they are now directing these forces to other cities that you see on your map. There is an 8-mile long convoy headed to Kharkiv, which is the city to the right-hand side of this map, very close to the Russian border. We can also confirm today that Russian forces have hit an airport in Dnipro and left it almost essentially destroyed. We can confirm that strikes have hit Odessa, which is a major port city on the southern portion of Ukraine. There you see very close to Crimea. And we can also confirm that Mariupol is still coming under heavy shelling. Mariupol is a city that has made headlines since the very beginning of this invasion because of the humanitarian crisis that has ensued in that city. These civilians have been without basic human needs, water, food, electricity since the very beginning of this war 46 days ago, and we can confirm that evacuation corridors are still being attempted to get these over 100,000 civilians that are still in this city out and to safety. We can confirm today that 9 evacuation corridors were agreed, this coming from the Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister. As soon as we get an update on if these humanitarian corridors are successful, we'll be sure to bring that update to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We also have some new numbers coming into our newsroom. 176 children have been killed, more than 336 injured since the start of this war. This is information coming into our news desk courtesy of Ukrainian officials. And Zelensky continues to call on the West for help. He has said, quote, freedom does not have time to waste. We did get an update from President Zelensky overnight on his social media platforms. We will play that for you in just a bit, but we do want to take you through the latest imagery coming into our newsroom right now on really the situation that is happening on the ground. We do want to warn you all that viewer discretion is, of course, advised as we do go through these images. Here is a look at satellite imagery coming into our newsroom released by Maxar Technologies, showing a military convoy that is moving towards Kharkiv. So I did just outline that for you all just a couple of minutes ago on the map. We can confirm that this is a military convoy headed towards Kharkiv, so headed towards the eastern portion of Ukraine. And this falls directly in line with the intelligence that Western officials are getting, which is that Russian forces are moving away from the capital and into the eastern and southern portions of the country. As I said, viewer discretion is advised for the next couple of clips that are going to appear on your screens. Here is imagery coming into our newsroom of the wreck wreckage after a railway station was hit by a missile on Friday. We brought this story to you live on Live Now from Fox on Friday, and I do want to lower the sound here so that you can hear me and this explanation here. At least 50 people were killed when a missile struck a train station in eastern Ukraine. This video was provided to us by Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty via Storyful, and it shows blood-stained wreckage. There you're seeing the actual missile that did hit the ground there on that patch of grass. But this, once again, for context, this struck a train station of innocent civilians who were trying to get themselves to safety. And there you are seeing more blood stains on the sidewalks. This is a look at inside of the train station that is now empty because these people are now no longer safe in the place that they were trying to get to safety through. Here is a dog who was perhaps left behind by an owner who was trying to get themselves to safety. On Twitter, Ukraine's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dmytro Kuleba, has said, quote, Russians knew that this train station was full of civilians waiting to be evacuated. This was a deliberate slaughter. We will bring each war criminal to justice. And video continued to come into our news desk and into our newsroom of the situation on the ground here. Here you are seeing children in Kovel in Ukraine's northwest spelled out using toys from children. This is really just heartfelt imagery coming into our newsroom and photographs provided by Kovel City Council. Following the Russian withdrawal from areas near Kyiv, footage that we have been showing you has showed the bodies of civilians, some with their hands tied, scattered along roads. Mass graves have been discovered, women and children killed, some women raped. These are the words of President Zelensky describing what he saw in the suburbs surrounding Kyiv. When he did visit one of them, he visited Bucha just 6 days ago and was met with the kind of atrocities that I am outlining here for you verbally. These photos were posted to Facebook once again by Kovel City Council, and they show this memorial service, including a moment when children used their toys to spell out Bucha on the ground in honor of that city that was just completely destroyed by Russian forces. We can also confirm that a very special visitor actually made his way to the Ukrainian capital, and here you're seeing imagery of Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who did visit the Ukrainian capital just yesterday. So on Sunday, he spent the day with President Zelensky, and there you're seeing the two of them walking through the streets of Kyiv. It is worth reminding you all that this is a wartime situation, and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is walking the streets of Kyiv. Just take a moment and take this imagery in. And here you are seeing a man kind of taking this imagery in as well, as all of you at home are. It's pretty remarkable to see world leaders visit your country during a war crime, and a wartime, I should say. Boris Johnson did make remarks along with President Zelensky yesterday. I do want to play those remarks for you in full here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a listen.
Boris, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to welcome you in Kiev. Our most sincere friend, a friend to Ukraine, the leader of United Kingdom and the ally to our country. I'm very grateful, Boris, for this visit. It's very important at this very difficult and turbulent times for our country. In the same time, you came here, and we are especially grateful for this to happen. This is a true reflection of the decisive and significant support to Ukraine from United Kingdom, and we always are grateful for that. We shall always remember that. Just recently, we had a meeting in Kiev, and you've recalled this. We draw some conclusions on our joint work in the frames of a strategic dialogue. We were planning future projects. We were wandering around Kiev, and today you can see in your own eyes how our country looks like. You know how our villages, how our settlements look like because of Russian aggression. There could be only one conclusion. It's our common conclusion. We have to exert even more pressure on the Russian Federation to exert pressure through supporting Ukraine in defending itself. We have to exert pressure in the form of sanctions, and I'm grateful to the United Kingdom that continues and intensifies the sanctions and also provides significant support of Ukraine by reinforcing our defense capacities. The other democratic Western countries should follow the example of the United Kingdom. It's time to impose a complete embargo on Russian energy resources. They should increase the amount of weapons being supplied. The people of Ukraine value the support of the United Kingdom on our path to peace, and we were absolutely united with the Prime Minister in terms of the need to reinforce the anti-war coalition. I have informed Boris Johnson on the negotiation process about our clear position. The peaceful negotiations and agreements should provide for a mechanism of effective security guarantees for our country. This is something we've also talked. We count on London to play a key role in this and for reaching peace in Ukraine. That would be our joint future victory. Today we've discussed some major areas that we need to focus on. We've identified the key objectives. We've coordinated our further work. We have consolidated the maximum support to our country for the reinforcement of the defense capacities of our forces in supporting our citizens both in Ukraine and outside of Ukraine in reconstructing Ukraine. This is also something we've talked upon with the Prime Minister. We shall be reconstructing, rebuilding our cities and regions. Once again, I would like to express words of gratitude for the support, for your leadership, for assistance in the weapons, and for your direct and very clear and specific position of your wonderful and powerful country. And thank you for this visit at this very difficult time for our country. You've did this. Thank you to you and to your team.
Kingdom of Great Britain, Northern Ireland.
Thank you very much, Volodymyr. Dziękuję. Thank you very much for having me here today at this incredibly difficult time for you and for your wonderful country. I want to begin, Volodymyr, by saluting once again the bravery of the people of Ukraine in defying the appalling aggression that we have seen. In the last few weeks, the world has found new heroes, and those heroes are the people of Ukraine. When I was here just a few weeks ago, and we were in another room, I think in your palace, the defense intelligence that we had suggested that the Russians believed that Ukraine could be engulfed in a matter of days, and that Kiev would fall in hours to their armies, and how wrong they were. And I think that the Ukrainians have shown the courage of a lion, but you, Volodymyr, have given the roar of that lion. And I thank you for what you've been able to do. I think your leadership has been extraordinary. And I think in what Putin has done in places like Bucha and in Irpin, his war crimes have permanently polluted his reputation and the reputation of his government. And it's clear, we discussed this at length, it's clear that what he is doing now, he has suffered a reverse, but his retreat is tactical, and he's going to intensify the pressure now in Donbass and in the east. And so that's why it's so vital, as you rightly say, Volodymyr, that we, your friends, continue to offer whatever support that we can. And together with our partners, we are going to ratchet up the economic pressure, and we will continue to intensify week by week the sanctions on Russia. Not just freezing assets in banks and sanctioning oligarchs, but moving away from use of Russian hydrocarbons. And we will give you the support that you need, the economic support, but also, of course, the defensive military support, in which I'm proud to say that the UK helped to lead the way. And just the other day, we raised, I think, £1.5 billion at a donor conference from friends, partners around the world, dozens and dozens of countries who now want to support Ukraine. We want to liberalize trade with Ukraine as we go forward to help your economic circumstances, barley and other commodities. There are things we should be doing. We want to help you with demining your country, getting rid of the savage traps that the Russian armies have left behind. And to come to your central point, Volodymyr, I think we are evolving a vision now for the future. Heraclitus, I think, said war is the father of all things. I mean, that was an exaggeration. War isn't the father of everything. But what this war is certainly producing is a clarity about the vision of a future for Ukraine, where together with friends and partners, we, the UK and others, supply the equipment, the technology, the know-how, the intelligence, so that Ukraine will never be invaded again, so that Ukraine is so fortified and so protected that Ukraine can never be bullied again, never be blackmailed again, never be threatened in the same way again. In the meantime, there is a huge amount to do to make sure that Ukraine is successful, that Ukraine wins, and that Putin must fail. Over the last few hours, I've been able to see quite a lot of your beautiful country, and it's an amazing country. I've also seen the tragic effects of the war, an inexcusable war, an absolutely inexcusable and unnecessary war. But having been here in Kiev just for a few hours, I have absolutely no doubt, Volodymyr, listening to you, listening to your team, your redoubtable team, I have no doubt at all that an independent, sovereign Ukraine will rise again, thanks above all to the heroism, the courage of the people of Ukraine. Thank you very much, and Slava Ukraini. Thank you. Thank you.
And that was the full address from UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson alongside President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, after, and we showed you the video here, and we can even pull it back up for you all. Boris Johnson walked the streets of Ukraine along with President Zelensky during, once again, we cannot stress this enough, during a time of war. And it truly was remarkable imagery, a remarkable weekend and show of unity that the United Kingdom provided alongside Ukraine. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. That news on the economy and also an update on another story that we're keeping a close eye on. Of course, Dwayne Haskins, who lost his life just 24 hours ago in the very early hours of Saturday after being struck and killed by a truck. We'll give you an update on all that we know right after this break. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato. Live now from our Orlando studios, 1:30 here on the East Coast. Happy Sunday if you are just tuning in. We are keeping an eye on a slew of stories around the world, but the one that I'm going to give you a latest update on right now brings us to South Florida, where we are monitoring the latest details that have emerged after NFL quarterback Dwayne Haskins was struck and killed by a truck in the very early hours of Saturday morning. We will keep you up to date on what it is that we know, as this investigation is still very much ongoing. Haskins was killed early Saturday morning when he was hit by a dump truck while he was walking on a South Florida highway. Florida Highway Patrol spokeswoman Indiana Miranda said Haskins was pronounced dead at the scene. This is a direct quote from the Florida Highway Patrol spokeswoman saying, quote, "He was attempting to cross the westbound lanes of Interstate 595 when there was oncoming traffic," end quote. Miranda didn't say why Haskins was on the highway at the time. The accident caused the highway to be shut down for several hours, and Miranda has confirmed that this is a, quote, open traffic homicide investigation, end quote. For a bit of context, for those of you that perhaps are not familiar with NFL quarterback Dwayne Haskins' story, he was a 2019 first-round draft pick by Washington. Haskins was released by Washington after going 3-10 over 2 seasons. He was signed by Pittsburgh as a developmental quarterback, but he didn't appear in a game last season. We did receive reaction and really heartfelt messages from the Pittsburgh organization. Here is a statement from head coach Mike Tomlin, who said, quote, "I am devastated at a loss for words. with the unfortunate passing of Dwayne Haskins. He quickly became part of our Steelers family upon his arrival in Pittsburgh and was one of our hardest workers both on the field and in our community. Dwayne was a great teammate, but even more so, a tremendous friend to so many. I am truly heartbroken. Our thoughts and prayers are with his wife, his entire family during this difficult time. And the tributes do continue to pour in. Here we're seeing one from the Miami Dolphins. We are saddened by the tragic passing of Dwayne Haskins, and our thoughts and prayers are with his family, teammates, the Steelers organization, and all who mourn his loss. Fellow players in the NFL are also weighing in. Kyler Murray saying, quote, "Rest in peace, Dwayne Haskins. Heartbreaking. Prayers to his family and loved ones. Love yours while they're here." And a similar message coming in on Twitter from Joe Hayden. Tell your loved ones that you love them. Life is so short. Rest in peace, Dwayne Haskins. Once again, if you are just joining us and keeping up to date on this story, Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback Dwayne Haskins was killed in the very early hours of Saturday morning. A report that's come into our newsroom has confirmed that this happened at around 6:37 a.m., where Haskins was attempting to cross the westbound lanes of Interstate 595 on foot when he was hit by a dump truck and unfortunately killed. He was pronounced dead at the scene, and authorities say it is still unknown why he was walking on Interstate 595. We can once again confirm that this is an open traffic homicide investigation, and as soon as we learn more details, we will be sure to bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to head now live to the nation's capital, to Washington, D.C., where we're going to shift gears and touch on the latest news surrounding the economy. An uncertain time for the U.S. economy, with war raging overseas and inflation hitting consumers across the country. Many economists are watching the markets closely, anticipating the next interest rate hike from the Federal Reserve. The Biden administration believes the economy is in a strong position and is on the road to recovery from COVID-19. Our Fox News' Caroline Shively, she has a closer look at some of the challenges ahead for the Biden administration from Washington. Let's take a listen.
That most likely is going to slow the economy, perhaps to the 1%, perhaps, I think, reasonably, to a recession in next year.
It's comments like that that make investors' ears perk up. The former president of the Kansas City Federal Reserve expressing his concerns about future interest rate hikes aimed at lowering inflation. Many economists believe the Federal Reserve is walking a tightrope, and the decision to make borrowing more expensive could halt growth over time.
The Fed has to continue to raise interest rates, because I've lived through 5 recessions in the last 25 years, and they are miserable things. We want a soft landing, not a crash landing.
Republicans have made rising prices a central issue of their quest to take back control of Congress, placing the blame on policies by the Biden administration and Democrats.
Under Biden's policies, Americans are able to afford less and less and less.
President Biden believes the economy is in a strong position. Last week, jobless claims dropped to the lowest level in more than half a century. But there are still areas of concern, including the war in Ukraine and COVID-19.
Well, this is a worldwide phenomenon. We've got strained supply chains. I do hope and think that that's going to phase down, but when we're in a wartime footing, there is also going to be a cost associated with that.
Gas prices nationwide have seen a drop over the last week, but they are still up 45% compared to last year. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And thank you to Caroline for that report. We're going to stick with the latest economic news and talk about those food prices that continue to spike around the country. Our Fox Business Network's David Assman, he has a look at this in tonight's Fox Means Business Report. Let's take a listen.
The cost of food is becoming even harder to digest. The UN's Food and Agriculture Agency says food prices around the world jumped nearly 13% in March to record highs. The big reason? Well, both Russia and Ukraine are big exporters of grains and edible oils, and the war is disrupting supply and shipments. Analysts are also warning that prices will likely go higher in the coming weeks and months. As the cost to fuel your body rises a lot, the cost to fuel your vehicle is actually going down a bit. AAA says the national average for regular is now $4.14 a gallon, 8 cents lower than this time last week, but $1.27 more than a year ago. Stocks were mixed on Wall Street Friday. The Dow rallied, but the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq stumbled. And it was a down week overall as the markets finished in negative territory. Anxiety about the Federal Reserve raising interest rates to fight inflation weighing heavily on investors, along with the war in Ukraine. That's business. I'm David Asman.
Thank you to David for that report. We're going to talk about the tax deadline, which is, believe it or not, right around the corner. Here's a live look at New York City. It appears to be a windy day. There you're seeing the flags waving. And all of you who are tuning in from New York City all the way to LA are going to be talking about the tax deadline this week, as once again that does rapidly approach. From New York City, we'll head out live to LA, where our Fox LA team has the latest on tax season. Let's take a listen.
50. All right, so the deadline to file your taxes is fast approaching. I know that you're probably very frenzied about it. The scammers are out there. They're trying to get you. Steve McFarland, President and CEO of the Better Business Bureau of Los Angeles, is here now to help keep that from happening. And first, Steve, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. 3 types of scams primarily: phone impersonation, identity theft, and email phishing. Let's start with phone impersonation. What is that all about, and what should people be aware of?
Well, you know, Tony, if I can guarantee you a big refund this year, would you switch from Wally, your CPA, over to me to fill out your tax return?
Yeah.
Maybe,
you have to
maybe
be
not.
careful.
Hopefully not.
Yeah,
but,
you have to be careful.
Those phone impersonators and the emails as well, solicitations, promising, hey, we can get you a big refund. And a lot of people are interested in that, you know, to try to get some more money back. So you got to be careful. Getting you a big refund is always a lure. Be careful on those. Another way that these impersonators for IRS, Franchise Tax Board, even for county tax, are asking for demands for more tax. You didn't pay enough, so you got to pay a little bit more. Or we find out information that your return's been filed under another name. We need to verify your information and your bank account and everything else to make sure that everything's okay. And these are phishing explorations, so you got to be really careful.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is the IRS is not going to call you up and demand that you make payments. They're just not going to do that. The State Franchise Tax Board is not going to do that. In fact, I had someone who had that happen to him. Someone called and said they were from the IRS and we're going to come and take you to jail if you don't pay. He said, I'll be home all day, come get me. And so they used a few choice words and then hung up. That's what you should do. Hang up on these people.
Right. Hang up on these folks. And then if you have been compromised, there's ways to check for a licensed return preparer. You can, go to rtrpdirectory.com, because all preparers have to have a PTIN number. So that is a great thing to do. You can also contact the IRS at their 800 number. And you can also look for scams on scamtracker.org, which is the BBB site.
Now, you know what? Another, we kind of touched on it a little bit, but another area that you have to be really careful about, and that's with emails and clicking on links that you probably shouldn't click on.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of requests for additional forms that you see in emails. There's fake IRS messages claiming that you're owed a larger return. Well, that catches a lot of people's eyes, and they see this in emails and social and also in text as well. There's offer and compromise scams. And you know what? One other thing, Tony, to watch out for: if anybody asks you to pay for their services or more additional tax and demand tax payments in crypto, cash cards, or gift cards, run.
Yeah. Identity theft, Steve, that's a big one, and that's a tough one.
Well, not only are some of these ghost tax preparers not going to file your return for you, but now you've given up your information, and it's your social, your bank account number, birth date, and maybe even Medicare information. So you've given them prize information that they want. And not only are you not going to get your return filed, but you're going to get fleeced later on if you're not careful.
How useful is it to actually create an account with the IRS?
Well, it's critical because the PTIN system identifies you with the IRS, and unless you give that number to somebody else, they can't get it. So it's a great way for you to be able to identify yourself, to verify your information. Again, like you mentioned, the IRS is not going to call you. They're not going to email you. They're not going to text you demanding more information. They send you a letter, and you can respond to that. Have somebody qualified maybe help you if you're disabled or whatever. There are programs for you, and be able to verify the person asking for more information or that you owe more tax. You can always contact the IRS as well.
You say you should also go to a qualified tax preparer. How do you know who it is you're going to have your taxes prepared? What are some tips you can give us to make sure that we go to the right person and not to someone who's going to scam you?
Yeah, there are a lot of ghost tax preparers out there that want to take your money and information both. The IRS requires tax preparers, as well does the state of California. They require tax preparers to have a PTIN number. You've got to have a tax preparer identification number. And that you can request from the preparer, and then you can verify that by going to the state or to the IRS websites to be able to verify that number. You can also look for references as well to verify that number. That is at rtrpdirectory.com for the IRS. And you can also go to bbb.org to check out the credibility of that particular preparer. And the state has, the accountancy board has also a lookup system. Of California has the accounting board. You can look up online there as well, but you need to be suspicious.
All right, Steve McFarland, thank you so much. Great information to have. Tax deadline is right around the corner, April 18th, so this is certainly important information we can use. Appreciate you joining us this morning.
All right, thank you so much.
Welcome back at 7:50.
And thank you to our Fox LA team. It really is great information to have as that tax deadline does approach ever so rapidly. The year really is flying by. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Two weeks after my last trip here with President Biden, we're back in Brussels.
Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And you did just get a sneak peek glimpse into what you will be listening to. Here is the latest update from Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He was in Brussels, Belgium, just a couple of days ago, and today we can confirm that the war in Ukraine has reached its 46th day, and Vladimir Putin has named a new commander in charge of that operation. We'll hear the latest update from Secretary of State Antony Blinken, but we do want to let you know that we are monitoring a breaking news story that happened just yesterday. NFL quarterback Dwayne Haskins fatally struck by a dump truck in South Florida. As soon as we have an update on that, we'll be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in.
Japan, New Zealand, the Republic of Korea participated as a group in a NATO ministerial. Ministers from Georgia, from Finland, from Sweden, and Ukraine also took part, as did the European Union's High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Joseph Borrell. In addition, I met with my counterparts from the G7, the world's leading democratic economies. The participation of all of these allies and partners highlights the remarkably broad coalition of countries from around the world that are united in standing with Ukraine and against the Russian government's aggression. Countries that recognize Moscow isn't just attacking one country, but the entire international rules-based order. The sickening images and accounts coming out of Bucha and other parts of Ukraine have only strengthened our collective resolve and unity. In Bucha, a woman described how Russian soldiers forced her and around 40 other people to gather in a small square. The soldiers brought 5 young men there and ordered them to kneel. Then, the Russian soldier shot one of them in the back of the head. He turned to the people gathered and said of the victim, and I quote, "This is dirt. We're here to cleanse you from the dirt." That's just one person Russian soldiers killed in Bucha. According to Ukraine's Prosecutor General, they've already found 410 bodies of dead civilians in that one town alone. And it's not just Bucha. In Mudugin, the body of the 50-year-old mayor, Ola Suhenko, was found in a shallow grave, along with her hands bound, alongside the bodies of her husband and son. They were last seen alive, being taken away by Russian soldiers. In Kharkiv, a woman was sheltering in a school with her 5-year-old daughter and neighbors when a Russian soldier picked her out and forced her to accompany him to an empty classroom. He cut her face and neck with a knife, threatened to kill her, and raped her repeatedly at gunpoint. With each day, more and more credible reports of rape, killings, torture are emerging. And for every Bucha, there are many more towns Russia has occupied and more towns it is still occupying, places where we must assume Russian soldiers are committing more atrocities right now. Here's what we're doing together with our allies and partners to stop this aggression, to stand with Ukraine and hold accountable those who are responsible. First, we continue to work in close coordination with allies and partners to raise the costs on the Russian government for its aggression. Yesterday, we announced new sanctions on Russia's largest financial institution and one of its largest private banks, on 21 members of Russia's National Security Council, on the adult children of President Putin. President Biden also signed an executive order prohibiting new investment in Russia by any person in the United States. The European Union is also actively considering robust new measures, including bans on Russian coal, on Russian vessels accessing EU ports, on transactions with 4 key financial institutions. Second, the United States continues to work at an unprecedented pace to help Ukraine defend itself. Last Friday, the Department of Defense announced $300 million in new security assistance. On Tuesday, I authorized an additional $100 million to meet Ukraine's urgent needs for more Javelin anti-armor systems. This will bring total U.S. security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of Russia's invasion in February to over $1.7 billion and over $2.4 billion since January of last year. More than 30 countries have joined us in delivering security assistance to Ukraine, aid that our Ukrainian partners are putting to very effective use, as we see in the Kremlin's retreat from Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities and towns. Today, I met again with my colleague and friend Dmytro Kuleba, Ukraine's foreign minister, to discuss how we can continue to provide Ukraine's courageous defenders with what they need to keep pushing Russia back. Third, we continue to provide significant aid to address the acute humanitarian crisis caused by the Kremlin's war. More than a quarter of Ukraine's population, over 11 million people, have been displaced. That's roughly equal to displacing the entire population of Belgium, the country we're in now, in the space of 6 weeks. President Biden announced that the U.S. government is prepared to provide more than $1 billion in new humanitarian assistance to those affected by Russia's war of aggression. That comes on top of $293 million we provided in 2022 alone to vulnerable communities in the region, including to neighboring countries that have opened their arms and opened their homes to 4 million Ukrainian refugees. The global harm caused by the Kremlin's aggression is growing, including the disruption that's caused to the production and distribution of wheat in Ukraine, on which so many countries rely, something that I heard about and saw firsthand just a week ago when we were in, among other places, Morocco and Algeria. In Africa, where a quarter of the population is now facing a food security crisis, Russia's war of choice has raised the costs of basic staples, worsening the hardship that people were already feeling. So at the G7, we discussed in some detail ways that we can mitigate the war's impact on the most vulnerable people around the world. Fourth, the United States continues to work methodically to collect, to preserve, to analyze evidence of atrocities, and to make this information available to the appropriate bodies. We're supporting a multinational team of experts that's assisting a war crimes unit set up by Ukraine's Prosecutor General with a view toward eventually pursuing criminal accountability. These efforts will also ensure that Russia cannot escape the verdict of history. Just moments ago, as I was coming into this room, I learned that UN member states had come together once again to condemn Russia's aggression and suspend it from the Human Rights Council. A country that's perpetrating gross and systematic violations of human rights should not sit on a body whose job it is to protect those rights. Today, a wrong was righted. Fifth, we discussed ways we can shore up the collective security of our NATO allies. As the President has said, we will defend every inch of NATO territory. We now have 100,000 U.S. troops in Europe. NATO's established 4 new multinational battle groups in Romania, in Hungary, Bulgaria, Slovakia, in addition to those already in Poland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, to reinforce our eastern flank. Sixth, we discussed the additional support that NATO allies can provide to partners like Bosnia and Herzegovina and Georgia, who are most vulnerable to Russian aggression and threats, from cybersecurity to combating disinformation. Finally, we discussed at length a new NATO strategic concept. This is the public blueprint for how the alliance will continue to safeguard transatlantic security in what is a rapidly changing landscape. We'll release that document at the NATO summit in Madrid in June. President Putin thought, among other things, that he would weaken and divide NATO. This strategic concept will make clear that NATO is in fact stronger, it's more united, it's more capable of addressing 21st century threats. And I can say unequivocally, from my discussions with many colleagues here in recent days, colleagues from around the globe, the revulsion at what the Russian government is doing is palpable. There's a greater determination than ever to stand with Ukraine, to shore up and revitalize the international order that Moscow is trying to upend, to bring to bear even greater costs on the Russian government, to ensure that people are held accountable for their crimes. Thank you.
We'll now turn to questions. We will start with Vivian Salama from the Wall Street Journal.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. 2 questions, if you'll indulge me. UK Foreign Minister Liz Truss said today that allies have agreed to help Ukrainian forces move from their Soviet-era equipment to NATO standard equipment on a bilateral basis. She used very specific language there. And so is the U.S.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and we are just minutes away from the 2 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And we were listening in to the latest update from Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He was in Brussels this week meeting with foreign ministers of NATO, and he did just walk us through all of the atrocities that panel, that the foreign ministers of NATO were briefed on, that came out of Ukraine, really horrific things that he just described. He is now taking a series of questions and answers, and will provide a series of answers from reporters who cover these types of briefings. But I did want to get you up to speed on everything that is on your screen. We are learning today that the White House is actually warning that more Russian brutality is expected as Russian forces focus now on southern and eastern Ukraine as we enter day 46 of this war. We can also confirm today that President Vladimir Putin has named a new commander in charge of the operation in Ukraine. From Ukraine, back stateside we go, where we unfortunately broke the story yesterday that NFL quarterback Dwayne Haskins was fatally struck by a dump truck in South Florida yesterday. This happened in the very early hours at around 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We are working to get more details on this situation. As soon as we have that, we will be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. I know working
Joining me now to discuss all of that, national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, thanks so much for being with us. Let's get to some of the news of the day. We learned that more sanctions are coming tomorrow on specific Russian banks. We know Russia's largest bank, Sberbank, will be sanctioned. Also, Alfa Bank, which is one of Russia's top private lenders, they will be sanctioned along with Vladimir Putin's two daughters. So we're seeing kind of second, third order sanctions coming down. My question for you, though, we're issuing these sanctions. They almost seem like we're, grasping at straws here about who left to sanction. Who do we have to sanction still that has not been sanctioned yet? And it's just not clear from the atrocities we've seen that the sanctions are, working to change the behavior of the Russian regime. What say you?
Well, Andrew, obviously, sanctions are probably not going to stop an atrocity in Bucha. Okay, it's not going to stop them from tying up somebody and executing them or something like that. But what it may do over time is put enough pressure for either regime change in Moscow or to temper whatever Putin's going to do. What we're seeing with the sanction regime, and there's a lot of criticism of sanctions. Obviously, there's a confusion. Are sanctions a preventive thing or a punitive thing? And obviously, there was the, President Biden said that they weren't preventive, or they weren't for deterrence, I should say, whereas his administration had said they were for deterrence all along. But the thing with sanctions is they're closing some gaps. One of the challenges with sanctions that they had early on was getting international cooperation. Problem is the U.S. sanctioning a bank doesn't mean a lot unless you have other major countries doing the same thing. And what you're seeing is a hardening of position with the G7, certainly with NATO and the European Union. In fact, the European Union has become a very articulate force in terms of dealing with Russia and addressing these economic sanctions regime, I should say, across the board with Russia. And it's closing those gaps. One of the problems they had from 2014 was they would sanction the oligarchs, they'd sanction key leadership figures, and they would simply move money to other family members, and the sanctions were basically circumvented. Going after Putin's daughters is part of that, is to do that, and it's to close off those gaps. So I'm going to be a little optimistic. I think it might have more effect than we think.
Interesting. Let's move on to, like you were mentioning, some of the countries of Europe who are taking more of a concerted stance, especially when it comes to Russian energy imports. We learned that the EU is blocking Russian coal imports, so we could talk about the significance of that. I want to read a tweet from the German ambassador to the United States. She says, since Putin's invasion, there has been a tectonic shift in German security, energy, and foreign policy. Weapons to Ukraine, independence from Russian hydrocarbons as soon as possible, severe sanctions, massive defense spending, and support to NATO's eastern flank. Are some of these European allies of ours kind of hardening in their determination and grit to do more when it comes to kind of the outstanding issues that Russia still has at their will, at their availability? What is the posture right now when it comes to Russian energy? Do you think we'll see more on that front in the next couple of days?
Well, Andrew, I think what we're going to see is a closure of their ability to sell a lot of hydrocarbons, particularly coal, which may not seem like a big deal, but coal is still a major power source for Europe. The European Union acting like that to shut down coal imports for Russia hits them in the pocketbook in a major way. You're seeing the shutdown with a number of countries with oil. You're seeing them try to reduce their dependency on natural gas. That's a tougher one for certain countries because of their overwhelming dependence on natural gas. But you're seeing this shutdown, which the longer this thing goes on, the more impact it will have on Russia. I would mention that there has been some discussion just today by some senior military leaders that they think this thing could, I'm going to use the term metastasize, but this conflict could end up going on for years. I know a lot of people are thinking this will be over in a week, a couple weeks, maybe some months. But as this thing goes on, they're looking at this Eastern Front, if you will, in Ukraine and wondering if this thing will ever get closed off. Will it be something like we saw with the previous Donbass issue where it just keeps going on and on and on? Don't know. But they're setting up the sanction regime with energy in order to do that. You know, it's interesting. When this thing started, it was the United States prodding Germany and prodding France to get them to do things. I tell you, half the time I feel like we're catching up to Germany now in terms of where they say they're going. I mean, they are saying, look, we need to ship arms. We need to build up our defense. They were always a reluctant partner. And part of that was some of the things we imposed after World War II, which was kind of a cultural thing, which was to make them less militaristic, if you will. But now they're looking at this saying, hey, we got to harden up everything. And so Germany has just done a complete turnabout on this whole thing, and it's just fascinating to watch what they're going to do. You know, the interesting thing I think you're going to see is you might see global investment in alternative sources of energy in a way that we haven't seen it. And I have a little bit of background looking at places like the Far East, South America, stuff like that, dealing with a variety of different things, particularly with things tied to renewable energy, you know, lithium, things like that. I anticipate we're going to see a huge surge of investment in all these areas to basically get away from Russia and indirectly also get away from China. You got to remember, this thing kicked off with China doing a big cyber attack on Ukraine. I can tell you, in Ukraine, they certainly haven't forgotten that. And in certain halls of NATO and back in Washington, D.C., they're very cognizant that the first volley, if you will, the first shot in war of Russia's invasion of Ukraine was kind of fired from Beijing.
Wow.
So they're all aware of that.
Yeah. Hal, we know also Fox is confirming the United States will send an additional $100 million in Javelin anti-tank missiles to Ukraine. That kind of concludes so much of this aid and funding that the United States has been giving. I think it's upwards of $2.3, now $2.4 billion in total, though. I want to talk, though, Hal, about still yet again the stories that are coming around from these suburbs in and around Kyiv, in Bucha, in Irpin, just from some of the survivors who witnessed some of these atrocities. First, though, I want to play some sound that we have from Secretary of State Antony Blinken about this, and then I'll get you to respond.
Morning, everyone. As this Russian tide is receding from parts of Ukraine, the world is seeing the death and destruction left in its wake. And we're seeing, in particular, the horror that's been left behind in Bucha, something that is touching people literally around the world. What we've seen in Bucha is not the random act of a rogue unit. It's a deliberate campaign to kill, to torture, to rape, to commit atrocities. The reports are more than credible. The evidence is there for the world to see. This reinforces our determination and the determination of countries around the world to make sure that one way or another, one day or another, there is accountability for those who committed these acts, for those who ordered them. There's also a strong determination to make sure that we're doing everything we can to continue to support Ukraine in its brave fight to push the Russian aggression out of Ukraine, and of course to sustain and increase the pressure on Russia to stop this aggression. We're heading off to Brussels now for a meeting of the NATO foreign ministers, for a meeting of the G7 foreign ministers, the leading democratic economies in the world, all of which will go to supporting the efforts at accountability and support for Ukraine, increased pressure on Russia.
Okay, Hal, Secretary of State Antony Blinken there in Brussels saying that the campaign is not random of war crimes. It is deliberate. We also got word, and we heard from the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, today. She said reports indicate that Russian federal security agents are confiscating passports and IDs, taking away cell phones, and separating families. She says she does not need to spell out what these so-called filtration camps are reminiscent of. It is chilling. Hal, what have you seen down on the ground? And, you know, Europe has not seen this in so long, but what are you kind of on the lookout for, and what has just horrified you?
Well, what I'm on the lookout for is it's bordering on genocide. You know, these are the sorts of precursor things that we saw in the Balkans that eventually turned into just open genocide. They would go in and wipe out entire cities. You know, they would separate all the men and they'd march them off into the forest and they'd kill them. This is the sort of stuff that Ukraine has seen in World War II. This is Nazi stuff. This is Stalinist stuff. This has happened there before. It just hasn't happened in a very long time. But this is very much out. If you look at the tradition of the FSB, prior to that, the KGB, their kind of monolithic intelligence service, going back to the NKVD, which goes back to Stalin's times, this is how they would do business. They would go in and they would basically crush opposition, and they don't really distinguish between the military and the civilian population. They just see them as one monolithic enemy. And if they see any opposition, of course, in their minds, when they see somebody who is a member of the city government or someone who is in a leadership position in that city, and they feel that there's resistance, which there is, to Russian occupation, they feel that that, in their mind, is a fair target. Now, these are war crimes, is what we've seen, you know, summary executions, things along those lines. What they probably didn't count on was what they've done in Chechnya, what they've done certainly in assisting the Syrians in Syria and elsewhere, is normally when they take over these cities, they don't give back the territory. Normally, they go out to commit the war crimes, but then they get the opportunity to cover up the war crimes because they end up owning whatever area that they did these atrocities in. In this case, they got pushed out. In this case, literally their military fell apart around Kiev, and they had to pull them all out. And so these atrocities are all of a sudden there for all of us to see. And certainly, as President Zelensky mentioned, he can't cover them up like they used to. You know, there's an old saying that there's nothing new under the sun. Well, literally under the sun, under that sunlight, we got satellites, commercial satellites taking pictures. So when they march somebody out and do a summary execution and leave their body in a street, we have high-grade resolution imagery that shows when that happened. So they can't turn around and deny that it happened. They can't make the claims that they would have said, say, a decade or 2 decades ago, simply because the evidence. So that's what I'm saying. A little kind of interesting point on this in terms of trying to cover up their war crimes. There's a mechanized rifle brigade, at least a report from Ukrainian intelligence, not confirmed yet, that a mechanized rifle brigade around Bucha was pulled out, and they're being immediately transferred to the Eastern Front. Not quite clear where they're going to come in, maybe around Donbass or something, but they want to put them right on the front line. And what Ukrainian intelligence picking up was the intent of the Russians was to put them on the front lines so that soldiers who had committed war crimes and had witnessed war crimes would be more likely to be killed in action fighting the Ukrainians, which would help them cover up. I just, when you see that, you go, what sort of twisted thinking is that? By the way, what message does that send to their entire armed forces around Ukraine? But it tells you almost the diabolical way that they view of handling this stuff. And literally, it's right out of the pages of Stalin. Putinism and Stalinism in certain areas are really not that far apart at all. And it really is stunning.
Hal, you know, they will go to the greatest lengths, like you just mentioned, to hide what is really happening, to suppress the truth, and it is really the work of so many to make sure that does not happen. Let's game out some of these scenarios because, like you mentioned, the war is still only in its 5th or 6th week. We could be seeing this for months, if not years. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, said today in front of Congress that it could go on for years. But this is a turning point. You and I were talking kind of off camera. These massacres are a turning point. It just so depends on what happens next. And it's so hard to kind of foreshadow that or forecast that into the future. We just don't know. But I'm going to bring up a common theme because you and I talk about it so often. There really is no coming back now for either Putin, for the Russian regime, because nothing is really letting up as far as, you know, lifting sanctions. More sanctions are going on. More ostracization is happening. So I guess that's what I'm thinking about going into the latter half of the week here.
I think what we're going to look at, you know, it's interesting if you, in Ukraine and certainly some areas around there, they don't see it as just Putin or the Putin regime. They're fiercely, they blame the Russian people for this. So we are seeing some deep set anger here, which could go on for literally generations. You know, the sort of nationality versus nationality anger that Europe has seen before, but this could go on for a very long time unless something overwhelming is done. I mean, it's almost like you have to see what happened at the end of World War II with denazification, where it was so extensive, it was literally changing the cultural norms within Germany, changing the way the German people, you know, interact, think, how they, you know, basically changing a society that was very regimented and easily would follow orders to a society that would always question the top leadership in order to build that sort of, you know, those core concepts needed in a democratic government. It's almost, you're looking at Russia saying they'd almost have to do the same thing just to reinstill some sort of credibility on the international system, certainly with some of the neighboring countries around there. And if you certainly talk to the Baltic countries, I don't think their view of the Russians is really that much different than what you see in Ukraine, even though they have not been attacked yet. But they're looking at it very closely. So I think what you're going to see is a greater isolation of Russia. And the interesting thing on that is it's going to isolate China more too. You know, at some point, China's going to feel tremendous pressure to get off the fence, and that may be tied to sanctions regime. You're also going to see India, which has always had a close relationship with Russia, have to figure out where it stands in this whole thing. By the way, in Europe right now, you may have seen that Serbia and Hungary just had elections.
Yes.
And both pro-Putin strongmen got reelected.
Correct.
Well, yeah. The next day, the European Union said, okay, we've got a whole list of things that we're going to do to Hungary because we feel that you're not maintaining the standards of European Union membership. You're being undemocratic. And they did not hesitate to start putting those things in place just to make their pressure felt about any regime that aligns along Putin. So you're going to see a lot more of that around the world, be further isolation, and it's going to make it much more difficult for Putin's regime to basically withstand the pressure.
Yeah.
You know, what that turns into, I don't know, but the pressure is going to be incredible on the regime.
Yeah, and of course, and you and I have talked at length about not only, I guess, the military aims of Russia inside of Ukraine, of which we're seeing how fallible those really were, but kind of the intangible kind of cultural remaking to crush the national spirit of the Ukrainian people. That was also a top aim, and we're seeing them try very, very hard with these massacres, and they're so horrible to witness. But that is in their playbook in order to essentially crush the national spirit of the Ukrainian people, in order to kind of bring them on their side. I've heard that so many times, especially with some of these Russian propaganda outlets saying, you know, if the military do not work, they have that still to go on.
You know, again, I go back to Stalin when I look at comparison. You know, Russia always kind of played this down, but of course they had the agreement with the Ribbentrop Agreement, where they went into Poland at about the same time that the Germans went into Poland, and of course they also went up into Finland. Well, a couple things is, you know, when they went in there, they rounded up, you know, all the military officers that they captured, and they took them out in the forest and they killed them. And of course they tried to blame the Nazis, but everyone knows that was Stalin's forces that did that. These are typical Stalinist tactics. These are the type of tactics that they used in and around World War II, where they go in, they would find opposition leaders, anyone who would voice a different opinion than what the Russia or what the Soviets wanted, and they would round them up. They would imprison them. They would execute them. In many cases, they'd force them to flee. But this is just standard way they do that, and they've done this forever. This is just kind of the way they think. They've done it within the former Soviet republics. They did it in the Warsaw Pact when they went in there to establish the Warsaw Pact. They would just keep ratcheting down to try and eliminate any opposition to the regime. So this has worked for them in the past. What has happened in Ukraine is it's got externalities they didn't plan on. And one of those externalities is NATO and the West. Our resolve, I think, caught Putin completely off guard. And the amount of resources and weapons and the type of weapons we were able to bring in caught them off guard. One thing is the Russian army was always built around tanks and armor. That's in their culture. That's in their tradition. It goes back to World War II. And things like Javelin missiles and these NLAW missiles have been just chewing up their armor. You know, another thing that you found around the atrocities was a lot of burned out Russian vehicles that have been destroyed. And that's another thing they're talking about north of Kyiv. It's a graveyard. It's a graveyard for civilian atrocities against civilians, but it's also a graveyard for Russian equipment. Russian armor and tanks were just destroyed left and right. And you see it right there. That's kind of what it looks like. This has caught them off guard because that is the center of gravity of the Russian army. You know, armor and tanks is really what they're all about, and they're being just stopped cold. And what this has done is it's really impacting the psyche of the Russians in a way that they didn't anticipate. So, there's just a lot of things to consider there. So I'm going to turn it over to you for another question.
No, of course. No, Hal, I think that's going to do it for us tonight. As always, we appreciate your time. And the war goes on. We'll see what happens in the next couple of days. You know, what more resolve the West has in order to hold Russia accountable. We'll have it covered here on Live Now. Hal, thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrew.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We've been hearing so many stories ever since the invasion on Ukraine happened. Russian soldiers continuing to bombard cities across the entire country. And now we know that millions of Ukrainians have had to flee. Those stories continue to come in. And sharing a little bit of those stories with us is someone who has traveled overseas and is lending a hand in any way he can. Mark J. Lindquist is one of our U.S. veterans. We've spoke with him before here on Live Now from Fox. We are bringing him in once again. Mark, you're in Warsaw right now, and I know so many people have been wondering who've been following you on social media. What have you been up to this last entire week as you've been trying to help in any way you can?
Well, you show up here a week ago and you try to figure out how to help best, right? And you're not going to know how you can help until you get boots on the ground and eyes on the situation, eyes on the problem. And so we flew in here a week ago. I met up with some veterans who had communicated with on social media prior to arriving here. And really, it's asking each other, what is your mission here? How do you want to help? Are you going to go do the whole military thing, or are you going to do the humanitarian thing? If it's a humanitarian thing, where are you going to do it? Are you going to go to Kyiv? Are you going to go to Lviv? Are you going to stay in Poland? And so it's been a lot of networking, been a lot of talking to veterans from all over the world, civilians from all over the world who have descended upon this place to help out the Ukrainians in any way possible. So we've really just been collecting intelligence, collecting data, collecting reports from different parts of the country and region, and deciding what's best for ourselves to be able to help in the way that makes the most impact in these people's lives.
And so when you've been there helping lend a hand, what have been some of the things you have been doing? I've been seeing some of the pictures. You've been bringing a lot of those much needed items. And you also actually have been helping people cross the border, because you were talking with me earlier here today, and the distance between customs to customs, they're carrying all their items in their hands. It's important that they're being greeted with those friendly, helpful faces.
And that's what we believe, is that when you arrive after fleeing a war-torn country, that it is important to see a smile or a friendly face or somebody who's helpful. Now, interestingly enough, one of the things that we've heard from the refugees most often is kind of a confusion, kind of a question: why is everybody being so helpful? And it's something that maybe we could identify with. Sometimes we don't like to accept help. Maybe it's our pride, or maybe it's a stubbornness, or maybe it's just our general nature that people want to be able to do it on their own. And so I think it's been hard for a lot of the Ukrainian people in their time of need to have to lean on others for help. And so when we're at the border there, we simply carry their bags, because maybe they fled their home and their life with everything they could possibly carry, and now they've been doing it for 4 days. And wouldn't it be great to be able to just lighten that load in a literal sense as they walk the mile across the border into Poland and into freedom.
And you were even sharing this morning with me some stories of just some of those people who were crossing the border. One of them has even grabbed the attention of national headlines. An 11-year-old girl who was fleeing with her mother. She'd been shot in the face when she was trying to escape by Russian soldiers. And you were there at that borderline when she did make it across.
And it was just happenstance. It was just a stroke of chance that we happened to be there at that moment on that piece of sidewalk 30 yards away from the Ukrainian customs office. And we happened to offer to carry her bags because we saw her get out of a car, get dropped off. Little daughter was there, and then she had 8 or 9 bags. And how could you possibly carry that? So 5 Americans there were ready to pitch in and lend a hand. She allowed us to do that. We escorted her across the border. And midway through our walk across that border, she informs me by showing her cell phone that it is her daughter who was the one who was shot by the Russians as they fled Mariupol. And we didn't know that. And had she not told us that, we would not have known that. But we built enough rapport with her, talking to her daughter, making her smile, asking her questions, how can you help, making her feel safe, that she shared that with us. And it was really a powerful moment for all 5 of us to realize that now we have the responsibility of escorting to safety this young woman and her daughter. And maybe we were the only people in the Western world who knew that she made it out alive.
And when you think about some of these stories, some of these people that you've come across, you just know that they are coming with everything that they have, that they were able to carry. This is all they have right now at this time. So when they are greeted by people like you, I'm sure that they are, as you said, just impressed and appreciated, and finally just relieved that they finally made it to some safety.
I mean, I can't imagine the things that these people have gone through, and to walk through the refugee center. And you know me, I'm a smiley, friendly guy, and so I'm walking through the refugee center at Shemish, and you know, that's a place where 1,200 to 1,500, even up to 5,000 during the peak of it, people were housed in it. It's an old shopping mall, an abandoned shopping mall kind of situation. And as I'm walking around, I'm smiling at people and they're smiling back. Can you imagine to go through what they're going through, but yet be able to muster a smile on your face? There's people playing with the children inside the refugee center. There's life, it's robust, and certainly it's horrible. But there's some strength in the Ukrainian people that I wish the rest of the world could see, because it is these people who are showing us what perseverance and determination is about. And it makes you want to give even more because of their response to something that is completely disorienting, horrific, and tragic.
And when we talk about your trip there, you know, you have to obviously have a lot of planning and coordination, as you said, a lot of networking that is done before you continue on with some of these different ways you're helping. You told me also you're soon headed into Ukraine, going to be going to Lviv. So let's talk about that portion of your mission. How much planning it goes into keeping you and the other team members who are going to be doing that safe? And secondly, what are you going to be doing when you reach Lviv?
Safety obviously is the number one priority. If you don't have safety as number one priority, you're a real idiot. And so we've been coordinating with everybody and gathering every bit of intelligence that we can, understanding that the orders and the direction used to come from the Pentagon. It used to come from your chain of command, and we don't have that now. We're making it up as we go. And so you're connecting with as many people as possible who have been to Lviv, seeing how you can help there. And really, we're going there because that's where the greatest need is. And we will assess the situation, get eyes on the problem, and maybe we'll leave. Maybe we'll come back to Poland and decide that this is the best base of operations. But we're not going to know if we can be of a great service until we go. And that's really our mindset, is that we won't know how we can help until we get there. Once we get there, then all kinds of decisions have to be made. Do you push on? Do you go back? And then you decide that what you're going to do, how you're going to execute and provide this help. So it's a step-by-step methodical process. We're not running into anything just off the cuff. We're being safe. We're traveling in pairs and battle buddies, and we're just here to do as much good as we can for as many people as we can, as long as we can.
And obviously at a time like this, when people have been really trying to reach out in any way they can, you know, as you said, it's important for me to come and show up here on the front lines where this action is happening. What kept you prepared for this moment, for responding in this way? Because not everyone can just uproot their lives, jump on a plane to go help another entire country that's in need at this time.
Well, I mean, the training and the preparation the United States military gives its personnel, be it the Coast Guard, the Space Force, the Air Force, the Navy, the Marines, the Army, all of us, all 18 million veterans of the U.S. Armed Services have training that we can rely on and fall back on that prepare us for moments like this, where you're going to be thrown in a situation that's completely unfamiliar. But in addition to that, I think the other thing that has put me in this situation is that I had some great parents that taught me how to serve. I had some great parents that taught me that the most important thing in life is to ensure that your neighbor is doing okay. And, you know, Dad served in the Peace Corps, Mom serves in the community in our hometown. And it's in us, right? It's in us to serve and give back and contribute to the lives of others and do what you can to make other people's lives better. And in this situation, you see millions of people in such distress. A mentor of mine once told me, if you can do good, you must. If you can help, you must. So with that mantra, if I can, I must go. And so I've done good with my colleagues, my fellow Americans here thus far. We will continue to do good as long as we can. And it's I guess what has prepared me for it, a lifetime of living and enjoying the fruits of American freedom has prepared me for a moment like this. I'm kind of a history nerd, so you think of Marquis de Lafayette, who was a French citizen and a major general and an aristocrat who didn't need to come to America during our Revolutionary War and assist, but he did. And so history is littered with examples of foreigners going to other lands where wonderful ideas such as freedom are challenged. And this conflict and this humanitarian crisis just, it seemed to me like one of those moments where a call has been put out and somebody has to answer. Not everybody can go. A lot of my veteran friends are disappointed because, you know, I have a life and I'm single and never married, no kids, where I can go and do something like this. And for some reason or another, they can't because of family situation, job, or commitments. And so every veteran feels that tug to go and serve. I and even, you know, my civilian friends over here, we just feel fortunate that we can serve.
And you've been serving in so many ways already, even leading up to your trip to Poland. You had been doing a lot of recruiting in your community, in the Fargo-Moorhead community, and even a lot of donations so that you could do things like the pictures we've been seeing, is collect some of those much-needed items for those who had just crossed over and escaped their war-torn land.
And I think that's the important thing to notice or take note of, is that the American people right now are in this position where everybody sees what's happening in Ukraine and wants to help, but maybe doesn't know how to help, right? And it is my mission, and one of the reasons why I decided that I had to go, is that I believe that people that are 1 degree of separation from me will maybe be moved to action because they know a guy on the ground who can give you real life, you know, up-to-date intel about how best to help, because that's as crucial as anything in a crisis situation like this that's rapidly changing, because you might hear how to help today, but by the time your package gets there 2 weeks later, that's no longer needed. You need a guy on the ground who's able to, when a need comes up, grab the donations that you know that were given, the donations of dollars, go down to the local store and buy what you're seeing on the screen right now. And that's what I did yesterday. And there's no red tape. There's no overhead. There's just a couple guys out here who came from America who said, if there's a Ukrainian in front of me who has a need, I will try to fill that and not worry about some big NGO bureaucracy and red tape where it takes them 7 days to try to solve a problem. I'm here to solve problems as I see them, as they come up.
And speaking about what's coming up these next few days, talk about what you're going to be doing to prepare again for your trip to Lviv, especially since that is an area that we know does have a lot of danger that comes with that territory as well.
You know, and we're just talking to colleagues that have been there and done that. There's certainly all kinds of such missions going on inside Ukraine from the Polish border, where people are extracting people from you know, children's homes and elderly homes and folks that are disabled, orphanages, and that's happening all the time, all over the country. And so networking with those folks, learning the lay of the land, doing it as safely as possible, making sure that you're going in with a vehicle that's filled with supplies and coming out with a vehicle that's filled with people. It's a pretty easy blueprint, and there's many people doing it in many different ways, and you just find the right guys and you know, that are going to be in your squad, and you go out and you do as much good as you can. Do we know what's going to be ahead? No. I mean, you never know what's going to happen, and it changes very quickly. But think about it. There's just, if there are a room full of 100 people, there's only a certain percentage of those people that would be willing to fly to a foreign country where they've never been, they don't speak the language, and they don't know anything. So that cuts off half of the people, right? And then of the people that are willing to do that, there's only so many people that are willing to go to the border, right? After that, there's only so many people that are willing to go into Ukraine. After that, there's only so many people that are willing to go way out east. And it's like every time that you take one of those steps and risks, there's fewer people on planet Earth that are willing to do any of that work. Well, I couldn't live in a world where nobody came to the aid of Ukraine. And so if you're willing to do it, and that's your risk tolerance, or that's your drive or passion or calling, I can't sit at home if I knew that I could and I would be one of the people in that room willing to do it. So we're going, because there's people that need help there. It's not time to move on to Will Smith and be bored with Ukraine at all. If you come here and show up, you would have a sense of urgency, and you would donate every dollar that you have, and you would get your churches to donate money. You would get your friend groups to donate money. You would get your civic organizations to donate money, and we would focus on this for as long as it takes. And so that's part of my mission here, is to remind Americans, don't get distracted. Don't forget about this. This is the brink of World War III, and these people are in desperate need of help, and there's plenty. I heard from a Norwegian bus driver just this morning. He said, we have it so good in the West. We have it so good. We have so much. And since we have so much, we have to share.
And sharing is definitely something that you excel at, Mark. I know that this is a big undertaking to be one of those volunteers, as you said, who's willing to cross those lines, willing to put themselves at danger to help those other people. So we are certainly appreciative of your mission and you continuing to try to lend a hand in any way you can. We know that you have a lot more coming up, so we'll hopefully be able to check in with you again here soon, and hope you can continue to stay safe as you are providing all of this relief to those Ukrainians in need.
Thanks so much for spreading the message. I think that's one of the most important things about all this, is that the Americans back home hear about this and how they can help. That's our mission.
Yeah, we can. There's so many different ways that you can help and lend a hand, and you're certainly doing that on the front lines. Mark J. Lindquist joining us here again from Warsaw, Poland. We appreciate you, Mark. Can't wait to speak to you again, hear more of your stories as you continue to fight for the freedom of the Ukrainian people.
Slava Ukraini.
Ukrainians continue to flee that country in order to escape the war with Russia. They are seeking shelter, they're seeking safety, a new place to call home, but they also, frankly, just need to be fed. World Central Kitchen, as you know, has opened a kitchen and food supply depot in Poland very close to the border with Ukraine. At least 1 million meals have already been served to fleeing refugees thus far. Chef and TV personality Mark Murphy is joining us live from World Central Kitchen's main kitchen there in Poland, very close to the border. And Chef, I'm so grateful to you for jumping on with us. You're at the end of your day. Tell us about what you've been doing there. We'll get to the backstory of what led you there. You're just wrapping things up for the day today.
Yeah, we've probably got another 2 hours here. We're in the process. We have a lot of people here. We have a whole bunch of volunteers. I'm one of the volunteers. We have a bunch of volunteers in the back of the kitchen here. We're probably going to produce about 5,000 sandwiches today. We have these large kettles right over here behind me. We call them big paella pans. We're cooking warm, hot food there. We can serve about 1,500 people at each one of those. We have 6 of them going most of the day. And we're just supplying food to the different border crossings, getting people fed when they get across the border. It's still cold here. It was snowing here yesterday, so making some hot chocolate for the kids, applesauce for the kids. And then there's also refugee centers. We're also producing food for that. So there we try to change the menu, daily, because some people are there for more than one day before they can find a place to go. So yeah, we're feeding a lot of people out of this. This was just I guess it was an empty warehouse, and the World Central Kitchen, Jose Andreas' team came in here and built it out. I got here close to a month ago. The walk-in refrigerator in the back was halfway built. We only had 3 kettles going, and now we're full steam ahead. It got organized pretty darn quickly.
The folks at World Central Kitchen really know how to just scramble and do things in a real way, and that's what makes this effort so really impressive. Let me ask you about what drew you there, Mark, because you could be doing a number of things, and I know you've got your hands in a number of pots here in America, podcasting, author, judging on Chopped, all the things you do, but you felt compelled to drop everything and go.
Right. Yeah, no, I was compelled. I felt, I had to go, and I couldn't deal with it anymore. I was just watching everything on the news. I decided I could cancel a few shows that I was supposed to be on the Food Network. Other people found me, they filled in for me. And I decided, I have the skills that can help. So I came here, and it's been very rewarding. I'm very happy I did it. It's a learning experience. I'm not used to making chicken salad with 600 kilos of chicken, but you figure it out. You figure out how to get it done. And you have to be able to lead a team. There's a lot of people here that are not chefs, and we have to try to get, everybody's working and pitching in, and everybody's here, helping out and volunteering, and everybody wants to do stuff, and it's really great.
But that's the thing at its core, right? It's very important to feed and nourish these people, but it's also about the spirit of allowing them to feel some security, some safety after all of this anxiety and uncertainty and violence they've faced. The idea that you're giving them a warm meal and a safe landing place, you all feel that, and that's your purpose there.
Yeah, look, it's a human right to be able to have a meal, and we're trying to, make people feel like people care about them when they get across the border. They're fleeing, and they come in, we're trying to greet them with open arms and a nice warm, maybe a bowl of goulash or whatever we're making that day. We're definitely trying to make a little bit of a difference.
What has the experience been like with you collaborating with all these different people? You mentioned there are some professionals, other chefs, et cetera, but we know there's just people that said, look, I want to be part of this effort. Regular folks just there giving of their own time.
Yeah, no, it's been, first of all, you can just imagine the people that are going to drop everything and buy a plane ticket and find their own housing and come here and help. They're huge hearts. Everybody here is wonderful, and we've also hired some local people, some Polish people that are helping with the driving and the organization and everything. Everybody is just, it's just the nicest group of people. There's, we actually have some refugees that are here that are hired and work with us from Ukraine, which is hard to talk about, but yeah, it's, we're doing what we can do.
Tell me about those people. Tell me about those Ukrainians that have stood beside you. Tell me about them.
It's just amazing. There's a woman who's helping with distribution. I can see her standing right over there now. And, she left her husband, her mother, her father. They're all back in Ukraine. She came across the border to be a refugee, and she got a job here, basically. And she is, helping the efforts, getting it done.
Gives you a different perspective on life, doesn't it, Mark?
Yeah, you know what? There's people have problems, but this is really these are beautiful people, and they've been chased out of their home, they've been chased out of their country. It's a sad reality.
You will be forever changed by this experience, and I know for the better. You're learning how to cook massive quantities of things, but you're also learning about the strength and resilience of the human spirit and how we can work to help those in need together. I know you've been doing some fundraising efforts online. What we'll do is we'll link to our website, or you can see that little QR code or big QR code on the side of the screen. If you take a photo with that, scan it with your phone, we'll link to Mark's page, and if you want to, I'm taking it that World Central Kitchen could use some support, right?
Absolutely. I mean, and that's the great thing about Instagram, Facebook, all this social media stuff. It's like I decided to come over here. I had no plans I was just coming here to do work, and I didn't have any plans to do much more than that. So I put on my social media, I put a little button to donate, and I told my little story about, just leaving and deciding to come here. I couldn't believe the outpouring from friends, from people that I don't know, support and, love to be able to come and do something like this. And it was just, I got here to work. I posted it in the morning. I worked all day. I got home to my Airbnb that night, and I literally started reading the comments and couldn't stop crying.
Oh, Mark, you're a beautiful human. You really
crazy.
are.
Pretty crazy.
Chef Mark Murphy there with World Central Kitchen near the border of Poland, and we'll check with you again. And we'd love to talk to you when you get back stateside, okay, to hear more about this experience. We know you've been truly moved by what you've seen there and what you've done there. Thanks for joining us. Get back to work, fella.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
You're watching the Fox 11 News at 5.
The number of refugees from Ukraine arriving at the Tijuana side of the U.S. border is exploding, with desperate families hoping to be among the 100,000 that could be allowed in.
New details tonight as Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez updates us on some of the people she met during her coverage of the issue at the border last week.
She's live now in Hollywood with the update. Christina?
Yeah, in West Hollywood, where there is a huge Ukrainian population here, and they're hoping to get their loved ones here with them. But we have found that a lot of the people we checked in with are ending up far, far away. Watch.
Once we were able to pass, it was like the biggest sigh of relief for us.
You may remember Lonnie and his fiancée stuck on the Tijuana side of the border with other Ukrainian refugees during Fox 11's coverage from the border last week.
I was as scared as could be.
After long days on the TJ sidewalk, they were allowed into San Diego and flew to family in Maine, where they are figuring out their next step.
My goal is to hopefully bring attention to what's happening on the border with Ukrainians.
where the crowd of immigrants hoping to be allowed into the U.S. is getting exponentially larger.
Unfortunately, it's going to get worse before it gets better.
She works with EachStepHome.org, which has been working to reunite parents with immigrant children detained by Homeland Security when they try to cross the border without legal papers, seeking asylum, an issue that came to a head recently with Central American refugees and is now repeating itself with the Ukrainians arriving via Mexico, where they can enter without a visa as opposed to the U.S. She's now helping in the case of 17-year-old Lisa, who you also saw waiting in TJ with her valid Ukrainian passport and an American sponsor. But she is a minor, and she was detained.
So she was held at the border for 3 days, which are these awful, awful places. I mean, these are the places where we saw the kids in cages and the Mylar blankets.
Lisa's U.S. sponsor, Molly, says she last heard from the 17-year-old during a phone call on a speakerphone saying she was being transferred to a facility in New York.
I didn't recognize it was Lisa because for some reason the agent on the other end with her was forcing her to communicate in English. She doesn't speak English. When I asked which facility will she be kept at, she told me I cannot tell you that information, but she will be allowed to make a phone call.
They are being detained in these congregate living facilities, and I don't think they're set up to deal with Russian speakers, and it's going to be a long process to get her out.
It would not only be the wait, it's also legal fees that have been quoted by lawyers, $3,000, plus the paperwork. One form costs $535 to fill out.
We do not have a system in place to let these Ukrainians in at the border, just like we don't have a system in place to let Central American kids in at the border.
Homeland Security is confirming that if a minor travels with their natural-born parent with proof, they'll keep them together even if detained. Anyone else, a grandparent, an aunt, a U.S. citizen with a passport, no. They're going to detain that child until they can prove that that person is not out to traffic them, and that takes time. Now, on our website at foxla.com, we've put on the contact for that organization that helps people in those circumstances, and for the GoFundMe that Molly's having to put together to try to, find out where Lisa is and try to help her get out. Her mother, her natural birth mother, is stuck in Poland with all the other refugees, so she's not coming here anytime soon. So we'll keep you updated. Live in West Hollywood, I'm Christina Gonzalez. Back to you in the studio.
Russia on Saturday tapping a new military leader to oversee its invasion of Ukraine, a sign that Moscow's campaign is not progressing as well as it hoped. The Pentagon said on Friday that Russia has suffered a significant number of military casualties and that some units were, quote, completely devastated. The change-up comes as Ukraine and world leaders continue to condemn the Kremlin for alleged war crimes. A missile attack on Friday killed dozens at this train station in Kramatorsk. Ukrainian officials say that Russia's decision to attack non-military targets is part of a deliberate strategy.
They just kill civilians for scare them. They won't actually scare and do panic in Ukrainian cities.
Despite Russia's claims that it is not targeting civilians, Ukrainian forces retaking territory around Kyiv are encountering a horrific scene on the ground, where bodies were left in the streets and others found in mass graves, some with their hands tied behind their backs.
It's not only war crimes, it's crimes against humanity. Systematic crimes against humanity.
UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson paid a visit to Kyiv this weekend, pledging to provide Ukraine with more anti-aircraft and anti-tank missiles to help them fend off further attacks.
There is a huge amount to do to make sure that Ukraine is successful, that Ukraine wins, and that Putin must fail.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that Russia is amassing troops on the eastern side of the country as he prepares for tough days ahead. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Russia's war on Ukraine took another horrific turn this morning. Russian missiles hit a train station packed with civilians trying to flee eastern Ukraine. There's one of the rockets, one of the missiles right there. By early reports, they killed at least 50 people and wounded at least 100, but that total may be low as they're still assessing the damage there. Fox 13's political editor Craig Patrick is here. Craig, this is a nightmare, and there are others occurring now throughout Ukraine.
Yes, and we knew of others, but more details are emerging, giving us a better sense maybe of what's coming to the south and to the east as well. With respect to the attack on the station, 2 missiles, at least 2 of them, struck a train station in the town of Kramatorsk. That's where hundreds and then thousands of civilians had gathered early this morning to try to catch trains out of the Donbass region before the full reign of terror hits. Around 4,000 civilians had crammed onto the platforms of this train station when Russia struck it. And given the priorities of the evacuation, many of them were senior citizens, women and children.
This is an ordinary railway terminal. People crowded, waiting for the trains to be evacuated to the safe territory. They hit these people. There are witnesses, there are videos, there are remnants of the missiles.
And the remnants of this missile had 3 Russian words written on it. For the children. Russia struck an evacuation platform packed with senior citizens, women and children with a missile slugged for the children. This is either a sickening taunt to terrorize and scare other civilians from trying to flee.
They won't actually scare and do panic.
Or it's a message that they actually think they're protecting children, based on Putin's lies that U.S.-installed Nazis are terrorizing kids in Ukraine and are kidnapping and taking them away by train before Russia can move in and save them. For the children. Either way, it's a nightmare that, by all assessments, is about to get much worse. Those invaders who executed and butchered civilians in northern Ukraine are replenishing their supplies and weapons, with plans to ravage the Donbass region next. The latest British intelligence says that replenishment will take about a week before what may be the most intense and deadly phase of the war bears down on Donbass. So the window of escape is closing. And the attack on the evacuation center at the train station shows how civilians are once again a target of the invasion. Russia's revised strategy appears to be to contract and concentrate its fire instead of swallowing Ukraine whole, destroying it piece by piece, then taking the ruins. And with that, time appears to be running short for the civilians still in the Donbass region to the southeast. And the same can be said to a certain extent for other cities along the coast, tracking to the west as well. And with that, President Zelensky in Ukraine said there are other humanitarian corridors. In fact, they've opened up at least 10 of them leading out of the Donbass region. So the train station that was struck is not the sole means of escape. But he also said along those other corridors, there also is a good deal of peril because, among other things, the Russian invaders who are already there are taking aim at many of them who try to escape, which is exactly what we've seen for weeks in efforts of civilians to get out of Mariupol.
It's just sickening, that attack on the train station there, Craig. Just another horrific thing to add to the list.
Yeah.
Let me ask you about this. Again and again, we've heard Ukraine asking for more weapons. We heard their foreign minister yesterday saying telling NATO we need these weapons.
Yeah.
We've heard that NATO and the U.S. have sent, billions of dollars worth of weapons, but are they getting the kind of weapons they need to fend off what's coming?
Well, Ukraine says the weapons they've received have been helpful in defending territory, but with the oncoming onslaught, based on all the assessments, they say they need much more. So with that, NATO is rounding up much more. One example of that is that Ukraine has been asking for the S-300 missile defense system, which is a battery that goes into large trucks, fires stronger missiles than they currently have to try to take down aircraft and also to try to take down incoming missiles. They weren't getting that. Well, Slovakia just transferred its S-300 system to Ukraine in secret, and then it got backfill. It was replaced by a Patriot system from the United States, from Europe. And with that, that's one example of Ukraine getting more of what it says it needs, but it says that it still needs much more. And given the change in Russia's strategy, it's saying in addition to the S-300, it could use some more advanced weapon systems as well, including Patriot systems. And that's going to be a continuing debate for NATO, again, with not a lot of time before the next phase.
All the firepower they need to save their country. Thank you, Craig.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. All through the day, we have been taking you to meetings, taking you to hearings about the situation, the war between Russia and Ukraine, the destruction in Ukraine at this time. Communities completely uprooted because of this unfortunate situation we find ourselves in. Well, we want to show you what's also going on, stories of heroism with the Polish people
and with Ukrainian people who are helping others, who are seeking refuge, as we've reported millions of Ukrainians going across the border, heading into Poland, and trying to just bring their families to safety. I want to bring in Eric Mock. He's the VP of Ministry Operations with Slavic Gospel Association. Eric, we really appreciate you coming here on the show. I know you're a little bit jet lagged because you were just in Poland and got to see everything for yourself. So thanks for being with us here on the show, and just start off with explaining your biggest takeaways after seeing this with your own eyes.
In one word, it's contrast. And the stories that I hear from the refugees. In fact, one young girl who was bunked up at the seminary there just outside of Warsaw was telling me stories, just horrendous stories of abuse, of destruction, of hardship. I don't think we here can imagine the true brutality that they're facing right now in Ukraine. Yet they arrive into Poland after just arduous journeys, and they're welcomed into waiting arms. This is the other side of the story. It is these faithful churches. In fact, some of the border guards were pointing families to the Polish Baptist churches. Go see them, they'll take care of you. And so what you see are these faces. You see these people that really have moved from absolute horror and hardship to joy. These kids, they don't care where they are, they just live in the moment. And their faces reflect the fact that they're at peace. They can breathe. There's a safe place. And so that's what I'm seeing in these churches. I'm seeing an heroic effort. When you see the pictures that are more dismal and downcast, those are from eastern Ukraine, the pictures you're seeing right now. And then the pictures of joy that you're seeing is from out in Poland. There's no one in tent cities. There's no one that has been left astray. All the people have been pulled into houses, sometimes 2-3 families in a house. The Polish people have sacrificed. It's just incredible. And when you see the heartbreak, like this one boy celebrating having an apple, you see just horrendous affliction. And in the middle of this, they strip down Sunday school rooms, set up bunks, bring in families, love on them, care for them, feed them, and then take them to get them registered in the government to get the aid that they need. And so it's just massive effort, and they're doing it all with joy. And that's the part that is most impressive, is as many people as possible are volunteering. They're pouring out their hearts. That really is the other side of the story, is the way these churches, both in Poland and in Ukraine, all across Ukraine, are stepping up to take care of their own.
I mean, how is Poland keeping up with this? As you said, some homes taking in 2-3 families. How sustainable is that?
Well, there's three, if I don't mean to be too logical, but there's 3 groups of people that are coming across. The predominant number of people that initially came across in the first few weeks were those that had relatives somewhere in Europe, in the US, and they were transitioning across the border. In fact, one pastor in the city of Helm was telling me the first night when the conflict started, there was only 18 people. But by the time the week had gone out, he was getting 250 people a day, and the church was completely overwhelmed. But he found that most of them were moving on. And then for the percentage that was staying there, probably about 60% of them are hopeful that they'll return. A lot of them are moms with children whose husbands are fighting to defend Ukraine, and they hope to go back, that their husband's going to survive. But there's some that have lost everything, and they want to settle there in Poland. So it's a matter of helping the kids grow. They need to speak the Polish language. They need to get into the school system. And that's one of the exciting things about what we do at SGA, is we're not necessarily a humanitarian aid organization, although we're doing that right now. Yeah. But we're about training, we're about serving the churches. In fact, we're even talking about summer camps and an incredible summer camp ministry, because all those kids are going to want to do something. And this is a great opportunity. And so a lot of the kids, if things slow down, you're going to see families migrating back. And so the sanctuary that you saw when you first spoke with me, you saw the sanctuary, they were all worshiping the sanctuary. All the pews are back. And so here 4 weeks later, it's a trickle coming across the border now. There seems to be better flow back and forth across the border. The focus is more getting aid into Ukraine now, because the infrastructure in Ukraine has been obliterated. and the need in Ukraine is going to be long lasting. This is a marathon. This is not a sprint. Even when we work out, it's going to take a while. So for the families that are there, they're able to integrate them in. And it might help to remember that in 2014, after the battle for independence in Ukraine, there was that warfare, both without a shot fired, taking Crimea, and then the battles that were happening in eastern Ukraine, which is the Donbass region. During that time, over 2 million Ukrainians immigrated to Poland at that time. So you actually have Ukrainians welcoming Ukrainians in Poland. So you've got people that are in the midst of these Polish churches that already speak Ukrainian. And so there's these welcome arms, there's this camaraderie. The Polish people are more Slavic in nationality. So there's this kindred spirit with the Ukrainians. And so they're very happy to bring them in. They treat them like family. And for the ones that stay, they're helping them forge a new life. In fact, I was preaching on Sunday at one church that normally has 50 to 70 people. It was more than 200 filled with refugees. So we're looking for answers to hope. And these churches can do more than that. It's not just the food. Their hearts are broken over what they've seen. It's given them hope. It's helping them through this time of crisis to let them know that there's more to life than the suffering that they see around them, to help them with a message of restoration, to help them move forward from all the events they've experienced.
Well, and especially, Eric, looking at how young these kids are, some of them, war is all they know. That's all they've grown up seeing and remembering. So knowing that there is a world out there, there is happiness, and there is opportunity for redemption too. So it's great to see the emotions of these children just completely switch at any sign of hope. Isn't that right?
Oh, absolutely. And again, with the contrast, you saw the one boy eating an apple. That boy has grown up in eastern Ukraine. That boy has grown up with artillery fire. He has grown up always in poverty, always with destroyed infrastructure. He doesn't know anything different other than that deeply impoverished life. And so we're working with the churches to minister to him, and they're now in the middle of increasing hostilities in their region. So they're very concerned about reaching these families. But what happens when you see them brought forward, it's like they see something they've never seen before. And kids are pretty resilient. And so when they see that love and they feel the compassion that really comes from these churches, it really is transformational. There's the physical side of meeting the need, and then there's spiritual side, of course, which only comes by faith.
Yeah.
And so you have to help people see there's more than suffering in this world. There is a greater hope that extends beyond your circumstances, and that's through salvation in Christ. And that is where true hope comes from. And so for a lot of them, they may have grown up next to a church, and they've never heard that message, and they have been moved all the way across country, and they come to Poland for safety, and the first thing they turn to is a church that they've never thought of going to before. And all of a sudden these people are coming to faith. They're finding new answers in life, new starts in life. And so it's kind of amazing how God works, even absolutely in the hardest of times.
Yeah, and you're saying the churches are really the first point of contact for a lot of these refugees. I mean, they're the ones who are offering them shelter and food and resources, which they were going to need to have regardless, but it seems like they're the driving force out in Poland.
Yeah, well, a part of it, again, in Poland was the previous relationship because of the immigrated Ukrainians. There were 2 million Ukrainians already there, and they were deeply involved in the churches there. So a lot of them knew who to call. So when they're crossing the border, a lot of the Ukrainians were already there. In fact, some refer to Ukraine as really the Bible Belt to the former Soviet Republic. There's 2,365 Baptist churches across Ukraine. And so there's only 90 of these churches in Poland. So there's this flow of evangelical Christians that are flowing into the border, and there were some already there. And so these churches were absolutely ready for this immigration. And then remember, in Western Ukraine is a massive number of Ukrainian churches that are also bringing aid into the churches. The little pallet of aid you see there is actually one of the border churches. is shipping aid, working to ship aid, and we're working with that church to ship aid. And I wanted to point out these little green cards were written by 3-year-olds in the village I live in, where they wanted to, our whole village is covered in sunflowers. It's Pecatonica, and they made greeting cards, and I carried those greeting cards over, and the kids were overwhelmed that another 3-year-old would make a little card and tell them they were thinking of them. So something as simple as a piece of paper written in crayon made all the difference out of someone who has just gone through a horrifying experience, to let them know they're not alone, that they're not fighting through life without a helping hand to reach out and pull them out of the darkness and into the light.
Yeah, that's right. Well, when you went over there, because I know that up until now it's mostly just been communication with members of the Slavic Gospel Association, pastors who were dispersed out in Poland. This time around, though, that you got to go and you got to have those experiences and talk with the people, did anything come as a surprise to you?
To be honest, I suppose it shouldn't have been a shock. I was just overwhelmed with the grace and the loveliness of the Polish people. I didn't hear any complaining. I didn't hear people wondering. And I suppose if you've got 3 families in your house for the next 3 months, there might be some griping that's going to go on. But it had been a month, and I didn't see griping. I saw camaraderie, family. And they were all taking care of each other. So that was a little bit shocking. I think the other part was that the pastors already were busy, and I'm hearing pastors where they're running 100 people a day to main offices to get the paperwork and the documentation, because when they're showing up, you've got to sort out that that's the legal parent and children and tax IDs and all kinds of things. And so there's a lot of complication that these churches are working through that they've never worked through before. And so in the middle of this, they're exhausted. So there's this camaraderie, there's a spirit of pouring themselves out. And the exciting part about what we're doing at SGA is we're getting behind the nationals that are doing the work of ministry. So we're able to help their churches. In fact, we're going to be helping ship aid into Ukraine. And this is an exciting thing. God has raised them up and positioned them. It's just like we read in the book of Esther in chapter 4 that, Mordecai questioned Esther, who knows that you haven't been raised up for such a time as this? And so I think it's interesting that the Polish people migrated over, the Ukrainian people really migrated under the conflict that was happening in 2014. And now here, they've been perfectly positioned to take care of the families that are in great need. And I'm amazed at how God works all these things together. And there was joy on their faces, and it was unmistakable. I can't wait to go back and minister with them. We're really taking a long-term view of working with these churches. But I want to keep emphasizing, as you see these pictures of destruction in these villages in the East, I want to remind you that we continue to work with the churches in the East. They are in the midst of a grievous battle right now. They are suffering horrendously. The brutality that we're seeing, the just utter destruction of human life defies imagination right now. And so what we're seeing in the first few weeks, everyone was kind of on their heel. But now what we're seeing now are pastors running into the storms of people's lives. They're taking their vehicles, even though they're getting shot at. People in the church are running people out of conflict zones and running them to safety. People are risk being shot, killed, destroyed, and they're taking care of people. They're getting food into hot spots. It is amazing to see what's happening in the East, where once again you see faithful believers who love others more than themselves, really stepping up. And I think, Daytona, that's where we really find the depth of where someone's values are when conflict comes. When all of a sudden you've got 4 families in your house, when all of a sudden there's bombs coming down, you find out what you most value in your heart. And if it's yourself, it's self-protection, and you go your own way and take care of yourself. But what we're seeing in these churches, these faithful believers who value other people more than themselves, and so they rise up. It's not about money. It's not about career. It's not about status. It is looking at your fellow men and women, fellow brothers and sisters, and caring for them out of the goodness of knowing what God has given you. You are quick to give to others.
Well, what a special opportunity for you to go out there and to hear those stories firsthand. As you said, I think you put it great in the beginning. We have to show these photos and videos of the destruction. War is real. It's happening out there, and families and communities are being turned upside down. But there's also fantastic stories of hope, of people who are helping one another out and gaining perspective and realizing what really is important at this time. And that story is still being written as there's people who are heading across the border every single day and seeking refuge, not only in Poland, but there's stories of people coming out here to the United States as well to try to restart and get a new life here. So what are the next steps for the Slavic Gospel Association, for you guys and for those people?
Well, it's multiple steps. I kind of indicated a little early on that we're realizing quickly it's going to become a marathon.
Yeah.
The pastors on the ground realized that there was a spike of people that everyone was on their heels. They were overwhelmed. How could another civilized nation do this?
Mm-hmm.
How everyone was overwhelmed. No one could have seen this coming. Well, the experts maybe, but the people like me, we didn't see it coming.
Right.
And so the people are realizing that this is something that's going to take a while to work through. And so what's happening now is that at SGA, we're working with the churches to take a long-term view. We know we're going to need to bring aid in there for the next 6 months to a year. We know these churches are going to be rebuilding. We know that there's going to be broken lives. The other aspect of what we've done along with humanitarian aid is we've begun training in crisis counseling. So we've brought in experts who are teaching 1 day a week and broadcasting that out so that people pick up skills in crisis counseling, even if it's just one friend telling another. And so we're recognizing the damage that some of these people have experienced is going to be something they carry with themselves for a long time. This is trauma. This is trauma they've experienced, and so it's going to be difficult to work through. And so we're taking that longer term view. We're really taking the discipleship view. So for the ones the church can minister to, we're talking about walking this road with them, as we always have. SGA was founded in 1934, working with the Slavic churches and really the Slavic people to take the gospel to them. And now, since the breakup of the Soviet Union, we work with the national Bible teaching churches. God has raised them up for such a time as this. And so we're working with them and now expanding a little bit to support the Polish Baptist churches that are more the Slavic churches there. And we're finding that camaraderie, that kinship to continue to help them do what God has raised them up to do. Sometimes we think God shows up when we do, and so we're all rushing out there to save the day. But I caution everyone, because it's actually God has raised up those people there to save the day. And so we want to give them the resources they need to continue to do what God has raised them up to do.
Eric Mock with the Slavic Gospel Association, thank you so much, and go get some rest. We know that was a long trip, and we appreciate the work that you're doing and continue to do, and we'll be following up with you soon.
Thank you very much, Dayton.
And thank you.
And thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox, where we continue to bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. We appreciate you being patient with us as we work through some audio issues, but we do want to go out now to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky gave remarks earlier this week. So in case you missed those, we're going to play those out as we continue our conversation on Russia's invasion in Ukraine. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now. I'm Stephanie Weaver.
The floor, sir.
Thank you very much, dear Madam Chairman, dear Mr. Secretary General, distinguished members of the Security Council, and other members of this meeting. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm sure that all the representatives of the United Nations member states will hear me today. Yesterday, I returned from our city of Bucha, recently liberated from Russian troops, not far from Kiev. So there is not a single crime that they would not commit there. The Russian military searched for and purposefully killed anyone who served our country. They shot and killed women outside their houses when they just tried to call someone who is alive. They killed entire families, adults and children, and they tried to burn the bodies. I am addressing you on behalf of the people who honor the memory of the deceased every single day, in the memory of the civilians who died, who were shot and killed in the back of their head after being tortured. Some of them were shot on the streets, others were thrown into the wells, so they died there in suffering. They were killed in their apartments, houses, blowing up grenades. The civilians were crushed by tanks while sitting in their cars in the middle of the road, just for their pleasure. They cut off limbs, cut their throats, slashed their throats. Women were raped and killed in front of their children. Their tongues were pulled out only because the aggressor did not hear what they wanted to hear from them. So this is no different from other terrorists such as Daesh, who occupied some territories. And here it is done by a member of the United Nations Security Council, destroying internal unity, borders, countries, and taking the right of more than a dozen countries who are self-determined and independent. They pursue a consistent policy of destroying ethnic and religious diversity. They inflame wars and deliberately lead them in such a way that to kill as many regular civilians and cities, to leave the country where they deploy their troops in ruins and filled with mass graves. You all see that. And they support hatred at the level of the state and seek to export it to other countries through their system of propaganda and political corruption. They provoke a global food crisis that could lead to famine in Africa, Asia, and other countries, and will surely end in large-scale political chaos in many countries, and destroying their domestic security. So where is the security that the Security Council needs to guarantee? It's not there, although there is a Security Council. So where is the peace? Where are those guarantees that the United Nations needs to guarantee? It is obvious that the key institution of the world, which must ensure the coercion of any aggressor to peace, simply cannot work effectively. Now the world can see that what Russian military did in Bucha while keeping the city under their occupation. But the world has yet to see what they have done in other occupied cities and regions of our country. Geography might be different or various, but cruelty is the same, crimes are the same, and accountability must be inevitable. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you of Article 1, Chapter 1 of the UN Charter. What is the purpose of our organization? Its purpose is to maintain peace and make sure that peace is adhered to. And now the UN Charter is violated literally, starting with Article 1. And if so, what is the point of all other articles? Today, as a result of Russia's actions in our country, in Ukraine, the most terrible war crimes of all times we see since the end of World War II, and they are being committed. Russians troops are deliberately destroying Ukrainian cities to ashes with artillery and airstrike. They are deliberately blocking cities, creating mass starvation. They deliberately shoot columns of civilians on the road trying to escape from the territory of hostilities. They even deliberately blow up shelters where civilians hide from airstrikes. They are deliberately creating conditions in the temporarily occupied territories so that as many civilians as possible are killed there. The massacre in our city of Bucha is only one, unfortunately, only one of many examples of what the occupiers have been doing on our land for the past 41 days. And there are many more cities, similar places where the world has yet to learn the full truth. Mariupol, Kharkiv, Chernobyl, Tyrka, Borodyanka, and dozens of other Ukrainian communities. Each of them is similar to Bucha. I know, and you know perfectly well what the representatives of Russia will say in response to the accusations of these crimes. They have said that many times. The most significant was after the shooting down of the Malaysian Boeing over Donbass by Russian forces with Russian weapons, or during the war in Syria. They will blame everyone just to justify their own actions. They will say that there are various versions, different versions, and it is impossible to establish which one of those versions is true. They will even say that the bodies were of those killed were allegedly thrown away, and all videos are staged. But it is 2022 now. We have conclusive evidence, so there are satellite images. We can conduct full and transparent investigation. That is what we are interested in. Maximum access for journalists, maximum cooperation with international institutions, involvement of the International Criminal Court, complete truth and full accountability. I'm sure that every member state of the UN should be interested in this. For what? In order to punish once and for all those who consider themselves privileged and believe that they can get away with anything. So show all the other potential war criminals in the world how they will be punished. If the biggest one is punished, then everyone is punished. And why did Ukraine come to Ukraine? I will tell you, because Russia's leadership feels like colonizers. In ancient times, they need our wealth, our people. Russia has already deported hundreds of thousands of our citizens to their country. They abducted more than 2,000 children, just simply conducted those children and continue to do so. Russia wants to turn Ukraine into silent slaves. The Russian military are looting openly the cities and villages that they have captured. This is wide-scale looting. They are stealing everything, starting with food, ending with earrings, gold earrings that are pulled out and covered with blood. We are dealing with a state that is turning the veto into the UN Security Council into the right to die. This undermines the whole architecture of global security. It allows them to go unpunished. So they are destroying everything that they can. So if this continues, the countries will rely only on the power of their own arms to ensure their security, and not on international law, not rely on international institutions. The United Nations can be simply closed. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to close the UN? Do you think that the time of international law is gone? If your answer is no, then you need to act immediately. The UN Charter must be restored immediately. The UN system must be reformed immediately so that the veto is not the right to die, that there is a fair representation in the Security Council of all regions of the world. The aggressor must be brought to peace immediately. Determination is needed. The massacre from Syria to Somalia, from Afghanistan to Yemen and Libya, that should have been stopped a long time ago, to tell you the truth. If tyranny had at least once received such a response to the war it had waged, it would have ceased to exist, and honest peace had been guaranteed after it, and the world would have changed for sure. And then perhaps there would not be war in my country against our people, against Ukrainian people, against our citizens, but the world watched and did not want to see either the occupation of Crimea or the war against Georgia or taking the entire Transnistria from Moldova, and how Russia was preparing the basis for other conflicts and wars near their borders. How to stop it? Right away, the Russian military and those who gave them orders must be brought to justice immediately for war crimes in Ukraine. Anyone who has given criminal orders and carried out them by killing our people will be brought before the tribunal, which should be similar to the Nuremberg tribunals. I would like to remind Russian diplomats that a man like von Ribbentrop has not escaped punishment for crimes in World War II. I would also like to remind you that Adolf Eichmann also did not go unpunished. Nobody of them escaped the punishment. But the main thing is today it's time to transform the system, the United Nations. So therefore, I propose to convene a global conference, and we can do it here in peaceful Kyiv in order to determine how we are going to reform the world security system, how we will rely, how do we establish guarantee of recognition of borders and integrity of states and countries, how we will assert the rule of international law. It is now clear that the goals set in San Francisco in 1945 for the creation of a global security international organization have not been achieved, and it is impossible to achieve them without reforms. Therefore, we must do everything in our power to pass on to the next generation an effective UN with the ability to respond preventively to security challenges and thus guarantee peace, prevent aggression, and force aggressors to peace, have the determination and ability to punish if the principles of peace are violated. There can be no more exceptions or privileges. Everybody must be equal. All participants of international relations, regardless of economic strength, geographical area, and individual ambitions. The power of peace must become dominant. The power of justice and security power, as humanity has always dreamed of it. Ukraine is ready to provide a platform for one of the main offices of the updated security system, similar to the Geneva office that deals with human rights, the Nairobi office that deals with environmental protection, and in Kyiv we can have U24 office that can specialize in preventive measures to maintain peace. I would like to remind you of our peaceful mission in Afghanistan. When we Ukrainians evacuated from that country, over more than 1,000 people from at our own extent. It was a very difficult phase, and Ukraine came to their help. We took in people of different nationalities, ethnic groups, different faiths, Afghan citizens of the European countries, U.S., Canada. We did not look who needed help. Was it one of our own or somebody else? We helped all of them. We saved everyone. If every time there was a need, everyone in the world would be confident that help would come, the world would be definitely safer. Therefore, Ukraine has the moral right to propose a reform of the world security system. We have proven that we helped others not only happy time, but in dark times too. And now we need decisions from the Security Council for peace in Ukraine. If you do not know how to make this decision, you can do two things. Either remove Russia as an aggressor and a source of war, so it cannot block decisions about its own aggression, its own war. And then do everything that we can do to establish peace. Or the other option is please show how we can reform or change, dissolve yourself and work for peace. Or if there is no alternative and no option, then the next option would be dissolve yourself altogether. And I know that you can admit that if there is nothing that you can do besides conversation, we need peace. Ukraine needs peace, Europe needs peace, and the world needs peace. And finally, I would kindly ask you very much to watch this short video. Please give us 1 more minute of your time, the video that we want to show that one country can violate rights, and that's the result of being unpunished. If possible, please watch this video, because it is impossible to get everyone to come to our country and see it with your own eyes. Therefore, I would ask you to watch this video. Thank you very much.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. We continue to follow the coverage on the latest on Russia and Ukraine, and we are going on about 1 p.m. Pacific time here on the West Coast. But we want to bring you the latest White House press briefing with the Press Secretary Jen Psaki, and also you can continue to watch Live Now from Fox on many of our different platforms, and that's what we do here on Live Now. We continue to bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news as it becomes available as these sources come in. And you can always watch that on LiveNowFox.com. Thanks for being with us. I'm Stephanie Weaver.
Today, as you all know, we announced new actions to cut healthcare costs through the Affordable Care Act. Thanks to President Obama and President Biden, America is more covered than before and well on its way to finally treating healthcare as a right and not a privilege. Thanks to the steadfast leadership, America is better off of both of them than it was 12 years ago. Through today's proposed rule to fix the family glitch, we'll expand access to 200,000 uninsured Americans and reduce costs for nearly 1 million Americans. This is no small feat. This will make for the most significant administrative action to improve implementation of the Affordable Care Act since its enactment. Outside experts have said this action is the boldest thing we can do to expand coverage without congressional action. Already nearly 6 million Americans have gotten access to affordable health care through President Biden's work to expand access to health care. And with congressional action, we could build on the monumental progress we've made to date to expand coverage and cut costs for Americans by making the health care component in the American Rescue Plan permanent. And of course, the 12 states that have not expanded Medicaid could certainly choose to do that as well. With that, let me just note too, all of you know Angela. But for those of you who don't know Angela, she is one of our press assistants. She went to Georgetown. I did not get into Georgetown. So she's very smart, obviously. She's also the funniest person on the team, and she's amazing and incredible, and I just wanted to call her out today, too. You all know Vedant. I've already done this. I've done this around Vedant. Okay. So cheers for Angela for everything she does. Okay, Zeke, sorry to get you off track there. Go ahead.
Jen, administration officials said that tomorrow the president's going to extend the student pause on student loan repayment for another 3 months through August. That would put it at least starting a couple months before the midterm elections. Is the president willing to sort of end that pause and have borrowers begin to make payments that close to a midterm election?
Well, to not get too ahead to where you are at this point in time, it expires in May. Obviously, we'll have a formal announcement to make before that timeline. I don't have anything to preview at this point in time. Obviously, we look at and assess what the needs are for the people who are impacted by the payment of student loans as we make these assessments. I would note that no one has been required to pay a single dime of federal student loans since the president took office. And of course, the Department of Education will continue to communicate directly with borrowers about federal student loan repayment and servicers as we make this final decision.
On a different topic, we've heard a lot from the administration about the lack of international COVID relief funding for vaccinations. Does the president believe that without this money he can meet his pledges to the world in terms of global vaccine sharing? And does he have to recalibrate now that Congress seems unwilling to provide the necessary money to get there?
Well, no, we can't meet our commitments and cannot continue to be the arsenal of vaccines to the global community. Without global funding, USAID won't have resources to get more shots in arms. We'll be forced to scale back our work providing oxygen and antiviral pills, and we will lack the funding to provide rapid testing to countries in need. It's not just about vaccine doses, of course. I know that's kind of the question you asked. It's also about providing the know-how and the individuals and at times the training to be able to get shots in arms, and those are programs that we fund through our global efforts as well, and we need that funding in order to continue these programs.
And just lastly, for me, General Milley had some pretty sobering testimony on the Hill today regarding the state of the world and sort of a grim outlook. The potential for significant international conflict is increasing, not decreasing. Is that an assessment the president shares? And is that sort of the assessment of the U.S. government and sort of the state of the world right now? darker than it was when the president took office?
Well, certainly the General Milley speaks for the assessment of the U.S. military, and I think that's what he was testifying on, and he speaks on behalf of the administration. Go ahead.
General Milley also said that he thinks the war in Ukraine will be measured in years, that this will be a long, protracted conflict. Can you clarify, do you mean that the ground war will be lasting years, and is the U.S. committed to aiding Ukraine for as long as this drags on?
Well, we're certainly committed to continuing our historic support of Ukraine, whether that is military assistance, humanitarian assistance, economic assistance. Without further parsing General Milley's words, and certainly I would point you to the Department of Defense and to him directly, I think we also understand that the recovery from this war, the rebuilding in Ukraine, people who have lost their homes, communities that have been destroyed, is going to take some time, and the United States will certainly continue to be a part of that.
And President Zelensky today effectively asked, what's the point of the UN Security Council if they can't find a way to hold Russia accountable given Russia's veto power? He suggested the council was powerless and outdated. Does he have a point, and does the White House think the Security Council needs to be reformed? Is that even possible?
Well, I think he's certainly referring to, obviously he can speak for himself, but his frustration, which we share, that Russia is a permanent member of the UN Security Council. We don't see that changing. And so what our objective is at this point in time is on a couple of fronts. One is to continue to provide a range of security assistance to Ukraine, directly to Ukraine, to the military that is serving boldly and bravely on their behalf. I can provide you a little bit of an update on that, in addition to the deliveries of the $200 million package announced on March 12th, which are almost complete, deliveries of the $800 million package the President announced on March 16th are actively occurring, and obviously the Department of Defense has also announced a range of equipment that is being provided. I'd also note that there are a range of mechanisms as it relates to accountability, and that relates to the President's strong statements about his view and belief that Russia and President Putin are guilty of war crimes and obviously the atrocities that have taken place. And they are not necessarily through the UN mechanisms. And there are obviously challenges to that given Russia is a permanent member. But there are ample examples in the past of other international bodies, and we will continue to support those efforts as well.
And just one more. The sanctions that are coming tomorrow being announced by the U.S. and European partners are expected to in part target Russian government officials and their family members. Is this also expected to include Putin's daughters?
I don't have more specifics to detail or preview for you at this point in time. It is expected, or you can expect, I should say, as many of you have reported, that they will target Russian government officials, their family members, Russian-owned financial institutions, also state-owned enterprises. It's a part of the continuation of our efforts to put consequences in place, hold Russian officials accountable, and again, those announcements will be made tomorrow. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Secretary of State Blinken earlier today said that the killings in Bucha are not a random act by a rogue unit, but that it is a deliberate campaign by Russia to commit these atrocities. But he did not offer any evidence the U.S. has to back up this claim. I'm wondering if the White House can share any evidence to that effect.
Well, I think what the Secretary was referring to is the fact that we have predicted and laid out very clearly the intention of President Putin and the Russian military to commit atrocities. That's what they have done. We have seen with our own eyes what they have done. That is consistent with, but a little different from, a question about a process, which is a process that would take place through an international mechanism to have a review or have an investigation into war crimes. That is a process that we would certainly be supporting in a range of ways. But what he was speaking to is the fact that we had predicted it. What we predicted has unfortunately happened, and we've only seen potentially the tip of the iceberg because of where we have had access to. We have not have access to an expanse of the country where they have likely also committed atrocities.
Thank you. And one quick thing on sanctions. We've sort of increasingly seen evidence that Russia is turning to China to circumvent Western sanctions. We just had a report that Reuters did today about Russia turning to China for microchips. They have a payment card that they have now issued in conjunction with China's Union Pay, which is an alternative payment system, as you're aware. And I'm wondering if what is going to be announced tomorrow will have anything to do with making China comply with Western sanctions? I mean, if you can speak to that.
That continues to be not just our expectation, but what we've conveyed directly, but these sanctions are related to Russia. Go ahead.
First, on sanctions, last night the Treasury Department shifted their general licenses a little bit in terms of payments from foreign reserves in U.S. institutions. Is it fair to say that the goal right now is to have a sovereign default with Russia in terms of how you want to impose costs?
The goal is to force them to make a choice. So Russia does not have unlimited resources, especially now, given the crippling sanctions we've put in place, and they are going to be forced to choose between draining remaining valuable dollar reserves or new revenue coming in or default. Part of our objective here, the biggest part of our objective here, is to deplete the resources that Putin has to continue his war against Ukraine, and obviously causing more uncertainty and challenges to their financial system is a part of that, but it is forcing them to choose those options and to also deplete the resources, making it more difficult for him to continue to fight the war.
Longer term, Jake yesterday said something along the lines of this is not the time for complacency. I understand the alliance that's been put together over the last 6 months doesn't have a lot of precedent, but how real is the concern that if this is protracted, if this is months, not weeks, that fractures could end up coming to pass in the alliance you guys have put together?
We have been very clear-eyed about that possibility from the beginning, which is why there has been so much effort on the diplomatic front to work at it, including obviously the President's trip to Europe. Secretary Blinken is on his way, or maybe he's there now in Europe. There are calls that happen every single day through nearly every national security official to continue to work towards that coordinated unity that has been so effective to date. It is also true, though, that unity does not mean identical, and as we're looking at the consequences people are putting in place, the actions they're taking, our expectation is not that it is identical. It is just our effort to do everything we can to make sure it's coordinated and as unified as it possibly can be.
And then last one real quick. I think you addressed it yesterday, so I apologize. But when you talk about the bridge from the SPR perspective, is it a bridge to, you believe the domestic industry will be able to fill that gap within the next 6 months, or is it a bridge to domestic plus Canada plus the Middle East? How are you guys seeing what that is a bridge to in terms of production?
A combination, I would say, Phil. As you know, the oil market is a global market, and we certainly understand and have seen that obviously the actions of President Putin has led to an increase in gas prices, not just here in the United States, but in other countries in the world. We also know that as other countries make decisions about energy sanctions, that could have an impact on the amount of supply in the marketplace. So we are taking steps that obviously a historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve over the next 6 months to hopefully give a bridge to increased domestic production, to your point, which we know could take a little bit of time. But also during that time, we're also working with other countries around the world. You saw the announcement many of them made last week about their increased releases, but also to see what they can do to increase their supply into the marketplace as we're filling that gap. Go ahead, Weijia.
Yes. Today, Secretary Blinken also said that the U.S. was continuing to gather evidence and will continue to support Ukraine, the UN Human Rights Council, as it relates to a possible war crime trial. I know yesterday Jake said the U.S. was looking at a variety of mechanisms, but since the U.S. is not party to the ICC, other than a supportive role, what can it do to facilitate a trial?
Well, let me give you an update on where we are, and I would also let me first point to the fact that historically we have provided evidence to the ICC even though we are not a party member. So if you look back in 2004, the State Department collected evidence indicating that the Sudanese military and militias were committing specific acts of violence against members of non-Arab groups in Darfur, and the Secretary of State at the time, Colin Powell, determined that what was happening was a genocide, and we worked with the ICC and the UN Security Council to hold accountable. So I would just note there is historic reference. Now also, as you're thinking about the timeline of this, the historic reference for that is also important because that was 2004 and it is just starting now. So it takes time. Now, it doesn't always take that amount of time, but just, as you're looking at the history here. But right now, there are a number of efforts already underway to hold any Russians accountable for atrocities and war crimes. Over the past few weeks, we established investigations through the UN Human Rights Council and the OSCE of possible violations by Russia. We're also supporting the work of the War Crimes Unit under the Office of the Ukrainian Prosecutor General and a team of international prosecutors who are working with them, and also supporting Ukraine's authorities and civil society organizations who are working on the ground to document atrocity crimes for prosecution. And we also welcome the investigation opened by the ICC prosecutor, in particular his focus on preserving evidence of possible atrocity crimes. And as you noted, Jake outlined the specific ways that we can help in those efforts, including through intelligence sources and gathering and sharing that with our partners, including helping Ukrainians and what they're doing on the ground to develop their case. Third is working through international organizations, and the fourth, as he noted yesterday, is all of you and the range of important reporting and sharing of images and information gathering that's happening out there. But those are the different options and different mechanisms we're working through now, but it has not yet been determined what the international mechanism is.
And you mentioned that's going to take a lot of time. It seems that you've also indicated that every sanctions package is not meant to be an on and off switch to stop Putin, that will also take time. Is there anything that can be done to stop Putin now, in the immediate?
I would say first on sanctions, we have a couple of objectives. One of them is to put consequences in place, put a marker down and make very clear it's absolutely unacceptable, horrific, and there should be consequences. The second is to make it more difficult to fund the ongoing war, and that is a very important component. And the question Phil asked earlier about the bond payments and the bond payment that is due is an example of that, and the mechanisms we have through our economic resources to do exactly that. And the third is to make clear and make it evident to President Putin and Russian leadership and the world that he is a pariah and now is and will be held accountable and treated in that way on the global stage. But what we feel is the most effective thing we can do now, in addition to that, is to continue to provide military assistance, security assistance, equipment on the ground. I would note again, the Department of Defense announced a series of additional military pieces of equipment that they had not previously delivered, that they were delivering to the ground, and we are focusing that effort on ensuring it is equipment that the Ukrainians are trained on and that they have already been using effectively in this war to fight the Russians. Go ahead.
And just to follow up on Weij's question, you guys are adding more sanctions, saying that the sanctions are going to take time to have an impact. How much time do you guys think that these innocent Ukrainians have?
Well, I think what's important to note here is sanctions are just one component of the tools that we have at our disposal. What we are doing, and we're already seeing effectively happen, is the financial system in Russia is near the brink of collapse. I mean, they're projecting 15% inflation, a contraction of 15% in their economy. Private sector businesses are pulling out of the country. It is more and more difficult for President Putin to fund this war every single day. That has an impact. But what we're also doing is providing a historic amount of military and security assistance, which is what they've been using effectively over the last few weeks to fight this war and push back the Russians.
But do you guys assess that anything you've done so far has prevented a war crime from happening?
Well, Peter, I would say that everything we're doing to date is to support the Ukrainians in this war and in this effort. And that is something the President's proud of, we are proud of, including rallying and leading the global community and standing up against Russia.
Okay, on another topic, a lot of stories about Hunter Biden surfacing this week. So to ensure the independence of the investigation, would the President support the appointment of a special counsel?
Well, first, the President has never had a conversation with the Department of Justice about any investigations into any member of his family. He said that during the campaign, and he will continue to abide by that. So I'd point you to the Department of Justice for any additional steps they would take. They would make those decisions independently.
Is there any concern that they're not going to be necessarily seen as being able to make the decisions independently if the White House Chief of Staff is out saying that the President is confident his son did not break the law?
Well, that's something the President has said, and certainly we would echo. But in the same answer to that question, Peter, during an interview this week on ABC, Ron Klain also said the Justice Department is independent and they will make their own decisions.
And the President has said that he never spoke to his son about his overseas business dealings. Is that still the case?
Yes. Go ahead.
So tomorrow you're going to announce, the White House is going to announce new sanctions. The administration will new sanctions on Russia in some form. Should we view those sanctions as a response to Bucha, or how should we view those when they're announced?
Well, unfortunately, the photos, the horrific photos we've seen from Bucha are not the first violation of war crimes or atrocities that we've seen take place on the ground. So in part, yes, but they have been in the works and part of our process of putting in place consequences.
Which is to say there may be more. Should we anticipate more in terms of reaction to Bucha? This wouldn't be it in isolation.
Correct. We are continuing to assess and make decisions about additional consequences and steps we can put in place.
So given these awful videos and pictures we're seeing of the atrocities that took place in Bucha right now, is the U.S. policy still one of no regime change in Russia? And if so, why should someone like Vladimir Putin be viewed by the U.S. as someone who should be allowed to stay in power?
Well, I think our policy is no, we are not calling for regime change, and that has not been our policy and continues not to be our policy. But again, Peter, our view is that he is a war criminal, and he is somebody who should be looked at by the international system who evaluates war crimes.
I guess the question people say, then why not? If he's a war criminal, why should he be allowed to stay in power?
Well, our policy is not to call for regime change. We're not calling for regime change. But again, he is somebody who's committed atrocities against the people in his country. He's a pariah in the world, and every step we've taken has made that clear to the global community.
Very quickly, can you pull back the curtain on what happened upstairs when we weren't watching between the former president and the current president over lunch? Did they talk about Putin, Ukraine? Did they do a tour of the residence? What can you tell us about their time together?
You know, I haven't had a chance to download yet with the president. I did see former president briefly, but his schedule's a little lighter than the current president's these days. I do know that they had a great, expansive conversation. I haven't downloaded on the specifics of it yet. I'm not sure I'll be able to share those with all of you. They did go take a look at the Oval Office and take a walk around, and I know they enjoyed spending time together.
Just to put a finer point on some of the questions you've so far been asked, why shouldn't the images of the atrocities from Bucha compel a worldwide, unified, coalition, kinetic response?
You mean a military war? Tell me more about what you mean.
Sure, a military response led by the United States and the international partners.
As in bringing military troops on the ground from the United States and NATO?
Well, the President has described outrageous things. You've called them atrocities. You've said perhaps we should brace ourselves for worse. Why not?
I think what the President's objective is, and his responsibility, is to make decisions that are in the interest of the United States and the national security of the United States. And the American people, and that is not to go to war with Russia. It is to do everything in our power to hold them accountable, to support efforts through international systems to do exactly that, and to provide military assistance, security assistance, and support to the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian government. That's exactly what we're doing. But it is not in our interests or in the interest of the American people for us to be in a war with Russia. Go ahead.
To follow up on Phil's question on the Russian sovereign debt, does the White House have any sense of timing on when Russia might default?
I don't have an assessment of that. I will be looking forward to reading Bloomberg's assessment of that, but I don't have an assessment of that from here. It depends in part on what decisions they make.
On what decisions Russia makes? Okay. And then on the Federal Reserve search, is the White House still searching for a nominee to replace Sarah Bloom Raskin? And when are you expecting to make an announcement on that nomination?
My understanding of the process is it's ongoing. I don't have an update on the timeline of when that would be concluded.
Sure, go ahead. Question on sanctions, the
Sure.
new ones that you're going to announce this week. Is there anything you can tell us about them? And just to follow up, if China and Brazil and India and the Middle East are not participating, how effective can they be?
Well, tomorrow what we're going to announce is what I can tell you, and it may not be fully satisfying, but let me do my best. In coordination with the G7 and the EU, an additional sweeping package of sanctions measures that will impose costs on Russia, send it further down the road of economic, financial, and technological isolation. This will include a ban on all new investment in Russia, and increased sanctions on financial institutions and state-owned enterprises in Russia, and sanctions on Russian government officials and their family members. These measures will degrade key instruments of Russian state power, impose acute and immediate economic harm on Russia, and hold accountable the Russian kleptocracy that funds and supports Putin's war. So this is going to be done in coordination with others, and the steps will be targeting, as I just noted, obviously family members, Russian government officials, and other state-owned enterprises and financial institutions.
Some pretty big economies that are not participating.
Again, I think what we're doing is we're working to rally the world and taking steps to hold Russia accountable. It does not mean they're identical. It doesn't mean they'll all happen on the exact same timeline, but that is what we're continuing to work to do from here.
I'm asking about the countries that are absolutely not participating in sanctions like China and Brazil and India.
I understand what you're asking. I understand what you're asking. What I'm conveying is that we are also coordinating with the G7 and the EU, which is about 50% of the global economy, which is still a significant unified entity in holding Russia accountable. And in our conversations, obviously, we had our Deputy National Security Advisor traveled to India recently to convey the implementation of our own sanctions, and our expectation is not only that other countries will abide by, but that they will also be a constructive part of holding Russia accountable. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Just a question to see if you have any reaction to Viktor Orban's victory and what kind of message that may send to allies in Europe.
Let me check with our national security team. I'm sure we can get you a direct reaction to it.
And then I just wanted to ask on COVID, if the president is seeing any sort of having any new restrictions, or if there are any new procedures that are in place, just given there have been a number of staff at the White House who have COVID, there have been a number of reporters who have COVID, many of them were mixing this weekend at a dinner.
Which he did not attend, but
is there any sort of additional heightened concern just given this moment and the fact that a lot of people in town seem to be getting it?
Well, we know that BA2, which is the dominant variant, is a very transmissible variant, and so we've obviously been watching that closely, and certainly we knew that, as it has been the case in the broader population, including among the media, but also among staff, that means that there will be people who get COVID, who are fully vaccinated and have been boosted, especially in the White House, and I think with most members of the media as well. So fortunately, what we're seeing is largely mild symptoms. But what we do, the policies we do here, which we have not changed, but they are more stringent than the CDC. So just to reiterate for all of you, our policy is that all Executive Office of the President employees surrounding the President are on a regular testing schedule to screen for COVID on campus. That is a step beyond CDC guidance. If you're going to see the President, you will be tested that day, even if you're not traveling with him, just if you're going to see him for a meeting. The President's doctor will continue to determine if additional testing is needed on any given week in light of various considerations. For example, because of the travel from a couple of weeks ago, he was tested in addition to his regular cadence after he came back. And importantly, as I noted, everyone going to a meeting with one of any of the 4 principals is obviously tested. In addition, for those employees who test positive, and I can confirm this 2 times over, they are required to isolate in alignment with CDC guidance, must test negative before returning to work. That's a step beyond what CDC recommends, and if they test negative under 10 days, they are required to wear a mask for that period of time as well. And meetings with the President are often socially distanced in many circumstances as an additional precaution, even as people are tested. So there are a range of steps. My point is, I'm sorry, that was a lot of a list, but is that we take a range of steps. We have been taking a range of steps that are meant to put an extra layer on in protecting the 4 principals, and given it is the White House.
Is there any thought to having the prophylactically in case that he is in contact with somebody with COVID?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't even know what that would be, but not that I am aware of. He obviously he relies on the advice of his doctor, but not that I'm aware of. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. Senators Romney and Murkowski yesterday announced their support or plans to vote to confirm Judge Jackson later this week or perhaps next week.
Hopefully this week, since they're going on recess.
Yeah. Good point.
Or don't tell senators you said that.
That was a mix-up right there. But what is your reaction to what you heard from Senators Romney and Murkowski there? And it looks likely that she will get 3 Republican votes in support. Is the White House believe that that's a strong showing of bipartisan support for her? Or, the fact that 47 Republicans appear likely to vote against her, are you displeased with the lack of support of Republicans?
Well, I would note first that even for a number of senators who decided not to support her, and there's quite a good little video The Daily Show may or may not have done on this, all of them talked about her impeccable credentials, her qualifications, what an incredibly inspiring story she has, and how qualified she is for the job. I would say we've believed from the beginning that her record, her impeccable credentials warranted bipartisan support. And that is exactly what she is going to get in her confirmation, thanks to those individuals and one more that had previously announced their support. So we're certainly encouraged by that. We're looking forward to seeing her confirmed and, of course, celebrating her confirmation to the Supreme Court.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jen. The CDC director announced that she's going to be doing a review of the agency and a revamp after they see what has worked and what hasn't worked. Is there something specific that the CDC has been doing wrong or some area where it's been falling short that's prompted this need to have such an intense review right now?
Sure. Well, let me first say this is a CDC-driven decision, and they'd have more specifics. But what I would say is that if you look back to the last year plus, never in its 75-year history has the CDC had to make decisions so quickly based on limited real-time and evolving science. And yesterday what the CDC director did is rightfully announced plans to initiate a review of the agency with the objective of strengthening, transforming, and modernizing CDC systems and processes around developing and deploying its science. I mean, look at what they've done over the last year. Does it mean everything has been perfect? They would say no. You have to look at how it's done, assess that, and take a look at how you're going to improve things, anything you need to moving forward. It's not uncommon for a CDC director to take a careful look at the agency and assess if it's positioned to meet current public health needs and recommend improvements to systems, processes, and structures. And while this is something that is being done independent of the White House, we certainly support all government working to improve systems and make things better.
Independent, and you said it was a CDC-driven decision, so this call for the review did not come from the White House?
No, it was CDC-driven and one, and certainly one we support, but the process will be led by the CDC. Go ahead.
Senate Republicans are calling for an amendment on Title 42 to be attached to the COVID relief funding bill. I just wanted to get the White House reaction to that, but then also what kind of effects are you guys worried about if this funding measure gets delayed or doesn't pass?
Well, I think my colleague, I don't know, he seems senior to me, Jeff Zients said this. What he said in response to this question is that decisions on Title 42 should remain independent of the urgently needed funding for COVID aid. I mean, this is a decision made by the CDC. It's a public health decision. It's not one that should be wrapped up, of course, in politics. And the decisions made by the CDC is where it should belong as it relates to Title 42. I would note on your earlier question, the impact of not getting this aid would be significant. Right now, these additional resources are urgently needed for our domestic response, including, just to give you a sense of some examples of how it would be used, booster shots for the general population, monoclonal antibodies and Evusheld for the immunocompromised, maintaining our testing capacity. These are all components that are vital to our continued fight against the pandemic. And these are efforts that shouldn't be political. They shouldn't be controversial. We're all, certainly COVID-19 doesn't look at your party affiliation before it decides to inflict you with the virus. And so they're vital. We need this funding, and we'll have to stop, as I've noted in here before, a number of these important programs if we don't get the funding.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jim.
I'm trying to understand how you see this horrible news coming out of Ukraine with these massacres. I'd like to understand, do you see it as something fundamentally like a game changer, or is it just another incremental awfulness and a thing that's been going on for well over a month? And if it is something fundamentally different, these people with their hands tied and thrown into pits and cellars and whatever, does that mean that we can expect to be hearing a fundamentally different response? Because that's also been incremental.
Well, I would say first that there's nothing normal, there's nothing acceptable, there's nothing that shouldn't shake people to their core about the photos they're seeing of what is happening on the ground, or what has happened, I should say, on the ground. And what the president has said and been unquestionable about is that these are war crimes, a violation of the law of war. And his view, and I talked to him about this as recently as this morning, is that we need to put down a marker for history. That's why he has been so outspoken about this and made clear that accountability is critically important when you see the horror that we're seeing on the ground, the targeting of hospitals, of civilians, of, as you noted, the binding and killing of innocent people in Bucha, where we're seeing the photos. We have also already seen evidence of war crimes before these photos, and a lot of the measures that we're putting in place, whether it is supporting international efforts to work towards gathering data and information through a range of mechanisms, or it is continuing to provide additional security assistance or humanitarian assistance, are in response to the atrocities and the horrors we're seeing on the ground. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about El Salvador, about the state of exception that has been imposed in El Salvador. This state suspends constitutional guarantees such as the right to assemble and also basic procedural rights for the Salvadoran people. Is the U.S. concerned about the impact of this measure?
So I would say, can you ask your question one more time? I wanted to make sure I had the right information.
Of course.
Yes, go ahead.
It's about the state of exception that was imposed in El Salvador, which suspends constitutional guarantees such as the right to assemble and also basic procedural rights for the Salvadoran people. Wanted to see if the U.S. is concerned about this.
Let me check with our national security team and get more details for you, and we will get you a more comprehensive comment after the briefing. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I have a few for you. Start with the Supreme Court vote that took place yesterday. Is the president disappointed in particular that Senator Lindsey Graham, who had voted for Judge Jackson before, opted to vote against her yesterday?
The president is looking forward to Judge Jackson getting confirmed, and I would say, as I said, echo what I said yesterday, which is this is a question best posed to Senator Lindsey Graham. What exactly has changed since he voted to support her just recently, relatively recently? She has the exact same credentials, exact same qualifications. So, no, I wouldn't say the president's spending a lot of time thinking about it, but I would say it's a good question to pose to Senator Graham.
Topic. I won't get into all of the president's polling, but I did want to ask you if you see the expected confirmation of Judge Jackson as a turning point in his presidency.
I would say, without getting into the politics of it, the president committed to nominate a African-American woman to serve on the Supreme Court if there was an opening. We are on the verge of that woman getting confirmed to the Supreme Court. This is a moment, even with everything going on in the world, to celebrate history, to celebrate this incredible woman who has impeccable credentials, who is about to serve on the Supreme Court. And so certainly we're going to take a moment to appreciate that and value that. And I think a lot of people in this country will too. I can't make a prediction on what that will mean for polls, and it's really not about that for us.
Jen, President Obama, former President Obama, did seem to get into the politics of it today when he was talking about his own re-election battle and seemed to be delivering somewhat of a pep talk for Democrats facing potentially tough re-election battles in the midterms this year. Is that a message that the White House wanted him to come here and deliver today?
Well, having worked for the former president for some time and the newer president for some time as well, here's what I heard him talking about. The fact that in Washington, when you're pushing for getting the right thing done, and he was talking about the Affordable Care Act, it means sometimes overcoming skepticism, Republican obstruction, even division within your own party, political challenges, countless headlines saying your agenda is dead, and still fighting to get it done. Sounds pretty similar to what we're working on today. That's not about the midterms. That's about why you're in government and making government work for people, and why it's important to continue to do, even when everybody says it's not possible. And that was the message I think he was delivering today. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I have two questions on Ukraine. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said last week that he does not want President Putin to attend the G20 meetings, and he has reached out to Indonesian President Joko Widodo, who is the host of this year's meetings. So does President Biden have plans to also do the same, to reach out personally to the Indonesian president? And can you just share anything on the diplomatic front in terms of trying to get Russia out of the G20 meetings or get Ukraine in as an observer?
Sure. I don't have any update on that. I'm happy to see if we have any update from our front.
And then just a follow-up on a different note on Ukraine. China today urged the UN Security Council to verify and not to resort to unfounded conclusions on Bucha. And meanwhile, Chinese media is also repeating Russia's narrative that what's happened in Bucha is fake news. Can we get a White House reaction on that?
I would just say if you're repeating the propaganda of the Russian government and President Putin, you're on the wrong side of history.
Thank you, Jen. Last week, a senior Treasury official briefed that the sanctions on Russia were originally intended to deter, but now the point of the sanctions is intended to debilitate and impair the war effort. Can you elaborate any change in messaging around the sanctions and their intended purpose and how that's changed?
Sure. Well, look, I think the way we always saw it from the beginning is that the threat of sanctions, your hope is that there is a deterrence effect. That has been played out in history, that there has been a deterrence effect at times. That is not a sure thing or 100%. But if it reduces or if it makes a leader potentially think about what horrific actions they're going to take, then they're worth that threat of sanctions. Never has it been the case that putting sanctions in place is effective deterrent. The threat of them has been an effective deterrent. Obviously, the war has commenced, right? And sanctions have always had the purpose of putting in place consequences. So right now, those consequences also include making it very difficult for President Putin to fund the war, which, as you know, includes steps like the step taken by the Department of Treasury yesterday, where they're going to be forced, because they don't have unlimited resources, to make choices about how they're going to spend the resources they have.
How do you describe these latest rounds of sanctions? Because the administration was very clear in the beginning that if the invasion happened, that it would bring forth everything but the kitchen sink. So the sanctions that we're seeing rolled out now, how would you describe them? Are they simply incremental at this point?
Well, they've all been building on each other. The Russian economy is on the brink of collapse. The inflation is skyrocketing at 15%. The detraction or the constriction of the economy there is also projecting to decrease by 15%. Private sector businesses are not investing in Russia, and President Putin is a pariah. This has all been the result of a coordinated global effort to put in place economic and financial consequences that are having an incredible effect. In addition, we have made it much more difficult because of export controls and other limitations on the type of materials that President Putin and the Russians can purchase to build the technological systems and capacities to fight wars in addition to funding wars. And those are all components that have been the result of the efforts to date. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask about your long COVID announcement earlier today. The criticism that's come from lawmakers has been that it's going to take a long time to collect data and studies on long COVID. Can you talk about how this memo helps people that are living with that now?
I think this is an effort to acknowledge that this is something that many people in this country are suffering from and dealing with. And unfortunately, science moves at the pace of science, and it is acknowledgement of that and a commitment by the U.S. government to take steps to look at it more closely and see what more we can do to help address it and help people who have been suffering. Go ahead.
I also wanted to ask about refugees. I had asked yesterday about the 100,000 number. You were talking about how the administration's response has been geared toward refugees staying in nearby countries. Can you talk about, though, how you got to that 100,000 number? Does that have anything to do with the capacity of the U.S. government to take in people that are...
It's not exactly what I said yesterday, but what I said was there is an ongoing policy process that hopefully will be concluded soon, and we'll have more to share with all of you soon about the prioritization and how the process will work for these Ukrainian refugees who will be eligible. In terms of the number, this is an effort by the President and the United States to welcome through an expedited process and a different process that we'll have more details on soon, Ukrainian refugees into the United States, even as we know factually that the vast majority of them will want to and have expressed an interest in staying in countries nearby. So it is just an effort to make clear our willingness and openness to doing that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Can you guys give us a sense of how President Biden will mark Judge Jackson's confirmation later this week?
I expect we'll have more details in the coming 24 to 48 hours on that, but I don't have anything to preview at this point in time.
There's momentum in the European Union to ban all natural gas coming from Europe. They're not taking that step, but there's momentum. The European Commission is changing regulations to accelerate approvals for their natural gas infrastructure. In the announcement in Brussels, the U.S. said they're going to keep the regulatory framework. So how is the U.S. going to continually support enough natural gas should Europe cut off the Russian flow in order to long-term to help our European neighbors?
Well, there are steps we've already taken in preparation that we will build on, and we will continue to explore ways to ensure that European countries are not as reliant as they have been on Russia for natural gas and for a range of energy resources. One of the steps we've taken successfully, which we will continue to build on, is to tap into countries in Asia who have excess LNG capacity to provide that to Europe. That is something we've already done to date, and we will continue to explore. We've been working on this for months in anticipation of a potential shortage or potential needs in Europe.
How about infrastructure projects in the U.S., though, to help expand them, facilitate them, go forward?
Tell me more about what you mean exactly.
Well, I mean, Senator Capito.
To increase capacity, LNG capacity?
Yes.
I can check with our team and see if there's anything to preview on that anymore. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, there was a recent poll that showed more people think jobs were lost in the last year than think jobs were gained. Why is that, and is there anything that you can do to change that perception?
Well, I saw that poll, or saw that data. What I can tell you, what we can do from here is share the facts. And I know all of you are working to share facts as well, even as you ask us tough questions and hold us accountable and to account as well. We know the fact is that the President created more jobs last year than any year in American history. That is a very simple fact that I probably cannot say enough from here, and our allies and partners cannot say enough out there in the country, and we will just have to continue to work at it.
Why is the belief out there, though?
I can't make a clear assessment of that, George. You know, I know that obviously people across the country, we know, and we see this in data and polling, are still feeling the impact of COVID. Their lives are not entirely back to normal. They're seeing some restrictions to their daily living, which is frustrating. Obviously, the impact of the cost of items, whether it's the price of gas, that has a range of factors that have led to it, specifically the invasion of Ukraine most recently. Those impact how people feel. We see that in consumer confidence. So I can't assess what is in the brain of every American, but I can tell you what the facts are and tell you that we also recognize that there are areas, including bringing down costs, we'll continue to work at it. Ebony, go ahead.
Thank you. Two quick questions. One, the President's talking about Congress passing more money for COVID relief, but what's the President's reaction to more cities taking COVID relief money and putting it towards policing in excessive amounts, specifically even like in DeKalb County where $500,000 was spent on aerial drones? I mean, is the President thinking that's a bit of an abuse of funds? Is he okay with that kind of spending?
I haven't seen that report. I'd have to look into that specifically more. I mean, there's state and local funding that has gone out through the American Rescue Plan where there is flexibility in there, including to support state and local governments. I don't know if that is what it is being used for, but I'm happy to check into the more specific reports.
Yep. My last question. I wanted to ask this a couple of weeks ago, but I wanted to go back to Haiti very quickly to get the President's response. Patrol agents that were seen whipping Haitian migrants, were not charged and held accountable for actions. Even the president early on talked about how it was outrageous. What's his reaction to that response and to those who saw this horrific video go viral, and then at the end of the day, nothing happens, there's no accountability?
Well, there was an investigation by the Department of Homeland Security, so I'd have you point you to them for any further comment on it. Go ahead.
Thank you. 2 weeks ago, the president warned the American people and owners and operators of critical infrastructure that Russian cyber attacks were, quote, coming. And he urged those owners and operators to harden their cyber defenses. Is there any update or intelligence update that you can give to the American people and critical infrastructure operators about this pretty urgent warning that came recently?
Well, I don't have any additional intelligence to update you on from here, but the reason we did that at the time is because there are steps we can take from the federal government, but there is also steps that private sector companies can and need to take in order to protect themselves. Those don't typically happen overnight, so we wanted to ensure they understood that these threats are real, that it was urgent that they take these steps, but I don't have anything in addition to predict about next steps or intelligence.
Any work that the officials have done with these owners and operators that you can talk about?
There is ongoing work that our cyber team has been doing from the beginning of the administration, working closely with the private sector. That's been a huge priority for the president, the recognition that it needs to be a partnership. And one of the reasons we go out publicly as we do is because even as and that was actually on the heels of when Ann Neuberger came here, it was on the heels of a briefing she had done with larger institutions to talk about this. We also recognize, though, that cyber attacks can impact smaller institutions, medium-sized institutions, and institutions that need to know that there are easy steps they can take to two-factor authentication, passwords, not clicking on mysterious links that can also help protect themselves. So that's why we went out publicly to spread the message broadly. Thank you so much, everyone.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. It is currently 1:48 here on the West Coast, and we're going to switch gears and go out to remarks from earlier this week. Former President Barack Obama and current President Biden delivered remarks on the Affordable Care Act. So if you missed this, I want to play that out right now here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us.
Indeed, it is a good afternoon. Good afternoon. Please have a seat, everybody. Please have a seat. Thank you. Feels good, doesn't it? President Biden, President Obama, members of Congress, and my fellow Americans, on March 23, 2010, the Affordable Care Act was signed into law. In the 12 years since, the ACA has delivered high-quality, affordable health care to more than 30 million Americans. Yes. And those Americans are working parents and young children, college students, and older Americans. Millions of people who had never been able to afford coverage before, or who had been denied coverage altogether, often because of a category of denial called pre-existing conditions. Conditions such as cancer, diabetes, hypertension, or even asthma. The ACA is the most consequential health care legislation passed in generations in our country. And it is something more. The ACA is a statement of purpose, a statement about the nation we must be, where all people, no matter who they are, where they live, or how much they earn, can access the health care they need, no matter the cost. You know, when I served as Attorney General of California, it was that purpose that led our office and 10 other state attorneys general to submit a brief to the United States Supreme Court in defense of the ACA, and it is that purpose that brings us all together today, to continue to expand affordable health care and its coverage to families across our nation, and to call on Congress to take action, to pass legislation that simply allows Medicare to directly negotiate prescription drug prices with pharmaceutical companies. And if there's any question why, I'll explain. More than 60 million Americans are enrolled in Medicare. That would give Medicare significant bargaining power to negotiate prices for all those Americans. So instead of forcing individual patients to negotiate by themselves, to require them to pay whatever price the drug companies set, they would have that kind of representation to stand there with their fellow Americans and negotiate those prices so that they would just simply be fair. So today we also call on Congress to make permanent the ACA subsidies that are included in the American Rescue Plan. Subsidies that are currently lowering insurance premiums for millions of Americans and which are set to expire in December. And more must be done. Currently, there are 12 states in our nation that refuse to expand Medicaid for no reason other than petty partisan obstruction. As a result, 4 million people in our country are locked out of coverage. And that comes at a cost. For example, women who do not have health care coverage and are therefore less likely to have access during pregnancy or before or after to pelvic exams or vaccinations, prenatal checkups, postpartum, depression screenings, and all the other essential care they need to be safe and healthy before, during, and after birth. We know that expanding Medicaid coverage significantly reduces the number of mothers who die as a result of pregnancy. So the sooner coverage is expanded in those 12 states, the more lives we will save. Protecting the health and well-being of the people of our nation should not be a partisan issue. Every person in our nation should be able to access and afford the health care they need to thrive, not as a privilege, but as a right. And that is why our administration will continue to use every tool at our disposal to strengthen the ACA. And with that, it is now my great pleasure to introduce the man whose vision and leadership led us to this day, whose unwavering commitment to the people of our nation laid the foundation for this groundbreaking legislation. A leader who showed us the way forward on this important issue. Please welcome President Barack Obama.
Thank you. Vice President Biden, Vice President. That was a joke. That was all set up. My president, Joe Biden, Vice President Harris, our dear friend, Madam Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, all the members of Congress who are in attendance today, the members of Cabinet, it is good to be back in the White House. It's been a while. I confess, I heard some changes have been made by the current president since I was last here. Apparently, Secret Service agents have to wear aviator glasses now. The Navy mess has been replaced by a Baskin-Robbins. And there's a cat running around, which I guarantee you Bo and Sonny would have been very unhappy about. But coming back, even if I have to wear a tie, which I very rarely do these days, gives me a chance to visit with some of the incredible people who serve this White House and who serve this country every single day. A lot of times out of the limelight. They make this government function, and they help people in ways big and small. And from the outside, sometimes people don't understand just how grueling this is and how many sacrifices people make. because those of us who are in front of the cameras oftentimes get the credit. But it's a lot of people who are devoted day in, day out to making this country better that matter, and a lot of them are represented here. And that's not just in the West Wing, by the way. It's also in the residence. There were a lot of people who looked after our families that I will always be grateful to. So it's wonderful to be back to say thank you to all of you. But most of all, coming back here gives me a chance to say thank you and spend some time with an extraordinary friend and partner who was by my side for 8 years. And Joe Biden and I did a lot together. We helped save the global economy, made record investments in clean energy, we put guardrails on our financial system, we helped turn the auto industry around, repealed Don't Ask, Don't Tell. But nothing made me prouder than providing better health care and more protections to millions of people across this country. So when President Biden said he was not going to just celebrate the ACA, but also announce actions that would make it even better, I had to show up. I think it's been well documented just how difficult it was to pass the ACA. You can get a lot of testimony here in case folks haven't heard. You know, as a country, we have been talking about reforming health care for 100 years. Unlike almost every other advanced economy on earth, we didn't have a system that guaranteed access to health care for all of its citizens. Millions of people didn't have health insurance, often because their employers didn't provide it or because it was too expensive. But despite the fact that our health care system didn't work well, it was hard to change. Healthcare represents about 1/5 of our economy. That's trillions of dollars that are involved. So there were a lot of different economic interests that were vying to maintain the status quo. And because the majority of Americans did have health care, some people naturally worried that they'd lose what they had. The media was skeptical of past failures. There was a lot of misinformation, to say the least, flying around. And it's fair to say that most Republicans showed little interest in working with us to get anything done. That's fair to say. But despite great odds, Joe and I were determined. Because we'd met too many people on the campaign trail who'd shared their stories. And our own families had been touched by illness. And as I said to our dear friend Harry Reid, who is missed, wished he was here today, because he took great pride in what we did. I intended to get health care passed, even if it cost me re-election, which for a while looked like it might. But for all of us, for Joe, for Harry, for Nancy Pelosi, for others, the ACA was an example of why you run for office in the first place, why all of you sign up for doing jobs that pay you less than you could make someplace else, why you're away from home. to hang on to power. But we're supposed to do this because it's making a difference in the lives of the people who sent us here. And because of so many people, including a lot of people who are here today, made enormous sacrifices. Because members of Congress took courageous votes, including some who knew that their vote would likely cost them their seat. Because of the incredible leadership of Nancy and Harry, we got the ACA across the finish line together. And the night we passed the ACA, I've said it before, it was a high point of my time here because it reminded me and it reminded us of what is possible. But, of course, our work was not finished. Republicans tried to repeal what we had done again and again and again. And they filed lawsuits that went all the way to the Supreme Court 3 times. I see Don Marilla here, who had to defend a couple of them. They tried explicitly to make it harder for people to sign up for coverage. And let's face it, it didn't help that when we first rolled out the ACA, the website didn't work. That was not one of my happiest moments. So given all the noise and the controversy and the skepticism, it took a while for the American people to understand what we had done. But, lo and behold, a little later than I'd expected, a lot of folks, including many who had initially opposed health care reform, came around. And today, the ACA hasn't just survived, it's pretty darn popular. And the reason is because it's done what it was supposed to do. It's made a difference. First 20 million, and now 30 million people have gotten covered thanks to the ACA. It's prevented insurance companies from denying people coverage based on a pre-existing condition. It's lowered prescription drug costs for 12 million seniors. It's allowed young people to stay on their parents' plan until they're 26. It's eliminated lifetime limits on benefits that often put people in a jam. So we are incredibly proud of that work. But the reason we're here today is because President Biden, Vice President Harris, everybody who's worked on this thing understood from the start that the ACA wasn't perfect. To get the bill passed, we had to make compromises. We didn't get everything we wanted. That wasn't a reason not to do it. If you can get millions of people health coverage and better protection, it is, to quote a famous American, a pretty big deal. That's what it is. But there were gaps to be filled. Even today, some patients still pay too much for their prescriptions. Some poor Americans are still falling through the cracks. In some cases, healthcare subsidies aren't where we want them to be, which means that some working families are still having trouble paying for their coverage. Here's the thing, that's not unusual when we make major progress in this country. The original Social Security Act left out entire categories of people, like domestic workers and farm workers. That had to be changed. In the beginning, Medicare didn't provide all the benefits that it does today. That had to be changed. Throughout history, what you see is that it's important to get something started, to plant a flag, to lay a foundation for further progress. The analogy I've used about the ACA before is that in the same way that was true for early forms of Social Security and Medicare, it was a starter home. It secured the principle of universal health care, provided help immediately to families, but it required us to continually build on it and make it better. And President Biden understands that, and that's what he's done since the day he took office. As part of the American Rescue Plan, he lowered the cost of health care even further for millions of people. He made signing up easier. He made outreach to those who didn't know they could get covered. Make sure that they knew. Made that a priority. And as a result of these actions, he helped a record 14.5 million Americans get covered during the most recent enrollment period. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what happens when you have an administration that's committed to making a program work. And today, the Biden-Harris administration is going even further by moving to fix a glitch in the regulations that will lower premiums for nearly 1 million people who need it and allow 200,000 more uninsured Americans get access to coverage. I'm a private citizen now, but I still take more than a passing interest in the course of our democracy. But I'm outside the arena, and I know how discouraged people can get with Washington. Democrats, Republicans, Independents. Everybody feels frustrated sometimes about what takes place in this town. Progress feels way too slow sometimes. Victories are often incomplete. And in a country as big and as diverse as ours, consensus never comes easily. But what the Affordable Care Act shows is that you are driven by the core idea that together we can improve the lives of this generation and the next. And if you're persistent, if you stay with it, and are willing to work through the obstacles and the criticism and continually improve where you fall short, you can make America better. You can have an impact on millions of lives. You can help make sure folks don't have to lose their homes when they get sick, that they don't have to worry whether a loved one is going to get the treatment they need. President Joe Biden understands that. He has dedicated his life to the proposition that there's something worthy about public service and that the reason to run for office is for days like today. So I could not be more honored to be here with him as he writes the next chapter in our story of progress. I'm grateful for all the people who've been involved in continuing to make the ACA everything it can be, and it is now my great privilege to introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, sir. Please. Please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please. My name is Joe Biden. I'm Barack Obama's Vice President. And I'm Jill Biden's husband. By the way, the only reason Jill's not here today, she's working. She's teaching. And so I just want you to know that's why she's not here. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. President, welcome back to the White House, man. Feels like the good old days. Being here with you brings back so many good memories. We just had lunch together, and We weren't sure who was supposed to sit where. Look, it's fitting that the first time you return to the White House is to celebrate a law that's transforming millions of lives because of you. And I say because of you. We had a lot of help, the staff, and I helped a little bit, but it's because of you. A law that shows hope leads to change. And you did that. You did it. Let's be honest. The Affordable Care Act has been called a lot of things, but Obamacare is the most fitting. Obamacare. True. I can tell you all how much Barack Obama cared about getting this done. Throughout the countless hours of negotiations and the relentless political attacks, he never, ever, ever gave up. And I guarantee you that. If I had time, I could tell you all the times when he'd say, should we compromise, should we do? And I'd say, well, we ought to think about it. No, if I do that, then so-and-so won't get covered. This group of people won't get covered. And whether it was after meeting during our weekly lunch, and we met every single day, he'd remind me why we're doing this in the first place. We're doing this in the first place for people who needed it and deserve to be treated with dignity. Dignity. The idea that when you can't afford health insurance for your children, for your spouse, male or female, it doesn't matter. Not only are they in trouble, but you're deprived of your dignity. Barack, you talked about the idea that it was important that we make sure that you couldn't outrun your insurance. I can remember there with Bo, thinking to myself, what would I do if they walked in and said, you've outrun your time here? And there were still 35 days to live. The things that change people's lives. We both understood the Affordable Care Act wasn't about a single president or the presidency. It was about the countless Americans lying in bed at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering, my God, what if I get really sick? What am I going to do? What am my family going to do? Will I lose the house? Discussions we had in my house with my dad when he lost his health insurance. Who's going to pay for it? Who's going to take care of my family? You know, in America, health care, as we all three said, will have now said, health care should be a right, not a privilege. And with the help of members of Congress, especially Nancy, and the advocates for families who are here today, 12 years ago, last month, 12 years ago, we made a good effort toward that proposition, and it should be right. And Barack, when you signed the Affordable Care Act into law, it became the most consequential piece of health insurance, most consequential piece of legislation, in my view, since the creation of Medicare and Medicaid in 1965. It made a difference in people's lives every day. You just talked about where we were before the Affordable Care Act and what happened in the past 12 years to make life a lot better for people. Well, I'd like to talk about where we go from here, because we knew back then, as the President said, we knew that we had to keep strengthening this legislation. Look, that's why I ran for President, and I promised to protect and build upon the Affordable Care Act. As soon as I entered office, that's exactly what Kamala and I did, and what our administration and the Democrats in Congress here today did. We passed the landmark American Rescue Plan, which not only helped us on COVID-19 get it under control and our economy back on track, it got millions more people insured under the Affordable Care Act. It made it easier for people to sign up for coverage in the middle of a pandemic. It opened to special enrollment people and gave millions and millions of Americans more time to enroll. It quadrupled the number of navigators out there in the communities, helping people to sign up for coverage because it's confusing to people. It's confusing. The President's heard me say when we work together, You know, they'd say, well, Biden and Obama are doing great on foreign policy. You want to do something difficult, try health care. Not a joke. Not a joke. So we continue to expand Medicaid. Missouri and Oklahoma became the 37 and 38 states to expand Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act. And as been mentioned, over 31 million people now have health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. 4 out of 5 Americans can find quality coverage for under $10 a month. The average family is saving $2,400 a year on their premiums. That's $200 every single month, available for other needs in their lives, from gas to groceries to other basic necessities. The bottom line is this: the Affordable Care Act is stronger now than it has ever been. And today, now I'm not even talking about what your former chief of staff is doing to make sure health care is available to all our veterans in the way he did. Yeah. And today, we're strengthened even further. In a moment, I'm going to sign an executive order building on one of those that I signed last year. It directs federal agencies to continue doing everything in their power to expand quality and affordable health care coverage, making it easier for people to enroll in and keep their coverage, helping people better understand their coverage options, and to be able to pick the best option for that family, taking steps to strengthen benefits, lower costs, and expand eligibility, protecting Americans from low-quality coverage that can lead to a mountain of medical debt. And folks, and separately, it's time to fix what we refer to as the family glitch. Now, the family glitch, everybody in this room probably knows what it is. But it's a common issue facing 5 million Americans who can't get financial help to get coverage under the Affordable Care Act. And here's the problem. Under the current rules, a working mom is told, as long as she can afford employer-based coverage for herself, she can't qualify for premium subsidies to afford coverage for her family. Cover her, but not her family. We're working to change that. Once today's proposed rule is finalized, starting next year, working families in America will get the help they need to afford full family coverage. Everyone in the family. As a result, families will be saving hundreds of dollars a month. With this change, it's estimated that 200,000 presently uninsured Americans are going to gain coverage. Nearly 1 million Americans will see their coverage become more affordable. This is considered one of the biggest things my administration can do: lower cost and expand coverage. And we're taking steps today to get that done. So look, folks, but we need to keep up the fight. Our Republican colleagues, as they say in Southern Delaware, haven't changed a whole hell of a lot. Good folks, but haven't changed a lot. They continue to attack the Affordable Care Act. They're unrelenting. Unrelenting. They haven't stopped. Mr. President, since you signed the law, they haven't stopped for 1 second. Multiple court challenges you mentioned, sabotage from the previous administration. Over 70 attempts to repeal the law by Republicans in Congress. In fact, just last month, the distinguished senator from Wisconsin said, if Republicans get back in power, they should try to repeal the Affordable Care Act. Again try. Today, 12 years later, Republicans have not stopped their attacks on this life-saving law. So pay very close attention, folks. If Republicans have their way, It means 100 million Americans with pre-existing conditions can once again be denied health care coverage by their insurance companies. That's what the law was before Obamacare. In addition, tens of millions of Americans could lose their coverage, including young people who will no longer be able to stay on their parents' insurance policy at age 26. Premiums are going to go through the roof. Well, I got a better idea. Instead of destroying the Affordable Care Act, let's keep building on it. Let's extend it. Extend. And because of all the folks in this room, members of Congress, the American Rescue Plan subsidizes that are lowering premiums, subsidies are lowering premiums and extending coverage. And I got a little practice when you gave me that other act, when we were president. You were president, I was with you. Look, close the Medicaid coverage gap that locks nearly 4 million Americans out of coverage just because their states refuse to expand Medicaid. Lower prescription drug costs, which was mentioned already, by allowing Medicare to negotiate prices for drugs that are on the market. We can do this. We should do this. We have to do this. But let me close with this. 12 years ago, at a bill signing the Affordable Care Act, President Obama said, quote, "We're a nation that does what is hard, what is necessary, and what is right." That's exactly what he did. Exactly what he did. And folks, that's what we have to do. That's what we do as Americans. You know, it's what all of you did here in making the Affordable Care Act possible. I really mean it. We just got to keep it going and keep building on it. We need to keep the faith. We need to remember we're the United States of America, and there is simply, literally, nothing beyond our capacity when we're united and do it together. So God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And now I'm going to sign an executive order. And Barack, let me remind you, it's a hot mic. See everybody? I have to admit, one thing I haven't gotten down. Barack Obama could sign his name using 9 different pens. I'm going to use this. There you go.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to bring you news that's live, raw, and unfiltered. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting from Los Angeles. It is 2:30 Pacific time here on the West Coast, and switching gears to COVID-19 news. We are 2 years into this pandemic, but what do we know so far about long-haul COVID? What do we now know? What are the symptoms? What are the treatments? Fox Los Angeles spoke with an expert to learn more. Let's check it out.
A few months into the pandemic, we began hearing this term of long COVID and so-called long haulers, people who suffered from health problems for months after contracting COVID. Early on, it was hard to define, but now, 2 years into the pandemic, we're starting to get a clearer picture of the symptoms and how to treat it. One place here in Southern California committed to helping those that suffer from long COVID is Keck Medicine's COVID Recovery Clinic at USC. Dr. Adupa Rao is a pulmonologist there and was kind enough out of his busy schedule to join us to chat a little bit about long COVID. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning.
So tell us where we stand now, 2 years into the pandemic. Do we understand long-haul COVID better than we did before?
We're starting to understand it better. We know that it exists and people are suffering from symptoms after their initial infection with COVID. And we're sort of defining long COVID as people that are having symptoms that are unexplained after COVID infection that persist after 4 to 6 weeks after their recovery.
And it presents differently, and it's probably on a spectrum as well, correct?
Absolutely correct, Michaela. There is a huge spectrum of illness. It can affect not only the heart, the lungs, it can affect the nervous system, causing numbness and tingling. And we're hearing of these effects on the psychological profile of people where they feel foggy and they're just not functioning as well as they did before.
Do we have any understanding of why this is happening to them, why this disease will last longer in some more than others?
We're not quite there yet. We're still trying to understand who gets it, why they get it, and how we can best treat it. At this particular point in time, we're trying to control the symptoms as they arise and identify what's causing those symptoms along the way.
So let's talk about the treatment, because that is the greatest thing, that we have a center in our area, because we hear of people dealing with long haul and you hear of their suffering and you hope that there's some sort of treatment for them. How are you treating them?
Well, we're really looking at multiple different approaches to treating them, identifying which is the major symptom that they're suffering from and going after that symptom. We're looking at whether it involves the heart or the lungs in terms of developing shortness of breath or fatigue. We're looking at whether there's a nerve damage from COVID infections, and certainly looking at neurological manifestations that may present with long COVID.
Is some of the treatment trial and error, doctor?
Unfortunately, at this point it is. We have a multidisciplinary approach to this, and getting input from all members of the medical community here at USC to try to understand and best provide a treatment approach to these symptoms.
And I imagine that you're sharing the research and the treatment and the discoveries with your colleagues around the globe. I mean, I know that there must be these kind of facilities around the world, and they're finding success with certain treatments. And is that a collaborative effort?
We certainly are reaching out to other members of the community and saying, hey, what's working for you, what's not working? And we're sharing our experience about how we're approaching people with long COVID and how we are able to help them or not help them with certain symptoms. As you mentioned earlier, it's still a very much trial and error basis, and we're using best practices amongst the community to establish a care routine that works for everybody.
The Keck Medicine COVID Recovery Clinic, it sounds like such a jewel for us in our area. Who's eligible for treatment there?
So anybody that has had an infection with COVID-19 and has persistent symptoms that last beyond 4 to 6 weeks. We try to get everybody in, but we have a large number of people waiting to get in, but we're going to get to everybody and try to get these symptoms under control.
Yeah. Do you have hope that they will be able to get some semblance of normal back?
Yeah, we're seeing some recoveries now. We're seeing as we get therapies on board and be aggressive with any of the disciplines in physical therapy, occupational therapy, with the neurologist, the cardiologist, and the pulmonologist like myself. We're trying to understand and get treatments on board so people can return back to normal activities before COVID.
And that's our hope. I think all of us know somebody who is, I have a sister in Canada who's dealing with long haul, and it's a difficult thing to know that they're going through, but I think we're buoyed by the fact that there's folks just like you, doctor, working to make sure that these folks get some treatment, get some recovery, and get some of this behind them. Thanks so much for joining us, and we wish you continued success. Maybe we'll check in with you as we learn more again about long haul and maybe why some patients have a rougher go with it.
Welcome back. Before the break, we were bringing you a package from Fox Los Angeles about long COVID, but another term is gaining traction, medium COVID. Have you heard about it? Well, it is gaining traction, and the symptoms and the treatments are explained by Fox 26 Houston's another medical expert. To learn more, let's take a look.
Other news this morning, the term medium COVID is gaining traction, but what does that mean?
So we've been told about long COVID, where people can't shake symptoms for months, but let's talk about this version with Dr. Jason Maley, director of Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center's Long COVID Clinic in Boston. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us here in Houston. What is medium COVID exactly?
Good morning. Yes, I think when medium COVID is being used, it's largely referring to people who have symptoms that persist after having COVID-19 longer than most people would expect after having a virus. But those symptoms may slowly improve over time and ultimately resolve in perhaps a shorter period than some people label long COVID. I think for our purposes, we consider people who have symptoms beyond 2 to 3 months after having COVID-19 as having some form of long COVID, and it's certainly a spectrum.
And when you're talking about those symptoms, which ones are lasting for perhaps weeks at a time?
So many people commonly feel fatigued, they feel exhausted and have difficulty carrying out their daily life at home or at work. They may feel short of breath or have difficulty with their comfort of breathing, walking around. They may notice other changes like keeping track of tasks or multitasking or losing train of thought are happening to them. And I think all of those, among some other symptoms like taste and smell not returning or having unexplained new pains, those are things that we're seeing as part of long COVID. And some people do experience those for 3 to 6 months, but it does resolve in that time frame. And perhaps this idea of medium COVID is kind of getting at the spectrum that we see, both people with slow resolving symptoms as well as people with much more prolonged symptoms.
So what would you say the common recovery time is for a person? And then should you assume that you have this medium COVID if you don't recover that quickly?
So most commonly, if someone has COVID-19 and recovers normally, it should be within 2 to 3 weeks after having the virus. They feel pretty much back to themselves. They may be still getting some of their energy back, but otherwise they're not noticing new symptoms. And over the coming months, they don't develop new symptoms. For people who aren't recovering in that time period, and over 1 to 2 months after having COVID-19, their heart is racing when they walk around. They're exhausted. They have difficulty doing their work because they're having difficulty with memory and thinking, or they're having other new symptoms that weren't there before COVID. That's around the time where we would start to be concerned. They should be seeing a doctor. They should be evaluated for having long COVID, having these persistent effects of COVID-19.
We have had some specific clinics open up in the Houston area the past couple of years that concentrate on nothing but long COVID. I would assume that they would also be looking at medium now as well. What is your advice to people struggling to adjust to this medium COVID? Is it a good idea to find a specialist versus just perhaps a general doctor who might not know some of the newest advances of helping treat these patients?
Yes, it's a great question. I think first, certainly having a good primary care doctor and having a good partnership with them is key, because these long COVID clinics here in Boston and in Texas and elsewhere are just really overwhelmed by the sheer number of people who are experiencing this, and we're trying to get to all the patients we can. So I think in that early period, if you're recovering but slower than expected, it's important to first partner with your primary care doctor, and they may do some initial testing. And from there, if they don't find anything and the symptoms are persisting, then it's probably a good idea to seek care at one of these long COVID clinics.
Well, Dr. Jason Maley from a long COVID clinic in Boston, thank you so much for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Welcome back. As COVID-19 cases start to wane and as hospitalizations are at a record all-time low, it's still a question of how is this impacting the United States? How are people still affected by COVID-19 when we are 2 years into this pandemic? Fox 2 Detroit says it is still impacting people. They take a closer look. Let's take a look.
She's beautiful. She's great.
Jennifer Laubach cradles her newborn baby girl, not even 3 weeks old. Another pandemic birth for this family, but far different from the last time.
it's been really nice to have this time with her because we missed that last time with the boys. We didn't even meet the boys until they were 21 days.
The boys, twins Max and Mitch, born almost 2 years ago prematurely, while both Andre and Jen were sick with COVID.
I remember I was lying in bed. I could barely move. I was coughing so hard, and I didn't know what was going to happen to me, if I was even going to survive. Jen yelled from the other room, "I think my water broke." I was like, oh, that is not good timing.
Jen had to drive herself to the hospital where she learned she too had the virus.
Andre couldn't come with me because he had also tested positive, so I just jumped in the car and drove myself.
She gave birth to the twins with no family by her side, immediately separated from the boys because of COVID, who were born at 32 weeks and taken to the newborn intensive care unit.
I came home alone without the boys.
And she was back at Beaumont within days with dangerously high blood pressure. Again, she was alone.
I couldn't see the boys. I couldn't have Andre. Nobody could be there with me. I felt so alone and so isolated.
Jen still gets emotional talking about it and says when she reached 32 weeks in her pregnancy with Liv, so much of the trauma came rushing back.
I was a basket case of emotion. Just reaching that anniversary date of when I went into labor with them, it was really hard for me.
Because all of this was happening as the highly contagious COVID variant, Omicron, was surging.
I just thought, oh my gosh, I can't believe that we're going through this again.
Fortunately, they didn't have to. Baby Liv's birth was normal.
This is really an amazing, amazing experience with baby girl.
It was wonderful to be a part of it. I'm glad I got to be there for one and actually show up this time. So that was great.
Doctors now know COVID can contribute to premature birth and high blood pressure, both of which Jen experienced 2 years ago. They also now know how dangerous COVID is for pregnant moms and their babies. But they also say that the vaccine can make all the difference.
The sooner they get vaccinated in the pregnancy, the more likelihood they're going to get a benefit from that as a mom, but also they can help the baby.
The Lovex family just so grateful that this time around everyone is happy and healthy.
Liv's birth really, truly did heal me from everything that I went through with the boys.
Boys Max and Mitch about to turn 2 and have no idea what they've all been through.
Max, what's that? Elephant.
The one feeling that I have for this whole process is just I feel really lucky and fortunate and blessed that we have a family of healthy people, because that wasn't always guaranteed throughout this process.
In Southfield, Amy Lang, Fox 2 News.
There's no question that COVID-19 has been a challenging viral disease.
As the medical community learns more about the impact of coronavirus, one thing that has become clear is that the virus can impact a person's heart.
Increase the potential of having a heart attack or having what we call myocarditis, inflammation of the heart.
Medical research has shown that certain categories of people appear to be more prone to having heart issues after contracting COVID.
We know clearly that patients who are older in age, who have pre-existing cardiovascular disease, are at higher risk of having some of those complications.
Dr. Sam Kazia of Henry Ford Hospital says complications from COVID can impact the heart in several ways.
One of the things we see in an acute setting that people can have elevated troponin. It's a blood test we do indicative of injury to the heart.
But doctors say as they conduct more research, the better answer is found in prevention.
And so there is no question masks works, right? But more importantly is also vaccinations.
Doctors say the best way to prevent any impact of COVID on the body is preventing infection, and the best way to achieve that is through vaccination. Doctors say the booster shot is also key.
So the booster definitely enhances your ability to fight off the potential infection of COVID.
Dr. Kazia understands that some people still believe there is a risk in taking the COVID vaccination, but he wants anyone who is hesitant about vaccination to understand this.
But the risk of not being vaccinated is significantly higher than the risk of being vaccinated.
In Southfield, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
And that was Fox 2 Detroit reporting. We will go out to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, our coverage on COVID-19 will continue with the latest White House COVID-19 press briefing. Keep it right here. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Other news this morning, the term medium COVID.
Per day, a decrease nationally of about 4% over the previous week, and remains relatively stable over the past few weeks. The 7-day average of hospital admissions is about 1,400 per day, a decrease of about 17% over the previous week. And the 7-day average daily deaths are about 570 per day, which is a decrease of nearly 16% over the prior week. New national estimates released today show the Omicron sublineage BA2, indicated by light pink in this U.S. map by HHS regions, is now projected to account for 72% of circulating variants nationally, with all regions of the country reporting that BA2 is now the dominant variant. As we've previously shared about the BA2 variant, there is no evidence that BA2 results in more severe disease compared with the BA1 variant, nor does it appear to be more likely to evade immune protection than BA1. But BA2 does appear to be more transmissible than BA1. The high level of immunity in the population from vaccines, boosters, and previous infection will provide some level of protection against BA2. However, we strongly encourage everyone to be up to date on their COVID-19 vaccines. Looking across the country, we see that 95% of counties are reporting low COVID-19 community levels, which represents over 97% of the U.S. population. If we look more closely at the local level, we find a handful of counties where we are seeing increases in both cases and markers of more severe disease, like hospitalizations and inpatient bed capacity, which have resulted in an increased COVID-19 community level in some areas. While on the national level, cases remain relatively low compared to prior points in the pandemic, we continue to look to COVID-19 community levels, which were developed to work locally at the county level. As we move forward, we encourage local jurisdictions to closely monitor their own COVID-19 community levels and to follow additional metrics that they may have available as leading indicators of disease, for example, wastewater and syndromic surveillance. It's important for communities and health officials to use these measures to help inform prevention strategies for their local area, like masking, testing, and plans for treatment, should they move into higher COVID-19 community levels. Now, as we continue to closely monitor COVID-19 in the United States, we're reminded of the critical need to have a sustainable and resilient public health workforce in place that can effectively respond to both emerging threats and ongoing public health needs. During the decade prior to COVID-19, the public health workforce lost an estimated 60,000 jobs nationwide, despite the continued demands to respond to multiple chronic public health threats, like H1N1, Zika, and Ebola. As we look to building back this much-needed workforce, we must prioritize a public health workforce that is as diverse as the communities they serve, culturally competent and equipped with skills to meet the public health needs of communities across the nation. One way we're working to build this workforce is through Public Health AmeriCorps, a groundbreaking initiative that supports the recruitment, training, and development of our nation's next generation of public health leaders. Public Health AmeriCorps is supported through investments from the American Rescue Plan and is anticipated to fund up to 5,000 positions over the next 5 years. This week, AmeriCorps will award over 80 grants to the first round of Public Health AmeriCorps programs across 32 states and territories that will allow the recruitment of nearly 3,000 Public Health AmeriCorps members. The work of these initial members will help to address public health needs in our nation's inner cities, to build tribal public health capacity, to address health disparities in rural America, and to bolster public health resources in our U.S. territories. Recruitment, training, and development of public health personnel is a key part of building our nation's public health workforce, allowing us to better respond to current and future public health threats. And now I will turn it over to Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci?
Thank you very much, Dr. Walensky. I would like to now discuss the COVID-19 boosters, particularly in the context of the fourth dose of an mRNA boost. Let's take a very quick update and overview of the situation that we're in right now. So several studies have shown that COVID-19 vaccine booster shots protect against serious illness, hospitalizations, and even death. That's a well-established fact now. And the CDC recommends everyone aged 12 and older to receive a COVID-19 vaccine booster after completing their primary vaccination series. And certain individuals can now receive 2 booster doses, people who are moderately or severely immune compromised, as well as adults 50 years of age or older. Next slide. And as we know, on March 29th, the FDA authorized second booster doses of 2 COVID-19 vaccines for older and immunocompromised individuals. And the CDC recommend that same day that additional boosters can now be used for certain individuals. Let's take a look at the data behind those decisions. So the first booster doses restore the waning vaccine effectiveness of a primary vaccine series, including against severe disease. The effectiveness of the first booster dose, we know, wanes over time. And growing evidence indicates that a second COVID-19 dose can restore vaccine effectiveness for certain populations, and albeit the data now, at least for the short term. And we look forward to longer-term data. Next slide. So let's take a look at some of the Israeli studies. There are a few of them that are really quite telling. One from Bar-On, looking at more than 1 million people who are age 60 or older and eligible for the 4th dose. And in that study, an additional booster dose of the Pfizer product at 4 months resulted in a 2-fold lower rate of confirmed infection and a 4.3-fold lower rate of severe illness. In another study, next slide, again from Israel by Arbel, about 500,000 members of a health services group, again, age 60 years of age or older, and now during an Omicron surge, individuals who received a second booster dose of the Pfizer product at 4 months had a 78% reduction in death compared to those who received only the first boost. And on the next slide, this is rather dramatically shown by this Kaplan-Meier shot, where you see here in the pink red the first booster, namely a third dose, and then in the lighter blue color, you look at the mortality rate of individuals who received the second booster or the fourth dose. Next slide. And yet again, in another study by Gazet, in almost 100,000 people at a different healthcare service, when you looked at the fourth dose and compared it to the third dose, there was an 86% vaccine effectiveness against severe disease. Next slide. Now, what we're doing at the NIH, looking forward about fourth doses that might be available for people in the longer range, we want to do better than just what we have. So there's now a new study that we just recently launched called COVAIL. And what we'll be doing is assessing different fourth doses that are either ancestral strain or variant specific in the first phase of the study. In the second phase of the study, we're planning on looking at different vaccine platforms for the purpose of getting a great durability than we currently have. Next slide. And let me close by again just bringing to the attention of the audience covid.gov, where we can get one-stop shopping of all the information that you'll need to help you navigate decisions about vaccines and about testings. With that, I'll hand it over now to Secretary Becerra.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci. When it comes to COVID, we have more tools than ever before to stay safe, from vaccines and boosters to treatments and tests, all widely available at no cost to the American people, thanks to our national COVID response over the past year. But we also know that many people continue to feel the physical and the mental burden of this pandemic. We have to ensure that people with disabilities, older Americans, and people who are immunocompromised aren't left behind, and that they continue to have the tools and resources that they need to stay safe. Just yesterday, we expanded coverage of free over-the-counter COVID tests to the tens of millions of Medicare beneficiaries. People with Medicare now have access each month to up to 8 easy-to-use at-home COVID-19 tests at no cost. This is all part of our overall strategy to ensure access to tests free of charge. In the past year, we have more than tripled the number of sites where people can get COVID-19 tests for free and delivered close to 250 million free at-home rapid tests to Americans who have ordered them. President Biden has been clear. We must ensure that no one is left behind as we work to move forward in the fight against COVID-19. That also means taking on big and complex physical and mental health challenges caused by COVID. Americans of every age and background are experiencing long COVID. Americans have experienced the loss of a loved one due to COVID, including over 200,000 children who've lost a parent or caregiver. And Americans nationwide are grappling with mental health and substance use challenges caused by or exacerbated by the pandemic. Let's be clear, we are going to use every tool we have to be there for these Americans. We've made significant investments in mental health care, as well as substance use prevention, treatment, and recovery support. That is especially important for people dealing with COVID and COVID-related loss. We've launched efforts across the NIH, the CDC, and the Veterans Administration, including the landmark $1.1 billion Recover Initiative, to better understand long COVID and accelerate scientific progress. And we are providing Americans experiencing long COVID information about where they can access the resources and support they need, as well as helping them understand if they have a disability and educating them on their rights. Long COVID is real, and there is still so much we don't know about it. Millions of Americans may be struggling with lingering health effects, ranging from things that are easier to notice, like trouble breathing or irregular heartbeats, to less apparent but potentially serious conditions related to the brain or mental health. At the President's direction, the Department of Health and Human Services will be leading a government-wide response to long COVID, focused on 3 main goals: improving care, services, and other support for individuals with long COVID, enhancing education and outreach among the public, private sector, and the medical community, and advancing research to support both goals. And of course, we'll collaborate with academic, industry, and state and local partners to better understand long COVID. Through it all, We'll continue to assess and highlight the long-term effects of COVID-19 on our hardest hit and highest risk communities and make sure they receive the support they need. To do this, we're launching the first ever interagency national research agenda on long COVID, a national research action plan. HHS will lead a government-wide interagency coordinating council, which will involve experts from the Department of Defense, Veterans Administration, the Labor Department, and many entities across government to coordinate both public and private sector work to advance our understanding of long COVID and to accelerate efforts to prevent, detect, and treat it. In real time, we will share lessons on how to prevent, detect, and treat long COVID. And this coordinated effort will help ensure our research is being directed toward the people who need care the most. We continue to focus on improving care. If we receive additional financial support for it from Congress, we will launch new centers of excellence in communities across the country to provide high-quality care to individuals experiencing long COVID and to get best practices out there to physicians across the country. We're determined as a nation, as the President has said, to not leave anyone behind. And that includes our loved ones suffering from long COVID and related conditions. We see you, we are focused on you, and we are committed to advancing our nation's capacity to understand and treat your conditions. And I'll end with this. We know the best way to prevent long COVID is to prevent you from getting COVID in the first place. That's why it's so critical to get vaccinated and boosted, which is our best tools that we have to prevent COVID-19. So I continue to encourage everyone eligible to get vaccinated and boosted to go do it so we can all move forward safely together. Thanks. Back to you, Jeff.
Well, thanks, Secretary. With that, Kevin, let's open it up for some questions. Kevin?
Thanks, Jeff. We only have time for a few questions today. Let's go to Sabrina Siddiqui at Wall Street Journal.
Thank you, as always, for doing the briefing. I want to ask about COVID funding. Republicans are trying to insert an amendment into the COVID deal to reinstate Title 42. There are even some Democrats, such as Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, who've said that they're open to considering such an amendment. Is the administration concerned that the decision to lift Title 42 could now threaten COVID funding?
Thanks for the question. Look, Title 42 is a public health authority, and therefore it's always been a decision made by the scientists and public health experts at the CDC, and it's based on the public health conditions, and it should remain independent of the urgently needed funding that we talked about today to sustain our COVID response here domestically and our global response. So this should not be included on any funding bill. The decision should be made by CDC, which it has been, and that's where it belongs. Next question, please.
Go to Aaron Billups at Spectrum News.
Hi, thanks so much for taking my question for Dr. Walensky and Secretary Becerra. Just wondering, with this increased focus on long COVID, if type 2 diabetes is being considered a part of the long COVID problem. There was a new study published in The Lancet last month that finds a link between COVID infections and an increased risk of being diagnosed with diabetes. And experts I've spoken to say there's an urgent need to aggressively screen the U.S. population for diabetes and get more people into diabetes management programs. Are you looking for funding for that as well? Have there been any discussions about that?
Dr. Walensky, why don't you go first here?
Yeah, thank you for that question. First, let me say the science is definitely starting to demonstrate this link between people who previously had COVID and increasing rates of new diabetes diagnoses. Certainly, public health infrastructure will assist in not only screening for diabetes, but also for nutrition and diabetes care. And I think as we consider the menu of many things that could be incorporated into post-COVID conditions, diabetes certainly should be one of those conditions considered.
Secretary Becerra?
And I'll simply add, based on what Dr. Walensky has said and our scientists are telling us, we need to work as aggressively as we can to make sure that no American is left behind. So that means that if we need more funding to address long COVID, we're going to fight to get that from Congress, because we understand that COVID is having effects long after the actual virus has escaped us.
Next question, please.
Thank you for taking my question. By my very rudimentary math, you're getting about 60% of the money that you asked for domestic COVID programs. So what takes the hit? What do you do with only 60% of the money? Additionally, is there any thought of changing the requirements of testing for international travel and masks on planes, if we could get an update on that?
Okay, on your second question, no, there are no plans to change the international travel requirements at this point. We asked, your math's good math here, we asked for $22.5 billion, and Congress is working to pass $10 billion, only a fraction of the immediate need. And that immediate need is immediate. It's for vaccines, therapeutics, and tests. The $10 billion for domestic efforts funds some of these urgent needs, but we still need additional funding for both our domestic effort and our global efforts where there's no additional funding in the $10 billion. So every dollar we requested is critical to both our domestic and global response. HHS, under the Secretary, will work through how to best deploy these very limited resources to satisfy the most urgent of the urgent needs. We need Congress to pass the $10 billion and then get immediately back to work to get more money for domestic and get money for our global response. Next question, please.
Go to Zeke Miller at the AP.
Thanks. Two questions. First, with the lack of the COVID funding for international vaccine sharing, what impact will that have on the U.S. capacity to share in terms of the number of doses and meeting its international commitments through the end of the year? And then for the doctors, do you have any update on plans and timeline for pediatric vaccines for kids under 5? Thank you.
So I'll go first on the impact on not having any funding, additional funding at this point for the global response. Look, the lack of global funding has real implications on our efforts to vaccinate the world. Without the additional global funding, USAID does not have the resources it needs to help countries get more shots in arms. We'll be forced to scale back the work that we do to provide oxygen and other life-saving supplies to countries that need them. Our global genomic sequencing capabilities will fall off, and that undermines our ability to detect emerging variants beyond our borders. And speaking of borders, as I've said, the virus knows no borders, and it's our national interest to vaccinate the world and protect against any possible future variants. So it's a real disappointment to not have any global funding in this bill. It has real implications. We need funding as quickly as possible. Congress needs to act with urgency to fund our global response so that we can accelerate our efforts to turn vaccines. We do have vaccine supply. We need to turn those vaccines into vaccinations around the world. Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, with regard to the vaccines for children, I believe you're referring to where are we with the 6 months to 5 year vaccine approval or emergency use authorization. As you well know, 2 companies have submitted or are submitting data to the FDA regarding children of various ages, including within that cohort of 6 months up to 5 years. The data are being analyzed right now, and we're very sensitive to the fact that many parents out there are waiting for a decision on this. And the message we have to them is that we want to make sure that when you're dealing with vaccines for anyone, particularly for children, that we get the data, we look at the data, and when I say we, I'm talking first the FDA for the authorization and then the CDC for the recommendation, so that we know that they're safe. And thus far, there appears to be no safety signal whatsoever that would get anyone worried. And the question is, what is the right dose and the dose regimen? And that would likely be different for the 2 companies that are now involved in putting their data in. So we ask people to please be patient, because when a decision is being made, you can be sure that it's a decision based on the good science that's being collected and analyzed by the agencies involved. Thank you.
Kevin, next question.
Couple more questions. Let's go to Sharon Lafreniere at New York Times.
Thank you very much. This is a question for Dr. Walensky, please. So last week you said that the option of a second booster was especially important for those 65 and up and 50 and up with underlying medical conditions. So does especially important mean that you recommend it or you encourage it for those population groups, and you do not recommend it or encourage it for, say, healthy people 50 to 65? And if it doesn't mean that, can you give people some clearer sense of how they should decide whether to get the second booster, since many people don't have doctors to consult with?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So we have made the fourth shot, the second booster, available to everyone over the age of 50, because everybody does have individual, risk assessment as to how they're approaching this vaccine. But we really would encourage people who are over 50 who have underlying medical conditions, those over the age of 65, to go ahead and get that next shot, and also to recognize that they may very well need another shot come the fall, and that'll be the subject of an FDA meeting discussion tomorrow.
Kevin, last question.
Go to Josh Wingrove at Bloomberg.
Thank you very much. Can you talk a little bit more about the announcement on the pediatric vaccines? Are you able to provide a number? And is the fact that they're essentially sort of subbing in for adult vaccines, we've seen Jen Psaki speak to this, but also COVAX, that demand is waning in developing countries for the adult vaccines. Is that the reason why you're essentially swapping, or is it more a case of you wanting to hold back a little bit more adult vaccine just in case we need more widely forced shots in the U.S. and just in case Congress doesn't deliver more funding? Thank you.
Yeah. So Josh, good questions. I mean, these donations are part of the billion Pfizer doses that we previously secured. So this is international supply. This has nothing to do with our domestic supply, where we do have enough vaccine supply for the booster doses, the fourth doses that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Walensky just talked about, that have been recently authorized, both for immunocompromised people and for people over 50. On the domestic front, we do not have sufficient supply if the science dictates that all Americans get boosted sometime later in the year, or if we were to need a vaccine-specific variant-specific vaccine, a different formulation than what we have today. We do not have the funding for that. So on the pediatric international, there are plenty of doses available for adults, which gives us the opportunity to provide 100 million or more doses of Pfizer's vaccine for 5 to 11-year-olds to donate in the upcoming months. As I mentioned, 20 countries have already asked, including Pakistan and Vietnam, have made requests to vaccinate their children. They get vaccines to do so. None of this will undermine the position that we have right now, which is that we have plenty of supply in the U.S. to send abroad, and other countries around the world to do the same, to make sure that we have plenty of vaccines for adults across the world. So we are now able to help lead the world in vaccinating both adults and children in those countries that are in need. So before we close, this is likely my last briefing. I just want to say it's been the honor of a lifetime to serve in this role. As we enter this new moment in the pandemic, I can't think of a better person to hand the baton to than Dr. Jha. I want to thank the Secretary, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Walensky, for your partnership and continued leadership. And I want to thank the COVID-19 response team here at the White House, everyone inside and outside of government who has worked together tirelessly in our fight against the virus. And finally, and importantly, to the members of the press, as always, thank you for joining these briefings, asking the questions you asked, and most importantly, thank you for all the important, critical work you do to provide information to the public. So bottom line, thank you. All right.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, where we bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. I'm Stephanie Weaver. Well, the tax deadline is quickly approaching. Yes, those taxes have to get done, but that also means it comes with scams. And Fox Los Angeles has a special report talking with an expert, a finance expert, to learn more about watching out for those scams. Let's take a look.
Back at 7:50. All right, so the deadline to file your taxes is fast approaching. I know that you're probably very frenzied about it. The scammers are out there. They're trying to get you. Steve McFarland, President and CEO of the Better Business Bureau of Los Angeles, is here now to help keep that from happening. And first, Steve, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. 3 types of scams primarily: phone impersonation, identity theft, and email phishing. Let's start with phone impersonation. What is that all about, and what should people be aware of?
Well, you know, Tony, if I can guarantee you a big refund this year, would you switch from Wally, your CPA, over to me to fill out your tax return?
Yeah,
maybe,
you have to
maybe
be
not.
careful.
Hopefully not.
Yeah,
but,
you have to be careful.
Those phone impersonators and the emails as well, solicitations, promising, hey, we can get you a big refund. And a lot of people are interested in that, you know, to try to get some more money back. So you got to be careful. Getting you a big refund is always a lure. Be careful on those. Another way that these impersonators for IRS, Franchise Tax Board, even for county tax, are asking for demands for more tax. You didn't pay enough, so you got to pay a little bit more. Or we find out information that your return's been filed under another name. We need to verify your information and your bank account and everything else to make sure that everything's okay. And these are phishing explorations, so you got to be really careful.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is the IRS is not going to call you up and demand that you make payments. They're just not going to do that. The State Franchise Tax Board is not going to do that. In fact, I had someone who had that happen to him. Someone called and said they were from the IRS and we're going to come and take you to jail if you don't pay. He said, I'll be home all day, come get me. And so they used a few choice words and then hung up. That's what you should do. Hang up on these people.
Right. Hang up on these folks. And then if you have been compromised, there's ways to check for a licensed return preparer. You can go to rtrpdirectory.com, because all preparers have to have a PTIN number. So that is a great thing to do. You can also contact the IRS at their 800 number. And you can also look for scams on scamtracker.org, which is the BBB site.
Now, you know what, another, we kind of touched on it a little bit, but another area that you have to be really careful about, and that's with emails and clicking on links that you probably shouldn't click on.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of requests for additional forms that you see in emails. There's fake IRS messages claiming that you're owed a larger return. Well, that catches a lot of people's eyes, and they see this in emails and social and also in text as well. There's offer and compromise scams. And you know what? One other thing, Tony, to watch out for: if anybody asks you to pay for their services or more additional tax and demand tax payments in crypto, cash cards, or gift cards, run.
Yeah. Identity theft, Steve, that's a big one, and that's a tough one.
Well, not only are some of these ghost tax preparers not going to file your return for you, but now you've given up your information, and it's your social, your bank account number, birth date, and maybe even Medicare information. So you've given them prize information that they want. And not only are you not going to get your return filed, but you're going to get fleeced later on if you're not careful.
How useful is it to actually create an account with the IRS?
Well, it's critical, because the PTIN system identifies you with the IRS, and unless you give that number to somebody else, they can't get it. So it's a great way for you to be able to identify yourself, to verify your information. Again, like you mentioned, the IRS is not going to call you. They're not going to email you. They're not going to text you demanding more information. They send you a letter, and you can respond to that. Have somebody qualified maybe help you if you're disabled or whatever. There are programs for you, and be able to verify the person asking for more information or that you owe more tax. You can always contact the IRS as well.
You say you should also go to a qualified tax preparer. How do you know who it is you're going to have your taxes prepared? What are some tips you can give us to make sure that we go to the right person and not to someone who's going to scam you?
Yeah, there are a lot of ghost tax preparers out there that want to take your money and information both. The IRS requires tax preparers, as well does the state of California. They require tax preparers to have a PTIN number. You've got to have a tax preparer identification number, and that you can request from the preparer, and then you can verify that by going to the state or to the IRS websites to be able to verify that number. You can also look for references as well to verify that number. That is at rtrpdirectory.com for the IRS. And you can also go to bbb.org to check out the credibility of that particular preparer. And the state has, the accountancy board has also a lookup system. Of California has the accounting board. You can look up online there as well, but you need to be suspicious.
All right, Steve McFarland, thank you so much. Great information to have. Tax deadline is right around the corner, April 18th, so this is certainly important information we can use. Appreciate you joining us this morning.
All right, thank you so much.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. There is a new initiative and experiment in the U.S. and a few other countries to test the 4-day work week. Would you do it? I know a lot of people would. And Fox 11 Los Angeles spoke with the CEO of this initiative to learn more.
State lawmakers are considering a bill that would make a 4-day work week standard for large companies. This bill would require any company with over 500 workers to pay overtime after 32 hours. LA County Assembly member Christina Garcia says the measure would improve work-life balance. Some critics claim, though, that it would kill jobs, it would lower wages for those workers who do remain. You know, you guys, I'm loving this idea, but I don't know how practical it is. What do you think? 4-day work week?
I think it depends on the business.
Sure.
You know, I mean, I don't know how well it would work in our business, for instance.
Well, for us, yeah.
Yeah, but I think for a lot of other businesses, I think it probably would be fairly practical. And I would bet, and I don't know, because I know we're going to be talking to an expert, I would bet that productivity actually goes up.
See, I'm really glad you said that, because some of the people who are against this say they think it would decrease productivity. I disagree. I think I personally, you guys, when I'm busiest, I get the most done, right? So if I have less time to do something, that is the time I'm most productive. When I have more time, I just don't get it.
Would you honor your time off, though? Like, so the 4 days you would work full days, but the days that you weren't here, would you actually stop working?
Well,
oh, yeah. No, I would. I don't have a problem with it.
Well, as you said, let's talk to the expert. There's actually an experiment underway right now in the United States and other countries to see if this would work. Our guest today is Joe O'Connor. He is the CEO of 4-Day Work Week Global and currently overseeing this experiment. So, Joe, let's pepper you with all the questions. You've run the experiment, this pilot project, including here in the United States. How did the first week go?
Good morning, Michaela. Great to join you. So yeah, your colleagues are absolutely right. When we originally founded our organization in 2019, our founder, Andrew Barnes, actually introduced this in his own business, Perpetual Guardian in New Zealand. And his motivation was productivity. You know, he's an entrepreneur, he's a business leader. And he was really reading research that suggested that people were only truly productive for 2.5 to 3 hours per day. And he asked himself the question that if you shift the focus away from hours worked, away from the length of time people are at the office, at the desk, or on the clock, and onto output, and onto actually what are we getting done, what are we achieving, could he deliver better business performance? The experience that he had in New Zealand was very much that it did. It improved their productivity, it improved their engagement, it improved their employees' well-being. And since then, we've been working with companies all over the world in different industries to support them in transitioning to this, what we call reduced hour productivity focused model, which is based on the concept of 100, 80, 100. 100% of the pay, 80% of the time, but in return for a commitment to delivering 100% of the productivity.
Joe, do you think more companies and businesses will test out this model this year? Only because with what happened with the pandemic, right? So many people did this hybrid model. Some people figured out, hey, I don't have to go back to the office. What do you see happening this year here in the States, for example?
You're absolutely right. The pandemic has been a game changer. You know, like with a lot of cultural and societal norms that are very deeply embedded, you know, we all know the 5-day, 9-to-5 work week harks back to Henry Ford and the manufacturing age. And sometimes it takes a big disruptor like the pandemic to dislodge some of these things. And we've certainly seen, you know, a huge increase in the interest and the appetite, not just of employees who post-pandemic are really realigning what they consider to be a reasonable life-work balance, but also from the point of view of employers who, particularly what we're seeing is, in a very, very competitive labor market, companies that experiment with this and maintain their productivity give themselves a very significant competitive edge when it comes to retaining their best people and recruiting quality talent to their companies. So the message I would have to CEOs out there that are maybe considering this is that your biggest risk isn't trying this in your business and it going wrong or it not working. Your biggest risk is your biggest competitor is going to do this first.
Yeah, Joe, I want to talk about something that's actually somewhat related to this. I know there are a lot of countries, for instance, that give a lot more vacation time than we do here in the United States. They also, you know, there are places where they actually give their employees breaks during the day to sort of break up the workday. And I believe that data shows that those employees are happier, they have better attitudes, and so they are therefore much more productive when it comes to doing the work when they are actually working.
Well, even if you look within Europe, and I'm an Irish guy, as you probably can tell from my accent as well as my name, you know, some of the most productive countries in Europe, like the Netherlands, like Denmark, that constantly rank at the highest in terms of the competitiveness rankings, the productivity rankings, have amongst the lowest average work hours in Europe. Two of the countries with the highest work hours, the UK and Greece, are consistently towards the bottom of those productivity rankings. So that, you know, research has shown for decades that there is no correlation between the number of hours you work and the level of productivity you put in. And it's high time that we move away from this culture that certainly I think is here in parts of America, that, you know, being the first person in and the last person out is some kind of a badge of honor, and that we move towards focusing on what are people actually producing, what are people getting done at work. You know, we've seen incredible advances in the past number of decades with globalization, email, the internet, yet we're still working on average the same hours as we worked back in the early to mid 1980s. And we need to ask ourselves, is this model of work appropriate, sustainable for the digital
But Joe,
age?
I wonder if there is something inherent to the American psyche, though, right? The capitalist nature, leader of the free world, all of that, maybe even this notion of American exceptionalism. Is it a tougher road to hoe here? Is there something baked into the society and how we see ourselves as productive members that makes it a tougher ask?
Well, I certainly, when I came here in September, a lot of people said that to me. You know, I'm living in New York. You're going to the place that is known all over the world for those kind of crazy hours. How successful will this project be? But we've seen 38 companies in the US and Canada sign up with over 2,000 employees to a 6-month coordinated trial. Most of those companies started their trials in the past week. And certainly we're seeing no lack of appetite. And I think really what it comes down to is a number of years ago, a lot of companies and a lot of leaders would have asked themselves the question, can the 4-day week work? I think we're past that question.
Yeah.
I think it's been demonstrated in enough places that it can work. And the question people are now asking themselves is, can it work for my business?
Well,
I would argue that, the idea that we're going to go back to the way we worked pre-pandemic, that's much more pie in the sky now than the 4-day work week idea is.
Yeah, the idea's been floated before. Let's see if it has more legs this time around. This has been a really interesting conversation. I think all of us, Aroxia, Joe, Tony, thanks so much for just bringing all your thoughts to it. Joe Connor, again, CEO, 4-day work week, conducting some pilot programs. Let's see if it sticks. Joe, thanks for joining us today. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. On the heels of the Sacramento mass shooting, there have been new rallying calls for gun legislation in California. And Fox Los Angeles spoke with a state senator who was pushing for new legislation to go after people with illegal guns. Let's take a look.
6 people were killed, at least 12 people injured in a shooting that police say was gang-related. Investigators believe at least 5 shooters fired guns. At least 2 of the shooters were firing stolen guns. Both Democrats and Republicans with very different responses to all of this. Let's start with the Democrats.
Collectively, our legislation could work to stop the kind of mass shootings that changed the city over the weekend.
This week, the legislature moved forward on legislation by State Senator Bob Hertzberg and backed by Governor Newsom that would make it easier to sue gun manufacturers. Joining us now is Bob Hertzberg. He is the State Senate Majority Leader Emeritus, which means he's been around for a minute. He's the former Speaker of the California Assembly, and he's currently running for a seat on the LA County Board of Supervisors. Senator Hertzberg, welcome to The Issue Is for the first time. Great to see you.
Hey, thanks for having me, and thanks for doing the show. I really appreciate it. It's an important contribution to the debate.
Thank you very much. So in the most basic terms, how does this legislation work?
Well, basically what it does in the simplest terms is it adds a new tool to go after illegal guns. Not your guns if you go deer hunting or if you want to protect your home or if you want to, protect your business. You're entitled to have that. That's not the issue. It has to be an illegal gun. An illegal gun is 3 types. An assault weapon, it's a 50 caliber machine gun, or it's what's called a ghost gun. What's a ghost gun? Generally what it is when somebody files off the serial number so it's not traceable, or they get a gun kit and put it together and it's never traceable. Now, why is that so important? It's important because 65% of all of the ATF guns that have been seized in the United States that are ghost guns have come from California. And the LAPD has declared what they call a ghost gun epidemic. So what we did in the simplest terms was to take the guidance from the United States Supreme Court in the abortion case in Texas, and we said, okay, we're going to give that same private right of action, to give a new tool, basically like an Amber Alert or a picture up in a post office or whatever it is, to see if we can get the community to come out. Don't know if it'll work, but you'll try anything given this gun violence, and said we'll give you $10,000 plus attorney's fees, and you can get an injunction. You can go after someone who you see manufacturing or transporting or selling these ghost guns or illegal assault weapons.
Do you think that law, the Texas law, where you can sue people who make abortions possible, do you think that's constitutional?
It's constitutional because the Supreme Court said it was constitutional. I don't think it was constitutional. I've been before the United States Supreme Court on issues with my father and others. I don't think it's constitutional, but I don't make that decision. 5 justices of the Supreme Court say that.
So if that's not constitutional, how is this one constitutional?
But it is constitutional because the Supreme Court said, I suspect someone will take it up, and the court will have to answer that question. And the one thing I want to share with you, because I'm a homework person, is I went and read all the briefs in the United States Supreme Court to make sure we did this right. And guess what? There was a firearms coalition that filed in a brief in the Supreme Court that says, please, please don't uphold the abortion law in Texas, because if you do, they're going to use this exact same thing for us against guns. And so I use that as guidance in drafting this law. It's going to be very hard for the United States Supreme Court to say, well, we didn't know about guns, because the issue was directly before them.
Right.
It's kind of an interesting brief, you know.
What do you say to critics who say that California already has the strictest gun laws in the country? The Sacramento shooting still happened. The early investigation there suggests that was a stolen gun. This legislation isn't necessarily going to stop somebody from stealing a gun. What do you say to those critics?
Well, it was a stolen gun, but it was also modified to be an assault weapon, and so the assault weapon is illegal in its case. And, you know, I don't know, what would I tell the mother of someone who was shot? Maybe if you can get one more gun off the street, it helps. Every bit helps. We've now reduced gun violence by 50% as a result of this stuff.
Finally, the Sacramento Bee first reported that one of the suspects in the Sacramento shooting, Smiley Martin, was serving a 10-year sentence for domestic violence and assault. He was granted early release, even though Sacramento DA Anne Marie Schubert argued against that. What do you make of the larger questions about criminal justice reform and whether we're making things too easy for criminals in this state?
What we know is that there's a lot of people who've been harmed by an overzealous system that's keep people in jail. There's also been some challenges that we now see in this case. The thing that we do in government that we're supposed to do if we're thoughtful and common sense and smart is we live and we grow and we course correct, and we try to deal with the injustices that are happening in the system where people are stuck in jail because they can't afford to get out because they can't afford bail. But at the same time, we make sure someone's a flight risk or a public safety risk, they stay in. So it's a legitimate question. And the idea is we want to make sure the system is just. That's what it's about, criminal justice. The focus here on this bill that happened before Sacramento is trying to use a new tool that is actually tough on crime, because the idea is it enforces the criminal law about illegal guns.
All right. State Senator Bob Hertzberg, thanks for coming on The Issue Is and sharing your views. Good to see you.
Hey, listen, like Arnold Schwarzenegger says, I'll be back.
He actually said that on this show. Now, for another perspective.
I love it.
We're going to have a different view now from Republican Assembly Leader James Gallagher. We'll see if he does Schwarzenegger impressions or not. He represents the Western Sacramento Valley, including Chico. He graduated top of his class from UC Davis Law School and is a father of 5. I feel like we could do an entire show on what it's like to raise 5 kids. But Assemblyman, welcome to The Issue Is for the very first time.
We definitely could, Alex, and it's a pleasure.
You just heard from Senator Hertzberg. A lot to unpack in what he said, but let's start with the gun proposal itself. Should residents be able to sue makers of illegal guns for a $10,000 reward?
Well, I mean, the problem with the good senator's proposal there, and you kind of honed in on, is that it doesn't get at the heart of the issue here.
What is the problem? Overwhelmingly, these incidents of gun violence, and they happen in every city. The most recent was this terrible incident in Sacramento, but they happen in every city in California, and it's the same MO. It's unrehabilitated felons, dangerous persons who are not supposed to have guns in the first place, who have modified or stolen weapons, and they're using them to victimize and kill people on our streets. And so we as Republicans say, let's address that issue, that exact issue that is the cause of this gun violence head on. And so we've proposed what I think are very reasonable reforms, which is one, stop this early release program at the state prisons that's going on right now, that's releasing people without any proven rehabilitation, releasing people back out onto the street. Second, let's have penalties and enhancements for those who are using guns in the commission of a crime. This legislature took that away 2 years ago. I think most people would agree, if you're using weapons to commit crimes against people, there should be a penalty for that. And so we should bring that back. And then third, go ahead, Alex.
Just to be clear, so would you vote against the Hertzberg proposal?
Yes, because I don't think it gets at the problem. I mean, going and suing a manufacturer, let's say you succeed, that doesn't stop these guns from being in the hands of dangerous people on these streets.
Yeah.
It's nothing to stop that. And so, look, to me, I think we need to focus on the problem. And that takes me to my third point, which is we have an APPS program. This is a program that's designed to go after prohibited persons, felons, others who are not supposed to have guns, and disarm them. 3 successive attorneys general in this state have failed to go out and clear the backlog of these felons. There's tens of thousands of them. There was 1,000 added last week to this list. It still has not been cleared. Why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we going out there and disarming the criminals who are the ones who are committing these crimes and are causing devastation in every city in California? That has to be the focus. And, to me, we need to address the issue head on.
Well, let's dig in a little bit more on some of the criminal justice issues at play here, specifically the news that one of the suspects in this shooting was part of that early release program. Here's a quote from you from this week. I'm going to read it right now. Quote, "This was a violent felon with a long rap sheet who should have been in prison. If he was, this tragedy might have been avoided. If this violence a few blocks from the Capitol doesn't serve as a wake-up call to the policymakers in this building, I don't know what will." Do you think it is serving as a wake-up call? And what's the most important change you want to see on criminal justice?
I really hope so. And look, we don't know all the facts yet. I mean, things are still coming out. But it's pretty clear this was an incident of gang violence. And one of the suspects here was someone who was released early. He was supposed to be doing a 10-year sentence. He only did 4 years. What he went in for was beating his girlfriend very badly. And he's had a history of possessing firearms that he's not supposed to have. And we have a system right now that's been implemented by emergency regulations at the state prison system, CDCR, that gives people like this automatic credits that help them to get out earlier without proving that they've gone through any kind of programming to be rehabilitated. And this is just one incident of many where folks are getting out early without showing that rehabilitation. And so to me, that's a big part of this. We have to end that program. The governor can do it. And that's why we're actually circulating a letter among legislators right now asking everyone to sign on, stop this emergency regulation program, which, by the way, they're proposing to make permanent, Alex. On April 14th, there's a hearing at CDCR to make this permanent. We have to stop this madness. We believe in rehabilitation. There are things that I think can be really helpful in getting people to, re-enter, to do things to get back on a productive life. But this program is not doing it, and we have dangerous people out on the streets as a result.
The challenge for you, of course, is that Democrats have supermajorities in the Senate and the Assembly. How do you get what you want when essentially they could completely ignore you and roll you on every issue?
Well, I think they can't ignore this issue anymore. I mean, this was a block away from where we debate where we have, our assembly floor sessions. This really hit home. And really, you know what? I think this is going to be bipartisan. We're asking our colleagues on both sides of the aisle, stop this early release program, and let's put some reasonable reforms in place that help ensure that dangerous people aren't getting back out on the streets, that there's penalties for crime. I mean, you have to have accountability. Certainly you can have rehabilitation and you can have programs that help get folks back on the right track, get them training and education, all those things. But there has to be accountability for crime. And certainly we've seen that throughout California, that when you have no accountability, we have, this rise in thefts in our stores from our small businesses. We've seen our murder rate increase 30% in 2020. It's time to have reasonable laws and accountability for these dangerous crimes. And I think that we can get Democrats to agree with us on this issue. I hope so.